Xiao Ming traversed into a fantastical realm, only to be wrongfully accused by his unscrupulous younger brother. In a fit of rage, he severed ties with his family. What should he do when falsely accused by his brother? A celestial seat awaits within the imperial banner. What if his parents show favoritism towards his younger sibling? Simple. Let them continue to dote on their little son within the imperial banner. And if some foolish adversaries dare to provoke him and covet his treasures, he shall first refine their souls and cultivate their powers, turning their uselessness into resources before sending them into the imperial banner. If celestial maidens and demonesses scheme against him, what then? Xiao Ming chuckles. Do I even need to say? Chapter 1. The deeds were his, yet I bear the blame? Dear friends, this tale features multiple female protagonists and splendid illustrations. Would you care to join me within the imperial banner for a discussion? In the eastern region, northern Xian realm, the Xiao family hall. Xiao Ming, do you truly believe that as the scion of the Xiao family, you can act without regard for the law, attempting to violate your own clan's sister and grievously injuring your brother? As these furious words resonated, Xiao Ming's demeanor grew increasingly indifferent. He was originally an inconspicuous youth from Blue Star, also named Xiao Ming, who inadvertently traversed into this world 19 years prior. Blessed with a pure yang physique and the gift of memory from his past life, he exhibited extraordinary talent for cultivation from a young age. He began physical training at 8, successfully opened his meridians by 10, entered the condensing yuan stage at 12, advanced to the Xian dance stage at 15, and stepped into the Spirit Sea at 18. Now at 19, he stands as the most prodigious talent the Xiao family has seen in centuries, currently at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. His younger brother, Xiao Run, was abducted by a mysterious elder at the tender age of 5 and vanished for 11 years. It was only 6 months ago that he reappeared. As it turned out, that enigmatic elder was the head of the Tai's sacred land, wielding terrifying power at the 7th level of the Saint realm. The elder had sensed that Xiao Ren possessed a unique constitution, harboring the nascent form of a supreme bone within him. Due to pressing matters at the time, he took Xiao Run without hesitation, taking him as a disciple to nurture within the Tai's sacred land. Over the past 6 months, the Xiao family has lavished affection upon Xiao Run, reveling in the joy of his unexpected return and remarkable adventures. Whatever Xiao Ren desires is fulfilled, even if he occasionally displays a volatile temperament. The couple, Xiao Tiansong and his wife, along with several elders, treat him as a treasure. Today, however, this extraordinary brother set his sights on a clan sister, intending to take advantage of her in the courtyard, only to be inadvertently discovered by Xiao Ming. Seeing his scheme thwarted, this good brother resorted to self-harm, striking his own chest and casting blame on Xiao Ming, claiming he was the one who had injured him. I considered you all family, yet you treat me as refuse? One without conscience casts mud upon me, while another without discernment seeks to judge metrically laughable. Reflecting on the events of the day, Xiao Ming felt the sting of injustice as he was wrongfully accused for merely witnessing his brother's depravity. His parents' bias was evident, utterly disregarding his feelings, and a chill spread across his face. Ding! Host grievance detected. Life choice system successfully bound. The host may now make the following choices. Choice 1. Endure humiliation, swallow one's pride, confess to the accusations before parents, brother, and kin, continuing as the good eldest son, the family's pillar of support, and receive the survival beginner gift pack. Choice 2. Die to affirm one's innocence, committing suicide to let parents and kin live in remorse and guilt, and receive the Ghost Path beginner gift pack. Choice 3. Sever ties, publicly renounce the family, and repay their nurturing debt, embarking on a new life apart from them, and receive the God and Demon beginner gift pack. Choice 4. Argue with reason, using eloquence to clarify the truth to parents and kin, allowing them to discern right from wrong and absolve his grievances, receiving the Confucian Path beginner gift pack. As disappointment washed over Xiao Ming in regard to his parents, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. His gaze sharpened. A system? Glancing briefly at the options, Xiao Ming made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your choice. You have received the God and Demon beginner gift pack. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. 1 Nirvana Creation Pill. Congratulations for acquiring the Supreme Technique, Chaos Path Demon Sutra, and congratulations for receiving the life-saving item, 1,000-mile Divine Travel Talisman. All rewards have been automatically placed in the system space and can be extracted with one click once the host completes the choice. Nirvana Creation Pill contains the mysterious power of Nirvana creation, capable of reviving the dead and transforming the physique of mundane beings, aligning them with the cultivation technique, Chaos Path Demon Sutra. The supreme technique created by the Chaos Path Demon God, using the righteous energy of heaven and earth as a guide, supplemented with demonic power. Mastering the forces of both the Tao and demon, evolving into divine manifestations. Cultivating to the ultimate level can shatter chaos, transcending heaven and earth to become the Chaos Path Demon God. 1,000-mile Divine Travel Talisman. Upon use, it allows teleportation to a location thousands of miles away, disregarding any spatial restrictions based on cultivation. Upon reviewing the system's rewards, Xiao Ming felt a surge of astonishment. Setting aside the impressive nature of the Nirvana Creation Pill and Chaos Path Demon Sutra, just the 1,000-mile Divine Travel Talisman alone would enable him to leave the Xiao family with ease. With the system and these rewards at his disposal, why should he endure the humiliation of remaining in the Xiao family? However, these rewards could only be extracted after making his choice. Thus, he decided to sever all ties with the Xiao family completely. Bang! You insolent wretch, will you not kneel? Seeing that Xiao Ming remained unmoved despite his furious rebuke, Xiao Tiansong was incensed, smashing the tea table. The onlookers in the hall were struck with trepidation. Minger, kneel and confess your wrongdoings to your father, your brother, and your clan sister. Even if it was a moment of impulse, you have caused a grave disaster. If your attitude does not improve, your mother will find it difficult to intercede on your behalf. Following Xiao Tainkang's words, Lin Wanxing spoke up. Confess. What crime should I confess? Gazing at his biased parents, a cold smile crept across Xiao Ming's face. His deeds were his, yet I am to bear the blame. Why do you not first inquire the party involved? You seem to judge me without hesitation, as if he is your son, and I am not your son. With an icy glare, he rebuked Xiao Tiansong and Lin Wanxing, then pointed to a woman in white within the hall. This person was none other than Xiao Yuting, a clan sister he had grown up alongside, sharing a bond of affection. Very well, so you refuse to confess? Truly unrepentant. Yuting, speak the truth. Hearing Xiao Ming dare to refute them, Xiao Tainkang's voice turned icy as he glared at Xiao Yuting. At his command, Xiao Yuting trembled, a look of struggle crossing her face. Slowly, she lifted her head. It was he who invited me to the courtyard for tea. After I finished drinking, I lost consciousness, and as for what happened afterward, I cannot recall at all. Once Xiao Yuting's words fell, the hall erupted in disbelief. Everyone stared at Xiao Ming with expressions of incredulity. What they had thought was a wrongful accusation against Xiao Ming now appeared to be the truth of the matter. Cultivation realms, refining body, opening meridians, condensing yuan, xiandan, spirit sea, cave heaven, law aspect, nirvana, ascending to heaven, entering saint, king, quasi-emperor, emperor monarch, illustration of Lin Wanxing. Additionally, it should be noted that after the protagonist betrays his family, he will not perish during the initial confrontation with his brother. However, during their subsequent clash within the Imperial Banner, the sacred ground behind them will also face annihilation. This was part of the original design. Those who find this objectionable may seek out stories of indiscriminate slaughter instead, and refrain from criticizing without fully engaging with the narrative. Chapter 2. This child is inherently rebellious and must not be spared. I never anticipated that the young master would commit such absurd acts. I once believed he was the hope of the Xiao family, but beneath his seemingly gentlemanly exterior lurks such filth and baseness. I told you, this young master is no good. His previous kindness to the clan was merely a fraud. You all doubted me, accusing me of jealousy. He is truly despicable. I once idolized him, only to discover he is this kind of person. How abhorrent. As Xiao Yuting's words faded, whispers filled the hall. Many clan members began to secretly disdain and revile the young master who had once filled them with pride. Perhaps this is the nature of betrayal. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Xiao Ming, What else do you have to say? Xiao Tiance, entirely dismissive of the authenticity of these words, roared at Xiao Ming once more, his fury ablaze. A terrifying aura swept through the hall, pressing down upon Xiao Ming like an immense mountain. Yet he stood unyielding, as steadfast as a pine tree. Huh! The world has declined, and the hearts of men have become ancient. I once thought that justice resided within the hearts of men, that some would uphold their moral compass. I never imagined they would be such sycophantic and repulsive creatures. Xiao Ming sneered coldly, his gaze icy as he met Xiao Yiting's eyes. That look made her shudder, and she quickly turned her head, unable to hold his gaze. What do you mean? Are you implying that Yiting would conspire with your brother to frame you, sacrificing her purity and reputation? Utterly absurd and inexcusable. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Tiance's countenance darkened, his tone chilling as he spoke. Considering you are my son, I will grant you one final opportunity. If you sincerely admit your mistakes and seek forgiveness from your brother and the clan, I may be lenient forgiveness? Ridiculously laughable. Before Xiao Tiance could finish, Xiao Ming interrupted with a cold laugh. I, Xiao Ming, dare to swear to the heavens that if what they say is true, I willingly accept divine retribution. Do they dare? His words echoed like thunder in the Xiao family hall, causing Xiao Tiance and Lin Wanqing to change countenance dramatically. In the Cangyuan Realm, swearing to the heavens incurs karmic ties should the oath be false or broken. One may not suffer divine retribution, but the influence of heaven and earth could breed inner demons, leading to future cultivation backlash. Thus, no one would dare to swear unless their heart was pure. Presumptuous. Who permitted you to speak to your parents in such a manner and malign my character? As Xiao Ming's words fell, the previously silent Xiao Ren suddenly erupted, unleashing his cultivation and striking at Xiao Ming. Dare to slander me? Kneel before me. This unexpected turn of events caused the hall to gasp, as it was evident that Xiao Run had grown frantic. Daring to strike your own brother, you truly are the apple of their eye. Xiao Ming merely chuckled coldly, channeling his own cultivation to counter the blow. The two brothers collided with a resounding explosion that rocked the hall, and Xiao Run was sent flying, crying out in pain. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing reacted swiftly, catching Xiao Ren before he crashed into the wall. Though Xiao Ren possessed innate supreme bones, making him physically stronger than his brother, he had started cultivating 2 years later, and his supreme bones had yet to fully mature. His cultivation had only just broken into the Spirit Sea realm, rendering him vastly inferior to Xiao Ming. Outrageous! How dare you injure your own brother in front of the clan? The family raised you, is it merely for you to act tyrannically? Seeing Xiao Ren sent flying, Xiao Tiance's fury reached its zenith. Someone, seize this ungrateful child, execute him with a fire whip as per clan regulations, and cast him into the dungeon to reflect for half a year. At Xiao Tiance's command, the crowd's expressions shifted drastically. The fire whip punishment was the most brutal in the Xiao family. Should Xiao Ming face such a punishment, he might not die, but he would certainly suffer grievously. It seemed the patriarch was dead serious. It was he who struck first, yet I alone am to be punished. You truly are a splendid father and a remarkable patriarch. Upon hearing Xiao Tiance's command, a glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes as he continued, devoid of emotion. Thus, from this day forth, our bond is severed. I, Xiao Ming, shall no longer be a member of the Xiao family. You wish to betray the Xiao family. With this declaration, the expressions of those present changed. Xiao Tiance's demeanor grew grim, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Ming. For so many years, the family has nurtured you, expending vast resources to cultivate you to this point, and you wish to betray us over a trivial matter. As Xiao Tiance finished speaking, Lin Wanqing's face was filled with disappointment. Minger, you have truly disappointed your mother. Your brother acted impulsively, but you should not have harmed him. Now you have injured him and still wish to sever ties with us? What are your father and mother sacrifices? Do you think you can repay the Xiao family's nurturing over the years? She adopted a motherly tone, chastising Xiao Ming sternly. After all, Xiao Ming had always been sensible and obedient, harboring an unbreakable bond with the Xiao family. How could he easily sever their ties? You say so much. Is it not simply because you raised me that you believe I owe you everything? that I am inherently indebted to you. Thus, you think you can stand on a moral high ground to compel me to do anything. You even impose baseless accusations upon me, forcing me to shoulder the blame for this beast, becoming your scapegoat to appease your favored son in the Tai Chi sacred land. In the face of his parents' moral coercion, Xiao Ming offered a merciless mockery. Silence. As Xiao Ming laid bare the truth, Xiao Tiance and Lin Wanqing could not help but shout in unison. Is it not permissible to speak the truth? Xiao Ming, undeterred, laughed mockingly. Regarding this individual's character, you are all as clear as day. Yet because he possesses supreme bones and has the support of the Tai Chi sacred land, coupled with his inexplicable disappearance for 11 years, you feel indebted to him. So you strive to appease him, shielding his misdeeds, hoping to instill a sense of belonging to the Xiao family. As he rises to become the son of the Tai Chi sacred land, or even a powerful figure, the Xiao family hopes to ascend alongside him. Not just you two, but all of you. As Xiao Ming's words fell, the Xiao family could no longer remain calm. The elders' faces darkened, and they shouted in unison. Dare to slander the many elders of the Xiao family? This child is utterly insufferable. His cultivation should be abolished, and he must be expelled from the Xiao family. Disrespecting parents and elders, this child is inherently rebellious and must not be allowed to remain. Originally, considering he is the family's young master and has made significant contributions, the family could have considered leniency. Yet this unrepentant child, if the Xiao family does not impose severe punishment, how will we instill fear and respect in the world in the future? Chapter 3. The misery of parenthood, to have a son like this. To forfeit my cultivation and be banished from a Xiao family? Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on the couple, Xiao Tiance and Lin Wanqing. Since you believe that the family has given birth to me and raised me, I owe you my existence. Then today, I shall return to you all my cultivation and the physique you bestowed upon me. As he finished speaking, Xiao Ming's cultivation erupted violently, his blood and true essence surging forth recklessly. Rebellious son, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's alarming words, Xiao Tian's expression changed drastically. Even Lin Wanqing and the members of the Xiao family widened their eyes in shock. There exists an ancient secret technique within the Xiao family's tower that allows one to instantly burn all cultivation and self-destruct the physique to condense a bone relic. Consuming this relic can induce a transformation in another's foundational essence. This relic bears a value sufficient to repay your nurturing grace. With these words, Xiao Ming formed a mysterious seal with his hands, reversing the true essence and blood within him. The pure yang energy and all his cultivation coalesced into a bone relic as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. This action caused Xiao Tiance and Lin Wanqing's eyes to widen in disbelief, their faces reflecting an unprecedented panic. Rebellious son, stop! Ming or no. But by the time they regained their senses, it was already too late. The bone relic had fully formed, and Xiao Ming's cultivation was entirely obliterated, the pure yang aura dissipated without a trace. His once black hair turned white in that moment, as if proclaiming the injustice he had suffered today. At that instant, the entire hall of the Xiao family fell into a deathly silence, everyone staring blankly at Xiao Ming and the relic hovering before him. They could not fathom how events had escalated to this point. The pride of the family, the young master, had become so extreme after enduring such unmerited grievances. To self-destruct one's cultivation and physique was a resolve that none present could emulate. This man had truly lost his mind. Whether it is the grace of birth or the grace of nurturing, this bone relic is sufficient to repay all debts of gratitude. From this day forth I, Xiao Ming, will have no further ties with the two of you or the Xiao family. With that, Xiao Ming turned to leave, showing no sign of reluctance. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing your selection. All rewards have been unlocked, and you may now extract them at will. As Xiao Ming turned, the system's prompt echoed, bringing a smile to his face. The 3 major rewards were now his, and he could embrace a new future. Watching Xiao Ming's retreating figure, all present exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Neither Xiao Tiance nor Lin Wanqing, nor the elders of the Xiao family knew what to say. A flicker of pain and guilt flashed in Xiao Yiting's eyes, Had she not feared the repercussions from the Tai's sacred land, dreading retaliation from a disciple of the sacred land, and had she spoken the truth instead of casting blame on Xiao Ming, perhaps the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. Wait, did I say you could leave? Just as Xiao Ming was about to exit the hall, Xiao Ren suddenly spoke, his face twisted with malice, his voice laced with a chilling intent. Since you have severed ties with our parents, you are no longer my brother. Now it is my turn to settle the score. Hearing Xiao Ren's words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They could hardly believe he would utter such things. Renner, what do you intend to do? Your brother has already been rendered powerless. What more do you seek to settle? Lin Wanqing, filled with unease, asked nervously. But before she could finish, she was cut off by Xiao Ren. What brother? Did you not hear that he has already severed ties with us? Do you wish to shamelessly ask him to be my brother? Does he even deserve it? Coldly interrupting Lin Wanqing, Xiao Ren turned his gaze upon Xiao Ming. As a traitor of the Xiao family, not only did you slander my character, but you also dared to injure me. It seems you truly seek death. With that, Xiao Ren unleashed his cultivation, a terrifying killing intent spreading rapidly. Renner, what do you mean? Do you seek his life? Xiao Tiance, now fully aware, looked at his youngest son in shock, unable to comprehend his ruthlessness. As a core disciple of the Tai sacred land, with prospects of becoming a saintly heir, how can I allow a family traitor to humiliate me? This is a blatant affront to the sacred land. If this matter were to reach my master's ears, even with my intercession on behalf of the Xiao family, they would still face the wrath of the sacred land. Thus, I cannot let this traitor leave unscathed. As these words fell, the members of the Xiao family felt a chill, each one trembling in fear as they regarded Xiao Ren. It appeared that Xiao Ren was not merely aligned with the sacred land, but rather with a ruthless demonic sect. Renner, please don't do this. I implore you, regardless of everything, he is still your brother. In a whirlwind of emotions, Lin Wanqing begged through tear-filled eyes. But before she could finish, her words only provoked Xiao Ren further. Silence. I'll say it again. He is not my brother. Just a family traitor, blind and ignorant, unaware of his own demise. Xiao Ren shouted angrily, then turned to Xiao Ming, his expression growing increasingly sinister, his face filled with delight. So what if he was a biological brother? To provoke him meant facing death. Not only does he tyrannize within the family, attempting to defile his own sister, but now he seeks to kill his own brother. This is the beloved, cherished youngest son of yours, truly a source of irony. As Xiao Ren approached him step by step, none from the Xiao family, including his parents, dared to intervene. Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh. To be a parent to have a son like this is indeed a profound sorrow. How dare you kneel before this young master? Xiao Ren, infuriated by the words, immediately unleashed his cultivation and charged at Xiao Ming, striking down with a powerful palm. Xiao Ming traversed into a fantastical realm, only to be falsely accused by his unscrupulous younger brother, which incited him to sever ties with his family in a fit of rage. Faced with such treachery, what was he to do? Within the human emperor's banner, there lay a prestigious seat. What if his parents favored his newborn brother? Simply would continue to dote upon the younger son within the human emperor's banner. And should insolent individuals dare to provoke him while attempting to seize treasures, he would first refine their souls and cultivation, repurposing them before sending them into the human emperor's banner. What if celestial maidens or demonic seductresses sought to plot against him? Xiao Ming chuckled. Do I even need to say anything about that? The Holy Land celestial maiden exclaimed, Xiao Ming, you have tarnished my purity. Wherever you go from now on, I shall follow you to the ends of the earth, even unto death. Chapter 1. The deed was his, yet I bear the blame. Esteemed friends, this tale features multiple heroines adorned with illustrations aplenty. Would you care to convene within the human emperor's banner? In the eastern domain, within the northern Xian territory. Xiao Family Hall. Xiao Ming, are you truly so audacious as to attempt to violate your own cousin and inflict grave injuries upon your brother? Do you think that being the young master of the Xiao family grants you the right to act with such impunity? As this furious declaration echoed, Xiao Ming's expression grew ever more frigid. Originally, he was a nameless youth from Blue Star, sharing the same name Xiao Ming who accidentally traversed to this world 19 years ago. Blessed with a pure, yang spiritual body and memories from his past life, he exhibited astonishing talent for cultivation. He began refining his body at 8, successfully opened his meridians at 10, entered the condensation of yuan at 12, ascended to the Cangyuan Realm at 15, and at 18, he stepped into the Spirit Sea. Now at 19, he had reached the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, a prodigy unparalleled in the Xiao family's history for centuries. His brother, Xiao Run, was abducted by a peculiar old man when he was merely 5 years old, vanishing for a full 11 years. Until half a year ago, it was revealed that the mysterious old man was the peak master of the Tai Holy Land, possessing the terrifying cultivation of the 7th level of the Saint Realm. That he had taken Xiao Run, recognizing his unique constitution, which harbored the embryonic form of a supreme bone. In haste, he brought Xiao Run to be cultivated as his disciple within the Tai Holy Land. During the past 6 months, the Xiao family had showered Xiao Run with adoration due to his unexpected return and extraordinary adventures. Whatever Xiao Run desired, the family would acquiesce. Even when this extraordinary brother displayed a tempestuous temperament, threatening violence at the slightest provocation, the couple Xiao Tiankai and the elders regarded him as a treasured gem. Today, this extraordinary brother had laid eyes upon a cousin, attempting to seduce her in the courtyard, only to be stumbled upon by Xiao Ming. In a desperate attempt to cover his tracks, this so-called good brother harmed himself, striking his own chest and casting blame upon Xiao Ming, claiming he was the one who inflicted the injury. I considered you family, yet you treat me as refuse? One who thoughtlessly sullies my name, and another who judges without discernment is truly absurd. Recalling the events of the day, Xiao Ming felt a chill as he realized he was falsely accused after merely witnessing Xiao Ren's disgraceful act. His parents, biased toward his brother, disregarded his feelings entirely, and a cold light flickered across Xiao Ming's face. Ding! Host's unjust suffering detected life choice system binding successful. The host may proceed with the following choices. Choice 1. Endure humiliation and accept the unjust blame, apologizing to parents, brother, and clansmen, continuing to be the good eldest son and the family's pillar for the future, receiving the survival beginner gift pack. Choice 2. Die to make a statement, committing suicide to prove his innocence, ensuring his parents and clansmen live in regret and guilt, receiving the ghost beginner gift pack. Choice 3. Sever ties, publicly break relations with parents and clansmen, repaying their nurturing while embarking on a new life, receiving the divine demon beginner gift pack. Choice 4. Argue rationally, using eloquent speech to reason with parents and clansmen, helping them discern right from wrong, and clear his name, receiving the Confucian beginner gift pack. As disappointment toward his parents washed over him, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened. System. Casting a brief glance over the options, Xiao Ming made his choice without hesitation. System. I choose 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a choice. You have received the Divine Demon Beginner Gift Pack. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward Nirvana Creation Pill. Congratulations for acquiring the Supreme Technique, Chaos Tao Demon Scripture. And congratulations for receiving the life-saving item, 1000-Mile Divine Travel Talisman. All rewards have been automatically placed in the system space, available for one-click extraction upon completion of your choice. Nirvana Creation Pill contains profoundly mysterious powers of rebirth and creation, capable of reviving the dead and transforming the physiques of mundane beings to align with their cultivation techniques. Chaos Tao Demon Scripture, a supreme technique created by the Chaos Tao Demon God, drawing from the righteous energy of the heavens and the malevolent forces of the demonic realm, mastering the power of both Tao and demon to evolve into myriad divine beings. Cultivating to the pinnacle allows one to shatter chaos, transcending the realms to become a Chaos Tao Demon God. 1000-Mile Divine Travel Talisman, upon use, allows teleportation across vast distances, ignoring any spatial seals related to cultivation during the journey. Upon reviewing the rewards presented by the system, Xiao Ming's heart raced with astonishment. Setting aside the remarkable Nirvana Creation Pill and Chaos Tao Demon Scripture, just the 1000-Mile Divine Travel Talisman would enable him to depart from the Xiao family with ease. With the system and these rewards at his disposal, why should he remain in the Xiao family to endure their tyranny? However, these rewards could only be extracted upon completion of his choice, thus, he would sever all ties with the Xiao family. Bang! Wretched creature, still not kneeling. Seeing Xiao Ming remain unmoved under his furious reprimand, Xiao Tiankai was seething with rage, smashing the tea table. The onlookers in the hall were struck with trepidation. Ming-er, quickly kneel and acknowledge your wrongdoing. Apologize to your father, brother, and cousin. Even if this was a moment of impulse, you have caused a grave calamity. If your attitude does not improve, even your mother cannot intercede for you after Xiao Tiansai's admonition. Lin Wanqing interjected. Acknowledge my guilt. What guilt is there to acknowledge? Gazing at his biased parents, a cold smile graced Xiao Ming's face. The deed was his, yet I bear the blame. Why do you not first inquire of the party involved? You only know to judge me, as if he is your son, and I am not? With an icy glare, Xiao Ming rebuked Xiao Tiankai and Lin Wanqing, then pointed at a woman in white within the hall. This was Xiao Yuting, a cousin he had grown up with, sharing a bond of affection. Very well, you refuse to acknowledge your crime? Truly unrepentant. Yuting, speak the truth. Hearing Xiao Ming dare to rebut them, Xiao Tiansai's tone turned icy as he turned to Xiao Yuting and bellowed. At his command, Xiao Yuting trembled, a look of conflict crossing her features. Gradually, she raised her head. He invited me to the courtyard for tea, and after I finished drinking, I lost consciousness. As for what transpired afterward, I have no recollection. With Xiao Yuting's words, the hall erupted in disbelief. All gazes turned to Xiao Ming, astonished that he had been wronged, and that the accusations were indeed true. Realms, body refinement, meridian opening, yuan condensation, Xiandan, spirit sea, cave heaven, dharma aspect, nirvana, ascension, saint entry, saint king, quasi-emperor, emperor lord. Illustration of Lin Wanqing. Moreover, it should be stated that after the protagonist betrays his family, he will not perish in the first confrontation with his brother. However, during the subsequent duel within the Emperor's banner, the sacred grounds behind it will meet their demise. This was all part of the initial design. Those who are averse to this concept may seek out other narratives of indiscriminate slaughter and refrain from criticizing without fully engaging with the story. Chapter 2. This young man is inherently rebellious. He must not be allowed to remain. I truly did not expect that the young master would commit such an outrageous act. I once believed he was the hope of the Xiao family, only to discover that beneath his seemingly gentlemanly facade lies a heart so filthy and despicable. I told you, this young master is not to be trusted. His past kindness towards the clan was merely a facade. You all doubted me, accusing me of jealousy. Bah, what a wretch. I once idolized him, only to find out he is this sort of person. How absurd. Following Xiao Yuting's words, whispers circulated throughout the hall. Many clan members began to secretly despise and scorn the young master, who had once made them proud. Perhaps this is the fate of those who fall from grace. Xiao Ming, what more can you say? Xiao Tiance, entirely oblivious to the veracity of the words exchanged, once more erupted in fury, shouting at Xiao Ming. A terrifying aura swept through the hall, leaving Xiao Ming feeling as if an immense mountain was bearing down upon him. Yet he felt no fear, standing tall like a resilient pine. How the world has declined, and the hearts of men have grown cold. I once believed that justice resides in the hearts of men, that there would always be those who uphold their moral principles. Yet, it appears that the nauseating sycophants have prevailed. Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Xiao Yuting. That look caused Xiao Yuting to shudder, hastily averting her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. What do you mean? Do you imply that Yuting would conspire with your brother to frame you, sacrificing her own purity and reputation? Utterly ridiculous, irredeemable. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Tian's expression darkened considerably, his voice chillingly cold. Considering you are my son, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you sincerely admit your mistakes and seek forgiveness from your brother and the clan, I might still show leniency. Forgiveness? That is laughably absurd. Before Xiao Tians could finish, Xiao Ming interrupted with a cold chuckle. I, Xiao Ming, dare to swear to the heavens that if what they say is true, I will accept the heavens' wrath. Do they dare? His words reverberated like thunder within the Xiao family hall, causing Xiao Tiance and Lin Wanqing to change countenance dramatically. In the Cangyuan Realm, swearing to the heavens carries karmic consequences should the oath prove false or be violated. One may not face divine retribution directly, yet the heart may be plagued by inner demons, leading to a backlash in cultivation. Thus, unless one possesses a clear conscience, no one would dare to make such a vow. Impudent! Who allowed you to speak to your parents in such a manner, slandering my character? After Xiao Ming's declaration, the previously silent Xiao Ren suddenly erupted, unleashing his power and striking out at Xiao Ming. Dare to slander me? Kneel before me. Such an unexpected turn left the crowd in shock, as it was evident that Xiao Ren was agitated. Daring to strike your own brother, truly a testament to your cherished nature. Xiao Ming merely scoffed, channeling his own power to counter with a palm strike, resulting in a fierce collision between the brothers. A deafening explosion echoed through the hall, and Xiao Ren cried out as he was sent flying. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing reacted swiftly, catching Xiao Ren before he crashed into the wall. Though Xiao Ren possessed the Supreme Bone and had a stronger physique than his elder brother, he had only recently begun his cultivation 2 years later, and his Supreme Bone had yet to fully mature at present. He had just broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, vastly overshadowed by his elder brother's prowess. Impudent! How dare you injure your own brother in front of the clan? The family raised and nurtured you. Is this how you repay them? Seeing Xiao Ren sent flying, Xiao Tiance's fury reached its peak. Seize this rebellious child and execute the fire whip punishment according to clan law. Then confine him to the dungeons for 6 months of reflection. Upon hearing Xiao Tiance's command, the faces of the onlookers changed dramatically. The fire whip punishment is the most brutal punishment in the Xiao family. If Xiao Ming is subjected to it, he may not die, but he will certainly suffer greatly. It seems the clan leader is indeed serious. It was he who struck first, yet I am the only one to be punished. You truly are a wonderful father and clan leader. Upon hearing Xiao Tiance's order, a glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes, his voice devoid of emotion as he continued. From this day forth, let our ties be severed. I, Xiao Ming, shall no longer be a member of the Xiao family. You wish to betray the Xiao family. At the utterance of these words, the expressions of the Xiao family members shifted. Xiao Tiance's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed icily upon Xiao Ming. The family has nurtured you for so many years, expending vast resources to raise you to this level, and you wish to forsake them for a trivial matter? As Xiao Tiance finished speaking, Lin Wanqing wore a face of disappointment. Ming-er, you have truly disappointed your mother. Your brother acted impulsively, but you should not have struck him. Now, you have injured him and wish to sever ties with us? What do you think of the sacrifices made by your father and mother? Do you truly believe you can disregard the Xiao family's nurturing over the years? She scolded him with the demeanor of a mother, knowing that Xiao Ming had always been obedient and caring. With deep ties to the Xiao family, how could he easily sever their bond? You say so much. Is it not because you believe that since you birthed and raised me, everything I possess comes from you, and I owe you a great debt? Thus, you feel entitled to stand on the moral high ground and force me to do anything. You even impose baseless accusations upon me, coercing me to take the blame for this beast, becoming your scapegoat to curry favor with the Tai Chi sacred land. Confronted with the moral coercion of these so-called parents, Xiao Ming mercilessly mocked them at that moment. Silence. As the truth of the matter was laid bare by Xiao Ming, both Xiao Tiance and Lin Wanqing could not help but shout in unison. Ha ha ha! Can you not bear the truth? Xiao Ming did not relent, but instead laughed derisively. As for this fellow's character, you are all well aware. But because he possesses the Supreme Bone and has the backing of the Tai Chi sacred land, coupled with his mysterious disappearance for 11 years, you feel you owe him too much. Hence, you seek to please him, sheltering his misdeeds, in hopes of fostering a sense of belonging to the Xiao family. And when he ultimately becomes the disciple of the Tai Chi sacred land, perhaps even a powerful figure, the Xiao family may rise through him. Not just you two, but even the rest of you. As Xiao Ming's words echoed, the Xiao family was thrown into disarray. The elders' faces turned ashen, each one shouting in cold tones. Daring to slander the many elders of the Xiao family, this young man is utterly arrogant and should have his cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Xiao family. Disrespecting parents and disregarding kin, this young man is inherently rebellious and must not be allowed to remain. I had intended to show leniency, considering he is the young master of the family and has contributed significantly in the past. But this child is now unrepentant. If the Xiao family does not impose severe punishment, how can we maintain our authority in the world? Chapter 3. To be a parent, to have such a son, is truly tragic. To abolish my cultivation and expel me from the Xiao family? Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, his gaze shifting to the couple, Xiao Tiansu and Lin Wanqing. Since you believe that the family has given me life and raised me, I am inherently indebted to you. Then today, I shall return my cultivation and the physique you bestowed upon me. With that, Xiao Ming's cultivation erupted explosively, his blood and true essence surging wildly. Unfilial son, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's alarming words, Xiao Tian's expression changed dramatically. Even Lin Wanqing and the others from the Xiao family found their pupils constricting in shock. There exists an ancient secret technique within the Xiao family's loft, capable of allowing one to instantly burn all their cultivation, self-destruct their physique, and condense. A bone relic. Consuming this relic can induce a transformation in another's foundation. The value contained within this relic is sufficient to repay your nurturing grace. As the words fell, Xiao Ming formed a mysterious seal with his hands, and the true essence and blood within him instantly reversed. The pure yang energy and all his cultivation coalesced into a bone relic with a single spurt of blood. Such an act caused Xiao Tian, Su, and Lin Wanqing's pupils to dilate, their faces finally revealing an unprecedented panic. Unfilial son, stop. Ming or no. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. The bone relic had fully formed, and Xiao Ming's entire cultivation had vanished without a trace, the pure yang aura dissipating entirely. His once black hair turned white in that moment, a testament to the grievances he had suffered today. At that instant, the entire Xiao family hall fell into a deathly silence, everyone staring blankly at Xiao Ming and the relic hovering before him. No one could have anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. The pride of the family, the young master, had become so extreme after enduring such injustice. To abandon his own cultivation and destroy his own physique, none present could have acted with such determination. This man had truly lost his mind. Whether it be the grace of birth or the grace of nurturing, this bone relic is enough to repay all kindness. From this day forth I, Xiao Ming, shall have no ties with either of you or the Xiao family. With that, Xiao Ming turned to leave, devoid of any lingering attachment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the choice. All rewards are now unlocked, and the host may extract them at will. As Xiao Ming turned, the system prompt sounded, bringing a smile to his face. With 3 great rewards in hand, he could now embrace a future of boundless possibilities. As they watched Xiao Ming's departing figure, all present exchanged glances of disbelief. Neither Xiao Tian, Su, nor Lin Wanqing, nor any of the elders of the Xiao family knew what to say. In Xiao Yating's eyes, a flicker of pain and guilt crossed her features. Had she not feared the Tai, Holy Land behind Shaoran, worried about offending such a disciple and facing retribution in the future, perhaps she would have spoken the truth, instead of placing the blame on Xiao Ming. The situation might not have escalated to this point. Wait, did I say you could leave? Just as Xiao Ming was about to exit the hall, Shaoran suddenly spoke, his face twisted with malice, his voice carrying a chilling intent. Since you have severed ties with our parents, you are no longer my brother. Now it is my turn to settle the score. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They looked at Xiao Run in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would say such a thing. Renner, what do you intend to do? Your brother has already been crippled. What do you wish to settle in? Wanqing asked nervously, her voice tinged with anxiety. But before she could finish, Xiao Run interrupted her. What brother? Did you not hear him severing ties with us just now? Do you still wish to shamelessly call on your brother? Is he worthy? Coldly cutting off Lin Wanqing, Xiao Ren turned his gaze to Xiao Ming. As a traitor of the Xiao family, not only has he slandered my character, but he also dared to injure me just now. It seems he truly seeks death. With that, Xiao summoned his cultivation, a terrifying murderous intent spreading rapidly. Renner, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to take his life? Xiao Tian-su, now realizing the situation, looked at his younger son in shock, unable to believe his cruelty. As a core disciple of the Tai, Holy Land, with prospects of becoming a holy son, how can I allow a family traitor to insult me so? This is a blatant affront to the Holy Land. If this reaches my master's ears, even if I plead on behalf of the Xiao family, we will face the wrath of the Holy Land. Thus, I cannot allow this traitor to leave unscathed. As these words fell, a chilling silence enveloped the Xiao family, everyone trembling in fear as they regarded Xiao. It seemed that while Xiao had joined the Holy Land, he had also embraced a path of merciless violence. Renner, please reconsider, I beg you. Your brother is still your flesh and blood in a whirlwind of confusion. Lin Wanqing pleaded with tear-filled eyes. But her words only served to provoke Xiao further. Silence. I shall say this once more. He is not my brother. He is merely a blind, slanderous traitor of the family. Xiao roared, turning his gaze upon Xiao Ming with an increasingly sinister expression, delight dancing across his face. What if he was a blood relative? Dare to provoke him, and one must face death. Not only does he run rampant within the family, attempting to violate his own sister, now he seeks to kill his own brother. This is the cherished son you adore, truly a source of irony as Xiao advanced towards him. Neither the Xiao family nor his parents dared to intervene. Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh. To be a parent, to have such a son, is indeed tragic. How dare you? Kneel before this young master. Xiao erupted in fury, unleashing his cultivation and charging at Xiao Ming, striking down with a fierce palm. Xiao Ming traversed into a fantastical realm, only to be falsely accused by his unscrupulous younger brother, leading him to sever ties with his family in a fit of rage. What to do when confronted with such treachery? Within the imperial banner of humanity, there exists a noble seat. What if his parents favor his newly born brother? Simply shall enter the imperial banner and continue to indulge the younger son. And should an audacious individual dare to provoke him and covet his treasures, he will first refine their essence and soul, utilizing the useless before sending them into the imperial banner. Should celestial maidens and demonic enchantresses plot against him, what then? Xiao Ming chuckled. Do I even need to say? Chapter 1. The mischief was his, but the blame falls on me? Dear friends, this tome features multiple female protagonists with abundant illustrations. Would you care to convene within the imperial banner? In the eastern domain, northern Xian territory, the hall of the Xiao family. Xiao Ming, do you truly believe that as the young master of the Xiao family, you can act with such impunity? You attempted to violate your own cousin and even gravely injured your brother. With a thunderous accusation, Xiao Ming's expression grew increasingly frigid. Originally a nameless youth from Blue Star, also named Xiao Ming, he unexpectedly crossed into this world 19 years ago. Born with a pure yang spiritual body and possessing memories from his past life, he exhibited astonishing talent for cultivation from a young age. He began body refinement at 8, successfully opened meridians by 10, entered the essence condensation stage at 12, advanced to the profound pill stage at 15, and stepped into the spirit sea at 18. Now, at 19, he stands at the 5th level of the spirit sea, the most gifted individual the Xiao family has seen in centuries. His younger brother, Xiao, was abducted by a mysterious elder at the tender age of 5 and had been missing for 11 long years until half a year ago. That enigmatic elder turned out to be the peak master of the Tai sacred land, possessing a terrifying cultivation level of the 7th stage of saint entry. The elder had perceived Xiao unique constitution, which harbored the embryonic form of the supreme bone. With pressing matters at hand, he took Xiao as his disciple to nurture within the Tai sacred land. In the ensuing 6 months, the Xiao family has showered Xiao with adoration due to his miraculous fortunes. Whatever he desired was granted, even though this younger brother exhibited a rather explosive temperament, often threatening to lash out. Despite this, the couple of Xiao, Tiansong, and several elders treated him as their treasure. On this day, the overly gifted younger brother had his eyes set on a cousin and, after incapacitating her, intended to act indiscriminately in the courtyard, only to be inadvertently interrupted by Xiao Ming. Upon realizing his scheme was discovered, this good brother resorted to self-harm, striking his own chest and falsely accusing Xiao Ming of the assault. I regard you all as family, yet you treat me as refuse? One who lacks conscience to tarnish my name, while another who judges without discernment, though utterly ridiculous. Reflecting on the events of the day, Xiao Ming felt the sting of injustice. Having merely stumbled upon Xiao Ren's heinous act, he found himself unjustly branded with an unfounded crime. His parents, swayed by bias, disregarded his feelings entirely, prompting a chill to settle across Xiao Ming's visage. Ding! Host detected injustice, suffered life, choice system successfully bound. The host may proceed with the following selections. Option 1. Endure humiliation, accept the blame, apologize to parents, brother, and clan, continue being the good eldest son, and the family's future pillar, and receive the survival beginner's gift package. Option 2. Make a resolute statement by committing suicide to prove innocence, allowing parents and clan to live in regret and guilt, and receive the ghost beginner's gift package. Option 3. Sever all ties, publicly renounce parents and kin, repay their nurturing grace, and embark on a new life, receiving the divine and demon beginner's gift package. Option 4. Argue rationally, employing eloquence to enlighten parents and clan, helping them discern right from wrong and clear his name, receiving the Confucian beginner's gift package. As disappointment in his parents mounted, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened. System? After briefly scanning the options, Xiao Ming made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a choice. You have received the divine and demon beginner's gift package. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Nirvana transformation pill, the supreme technique Chaos Tao demon scripture, and the life-saving item 1000-mile divine travel talisman. All rewards have been automatically placed in the system space, ready for extraction upon completion of the choice. Nirvana transformation pill contains the profoundly mysterious power of nirvana, capable of revitalizing flesh and bone, allowing mundane beings to undergo a transformation in constitution to align with their cultivation. Chaos Tao demon scripture, an unparalleled technique created by the Chaos Tao demon god, utilizing righteous energy of heaven and earth as guidance, supplemented by demonic power, mastering the Tao and demon, and evolving all manifestations of gods and demons. Cultivating to the extreme can shatter chaos, transcending heaven and earth to become the Chaos Tao demon god. 1000-mile divine travel talisman. Upon use, it enables teleportation across vast distances, disregarding any spatial restrictions of cultivation. After perusing the system's rewards, Xiao Ming's heart raced with astonishment. Setting aside the impressive nature of the Nirvana transformation pill and the Chaos Tao demon scripture, the 1000-mile divine travel talisman alone could allow him to escape the Xiao family unscathed. With the system and these rewards at his disposal, why should he remain and endure humiliation? However, the rewards could only be extracted upon making a choice. Thus, he resolved to sever all ties with the Xiao family. Bang! Scoundrel, why aren't you kneeling? Seeing Xiao Ming remain unfazed by his furious outburst, Xiao Tiansong erupted, shattering the tea table. The onlookers in the hall shivered in trepidation. Ming-er, kneel and confess your mistakes to your father, brother, and cousin. Even if your actions were impulsive, you've caused great calamity. If your attitude doesn't improve, even your mother cannot intercede on your behalf. As Xiao Tiansong spoke, Lin Wanqing added, confess your guilt? What guilt must I confess? Gazing at his biased parents, a cold smile graced Xiao Ming's face. Was it not he who committed the misdeed? Yet I bear the brunt of the blame? Why not first inquire of the involved parties? It seems he's your son, while I am not. With a frigid glare, Xiao Ming rebuked Xiao Tiansong and Lin Wanqing, then pointed at a woman in white within the hall. This was Xiao Yiting, a cousin he had grown up alongside, sharing a bond of kinship. Very well, you refuse to confess, do you? Truly incorrigible. Yiting, speak the truth. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's defiance, Xiao Tiansong's tone turned icy as he directed a fierce gaze toward Xiao Yiting. At his words, Xiao Yiting trembled, her face showing signs of struggle. Gradually, she raised her head. It was he who invited me to the courtyard for tea. Once I finished, I lost consciousness. As for what transpired afterward, I have no recollection. With her declaration, the hall erupted in disbelief. Everyone stared at Xiao Ming, astonished at the revelation that he was indeed wronged. It was the truth of the matter. Realm, body refinement, meridian opening, essence condensation, profound pill, spirit sea, cave heaven, law form, nirvana, ascension, saint entry, saint king, quasi-emperor, emperor lord. Illustration of Lin Wanqing. Furthermore, let it be stated that after the protagonist betrays his family, he will not perish during the initial confrontation with his brother. However, in the subsequent duel within the Imperial Banner, the sacred ground behind will also be annihilated. This was the original design. Those who are bothered by it may seek out other stories of indiscriminate slaughter instead of spewing vitriol without having finished reading. Chapter 2. This child is born with a rebellious spirit. He must not be allowed to remain. Alas, I truly did not expect the young master to commit such an outrageous act. I once believed he was the hope of the Xiao family, but beneath his gentlemanly facade lies a heart so filthy and despicable. I told you, this young master is not to be trusted. His kindness towards his kin was merely a fraud. You all doubted me, claiming I was envious of him. Bah, what a wretched creature. How foolish I was to admire him, so I never imagined he would turn out to be such a person. Once Xiao Yuting's words fell, whispers filled the hall. Many clan members began to secretly disdain and revile this once proud young master. Perhaps this is what happens when the walls crumble. Everyone pushes against them. Xiao Ming, what more can you say? Xiao Tianzi, without discerning the truth of the matter, once again erupted in fury, shouting at Xiao Ming. A terrifying aura swept through the hall, making Xiao Ming feel as if an immense mountain was bearing down upon him. Yet, he felt no fear. He stood firm like a towering pine. The world has indeed declined. The hearts of men are no longer pure. I once thought that justice resided within the hearts of men, that there would always be those who uphold their moral integrity. I did not expect to encounter such sycophantic wretches. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy as it rested upon Xiao Yuting. That look made Xiao Yuting shudder, compelling her to turn her head away, unable to meet his eyes. What do you mean? Are you implying that Yuting would conspire with your brother to frame you, sacrificing her own innocence and reputation? Absurd. Utterly hopeless. Xiao Tianzi's face darkened as he spoke, his tone even colder. Considering you are my son, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you are willing to humbly admit your wrongdoings and seek forgiveness from your brother and the clan, I may still be lenient. Forgiveness? That is utterly laughable. Before Xiao Tianzi could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Ming's derisive laughter. I, Xiao Ming, dare to swear to the heavens if what they say is true, I am willing to be struck by divine retribution. Do they dare? His words echoed like thunder in the Xiao family hall, causing Xiao Tianzi and Lin Wanqing to change countenance. In the Cangyuan Realm, swearing to the heavens brings forth karmic ties should the oath be false or violated. One may not face divine punishment, but will suffer internal turmoil, hindering future cultivation. Thus, unless one is utterly confident, no one would dare to swear an oath. Impudence! Who permitted you to speak to your parents in such a manner, slandering my character? After Xiao Ming's proclamation, the previously silent Xiao Ren suddenly erupted, unleashing his power as he struck toward Xiao Ming. Dare to slander me? Kneel before me. This sudden turn of events caused a drastic change in the expressions of those present. It was evident that Xiao Ren was agitated. Dare to strike your own brother? Truly, you are a cherished child. Xiao Ming merely scoffed, channeling his own energy to counter, and the two brothers clashed in an instant. A deafening explosion reverberated through the hall, with Xiao Ren crying out as he was sent flying. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing was quick to react, catching Xiao Ren before he could crash into the wall. Though Xiao Ren possessed the supreme bone and was physically stronger than his elder brother, he had only just recently broken through to the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, lagging behind Xiao Ming, who had practiced for 2 more years. Unbelievable. To injure your own brother in front of the clan. The family nurtured you to repay them with such treachery? Seeing Xiao Ren's plight, Xiao Tianzi was utterly enraged. Bring this ungrateful child away. Execute the fire lash punishment according to clan rules, then imprison him in the dungeon for 6 months of solitary reflection. The moment Xiao Tian's command was issued, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The fire-lash punishment was the most brutal in the Xiao family. If Xiao Ming were to face this punishment, he would not die, but he would certainly suffer. It seemed the head of the family was serious. He struck first, yet I alone am punished. What a splendid father and family head you are. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's order, a glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes as he continued emotionlessly. From this day forth, let our ties be severed. I, Xiao Ming, shall no longer be a member of the Xiao family. You wish to betray the Xiao family. With that declaration, the faces of the Xiao clan members shifted. Xiao Tian's expression darkened, his gaze icy as it bore into Xiao Ming. The family has raised you for so many years, expending vast resources to cultivate you to this point, and you wish to betray us over a trivial matter. As Xiao Tian's words fell, Lin Wanqing's face was filled with disappointment. Minger, you have truly disappointed your mother. Your brother may have acted impulsively, but you should not have struck him. Now, after injuring him, you wish to sever ties with us. What are the sacrifices made by your father and mother? Do you not value the Xiao family's nurturing over the years? She assumed the maternal role, chastising Xiao Ming sternly. After all, Xiao Ming had always been obedient and understanding, harboring deep affection for the Xiao family. How could he so easily sever their bond? You speak so much that I guess it merely because you raised me and provided for me that you believe everything I am is owed to you. I am inherently indebted to you. Thus, you think you can stand on moral high ground and compel me to do anything? You can even impose baseless charges upon me, forcing me to shoulder the blame for this wretch, becoming a victim of your favoritism towards your younger son, appeasing the Tai Chi. Sacred land. Faced with the moral coercion of these adoptive parents, Xiao Ming ruthlessly mocked them in that moment. Silence. Confronted with Xiao Ming's unmasked revelation of the truth, Xiao Tianze and Lin Wanqing could not help but shout in unison. What, can you not accept it? Xiao Ming, undeterred, laughed derisively. You are well aware of this fellow's nature. Yet, because he possesses the supreme bone and has the backing of the Tai Chi sacred land, coupled with his inexplicable disappearance for 11 years, you feel you owe him too much. Thus, you seek to appease him, shielding his misdeeds to grant him a sense of belonging within the Xiao family. In the future, when he becomes the holy son of the Tai Chi sacred land, or even a powerful figure, the Xiao family can rise through him. It is not just you two, even the rest of you think the same. As Xiao Ming's words fell, the Xiao family was thrown into disarray. Several elders turned pale, their voices cold as they shouted, daring to slander the many elders of the Xiao family. This child is truly arrogant. His cultivation should be abolished, and he must be expelled from the Xiao family. Disrespectful to parents, ungrateful to kin, this child is born with a rebellious spirit. He must not be allowed to remain. We had hoped to consider him as the young master of the family, who has contributed to the clan and could have been dealt with leniently. Yet this unrepentant child, how can the Xiao family command respect in the future if they do not impose strict punishment? Chapter 3. The True Sadness of Parenthood. To abolish my cultivation and expel me from the Xiao family? Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh, directing his gaze towards Xiao Tian, Su, and his wife. Since you believe that my existence and upbringing obligate me to you, today I shall return all my cultivation and the physique you bestowed upon me. As he spoke, Xiao Ming's power erupted violently, his blood and true essence surging forth uncontrollably. You rebellious son, what do you intend to do? Xiao Tian, Su's expression changed at Xiao Ming's alarming words. Even Lin Wanqing and the other members of the Xiao family felt their pupils constrict. Within the Xiao family's loft lies an ancient secret technique that allows one to instantly burn away all cultivation, self-destruct their physique, and coalesce a bone relic. Consuming this relic can induce a transformation in another's foundation. The value of this relic is sufficient to repay your nurturing grace. As the words fell, Xiao Ming formed a mysterious seal with his hands, and the true essence and blood within him reversed in an instant. The pure yang energy and all his cultivation coalesced into a bone relic, formed from a mouthful of his essence blood. This act caused Xiao Tian, Su, and Lin Wanqing's eyes to widen in shock, revealing an unprecedented panic on their faces. "Stop, rebellious son!" Xiao Ming no. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. The bone relic had fully formed, and Xiao Ming's cultivation was entirely obliterated, the pure yang aura dissipated without a trace. His once black hair turned white in that moment, as if proclaiming the injustice he had suffered today. At that instant, the entire Xiao family hall fell into a profound silence, everyone staring blankly at Xiao Ming and the relic hovering before him, utterly unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to such a degree. The pride of the family, the young master, had become so extreme after enduring such unfairness. To self-abandon his cultivation and destroy his physique was something no one present could achieve with such resolve. This man had truly lost his mind. Whether it be the grace of birth or that of upbringing, this bone relic suffices to repay all debts of gratitude. From now on, I, Xiao Ming, shall have no further ties with either of you or the Xiao family. With that, Xiao Ming turned to leave, devoid of any sentiment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the choice. All rewards have been unlocked, and the host may extract them for immediate use. At the moment Xiao Ming turned, the system's notification chimed, bringing a smile to his face. With the 3 major rewards in hand, he could embrace a future of boundless possibilities. As they watched Xiao Ming's retreating figure, everyone exchanged glances. Neither Xiao Tian Su nor Lin Wanqing, nor even the elders of the Xiao family, knew what to say. Xiao Yiting's eyes flashed with a pang of pain and guilt. Had she not feared the might of the Tai, the Holy Land, and the potential retribution from its disciple, she might have spoken the truth instead of shifting the blame onto Xiao Ming, preventing the situation from deteriorating. "Wait, did I say you could leave?" Just as Xiao Ming was about to exit the hall, Xiao Ren suddenly spoke, his face contorted with malice, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. "Since you have severed ties with our parents, you are no longer my brother. Now it's my turn to settle the score." Upon hearing Xiao Ren's words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They looked at Xiao Ren in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would utter such sentiments. "Ren, what do you intend to do? Your brother has already been rendered powerless. What debt do you need to settle?" Lin Wanqing, feeling anxious, spoke up nervously. But before she could finish, Xiao Ren interrupted her. "What brother? Did you not hear that he has already severed ties with us? Do you still wish to shamelessly call him my brother? Is he worthy?" Coldly interrupting Lin Wanqing, Xiao Ren turned to Xiao Ming. "As a traitor of the Xiao family, not only did you slander my character, but you even dared to injure me. You truly are tired of living." With that, Xiao Ren unleashed his cultivation, a terrifying aura of killing intent enveloping the space. "Ren, what is the meaning of this? Do you seek his life?" Xiao Tian Su, now realizing the severity of the situation, looked at his younger son in shock. He never expected such ruthlessness from him. As a core disciple of the Tai, the Holy Land, with the potential to become its future holy son, how can I allow a family traitor to humiliate me? This is a blatant slap in the face to the Holy Land. If this matter reaches my master's ears, even if I plead on behalf of the Xiao family, they will still bear the Holy Land's wrath. Thus, I cannot allow this traitor to leave freely. With this declaration, the members of the Xiao family felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts racing as they gazed at Xiao Ren. It seemed that Xiao Ren was not merely affiliated with the Holy Land, but rather with a ruthless sect. "Ren, do not act this way. I beseech you. Your brother, regardless of the circumstances, is still your kin." Lin Wanqing, overwhelmed, pleaded with tears in her eyes. Yet before she could finish, her words only served to provoke Xiao Ren further. "Silence. He'll say it again. He is not my brother. He is merely a blind, slanderous traitor of the family, unaware of his impending doom." Xiao Ren roared, then turned his gaze towards Xiao Ming, his expression increasingly twisted, filled with malicious delight. What if he were a blood brother? Those who dared to provoke him would still meet their demise. "Ha! Not only do you act tyrannically within the clan, attempting to seduce your own cousin, but now you also seek to kill your own brother. This is the cherished and beloved son you hold dear. How truly ironic." As Xiao Ren advanced towards him, not a single member of the Xiao family, including his parents, dared to intervene. Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh. "To be a parent and raise such a child is indeed a profound sorrow. How dare you? Kneel before the young master. Xiao Run, incensed by the words, erupted with fury, charging towards Xiao Ming and striking down upon him with great force. Chapter 4. Did I not mention that I am here to annul the engagement? At the critical moment, Xiao and several members of the clan could not help but close their eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness the scene of Xiao Ming's skull being shattered by his own brother's palm. However, just as Xiao Ren approached within 10 paces, a talisman suddenly appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. It ignited spontaneously, emitting a brilliant light that twisted the surrounding space in an instant. A spatial teleportation talisman? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Ren was momentarily dumbfounded. Such a life-saving artifact was extraordinary, even in the sacred grounds, aside from the holy sons and daughters. Not even core disciples possessed one. To his astonishment, his own elder brother had such a treasure. "We shall meet again," Xiao Ming coldly declared, casting a chilling glance at the aghast Xiao Ren before vanishing from the Xiao family's hall. After a brief pause, Xiao Ren crashed into the wall of the hall, creating a sizable hole. The entire hall fell into a deep silence, with everyone staring blankly ahead. They had thought Xiao Ming was doomed, only to realize that he had secretly retained a means of escape. Damn it, he managed to flee, unable to crush his own elder brother with a single blow. Xiao Ren's eyes turned a fiery crimson. He ordered a pursuit of this traitor. He must not be allowed to live. What? Renner, your brother has been rendered useless, and you still refuse to spare him. Lin Wanqing gazed incredulously at Xiao Ren, nearly fainting in Xiao Tian's embrace. Brothers turning against each other was already unfortunate. Now, to escalate it to a life-or-death struggle was truly a calamity upon calamities. What had she, Lin Wanqing, done wrong to provoke such discord between her two sons? Disrespecting parents and betraying kin. This child is not only despicable and treacherous, but harbors a profound desire for revenge. Just based on that previous statement, if we do not eliminate him swiftly, we shall surely face his retribution in the future. Thus, he must die. Yet, Runner, your brother is already incapacitated. Lin Wanqing trembled at the words. She still wished to plead for Xiao Ming's life, uncertain whether it stemmed from guilt or lingering affection. Enough. Calling him Renu again, he has severed ties with us. And you still dare to pity him here? Do you wish to further tarnish my reputation? Xiao Ren's furious interruption cut her off before she could finish her sentence. Now, I am your son, your only son. You wouldn't want to lose another son after having lost one, would you? With this declaration, Lin Wanqing's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling as she remained speechless, tears streaming down her cheeks. Relay my orders. Regardless of life or death, he must be found. Just as Lin Wanqing and Xiao Ren finished speaking, Xiao Tian's expression shifted, and he solemnly issued a warrant for pursuit. This left the members of the Xiao family astounded. Clearly, the head of the family had definitively aligned himself with Xiao Ren, even as his younger son sought to kill his elder brother. Tiance. Upon hearing this order, Lin Wanqing felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Overwhelmed by despair, she fled the Xiao family's hall, covering her face. Father, you are indeed wise. Xiao Ren looked at his father, a satisfied smile gracing his features. A man without poison is not a true man. Such actions reflect my father's character. Only then will he be worthy of my favor in the future. With matters having reached this point, there was no turning back. Xiao Tiance, sensing the gravity of the situation, could only sigh inwardly. The events had unfolded in such a way that he could clearly see that Xiao Ren and Xiao Yuting had conspired against Xiao Ming. Yet, one misstep led to another. And now the situation was irreversible. He could only continue down this path. After all, this younger son had the backing of the sacred grounds and would undoubtedly become his support in the future. When faced with the choice between his two sons, any sensible person would not make the wrong decision. Today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, the repercussions will be borne by those who speak. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Xiao Tiance cast a glance over the crowd and warned in a low voice. Head of the family, Miss Su has arrived. Just as Xiao Tiance concluded his orders, a guard rushed in to report. Miss Su? Xiao Tiance was momentarily taken aback, unsure of who it referred to. It was none other than Su Qingwei, who had grown up alongside the young master Xiao Ming and was betrothed to him in childhood. She was accompanied by a veiled woman who claimed to be a core disciple of the Fuyou sacred grounds, stating that she had important matters to discuss with the head of the family and the young master. Fuyou sacred grounds? Xiao Tiance's expression changed upon hearing this, and he urgently inquired, did she mention what her relationship is to the other party? Not specifically, but the subordinate just overheard her referring to that person as her senior sister. The Fuyou sacred grounds. This was a sacred force that stood alongside Tai's sacred grounds, Yaoquan's sacred grounds, Geodemon sect, and Dacian's sacred dynasty as one of the 5 dominant powers in the North Xian realm. While he knew that the Su family's young lady possessed a unique constitution, he had not anticipated that she would be accepted into the Fuyou sacred grounds. As Xiao Tians pondered, the 2 women had already crossed the courtyard and entered the Xiao family's hall. Learning that someone from the sacred grounds was visiting and yet still not emerging to greet them was rather disrespectful. Junior sister, it seems the Xiao family does not regard you highly enough. Upon arriving at the hall's entrance, the serene-looking woman in a plain dress coldly addressed the younger woman behind her, making Su Qingwei appear somewhat embarrassed. Yunling, please do not say that. The Xiao family and the Su family have been friends for generations. Perhaps they were just preoccupied with something earlier. Su Qingwei quickly interjected to defuse the tension. Haha. So it is my dear niece Su. It has indeed been several years since we last met. I did not realize you have grown so lovely. And your demeanor is equally remarkable. As Yunling spoke, Xiao Tians laughed heartily and stepped forward to welcome her. After generously praising Su Qingwei, he cast a slightly puzzled glance at Yunling, then provocatively asked, I believe I just heard something about a sacred ground. Could it be that this ethereal maiden beside my niece is one of the young prodigies from the Fuyou sacred grounds? Fuyou sacred grounds, Yunling. She appears to be one of the 3 core disciples most likely to ascend to the status of Holy Maiden from the Jade Maiden Peak. As the head of the Xiao family and a disciple of the sacred grounds, he had heard of some exceptional prodigies from the 5 dominant powers, including this remarkable young woman renowned within the Fuyou sacred grounds. To his surprise, she had come to visit alongside the Su family's daughter, indicating that she was likely here to support Su Qingwei. Ha ha ha. So it is the famed fairy from the Fuyou sacred grounds. It seems your reputation is well-deserved. Xiao Tian speculated. It appears that my niece has indeed entered the Fuyou sacred grounds. This is truly a cause for celebration. As he contemplated this, Xiao Tians clasped his hands and ventured. Have the 2 of you come to the Xiao family today regarding the marriage agreement that was arranged 11 years ago between myself and the Su family head? Yunling and Su Qingwen nodded, the latter's expression slightly awkward, as if she felt a bit shy. Ha ha, I understand. Seeing their reactions, Xiao Tians looked enlightened and casually declared that marriage agreement was made on a whim after I had a few too many drinks with your esteemed father, and I neglected to consider my niece's feelings. Since my niece feels that this engagement is somewhat inappropriate, I shall take it upon myself to annul this marriage today. You need not feel troubled by it any longer. Wait. Just as Xiao Tians was about to finish his sentence, Su Qingwei suddenly interrupted him. Uncle Xiao, I believe I did not mention that I had come to cancel the engagement, did I? How could you presume to make such a decision on your own? Su Qingwei, depicted as the protagonist's fiancée, is provisionally one of the beauties. Yunling, Su Qingyue's senior sister, her role is still undecided. Chapter 5. Inheriting the marriage contract? The Xiao family certainly knows how to play. HM? Not here to cancel the engagement. As the saying goes, a wild chicken may soar to the treetop and transform into a phoenix, yet a grounded chicken shall be cut down. The young lady from the Su family has now entered the sacred land of Fuyou. No longer a mere talent, but one who can attract those extraordinary sons of the saints. Although Xiao Ming possesses some talent and is a naturally pure young spiritual body, he pales in comparison to those possessing sacred bodies. Could it be that this woman does not understand the concept of choice and wishes to maintain this marriage? Dear niece Su, if you are not here to cancel the engagement, then what is your purpose? Xiao Tians inquired in a somber tone, harboring some suspicions in his heart. Isn't it obvious? I have come to find brother Xiao Ming, inviting him to join me in the sacred land of Fuyou. I, Su Qingwei, am not one to betray trust. Marriage is a serious matter, a matter of matchmaking. Since brother Xiao Ming and I established our engagement in childhood, I cannot disregard him simply to remain in the sacred land of Fuyou. I have discussed this with my master, and as long as brother Xiao Ming can pass the assessment of the sacred land and become an inner disciple, he will be allowed to cultivate alongside me there. Once he catches up and becomes a core disciple, my master can preside over our marriage. Upon hearing Su Qingwei speak with the innocence of a love-struck maiden, Xiao Tians was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? This is completely out of the ordinary. Could it be that Xiao Ming, that waste, has unwittingly captured her heart? By the way, why have I not seen brother Xiao Ming? Noticing the sudden change in Xiao Tian's expression, Su Qingwei furrowed her brow. The many members of the Xiao family gathered in the hall did not include Xiao Ming. Why does it feel as though something significant has just occurred within the Xiao family? The expressions of those present turned unnaturally pale when she mentioned Xiao Ming. The family members even dared not meet her gaze. Xiao Ming attempted to drug and assault his own cousin, and when I caught him in the act, he sought to retaliate against me, even going so far as to injure me before fleeing in fear of the consequences. He is no longer a disciple of the Xiao family, merely a lost dog. Just as Xiao Tiance was about to explain that Xiao Ming was in seclusion, Xiaoren interjected coldly. This revelation not only caused Su Qingyue's expression to change dramatically, but also made the eyes of the Xiao family members widen in shock. Impossible! How could Brother Xiao Ming possibly do such a thing? In the midst of her astonishment, Su Qingyue immediately rejected Xiaoren's claims, clearly unable to accept such absurdity. For in her memory, Xiao Ming was kind-hearted and devoid of cunning, especially regarding matters between men and women. How could he commit such a heinous act? Why is it impossible? The truth is that one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Previously, he may have merely concealed his true nature, yet sadly, no matter how well one disguises themselves, the day of revelation will inevitably come. The events that have transpired today within the Xiao family serve as the best testament to this. Xiaoren chuckled coldly, remarking, I never would have guessed that this elder brother of mine has such a beautiful fiancée, and he even intends to take her with him. It simply fills me with envy. Who are you? Su Qingyue glared at Xiaoren, although she did not yet know his identity. His audacity to speak ill of her fiancé incited her disdain. I am Xiaoran, a core disciple of the heavenly sword peak of the Tai sacred land, and also the missing young master of the Xiao family for 11 years. Xiaoren? Su Qingyue then recognized his identity. He was the younger brother of Xiao Ming, whom she had heard mentioned. However, judging by his tone, he seemed to harbor considerable animosity towards Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming is now a traitor to the family, having committed unforgivable crimes, and the Xiao family has issued a comprehensive warrant for his capture. Thus, the engagement between Miss Su and Xiao Ming can only be unilaterally annulled by the Xiao family. However, considering that both the Xiao and Su families are noble lineages and that Miss Su has now entered the sacred land of Fuyao, I can represent the Xiao family to provide an explanation to Miss Su. While Su Qingyue remained silent, Xiaoren continued his grandiloquent speech, acting as if he were the one in charge of the Xiao family's affairs. What explanation? Su Qingyue narrowed her eyes, her expression growing colder. For some reason, she felt that if Xiao Ming had truly encountered misfortune within the Xiao family, this man before her must be the culprit. Of course, a good explanation. Xiaoren smirked, his lips curling into a sinister smile. The Xiao and Su families are both prestigious, and now that Miss Su has entered the sacred land of Fuyao, her status matches mine. Therefore, my suggestion is that I inherit this marriage contract, binding us as partners. With this proclamation, a heavy silence fell over the Xiao family. Xiao Tiance and the many members of the Xiao clan stared in disbelief at Xiaoren. They could not fathom that he would utter such outrageous words. Just moments ago, he sought to eliminate his own brother, and now, with his brother's fiancée present, he shamelessly claims the right to inherit the engagement. Truly, one could not imagine a greater level of shamelessness. If Boss Chow were to hear of this, he would surely be so embarrassed he would wish to disappear. Haha. One has heard of inheriting a family business, inheriting techniques, and inheriting cultivation, but never of inheriting a marriage contract. A brother becomes a family traitor, and the younger brother comes to claim the engagement. The Xiao family truly knows how to play. Do they think that we disciples of the sacred land of Fuyao are mere refuse to be discarded? As Su Qingyue's expression darkened, Yunling, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke with a cold laugh. With that, she stepped forward, unleashing a formidable aura. You are the Xiao family. Do not think that being a disciple of the Tai sacred land grants you the right to insult the sacred land of Fuyao. Should I hear such words from you again, I will not hesitate to educate you on behalf of your master. It has nothing to do with you. But before he could finish, Su Qingyue coldly interjected. Uncle Xiao, the reason I do not resent this marriage arranged by my father and have taken the initiative to discuss it is solely because of brother Xiao Ming. It is not that the Su family is desperate to unite with the Xiao family, nor do I intend to marry just anyone from the Xiao family. I could dismiss your earlier words as a mere jest, the folly of an unwise son. But now, I implore you to tell me honestly. What has happened to brother Xiao Ming? I refuse to believe that he is the kind of person described by this man. With her declaration, the hall of the Xiao family fell silent once more, and Xiao Tian's expression shifted yet again. This caused Xiaoren's face to darken further. He had not anticipated that his proposal to inherit the engagement would be outright rejected by Su Qingyue. Could it be that he truly could not compare to that waste of a brother? Since you refuse to speak, I shall investigate this myself. If brother Xiao Ming has indeed committed dishonorable acts and become a traitor to the family, I shall represent the Su family to terminate this marriage. With that, Su Qingyue cast a sweeping glance at everyone present, and without a moment's hesitation, she departed with Yunling. This left Xiaoren and Xiao Tiance with even more grim expressions. Chapter 6, Transformation. The chaotic body, a talent beyond compare. Damn it. What do I lack compared to him? As he watched Su Qingyue and Yunling depart, Xiaoren's face twisted in rage as he spat out a low growl. He is indeed endowed with an innate supreme bone, destined to become the holy son of the Tai sacred land and a future leader of the Eastern Domain. How could he be belittled by two wretched women? To his astonishment, that girl from the Su family has actually entered the Fuyou sacred land and harbors feelings for Xiao Ming. This complicates matters significantly. While Xiaoren was bellowing, Xiao Tiance's gaze darkened ominously. The Fuyou sacred land is a formidable force that can rival the Tai sacred land. If Su Qingyue becomes a core member and decides to target the Xiao family through her connection with Xiao Ming, the Xiao family will find themselves in dire straits. What are you waiting for? Quickly locate that traitor and eliminate him at once. Seething with anger upon seeing Xiao Tianci standing silently by, Xiaoren howled like a rabid dog. In that moment, the many clansmen of the Xiao family were left bewildered, unable to discern who was the father and who was the son. Hearing this, Xiao Tianci narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within. Yet he ultimately restrained himself from erupting, merely snorting coldly before vanishing from the courtyard. Had it not been for the need to rely on this unfilial son to help him break through to the Saint Realm, he would have long since dealt with this ungrateful child, far away from the Xiao family in the 10,000 mountains. The events of the day would surely be repaid in kind. Contemplating what had transpired at the Xiao family, a terrifying murderous intent flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes. Just moments ago, Xiaoren had sought to kill him, and not a single soul from the Xiao family intervened. Since Xiao Tianci and his wife refused to acknowledge him as their son, and the entire Xiao family disavows him as a clan member, he shall not hesitate to sever all familial ties and eradicate the Xiao family in due time. However, before seeking vengeance, he must first strengthen himself. After all, although the Xiao family is not a top-tier force within the northern Xian territory, they have attained a first-rate status, harboring several formidable experts at the Celestial Realm. Furthermore, Xiao Tianci himself has reached the 9th level of the Celestial Realm, just a step away from the Saint Realm. Nonetheless, Xiao Ming remains unfazed, for he possesses a system. As long as he can survive the initial stages and gradually amass strength, even if this old dog breaks through to the Saint Realm, he shall still shatter his head. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming rose from the ground, casting a sweeping glance around. Detecting no imminent danger, he began to extract his system rewards. This time, he received 3 rewards: Nirvana Creation Pill, Chaos Dao Demon Scripture, and 10,000 Miles Divine Movement Talisman. He has already used the 10,000 Miles Divine Movement Talisman, leaving him with the other 2 rewards. System, extract, Chaos Dao Demon Scripture. After a brief flicker of focus, Xiao Ming commanded, "Ding. Congratulations, host, extraction successful. Chaos Dao Demon Scripture has been comprehended at the introductory level." As the system notification echoed, a thunderous roar erupted in Xiao Ming's mind, akin to the primordial chaos awakening. He vaguely perceived a towering figure, enveloped in demonic energy yet exuding an aura of sanctity. Wherever it moved, 3,000 gods and demons perished. With a mere gesture, it could rend the fabric of chaos. Such an invincible demeanor surpassed all imagination. Is this the Chaos Dao Demon? The synthesis of the powers of the Chaos Demon and the Chaos Saint, once the mightiest entity across the myriad realms? In mere moments, Xiao Ming extricated himself from the transmission of the technique, yet he remained profoundly shaken by the preceding vision. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 gods and demons were reduced to ashes. With a mere motion, the chaos of the universe could be reformed. This is the essence of invincibility. With such a technique, how could I fail to rise? As this thought settled, Xiao Ming promptly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Chaos Dao Demon Scripture. A ferocious suction swept through the world, and boundless spiritual energy surged towards him like a funnel, flooding into his being. His blood surged like smoke rising to the heavens, and the cultivation he had lost began to restore itself. First level of body refinement. Second level of body refinement. 9th level of body refinement. In a matter of moments, as a series of crackling sounds erupted from his body, his bones were refined to perfection, and he stepped into the legendary realm of body refinement. The strength of his physique rivaled that of a young true dragon, capable of shattering mountains with a mere gesture. Truly, this is an unparalleled technique. Merely reigniting the remnants of my former cultivation allows me to reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Such a level, I fear even the Emperor's scriptures cannot compare. Feeling his body refined to flawless perfection, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Ming's face. The only downside was that his constitution had shifted from a pure young spirit body to an ordinary body. However, he still possessed another reward, the Nirvana Creation Pill. This pill can transform the practitioner's physique according to their cultivated technique. The higher the technique, the stronger the transformed physique. Whether it be a Tao body or a divine body, transformation is possible, having now cultivated the Chaos Tao Demon scripture. I wonder if it will allow me to transform into a chaos body? With a sense of anticipation stirring within, Xiao Ming commanded once more, extracting the Nirvana Creation Pill and swallowing it without hesitation. The pill dissolved upon entering, and he felt an indescribable medicinal power erupt within him like a volcano. The Chaos Tao Demon scripture surged violently, each cell undergoing a frenetic transformation, and the world around him shifted dramatically. The surrounding void, spanning thousands of miles, seemed to be partially replaced as the heavens and earth evolved into a chaotic starry expanse. Countless gods and demons manifested in the void, kneeling before Xiao Ming as if he were their sovereign. The chaos reemerged, and the gods and demons bowed in reverence. This was the omen of the chaos body's manifestation. However, at this moment, Xiao Ming was deep within the 10,000 mountains, unnoticed by any powerful beings. Conversely, the beasts in the surrounding area were utterly terrified. Prostrate on the ground, not daring to move, even the Saint Realm beasts. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not last long, dissipating after 2.5 moments. Following the disappearance of the celestial anomaly, Xiao Ming's cultivation surged uncontrollably. First level of meridian opening. 9th level of meridian opening. 9th level of condensing yuan. 9th level of xiandan. In just 2.5 days, Xiao Ming ascended from the 9th level of body refinement to the 9th level of xiandan, crossing 3 major realms and 27 minor tiers. Indeed, the awakening of the chaos body has catalyzed my breakthrough to the 9th level of xiandan. It is unfathomable to consider what immense power may arise if this potential is fully realized. As he sensed the surging power within him and the rebirth of his body, a wave of exhilaration washed over Xiao Ming. Of course, his successful transformation into the chaos body yielded more than just a change in cultivation. He had also awakened 2 innate talents. Divine breath. As long as the host can breathe, they can autonomously circulate their technique for cultivation. Godslayer. Once activated, the host will enter a berserk mode, with their strength, speed, and agility multiplying exponentially, potentially up to 10 times, contingent on their physical endurance and disregarding all cultivation limitations. Both of these talents are extraordinarily formidable. The first talent ensures that as long as Xiao Ming is alive, even while sleeping or unconscious, his technique will continue to operate autonomously. It is akin to cultivating in a dormant state, truly invincible. The second talent allows Xiao Ming to double his combat prowess provided his physical strength is sufficient, with no restrictions based on cultivation level, enhancing all attributes comprehensively. Unlike certain secret methods that only bolster specific attributes and become unusable beyond a certain level, this is an exceedingly potent talent. As he formulated a preliminary plan in his mind, Xiao Ming prepared to depart from this location. Just then, a sound of breaking air echoed, and a figure shot towards him like lightning. Everyone seems to think that if it's acceptable, we could first add a bookshelf. The future will be even more thrilling. With Yun making her appearance. Chapter 7. When the system presented this option, did it not feel a pang of conscience? Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened as he lifted his head. He had expected to see some elderly elder from the Xiao family who had reached the celestial realm, but instead, he was met with the sight of a breathtaking fairy in green. However, this ethereal maiden appeared somewhat disheveled, with her 3,000 strands of hair in disarray, her garments tattered, and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle, pursued by an unknown assailant. A man. Upon seeing this figure, Ling Ruoxuan also caught sight of Xiao Ming. A flicker of struggle crossed her face before she lunged directly toward him. I am but a hapless passerby. Never have I offended the fairy. What are your intentions? As the green-clad woman charged towards him, Xiao Ming's expression shifted dramatically. She appeared gravely injured. Yet the aura surrounding her remained terrifyingly potent, a being he could not dare provoke. Before Xiao Ming could use his agility to evade, the green-clad woman had already leaped into his embrace. The sensation of her soft, yielding body crashing against him felt more elastic than jelly, causing him to involuntarily inhale sharply. Is everyone so bold nowadays? Throwing oneself onto a man without fear of him being a formidable demon. Quick, remove your clothes. I want. Before Xiao Ming could utter a word, Ling Ruoxuan, having collapsed into his arms, began to babble incoherently like one intoxicated. Her hands and feet became increasingly unruly as she attempted to forcibly tear away his garments, sending a chill down Xiao Ming's spine. Could it be that he had encountered a seemingly celestial being who secretly practiced some dual cultivation demonic technique, eager to siphon the essence of men? Yet as he looked down, he noticed that the maiden's complexion was flushed, her eyes glimmering with desire, and she was unconsciously tugging at her own clothing, as if her entire being were on the verge of melting from heat. Had she fallen victim to lewd poison? Observing her state, Xiao Ming's lips twitched uncontrollably. Could it be that after being betrayed by his brother, abandoned by his parents, and backstabbed by his kin, he had now acquired the fate of a destined child? How else could he have found himself in such a predicament? Ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Sacrifice oneself to save another, aiding Ling Ruoxuan in detoxification, and receive a random item as a reward. Option 2. Stand idly by, wield the knife to castrate oneself to preserve one's purity, allowing Ling Ruoxuan to lose her essence and fall into madness, and receive a random cultivation technique as a reward. Option 3. Engage in altruism, embracing Ling Ruoxuan to find a beast or man capable of detoxifying her, allowing them to help Ling Ruoxuan rid herself of the lewd poison, and receive a random elixir as a reward. Staring at the sudden options before him, Xiao Ming nearly lost his composure. What manner of absurdity is this? To wield the knife against oneself, leading to another's loss of virtue? Did the system not feel any remorse in presenting such choices? Though he possessed great fortitude, stating that he would willingly forsake his cultivation was one thing. To castrate himself was entirely beyond his capacity. And the third option was even more deranged. What did it mean to seek a detoxifying beast? Should he search for goblins or pleasure-seeking demonic apes? If he were to act on that, the first thing Ling Ruoxuan would do upon awakening would be to kill him. I cannot endure any longer. As Xiao Ming could no longer suppress his sarcasm, the dreadful poison surged forth, causing her to completely lose her sanity. In a moment of delirium, Ling Ruoxuan lifted her head, her crimson gaze locking onto Xiao Ming. And without discernment, she kissed him fervently. System, I choose one. Witnessing Ling Ruoxuan's inability to hold on any longer, Xiao Ming immediately ceased his hesitation, cradling her as he dashed toward a nearby cave. Ling Ruoxuan had entirely lost her reason, merely pulling at Xiao Ming with fervor. In an instant, his clothes were completely torn apart, and her garments also burst open, the shredded fabric falling like petals. That pale, yet flushed figure coiled around him like a serpent. This fairy, though somewhat impatient, managed to maintain an air of romance. One could only hope that upon her awakening, she would refrain from calling for bloodshed. In the moment of their collision, the only thought that remained in Xiao Ming's mind was this, before he was engulfed by a tempest, akin to a small blade of grass ravaged by the storm. Ling Ruoxuan, the mistress of Jade Maiden Peak, provisionally designated as one of the enchanting beauties. Time drifted by, perhaps 2.5 hours, or perhaps a full 2.5 days. Xiao Ming felt as though his body had been dismantled, weighed down by a gelatinous burden, rendering his willpower feeble amidst such tribulation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making and completing a choice. You have received a Wanli Divine Travel Talisman. A Wanli Divine Travel Talisman? Excellent, yet another item that could preserve my life in critical moments. This loss of innocence does not seem to be in vain. The power of the Wanli Divine Travel Talisman he had experienced not long ago at the Xiao family truly was a treasure capable of bringing one back from the brink of death. With this talisman in hand, should he encounter any unforeseen circumstances ahead, he could effortlessly preserve his life. As thoughts swirled in his mind, feeling a shift in his cultivation, Xiao Ming instinctively gasped. His cultivation had unexpectedly surged to the 5th level of the spiritual sea, reaching the same height as before he was crippled, yet it felt more profound and powerful. It was known that with his pure yang spirit body and the resources provided by the Xiao family, it had taken him a year and 2 months to ascend from the 9th level of the Xiandan realm to the 5th level of the spiritual sea. What level of cultivation had this maiden, who had led him to sacrifice his purity, achieved? At the very least, she must have reached the saint realm. Upon this realization, Xiao Ming's scalp nearly exploded. He had inadvertently shared a bed with a saintly fairy. As Xiao Ming was engulfed in astonishment, Ling Ruoxuan, who had been sprawled atop him, fainted from exhaustion, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Chapter 8. Does this system believe him to be fierce? Why are there such abstract choices? Boom. Before Xiao Ming could even initiate a greeting, a tempestuous aura erupted from Ling Ruoxuan, sending him hurtling away. Goodness. Did this woman possess such a fearsome morning temperament? Nether Demon Sect, the Lord of Extreme Desire. I, Ling Ruoxuan, will not let this go. Sensing that the lewd poison had been purged and recalling the crisis she had endured, a flicker of hatred crossed Ling Ruoxuan's face. She had not anticipated that while venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains to collect the blood-blue lotus, she would fall prey to an ambush by the demonic sect. Caught off guard, she had inadvertently succumbed to the lewd poison of that demon lord. Fortunately, the heavens do not completely forsake the righteous. She had encountered a pleasing human male. Otherwise, she would have fallen prey to those demons or been picked off by certain beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. With this thought, Ling Ruoxuan finally recalled the man who had taken her purity, her gaze locking onto Xiao Ming. It was then that she realized he was staring at her with wide eyes, as if admiring a work of art. Shameless. Noticing Xiao Ming's gaze, Ling Ruoxuan suddenly became aware that she was still completely bare, and with a cold huff, she conjured garments to cover her exposed form. This left Xiao Ming feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the saying goes, everyone has an appreciation for beauty, with such a perfect figure before him. Would it not be hypocritical not to steal a few glances? In the midst of this awkwardness, Xiao Ming also gathered his true essence to fashion garments, concealing his sculpted physique adorned with 8 well-defined abs. After completing all of this, Xiao Ming finally noticed that the woman was fixated on a streak of crimson on a white beast skin scroll lying on the ground. Her body trembled slightly, and the temperature around them rapidly dropped. A strong sense of crisis surged within Xiao Ming. Surely, she wouldn't contemplate silencing him forever, would she? Sensing the atmosphere shifting ominously, Xiao Ming inquired with a wary expression. In the midst of speaking, he had already extracted a spatial teleportation talisman from his system space. Should Ling Ruoxuan harbor any intention to harm him, he would promptly activate the talisman and make a hasty escape. What do you think? In response to Xiao Ming's question, Ling Ruoxuan retorted, I believe the fairy would not truly go so far as to bring you to ruin. It is the vile scoundrels who have inflicted upon you the lewd poison that you should seek revenge upon. Furthermore, even without merit, I have exerted effort to assist you in dispelling the poison. Ultimately, I can be seen as your savior. You clearly embody the spirit of a chivalrous fairy. You would never harm one who has saved you. Perceiving the shift in Ling Ruoxuan's demeanor, Xiao Ming spoke solemnly, hoping this woman could be reasonable. If she truly refused to be reasonable, he would have to feign weakness and give her a reprieve. That does make sense, must I, in gratitude for your life-saving assistance, satisfy you once more with this body of mine. Ling Ruoxuan, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Xiao Ming and provocatively asked, nearly causing him to lose his composure, are fairies so brazen in this day and age? To test him with such a proposition, what man could withstand such a trial? However, Xiao Ming was no lecherous fool. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. There is no need for that. My previous actions were solely to assist the fairy in dispelling the poison, and I acted out of necessity. Now that the fairy's poison is dispelled, how could I dare entertain any improper thoughts? As these words fell, a flicker of intrigue passed through Ling Ruoxuan's eyes. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, he possessed the audacity to reason with her. Such audacity was indeed rare. What is your name? I have not named myself. I merely speak the truth. I am asking for your name. Oh, I am called Zhang. If you dare to speak a false name, do not blame me for being unkind. Very well. My name is Xiao Ming. Xiao as in Xiao Ming, and Ming as in Ming. Upon hearing Ling Ruoxuan's inquiry, Xiao Ming initially intended to dodge the question. However, after her stern remark, he had no choice but to confess honestly. From which family do you hail? After extracting Xiao Ming's name, Ling Ruoxuan continued to probe. After all, this was the man who had taken her innocence. Even for helping her dispel the lewd poison, she had the right to know about his origins. I am merely a discarded orphan. Is that not enough for me to remain silent? You may. Observing Xiao Ming's demeanor, Ling Ruoxuan's gaze flickered slightly, and she refrained from pressing further. This response left him somewhat surprised. May I take my leave now? Sensing that the other party was not unreasonable like certain individuals from his past, Xiao Ming felt a hint of goodwill towards Ling Ruoxuan and tentatively inquired. However, as soon as those words escaped his lips, Ling Ruoxuan's expression changed. A terrifying aura instantaneously locked onto Xiao Ming. You wish to leave? Her voice carried a hint of anger, as if daring him to take a single step forward, whereupon he would be met with a tempest. This left Xiao Ming feeling somewhat vexed. Could it be that this woman, after their encounter, had developed feelings for him? I shall not leave. I am merely inquiring. If Ling Ruoxuan expected him to take responsibility, he would rather not live off her in the future. The condition being, this fairy's temperament should not be too dreadful, otherwise. He would prefer to forego such a life. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. At her words, Ling Ruoxuan let out a light snort, her expression softening slightly. Having taken her purity, he had not even inquired about her name and merely intended to slip away. What difference is there from being a freeloader? Boss scoundrel. While I understand the circumstances were beyond your control, we cannot simply act as if nothing occurred. Therefore, I offer you two choices. 1. Willingly open your heart so that I may erase your memories of this incident, or 2. Take this jade pendant and go to the Fuyo Holy Land to become a disciple of the sacred land. After gazing at Xiao Ming for a while, Ling Ruoxuan spoke with a complicated tone. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, slowly revealing a jade pendant that appeared out of thin air. This revelation left Xiao Ming utterly bewildered. Could it be that this woman was a figure of authority from the Fuyo Holy Land? Was she planning to have him join the Fuyo Holy Land first, then find an opportunity to take him as her personal disciple, thereby subjecting him to rigorous training? Ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered. The host may make one of the following selections. Option 1. Disregard Ling Ruoxuan's insinuations and choose to have her erase your memories, thus parting ways amicably and receiving a random ancient formation as a reward. Option 2. Accept the opportunity to be guided by Ling Ruoxuan, agreeing to go to the Fuyo Holy Land and become a disciple after passing the assessment, receiving a random ancient weapon as a reward. Option 3. Stand your ground. A man should not allow a woman to make choices, retaliate by confronting Ling Ruoxuan and preserving your life at her hands, receiving a random ancient elixir as a reward. Option 4. Turn the tables. Angrily accuse Ling Ruoxuan of merely desiring your body, then retaliate by harming yourself, provoking her guilt, and receiving a random ancient technique as a reward. Seeing the system options before him, Xiao Ming displayed a peculiar expression. Did the system think him so bold as to present such abstract choices? Chapter 9. Just escaped the fairy of the Holy Land, and now encountered a demoness of the demonic sect? I agree to go to the Fuyo Holy Land and seek to become a disciple. With this thought, Xiao Ming smiled lightly and selected the second option, reaching out to take the jade pendant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have received the reward, Human Emperor Banner. The reward has been automatically placed into the system space and can be inherited with a single click once the choice is completed. Human Emperor Banner, an extreme imperial weapon forged by the ancient human emperor, possessing numerous capabilities such as soul capturing, soul swallowing, and soul controlling. However, due to the ancient war, the essence of the Human Emperor Banner has been damaged, and its power has fallen below the sacred level. It requires the consumption of vast amounts of soul energy or soul treasures to restore its essence and regain its former might. Hiss, an extreme imperial weapon. The Human Emperor Banner? Upon seeing the reward from this choice, Xiao Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath, nearly losing his composure in front of Ling Ruoxuan. By the heavens! No wonder it's an ancient reward. It has yielded an imperial weapon. Although it is currently a mere shadow of its former self, its power pales in comparison to its peak. It can, fortunately, restore itself. Given some time to recover its essence, it would become a terrifying weapon that even emperors would fear. Why are you so excited? Observing Xiao Ming's elated expression upon receiving the jade pendant, which surpassed even his earlier enthusiasm, Ling Ruoxuan's brow furrowed slightly, her tone laced with confusion. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something joyous. What joyous matter could that be? Are you thinking I might become pregnant, and you wish to be a father? Hearing Ling Ruoxuan's unexpected remarks, Xiao Ming nearly choked on his own breath. How could cultivators become pregnant so easily? Besides, Ling Ruoxuan was not foolish enough to allow herself to bear a stranger's child. The fairy must be jesting. Shaking his head to dispel the awkwardness, Xiao Ming hastily redirected the conversation. By the way, I still do not know your honored name. What connection do you have with the Fuyo Holy Land? Although he had gleaned Ling Ruoxuan's name from the system prompt and had some conjectures about her identity, it was still necessary to feign ignorance. My identity and name are of no concern to you for now. You need only fulfill the task I have entrusted to you. When the time is right, you shall know. As she spoke, Ling Ruoxuan seemed to sense something, her gaze sweeping across the cave ceiling. Without engaging in further idle chatter with Xiao Ming, she retrieved a piece of sword jade. Handle this sword jade with care. It contains a sealed sword energy capable of threatening even those of the heavenly realm. In times of peril, it may save your life. I have matters to attend to, so be cautious on your journey." With that, Ling Ruoxuan waved her hand gently, sending the sword jade floating towards Xiao Ming. In the bewildered gaze of Xiao Ming, Ling Ruoxuan's figure vanished. "Remember, I have marked you. No matter where you flee, I can find you with ease. I hope you remain true to your word. Otherwise, when next we meet, it will be as adversaries." Listening to Ling Ruoxuan's final words, Xiao Ming felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Were it not for the lingering traces of their fervent encounter in the cave, he would scarcely believe he had survived after spending the night with a celestial being of the Saint Realm. The ascending phoenix sacred land. What an opportunity. Xiao Ming murmured to himself, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had utterly severed ties with the Xiao family. His brother would not easily let him off the hook and might even command the family to hunt him down. Thus, he was in dire need of joining a formidable faction for protection. Otherwise, even with his transformed physique into a Dao demon chaos body and the cultivation techniques that would make even emperors envious, he would merely be a more powerful ant, with no chance against the Xiao family. Hence, even if it were not for Ling Ruoxuan, he would still venture to the ascending phoenix sacred land. Only by allying with a force of such stature could he hope to contend with Xiao Run and unlock the rewards of the heir of the Emperor's banner. However, just as Xiao Ming prepared to depart, a charming laugh suddenly echoed, causing his expression to shift. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the White Lotus Fairy, the master of the Jade Maiden Peak in the ascending phoenix sacred land, would one day lose her purity to a mere child? Strangely enough, this fairy did not kill you, but instead left you a jade pendant and sword jade, hoping you would become her disciple. How amusing." With eyes like spring water and a face resembling that of an enchanting maiden, she appeared as though she had emerged from a painting, exuding an intoxicating allure that starkly contrasted with Ling Ruoxuan. Yi Xilan, the protector of the 9 nether demonic sect, is still contemplating her role. "Who are you?" Xiao Ming's gaze locked onto the woman in black, a chilling aura surging from his feet to the crown of his head. It was known that Ling Ruoxuan was a powerful being of the Saint Realm, acutely sensitive to fluctuations in energy. Yet this woman in black could hear their conversation without Ling Ruoxuan noticing. Regardless of the scenario, she was not someone he could provoke. "Who am I?" "I am the 3rd protector of the 9 nether demonic sect, Yi Xilan. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I can teach you the dual cultivation method that will allow you to command 100 women in nightly revelries." As those words fell, Xiao Ming felt a surge of dread. The 9 nether demonic sect, among the 5 dominant forces in the northern Xian realm, it was the only one that practiced demonic cultivation, possessing strength that surpassed even the ascending phoenix sacred land. He had heard rumors about Yi Xilan. She was said to have reached the 7th level of the Saint Realm and excelled in stealth and disguise, often preying on the life force and cultivation of young men. Many strong practitioners in the northern Xian realm regarded her as a seductive female demon. Handsome male cultivators who fell into her grasp were treated as mere toys, often meeting their demise at her hands. Little did he expect that shortly after Ling Ruoxuan's departure, he would encounter this formidable enchantress. Was it fate's cruel jest? Are you reluctant to part with the fairy who shared intimate moments with you? Or do you deem me unworthy to be your master? Seeing Xiao Ming's shock and wariness, Yi Xilan delicately toyed with her fingers, her tone growing increasingly perilous. In that instant, a system notification echoed in Xiao Ming's ears, presenting him with several choices. Chapter 10. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind playing with you slowly. Ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1. Seek another path. Betray the promise made to Ling Ruoxuan. Abandon the journey to the ascending phoenix sacred land, and instead join the 9 nether demonic sect, gaining a random divine ability as a reward. Choice 2. Stand firm in your stance. Decisively reject Yi Xilan's allure, and make your escape from her clutches, earning a random talent as a reward. Choice 3. Turn the tables. Angrily reprimand Yi Xilan, challenging her to a contest of man versus woman, using your invincible prowess to subdue her, earning a random item as a reward. Choice 4. Kneel and beg for mercy, using your silver tongue to persuade her to spare you, gaining a random secret technique as a reward. Gazing at the options presented before him, Xiao Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. Turning the tables? Engaging in a contest with a seductive demoness, and subduing her with my prowess? Surely the system holds me in too high regard, given his current cultivation. A confrontation would likely end in him being drained of his essence. After all, she might very well begin by absorbing his very core, leaving him with naught but remnants. As for the 4th option, it was merely a farce. A silver tongue could only persuade if it was sweetened. Otherwise, how could one convince her? System, I choose option 2. After a moment of internal lamentation, Xiao Ming made his decision. Betrayal was out of the question. Not to mention that within the 9 nether demonic sect, everyone was of dubious character, and the upper echelons enjoyed controlling their disciples. Joining them would merely turn him into a plaything. Just this choice alone would cost him the Emperor's banner. Xiao Ming would never agree. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Receiving the reward, Eye of Truth. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space and can be inherited with a single click once the host completes the selection. Eye of Truth, capable of seeing through all falsehoods in the world, disregarding any disparity in cultivation levels, and discerning the weaknesses of all beings. This talent is truly extraordinary. Upon witnessing the reward from this choice, even Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned. With such an ability, no strong practitioner could hope to conceal their true nature before him. Moreover, he could identify weaknesses during battle. The potential this offered would surely drive even emperors to madness. Am I not giving you face? Seeing Xiao Ming's disdainful expression after her inquiry, Yi Xiaolan's countenance darkened, and a shroud of mist enveloped the cave, surging towards him like a tidal wave. Huh? You wish to threaten me? With a temperament as volatile as yours, what fool would want to be your disciple? Feeling the overwhelming force of destruction pressing upon him, Xiao Ming activated the long-distance teleportation talisman. As the talisman ignited, a brilliant light erupted, warping the surrounding space. Even as Yi Xiaolan's expression shifted dramatically and she attempted to contain the mist, she could not stop him from vanishing entirely. All she could do was watch as he teleported away, his presence slipping from her perception. Ignoring the spatial barriers? To my surprise, this little imp possesses such a life-saving treasure. Ha ha ha, how amusing. As I watched Xiao Ming vanish before my eyes, Yi Xiaolan seemed invigorated, bursting into a fit of manic laughter within the cave. A terrifying force erupted from her, creating a deep pit that swallowed both the cave and the surrounding mountains. An interesting little rascal, you had better pray you never cross paths with me again. Otherwise, I shall relish the prospect of playing with you until your demise. Ha ha ha. As the dust settled, Yi Xiaolan continued to laugh heartily before disappearing into the void. In Beixian territory, Luyan City, the Su family. Father, have you uncovered what transpired with the Xiao family a couple of days ago? Upon seeing Su Yuanshan enter from the living room, Su Qingwei hurriedly approached him with her inquiry. For the past 2 days, she had been investigating what had happened to Xiao Ming, why he had suddenly become the Xiao family's outcast, and why they had issued a public bounty for him. However, under the Xiao family's tight blockade, she could not uncover the truth. She only knew the words spoken by Xiaorun on that day. Therefore, she had to implore her father to utilize the family's resources to gather intelligence. It has been revealed. As you suspected, it was indeed Xiao Tian's younger son who sought to violate his own cousin, only to be caught in the act by Xiao Ming. After being injured by Xiao Ming, he resorted to slandering him, while the relative named Xiao Yuting, fearing the wrath of the Tai sacred land, not only failed to reveal the truth during Xiao Tian's judgment of Xiao Ming, but instead aided her brother in framing him. This left Xiao Ming deeply traumatized, leading him to forsake his cultivation and sever ties with his parents and family. Subsequently, that younger brother attempted to eliminate all traces, but Xiao Ming had prepared an escape, using a spatial teleportation talisman to flee. What? The Xiao family treated brother Xiao Ming this way. Upon hearing Su Yuanshan reveal the truth, Su Qingyue's complexion changed drastically, a chill radiating from her. She immediately turned to leave the Su family, intending to seek justice for Xiao Ming from the Xiao family. Where do you think you're going? Su Yuanshan intercepted her before she could exit the hall. The Xiao family is vast and powerful, with Xiao Tians having attained the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, complemented by several elders of the same realm within the clan. Their overall strength is simply beyond what the Su family can contend with. Furthermore, I have learned that Xiaorun, that young scion, possesses a natural supreme bone and the potential of a saint king, having been taken as a disciple by the master of the Tianjian Peak of the Tai sacred land. While you have awakened the Taiyin sacred spirit vein and been accepted as a disciple by the elder of the Yuna Peak of the Fuyo sacred land, your status and standing still pale in comparison to his. Unless you can become the saintess of the Fuyo sacred land in the future, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to bring that man to justice. Upon hearing Su Yuanshan's words, Su Qingyue's footsteps faltered, her fists clenching involuntarily. Become the saintess of the Fuyo sacred land? I shall achieve that. After regaining some composure, Su Qingyue's gaze grew resolute as she turned to Su Yuanshan. Without hesitation, she exited the hall, prompting a heavy sigh from Su Yuanshan. He had not anticipated that upon learning of Xiao Ming's status as a family outcast and his transformation into a useless person, Su Qingwei would not give up on him. It seemed that the assistance Xiao Ming provided her during her childhood, when she suffered from the torment of the Tying sacred spirit vein, had deeply captured her heart. Chapter 11. The Reborn Empress Feng Xianwang and the Chaos Yin-Yang Scale. In the Great Mountain Range, 100 Broken Mountain Range. Hee. Truly worthy of being the little princess of the Feng family in Tianao City, even with merely a 5th-level cultivation of the spiritual sea. She can last this long against us? Ancient trees and shrubs exploded, and a figure suddenly flew out, crashing to the ground in a disheveled state, spewing a mouthful of reverse blood. This was a girl around 17 or 18 years of age, her complexion pale, clearly gravely injured. Immediately, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, several figures descended before her, each wearing a ghostly mask and emanating a terrifying aura, resembling members of a demonic sect. I have been reborn. As the black-clad figures landed, Feng Xianhuang's eyes flickered with confusion, followed by a flood of memories flashing through her mind, ultimately settling on a mysterious treasure. It was a balance scale, one side black, the other white, adorned with ancient engravings that exuded a chaotic aura. This caused Feng Xianhuang's pupils to constrict sharply, confirming her rebirth. The Chaos Yin-Yang Scale. This was discovered in an ancient ruin of the chaotic star sea after she broke through to the 7th level of the Empress realm. Unexpectedly, when she attempted to refine this treasure, her close companion who had journeyed with her to the chaotic star sea conspired with outsiders to launch a vicious attack, forcing her to self-destruct. She had believed it would be her end, but surprisingly, the Chaos Yin-Yang Scale activated on its own, distorting time and space to bring her soul back to life. Looking at the current situation, it seemed she had been reborn to the day she was ambushed by the demonic sect on her way to the Fuyo sacred land to seek a master. When she was ultimately forced into a bloodline reversion, I never imagined I would have a chance to be reborn. In this life, I shall eradicate all treacherous individuals from my past and ensure that everyone who plotted against me pays a heavy price. Gazing at the unaware black-clad figures before her, Feng Xianhuang's expression turned icy, a chilling killing intent emanating from her. Seize her. Upon meeting Feng Xianhuang's frigid gaze, the leader of the black-clad figures involuntarily trembled, issuing commands to his subordinates without a second thought. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if Feng Xianhuang had transformed into a different person, her gaze akin to that of a blood-stained empress, casting a shadow of death upon him. The leader of the black-clad figures was the first to unleash his cultivation, charging toward Feng Xianhuang with murderous intent, followed by his companions who also made their move. However, in that instant, between the black-clad man and Feng Xianhuang, the space suddenly warped and rippled, and a figure emerged like a specter. It was none other than Xiao Ming. Although Yi Xilan was an immensely formidable saintly realm expert, she could only watch helplessly as Xiao Ming escaped, unable to overcome the spatial blockade imposed by the teleportation talisman. Before Xiao Ming could fully assess his surroundings, a sense of impending danger erupted within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his cultivation and hurled a punch in the direction of the burgeoning threat. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a violent shockwave swept through the forest like a tempest, sending the masked man in black and his companions flying as if they were mere refuse. They spat blood, their expressions filled with horror as they gazed ahead. What was happening? Casting a glance at the fallen figures, Xiao Ming landed amidst the woods, only to discover a young woman in red standing not far from him. Her form and beauty rivaled that of Ling Ruoxian and Yi Zilan. As she met his gaze, her eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unprepared for the unfolding events. Who was this individual? In his past life, this person had never appeared. Could it be that this reincarnation had altered the course of fate? As Xiao Ming pondered this, Feng Xianhuang looked at him, her expression one of confusion. She was certain she had never encountered him in her previous life. Who was this intruder? Do not harm my sister, she exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. Just as they were both lost in their thoughts, a powerful shout echoed through the forest, and a striking figure appeared. Upon realizing the disarray of the situation, a look of incredulity crossed his face. What is this? Why is there an extra person here? This deviates from the plan. Who are you? Feng Yin demanded, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ming with a menacing intensity. Had this stranger not appeared, he could have played the hero and rescued the maiden. Anyone who disrupted his plans would face dire consequences. If this newcomer lacked backing, he would be dealt with accordingly. Ignoring Feng Yan's outburst, Xiao Ming merely cast a cursory glance, quickly grasping the situation. It was evident that fate had conspired to bring him here. Was he truly destined to encounter such beauty, one after another? Ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered. and the host may select from the following options. Option 1. Intervene in the conflict, assist Feng Xianhuang in defeating the men in black, and gain recognition before her, receiving a random pill as a reward. Option 2. Intervene and humiliate the men in black in front of her cousin, earning a random divine ability as a reward. Option 3. Remain indifferent, openly declare his disinterest in their affairs, and receive a random item as a reward. Option 4. Aid the men in black. Suppress Feng Xianhuang and share in her beauty, earning a random formation as a reward. As the system prompt resonated in his mind, several choices materialized before him. Chapter 12. You could have lived, yet you chose to provoke me. The options presented by the system had become increasingly abstract. Aside from the first and third options, the second and fourth were utterly absurd. One involved humiliating Feng Xianhuang before her cousin, while the other entailed joining the men in black in doing so. Did Feng Xianhuang truly have to endure such indignity? System, I choose option 3. After a moment of internal reflection, Xiao Ming made his decision. He had no desire to play the gallant hero. In this predatory world, survival necessitated self-preservation. He would relinquish any altruistic inclinations and respect the fates of others. As long as others did not provoke him, he would avoid drawing unnecessary trouble upon himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have received the reward, Life-Substituting Teleportation Talisman. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space and can be extracted with a single command after the host completes the choice. Life-Substituting Teleportation Talisman, after refinement. It will generate a mark within the host, allowing them to withstand one fatal blow and granting them the ability to teleport freely within the limits of their consciousness. Another treasure. Xiao Ming marveled at the reward he had obtained. The ability to ignore cultivation restrictions when resisting damage. What an extraordinary concept. Even with his current cultivation at the Spirit Sea realm, he could withstand an attack from an Emperor-level powerhouse. You dare to ignore me? Do you know who I am? Feng Yan's expression grew increasingly frigid as he shouted at Xiao Ming. Who you are is of no concern to me. I am merely a passerby, uninterested in your affairs, so do not provoke me. With that, Xiao Ming turned to leave, invigorated by the completion of his choice. Along with the Eye of Truth, yet to be extracted, he would soon inherit 2 system rewards. Once he joined the Fuyo Sacred Land, he could effortlessly inherit the Emperor's banner. At that point, taking flight would be a breeze. How dare you strike me and then attempt to leave? Do you think we, the 5 tiger generals of the Ghost Blade Demon sect, are mere playthings? Just as Xiao Ming was about to depart, the portly member of the men in black shouted boastfully. Before the leader of the black-clad men could issue a command, the chubby one surged forward. Exuding an air of determination, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, bemused. He had encountered many who sought death, but never one so eager to claim the title of first to die. I had no intention of engaging, but you truly are insufferable. As the chubby man closed the distance in the blink of an eye, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. He unleashed his full cultivation without any divine abilities, merely delivering a straightforward punch. Yet, upon impact, the forest erupted with a thunderous roar, causing those nearby to recoil in shock. Retreat forth. The leader of the black-clad men shouted desperately, sensing the terrifying power contained within Xiao Ming's punch. Unfortunately, it was too late. The rotund figure erupted in a cloud of blood, his body sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing through several ancient trees before falling silent. The life force extinguished. The horrifying scene left Feng Yan and the other black-clad men in disbelief. They had felt Xiao Ming's cultivation fluctuating at only the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, while the chubby man had reached the 7th. The difference in their cultivation levels was significant. Even core disciples of sacred lands with spiritual bodies would struggle to achieve such a feat. Could it be that this individual before them was a prodigy blessed by a sacred land? You could have lived, yet you chose to provoke me. After effortlessly dispatching the chubby man, Xiao Ming turned his gaze to the remaining black-clad figures, his murderous intent palpable. All together now, take him down. The leader of the black-clad men shouted, unleashing a torrent of true essence as he advanced toward Xiao Ming. The other 3 black-clad men followed suit, launching their own assaults. 1 at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, 2 at the 8th, and 1 at the 7th. This formation appeared formidable, yet they were nothing more than chickens and dogs. As the men in black closed in, Xiao Ming no longer held back. The true essence of Tao and demon erupted from him like a volcano. A massive black and white sun manifesting behind him, radiating an aura both sacred and ominous. Daylight Fist. This is the martial art learned by Xiao Ming during his time in the Xiao family, which he has perfected over the span of just a few years. Although its rank is only at the upper tier of the earth level, when he wields it through the Chaos Tao Demon Scripture, the power unleashed rivals that of heavenly tier divine abilities. With all his strength, he prepared to defend against an oncoming attack. Sensing the terrifying force of Xiao Ming's strike, the leading figure in black shouted in alarm, immediately switching from offense to defense in an attempt to counter Xiao Ming's blow. Perhaps his urgent tone led the others to misinterpret his command as a call to fight with abandon. Each of them unleashed their full potential, completely abandoning their defenses and launching a frenzied assault. The outcome was inevitable. In the presence of Xiao Ming's fist, which resembled the blazing sun, the three black-clad individuals were obliterated into a cloud of blood mist, swiftly dispatched by Xiao Ming. Fengyan, why are you still not making your move? You were the one who brought us here to kill this woman. Why has another adversary appeared? Witnessing the death of his three comrades, the leader of the black-clad figures bellowed in rage, his true essence transforming into a demonic form as he clashed with Xiao Ming. This accusation caused Fengyan, who stood nearby, to change countenance, clearly taken aback by the black-clad man's attempt to drag him into the fray. Sister, do not listen to his nonsense. I do not know him at all. In his panic, Fengyan turned to explain to Feng Xianwang but was met with her wild, flowing hair and murderous intent, as she unleashed her true essence toward him in a devastating strike, with a thunderous roar echoing through the mountains. The leader of the black-clad figures was slain on the spot, while Feng Yin was sent flying, spitting blood from Feng Xianhuang's assault. This scene left Xiao Ming momentarily stunned. However, he refrained from intervening. After all, those who provoked him had already met their end, and the grievances between the two were of no concern to him. Instead, he preferred to clear the battlefield and claim the spoils of war. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ming rummaged through the storage rings of the black-clad individuals, discovering a considerable amount of spirit crystals and rare treasures, evidently plundered from Fengyan. System, extract the Eye of Truth and the Life Transfer Talisman. After securing these spoils, Xiao Ming promptly commanded the system. With the system's notification chime, two beams of light surged forth, and he directly inherited the Eye of Truth and the Life Transfer Talisman. In this brief moment, Feng Xianwang and Feng Yin also reached a decisive conclusion in their confrontation. Despite Feng Yan's cultivation at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea, he was utterly overwhelmed and trampled by Feng Xianwang, who was only at the 5th level. This piqued Xiao Ming's curiosity, prompting him to use the Eye of Truth to examine Feng Xianwang. Chapter 13. The Resurgence of the Chaos Yin-Yang Scale and Feng Xianhuang's Overwhelming Confidence. Feng Xianwang, 5th level of the Spirit Sea, contains a trace of ancient phoenix bloodline, unawakened, divine consciousness quality at the imperial level, reincarnation of an imperial realm powerhouse. As Xiao Ming activated the Eye of Truth, foundational information about Feng Xianwang continuously appeared before his eyes. This revelation caused Xiao Ming to widen his gaze in astonishment. Her divine consciousness reaching the imperial level, and seemingly a reincarnated empress? Was this real? He had just encountered a celestial maiden from a sacred land, and barely escaped the clutches of a demoness, only to stumble upon a reborn empress? This woman was simply unparalleled in her connections. Xianwang, why? I am your distant cousin. Why would you turn against me? In his shock, Feng Yan, who lay beneath Feng Xianwang's foot, shouted in frustration and fear. His cultivation erupted once more as he attempted to break free from her grasp. How dare you question me? The Feng family attempted to poison me. Fortunately, I did not consume their vile concoctions. Upon learning of my intention to seek an apprenticeship at the Fuyou sacred land, they dispatched assassins to ambush my attendants and guards, and even tried to stage a heroic rescue before me. For these reasons, you deserve to die. With that, a terrifying flame erupted from Feng Xianwang, who kicked Feng Yin and followed with a crushing palm strike. The crimson flames coalesced into a phantom of a phoenix, roaring towards him amidst his terrified gaze. No. In the face of absolute power, Feng Yin's terrified screams echoed. But no amount of struggle or defense could save him from being engulfed by the flames. He could not comprehend how his cousin, whom he had always deemed weaker, had suddenly transformed into a formidable force, wielding the power of the phoenix with such ferocity. Even with a 3-tier difference in cultivation, she was capable of effortlessly crushing him. As Feng Yin was reduced to ashes, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang locked eyes, the forest enveloped in an eerie silence. What are you staring at? After a brief moment of silence, Feng Xianhuang's brow furrowed slightly as she coldly inquired, a flicker of wariness crossing her beautiful eyes. She had witnessed the immense power Xiao Ming had unleashed, and he was no ordinary genius. even without awakening her ancestral phoenix bloodline. She could not guarantee victory over this man, despite her combat experience at the 7th level of the Emperor's realm. After all, physical strength, the quality of true essence, and cultivation level were crucial factors. Without them, even the most seasoned experience could be rendered ineffective. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she preferred not to provoke him. However, if he were to act foolishly, she would not hesitate to send him to his demise. Uncertain of his combat capabilities, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially since they bore no grievances against each other. After a moment of appraisal, Xiao Ming, disinterested in further conversation, turned to leave. There was no need to approach her for rapport. A reincarnated empress was typically arrogant, with cunning and depth beyond ordinary beings. There was no merit in provoking her. Leaving already? Noticing Xiao Ming's indifference as he turned away, Feng Xianwang couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. She was genuinely curious about him, particularly regarding the techniques he had just demonstrated, his peculiar true essence, and the unique attributes he possessed, which left her somewhat puzzled. However, since he had not approached her for conversation, she felt it was beneath her dignity to extend an olive branch. Buzz, just as Xiao Ming was about to depart, he detected the presence of the chaos body, with a physical intensity surpassing his own, allowing for a potential binding comparison. Would you like to proceed with the binding? As this voice resonated, a flood of information surged from the chaos yin-yang scale, leaving Feng Xianwang in shock. The chaos yin-yang scale, for instance, if the host is female, serves as the yin scale. It allows for the binding of surrounding beings of the opposite sex, with one comparative assessment of overall strength conducted monthly. The bound individuals must possess a cultivation level no lower than that of the host, and their talent must be above the saint level. The comparative strength assessment will be preliminarily evaluated by the chaos yin-yang scale. Should the host dispute the results, they may challenge the comparator. If victorious, they can utilize the complementary effects of yin and yang to replicate any aspect of the opponent, including but not limited to physical abilities, techniques, or divine powers. In the case of a life and death comparison, should the host succeed in killing the opponent, they may also inherit and absorb the entirety of the opponent's cultivation. However, if they were to fail, they must comply with one demand set forth by the victor, or face a backlash leading to a decline in their own cultivation level. Additionally, once the chaos yin-yang scale initiates a bipolar binding comparison, the host cannot rebind to a second candidate unless they surpass the current bound individual. Understanding the intricate benefits of the chaos yin-yang scale, Feng Xianwang could not help but take a deep breath. Even as an empress, this was her first encounter with such a uniquely powerful artifact. The ability to perform comparisons is astonishing. One can replicate the physique, techniques, and supernatural powers of the comparator, and even inherit and assimilate their entire cultivation. It is simply overwhelming. If Xiao Ming were to witness this revelation, he might exclaim in disbelief. What? This is a tangible comparison system. May I inquire if the host wishes to bind the individual before you as a comparison subject? The chaotic body, how extraordinary. This individual possesses the supreme physique known throughout countless realms. Observing Xiao Ming, Feng Xianwang's eyes glimmered with determination after a moment's hesitation. Bind. What of the chaotic body? She is the reincarnation of an empress, possessing foresight into significant future events, a trace of ancestral phoenix blood coursing within her, and the legacy of the ancient phoenix clan. With the advantages of time, place, and harmonious relations on her side, how could she possibly be outmatched by a chaotic body? Therefore, she could not afford to lose. If she could defeat this chaotic body in comparison and acquire its chaotic attributes and techniques, she might very well ascend to the realm of the great emperors in this life. As her voice faded, the chaotic yin-yang scale erupted with a resonant hum, and an invisible wave emanated from Feng Xianwang, enveloping both her and Xiao Ming in an instant. Subsequently, a miniature version of Xiao Ming manifested on the positive tray of the scale, while a diminutive Feng Xianwang appeared on the negative tray. A small hourglass also materialized between them, with sand flowing continuously, seemingly initiating a countdown from that very moment. Strange, did something occur? Why do I feel as though I am being watched? After the wave emerged, Xiao Ming's brow furrowed slightly. What the hell? Why does it feel like something is spying on me? Could it be that this empress has ulterior motives? With this thought, Xiao Ming cast a piercing gaze at Feng Xianwang, his aura growing increasingly perilous. If Feng Xianwang were indeed engaged in mischief, regardless of her status as a reincarnated empress or celestial maiden, he would suppress her and retaliate fiercely. Chapter 14. Am I being watched? System ding. Benefits are being delivered. What are you staring at me for? As Xiao Ming fixated on her, Feng Xianhuang felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that this fellow sensed the actions of the chaotic yin-yang scale? Impossible. This is a treasure born from chaos. Even the mightiest of emperors would struggle to detect its subtlety. Did you do something to me? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming inquired. This caused Feng Xianhuang's pupils to constrict slightly, her expression uncertain as she regarded him. Could it be that he truly sensed the actions of the chaotic yin-yang scale? No. If he could sense it, he would have charged over to confront her rather than ask questions. With this thought, Feng Xianhuang's brow furrowed in confusion. I do not comprehend your words. Our cultivation levels are nearly equal, separated by several zhang. What could I possibly do to you? As she spoke, Feng Xianhuang deftly turned the tables, her tone shifting abruptly. However, you have been glaring at me with such intensity. I must ask, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ming's mouth twitched slightly. What does glaring even mean? That was merely vigilant scrutiny. As a man traversing the wilderness, he had recently been enveloped in the embrace of a celestial maiden, and he could not bear to lose his innocence. Then he encountered a ravenous demoness who nearly ensnared him in her grasp. Now, facing this reincarnated empress, he had to exercise caution. Who knows what intentions this woman harbors? System. Was something sinister just watching me? After a brief internal lament, Xiao Ming was disinclined to engage further with Feng Xianhuang, directing his inquiry towards the system instead. Ding. Benefits are being delivered. Benefits? Where? He felt nothing at all. Could it be referring to this woman before him, who might cook for him, wash his feet, give massages, or even share a bed and bear children? Pondering these perplexities, Xiao Ming pressed on with questions. However, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him feeling somewhat disinterested. And he chose to disregard his suspicions. Casting a glance at Feng Xianhuang, he prepared to head towards the Fuyou Sacred Land. Wait, are you intending to go to the Fuyou Sacred Land? The Fuyou Sacred Land conducts assessments every 3 years. If one misses the assessment period, joining midway requires a token. I happen to possess a token from an elder. If you don't mind, I could take you along. Seeing the look of confusion on Xiao Ming's face, Feng Xianhuang took the initiative to extend her goodwill. Not necessary, I have my own. Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's words, Xiao Ming firmly declined. No good deed goes unpunished. There must be an ulterior motive. This is a reincarnated empress who should, in theory, be exceedingly proud. Such unusual behavior undoubtedly harbors schemes. Does she desire him for his body? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your earlier assistance. However, since you also possess a token, there is no need for further formalities. Feng Xianhuang, not taking his refusal to heart, continued in a neutral tone. Of course, if you do not mind, we could travel together. Once we join the Fuyou Sacred Land, we shall be considered comrades. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Ming had already executed his technique and vanished into the forest, leaving Feng Xianhuang feeling a mix of frustration and indignation. She never expected that this empress would be so disregarded. Seething with annoyance, she gritted her teeth and promptly pursued him. She was already bound to him. She could not allow him to escape. Amidst the backdrop of the shrouded Cloud City, within the ancestral hall of the Xiao clan, Xiaoran sat cross-legged. 7 celestial-grade spiritual herbs and 21 earthly-grade spiritual herbs surrounded him. The celestial herbs were the primary ingredients, while the earthly herbs served as secondary ones. 7 formidable cultivators, including Xiao Tiance and several elders, sat in formation around him. This was the 7-star Nirvana formation, which Xiaoran had brought from the Tai Sacred Land. By employing various precious body-refining herbs in conjunction with the 7 powerful cultivators to activate the formation, the medicinal potency could be perfectly integrated into the body of the cultivator. This was intended for those of the Heavenly Connection realm, as those below this level could scarcely endure the terrifying refining power. However, Xiaoran possessed the supreme bone within him, a top-tier physique in the Cangyuan Realm, endowed with boundless potential for achieving sanctity and imperial recognition. Yet, the supreme bone within him had yet to be fully nurtured, existing only as a small fragment of its embryonic form. Today, he aimed to utilize the 7 celestial-grade herbs and 21 earthly-grade herbs to have the 7 powerful cultivators activate the 7-star Nirvana formation, thereby accelerating the refinement and nurturing of this supreme bone. This was also the primary purpose of his visit to the Xiao clan. Formation, commence. Refine the medicine. As Xiao Tiance issued a low command, the other elders joined in forming seals, and the entire array erupted with radiant light. The 7 celestial-grade primary herbs and 21 earthly-grade auxiliary herbs channeled their potency through the array, converging towards Xiaoran. His skin flushed crimson. veins bulging prominently as he emitted a beast-like roar, as though enduring immense agony. Yet, his physical strength was steadily increasing. A sphere of light erupted from his chest, radiating with terrifying energy fluctuations, indicating that the Supreme Bone was awakening and accelerating its nurturing. Moreover, with the rapid nurturing of the Supreme Bone, Xiao Ren's cultivation began to surge dramatically. Second layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. Third layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. In less than half an hour, Xiao Ren's cultivation soared to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, rivaling Xiao Ming's previous peak before he had crippled his own powers. An hour later, as all the medicinal herbs within the formation turned to ash, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Xiao Ren, causing his cultivation to unexpectedly reach the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. This left Xiao Tiansu and several elders of the Xiao family in utter shock and disbelief. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the Supreme Bone. Even in its initial gestation, it exudes such might. My son Xiao Ren possesses the potential of an emperor. Observing Xiao Ren in the center of the formation, radiating heat and exuding a terrifying aura, Xiao Tiansu could not contain his ecstatic laughter. Though he himself lacked the potential to become an emperor, he had given birth to such an exceptional son. If Xiao Ren were to become a saint and ascend to the throne of emperors, he, as the father, would also rise to greatness. Not to mention merely entering the saint realm. The possibility of reaching the Saint King realm was indeed within reach. Is this the power of the Supreme Bone? From this moment forth, I shall dominate the world, causing all saints to tremble, feeling the surge of power within him. Far stronger than before, Xiao Ren trembled with excitement, ultimately erupting into wild laughter. Of course, the saints he referred to were not the many powerful beings of the saint realm, but the saintly sons and daughters of the Eastern Domain. From this moment on, within the sacred grounds, no matter how monstrous those saintly sons and daughters might be, Xiao Ren vowed to suppress them one by one. This was the formidable confidence bestowed upon him by the Supreme Bone. By the way, have you found my esteemed brother? After laughing maniacally for a while, Xiao Ren suddenly looked at Xiao Tiansu and asked. Not yet, Xiao Tiansu replied, shaking his head. Truly a bunch of useless fools. Before Xiao Tiansu could finish his sentence, Xiao Ren bellowed in anger, remember, I want him alive. I want him to witness just how exceptional I, his brother, am. What right does he have to compete with me? How dare he act against me in public? A few days ago, Xiao Ming attacked me in the hall. That was the greatest humiliation of my life. Even if he has become a cripple, I must wash away this shame. Chapter 15. Do you want me to be your furnace? That request is a bit excessive. Ahead lay the mountain gate of the Fuyao sacred land. Fengxian Wang led Xiao Ming through various trials, finally arriving at the towering gate amidst the mountains. The gate stood hundreds of feet tall, engraved with the ancient characters for Fuyao, exuding an aura of grandeur and dominance. Through the gate, one could see a peak that soared into the clouds, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens, with palatial structures standing majestically atop it, like a celestial paradise. Such was the Fuyao sacred land, as one of the 5 dominant forces in the northern Xian realm of the Eastern Domain. The sacred land was not only filled with formidable warriors, but also teeming with prodigious talents. Not only were there various special spiritual bodies, but also the existence of saint-level prodigies. It was a sacred domain that ordinary individuals and even regular talents could only dream of entering. Truly worthy of the title Sacred Land. Even the mountain gate itself was a defensive and offensive sacred artifact, serving as the formation eye connecting the entire mountain protection array. Gazing at the magnificent mountain gate, Xiao Ming couldn't help but express his awe. Just this single gate was beyond what the Xiao family could ever hope to attain, making the gap between a sacred force and a first-rate family painfully clear. It seems today is not just about us joining the Fuyao sacred land. While Xiao Ming reflected in amazement, Fengxian Wang scanned the area ahead, her beautiful face displaying a hint of surprise. In front of the mountain gate of the Fuyao sacred land, numerous figures had gathered. Their attire varied, and they did not appear to be disciples of the sacred land. It was evident that these individuals were either there to participate in the assessment or were waiting in hopes of catching the attention of the sacred land's powerful beings. That has nothing to do with us. Let's go. Xiao Ming shrugged nonchalantly, stating his indifference. He would settle the scores with the Xiao family and that esteemed younger brother once he had gained prominence. Wait. Just as Xiao Ming was about to approach the mountain gate, Fengxian Wang suddenly called out to him, leaving Xiao Ming puzzled. Your strength is formidable, and your physique is quite unique. Therefore, I wish to engage in a contest with you. A contest? Upon hearing Fengxian Wang's words, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't fathom why this reincarnated empress would have such an interest. Could it be that witnessing his effortless slaughter of several demon beasts and easily dispatching those cloaked figures had left her feeling somewhat challenged, prompting her to seek a proper competition? The entrance assessment of the Fuyao Sacred Land involved ascending the Fuyao Celestial Ladder, which contained various elemental forces capable of testing a person's strength and willpower. Those who could surpass 500 steps would exhibit a form of the Dharma. 600 steps would possess the qualifications for rebirth, and 700 steps would show potential for enlightenment. Following this pattern, those who could surpass 800 steps might have the chance to enter the Saint Realm, while those who could break 900 steps could aspire to become a Saint King. Having finished speaking, Feng Xianwang fixed her intense gaze upon Xiao Ming, a fierce battle intent emanating from her. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Though she was a reincarnated empress, Xiao Ming was a chaotic body. Even if he lacked the insights of an emperor-level practitioner, he was still amongst the pinnacle of existence in the Cangyuan Realm. Thus, seizing this opportunity to gauge Xiao Ming's capabilities would provide her with greater assurance in their upcoming comparisons. Not interested, Xiao Ming replied, his expression one of disinterest. He had learned about the assessment method of the Fuyao Sacred Land while in the Xiao family. Throughout history, those who could surpass 900 steps were exceedingly rare, each causing a sensation throughout the entire Fuyao Sacred Land. Only 3 individuals had ever surpassed 1,000 steps, the 3rd and the 11th rulers of the Fuyao Sacred Land, and a descendant of an imperial family. With his qualifications and potential, reaching the summit should not be difficult. It was merely a matter of desire. Don't you want to know where your limits lie? Not interested. Even if you know, it won't guarantee a smooth path ahead. The limits you see may not be your final destination. Thus, we should take each step steadily, focusing on the present. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Then let us make a wager. If you can defeat me, I will grant you a secret method of the Saint King. But if you lose, you must assist me in my cultivation. The audacity of offering a secret method of the Saint King as bait left Xiao Ming in disbelief. He stared at Feng Xianwang with astonishment, a strange expression on his face. Assist you in your cultivation? Do you want me to be your furnace? That request is a bit excessive. One secret method of the Saint King seems rather insufficient. One secret method of the Saint King. And you expect me to offer my body as a furnace? Absolutely not. At the very least, you must add another one. Not as a furnace? What are you thinking? I merely wish for you to accompany me in sparring and exploring divine powers after you join the Fuyao Sacred Land. Feng Xianhuang's lips twitched, her tone somewhat constrained. Oh, so it's not about being a furnace. Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's explanation, Xiao Ming's interest waned. While this reincarnated empress appeared somewhat proud, her figure and features were indeed appealing. If he could secure her as a furnace, cough cough, ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered. The host can make the following choices. Choice 1. Remain utterly unmoved. Once again refuse Feng Xianwang, and regardless of her conditions, adamantly refuse to compete with her, receiving a random secret method as a reward. Choice 2. Be greedy and refuse Feng Xianwang while claiming her offer is insufficient, insisting on her accompanying you for a night, receiving a random elixir as a reward. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, several options materialized before him. Choice 3. Confidently accept the challenge from Feng Xianwang, and upon winning the duel, receive a random mystical item as a reward. Choice 4. Dismissively refuse Feng Xianhuang's challenge, declaring her unworthy of competing unless she begs him on her knees, which would yield a random formation as a reward. With a decisive thought, and after a cursory glance at the system options, Xiao Ming unhesitatingly made his choice. After all, one should never refuse a gift freely offered. If he could best Feng Xianwang, he would gain both the Sacred King's secret technique and a system reward. Truly a fortuitous double achievement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have made your selection and received the reward, Primordial Fire Seed. The reward has been automatically placed into the system space, ready for retrieval upon your decision. Primordial Fire Seed, a mysterious seed born from the chaotic void, possessing the ability to consume various exotic fires from around the world and inherit their attributes, evolving continuously. Xiao Ming's heart soared with joy at the discovery of such a wondrous treasure. The ability to devour all manner of exotic flames and inherit their properties sounded extraordinarily impressive. Coupled with the life-saving teleportation talisman he had obtained earlier, this imperial woman truly seemed to bring him good fortune. All right, I accept your challenge. But don't claim you were defeated if you lose. I might just become a persistent thorn in your side, he boldly declared, his spirits lifted. Such audacious words darkened Feng Xuanhuang's brow. She had not anticipated his audacity. Since you are so confident, I shall see just how far your limits extend, she responded. Leading the way towards the sacred land of Fuyao, with Xiao Ming following closely behind, his laughter echoing in the air. Ha ha ha, brother Wang Xian. What a surprise to encounter you here. Have you also been recognized by an elder of the sacred land and received a token to partake in the trials? Oh, it is the renowned MOU from Moang City. What a delightful coincidence. I have garnered the attention of Elder Zhou Tianlin from the Array Peak. Unfortunately, he had urgent matters to attend to at the Tianbao Mall and could not personally escort me into the sacred land, hence he entrusted me with the token. What a stroke of luck. It seems we shall have another opportunity to compete against one another. As they approached the mountain gate, the flattery from other talented individuals began to flow in abundance. Many were present, hoping to ride on the coattails of their trial qualifications, leading to a moment of insincere mutual praise that left Xiao Ming somewhat astonished. However, upon hearing Feng Xuanhuang's explanation, he realized that each talented individual bearing a token could bring an additional companion for the trials. If the companion could ascend 500 steps of the Fuyao heavenly ladder, they too would qualify to become disciples of the sacred land. No wonder she had suggested they team up earlier in the forest. Let us ignore them. We need only inform the gatekeepers to open the trials for us. After elucidating the situation to Xiao Ming, Feng Xuanhuang turned her gaze to the mountain gate. To be frank, she found none of the self-important geniuses around her worthy of her attention. True strength often emanated from solitude, and those who resorted to flattery seldom possessed genuine prowess. That person looks quite familiar, she mused. Wait, is that not the little princess of the Phoenix family from Tianyao City? It is said her Phoenix bloodline purity reaches a remarkable 97%. With a chance of awakening the ancient Phoenix bloodline, she is here for the trials at the sacred land of Fuyao? Indeed. They say she is merely 18, yet has reached the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, rivaling some inner disciples of the sacred land. As Xiao Ming and Feng Xuanhuang drew closer, they attracted the attention of numerous talented individuals. When the crowd's gaze fixed upon Xiao Ming, someone suddenly recalled something, letting out a sharp exclamation. Wait, isn't he the one? The traitor sought by the Xiao family of Luyan City. The brother of the one poised to become the saint son of the Tianjin Peak. I have seen his wanted poster. At this revelation, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, all eyes turning towards Xiao Ming. His demeanor darkened. Indeed, the Xiao family was truly hunting him down. He had not anticipated that news of his status would spread so widely in just a few days, even reaching the talented individuals attending the trials at the sacred land of Fuyao. It was a considerable distance from the Xiao family, suggesting they had invested significantly in the bounty. What? He is Xiao Ming, the one who attempted to assault his own cousin and frame his brother, only to be stripped of his powers by the Xiao family patriarch after his schemes were uncovered. Yet, he somehow managed to escape using a spatial teleportation talisman. How did he dare to appear before the gates of the sacred land of Fuyao? Could it be that he wishes to participate in the entrance trials as well? Following the initial outcry, another individual began to divulge further revelations, prompting a peculiar expression from Feng Xuanhuang. Assaulting his cousin, framing his brother, and stripped of his powers. I do not know the veracity of the first two claims, but the part about being stripped of his powers is utter nonsense. I witnessed Xiao Ming emerge from the spatial teleportation and immediately repel several Spirit Sea realm experts with a single punch. He hardly appears to be someone whose powers have been revoked. Brothers, let us take him down. The Xiao family is offering a substantial reward. Anyone who provides information about Xiao Ming will receive a low-tier spiritual treasure, while capturing him will yield a high-tier spiritual treasure and 100,000 spiritual crystals. As Feng Xuanhuang processed the shocking news, eager individuals with greed in their eyes began to fixate on Xiao Ming. A high-tier spiritual treasure. Such an item would entice even the most formidable of experts, not to mention the added allure of 100,000 spiritual crystals as an incentive. Capturing this traitor from the Xiao family would undoubtedly elevate their status. Come here, you little brat. While some shouted, others had already sprung into action. The individual previously known as Wang Xian unleashed his cultivation, charging towards Xiao Ming and reaching out with an aggressive grasp, his power radiating at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Ha ha ha, brother Wang Xian, how could you be so selfish? Allow me to handle this one. As Wang Xian advanced, another genius named Mou also joined in, his cultivation matching Wang Xian's at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Yet, in the very next moment, as the two closed in on Xiao Ming, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and struck out with a single punch. With an explosive roar, Wang Xian and Mou screamed in agony, both sent hurtling backward like discarded refuse. Their arms twisted grotesquely, chests collapsing, blood spurting from their mouths as they carved a trench into the ground before falling still. The scene fell into an eerie silence. All present gazed in shock and disbelief at Xiao Ming, their expressions akin to startled ducks, wide-eyed and speechless. Did he just kill two geniuses with a single punch? Is this what they call being stripped of powers? Is there some misunderstanding within the Xiao family regarding this? As they beheld the lifeless forms of the two fallen geniuses, Xiao Ming's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the remaining challengers. Exuding an oppressive aura that compelled many to retreat a step, silencing them in fear. However, Xiao Ming had no intention of easily letting these individuals go. His gaze fixed on the loudmouth known as Dong Gu. Were you the one shouting just now? With a thud, Dong Gu immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, "Father, I was blind to your greatness. I humbly ask for your mercy." Without hesitation, Dong Gu continued to bow repeatedly before Xiao Ming. Chapter 17. Ling Ruoxuan's Jade Pendant. Intricate relationships. Who dares to cause trouble at the gates of the Fuyao sacred land? The voice thundered like a storm. Two figures descended like celestial beings, each radiating a terrifying aura, their fluctuations reaching the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. They appeared to be merely in their 20s, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. Even the guarding disciples bore impressive talents in cultivation. Truly, the Fuyao sacred land deserved its reputation as one of the 5 great overlords of the North Xian realm. Those two are the upper echelons. This man is a traitor sought by the Xiao family of Luyun City. Not only did he commit unspeakable acts against his own kin, but he also dared to maliciously assault others at the gates of the Fuyao sacred land. The two individuals who had fallen earlier were talented elites bearing the sacred land's insignia, here to undergo assessment, and yet he had killed them with a single punch. Upon seeing the two guarding disciples, Dong Gu, who had just knelt before Xiao Ming, hurriedly rolled towards them. His expression was one of extreme excitement, as if these two were his long-lost parents, almost throwing himself at them. This startled the onlookers and darkened Xiao Ming's expression. Unexpectedly, this fool had the audacity to shout, "You dared to kill those with insignias who came to assess at the Fuyao sacred land. Truly, you possess great boldness." At Dong Ji's outcry, the two guarding disciples turned their gaze towards Xiao Ming, their expressions growing increasingly perilous. They might disregard the Xiao family's bounty, but to dare kill assessment candidates at the gates was to brazenly slap the face of the Fuyao sacred land. If they did not apprehend him, the higher-ups would surely be enraged. With this thought, the two guarding disciples stepped forward, unleashing their 9th-level spirit sea realm cultivation. Their terrifying presence surged forth like an unstoppable tide towards Xiao Ming, the pressure far exceeding that of the black-clad man encountered half a day ago. "Wait. We are here to participate in the assessment too." Just as the two disciples were about to strike, Feng Xianwang furrowed her brow and tossed out a token. "Is that an elder's insignia?" Upon seeing the token floating in the air, the two disciples momentarily paused, but soon their expressions turned cold. "This item is the assessment token granted to you by the elders of the Fuyao sacred land, but it does not protect the other candidate you brought. Is this sufficient?" Before they could finish, Xiao Ming casually threw out a jade pendant, an overwhelming pressure erupting forth. "Is that the azure snow pattern jade?" This was the token of the Peak Master. Upon seeing the pendant inscribed with the character Ling, the two disciples gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. This man was actually favored by a Peak Master of the Fuyao sacred land. Given the character Ling on the pendant, it was most likely the Peak Master of the Unipeak. Since the gentleman is favored by the Unipeak Master, it is only fitting to deal with a few rogues. After a moment of surprise, the two guarding disciples immediately clasped their hands in respect. Although they did not understand why the Unipeak Master would bestow a token upon a man, there was no doubt that he was not someone they could offend. "Father, I was rebellious just now, but I truly did not mean it. I was merely joking." Hearing their conversation, Dong Gu, who had crawled beside the two guards, turned pale and immediately turned to crawl towards Xiao Ming, crying out in desperation, "Get lost." However, before he could cling to Xiao Ming's leg in supplication, he was kicked 10 zhong away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and died on the spot. This scene terrified the surrounding elites. "Young Master Xiao, I was blind to your greatness. I will now sever an arm to apologize." Seeing Xiao Ming's icy gaze sweep over them, the other ruffians who had stirred trouble all turned pale and hastily mutilated their own arms. Merely severing an arm is not enough. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Ming revealed a chilling smile, his figure transforming into a blur. To exchange him for rewards from the Xiao family, they must leave their lives behind. Upper echelons. Please save us. As Xiao Ming charged forward, the terrified cries echoed. Yet, the two guarding disciples remained unfazed. In mere moments, they were slain by Xiao Ming. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the onlookers. Then I must trouble you two to open the trial entrance of the sacred land. Paying no mind to those unrelated, Xiao Ming addressed the two guarding disciples. I will borrow your insignias for a moment. The two guarding disciples, upon hearing this, wore polite expressions. Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang exchanged no further pleasantries. With a wave, the two insignias floated towards them. Heaven and earth, rise and soar. Disciple Li Tianke and disciple Su Bufan, as guardians of the sacred gate, respectfully request the Lord of the sacred land to open the Fuyao heavenly ladder, to welcome extraordinary talents from the world. As the two insignias floated before them, the disciples' expressions grew solemn, and they unleashed their cultivation to form a seal. Pointing at the two insignias. Instantly, the insignias erupted with a radiant light, merging into the mountain gate. The sacred mountain gate trembled, a terrifying sacred might sweeping across the heavens and earth, distorting the void within. An invisible, endless staircase, shrouded in mist, appeared before Xiao Ming and the others. This was the Fuyao heavenly ladder, a sacred artifact left behind by the ancestors of the Fuyao sacred land, usually concealed within the void behind the mountain gate. Only when the guarding disciples activated the Fuyao mountain gate, connecting with the divine consciousness entrusted within, could the Fuyao heavenly ladder manifest. Of course, every time the Fuyao heavenly ladder appeared, the powerful figures of the sacred land could sense it. The Fuyao heavenly ladder has been activated? Aside from the entrance assessments every 3 years, only those with spiritual bodies and favored by elders or higher-ups qualify for the tokens to open it. I wonder who this fortunate individual is, and how far they will ascend on the ladder. As the commotion erupted above the mountain gate, many disciples rushed to the square, eager to see who could elicit such a response from the sacred land. Who has activated the Fuyao heavenly ladder? Within a palace atop Yunu Peak, a stunning figure opened her eyes, curiosity flickering as she gazed towards the mountain gate. If Xiao Ming were present, he would surely be taken aback, for this person bore a striking resemblance to Ling Ruoxuan, save for a tear mole at the corner of her left eye. Her demeanor even gentler than Ling Ruoxuan's. If one did not observe closely, they might mistake her for the same person. Indeed, this individual was Ling Ruoxuan's sister. Ling Ruoyan, the Grand Elder of Yunu Peak, whose cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. She was the only other individual from Yunu Peak, aside from Ling Ruoxuan, to attain the Saint Realm. Furthermore, she held another significant identity, the mentor of Su Qingwei and Yun Ling. I never expected that besides myself, other elders would also recognize capable spiritual bodies. Perhaps I should go and observe, remembering the stir caused by her acceptance of Su Qingwei 6 months prior. Ling Ruoyan felt a surge of curiosity. The identity of this unknown elder's chosen prodigy remains a mystery. It is essential to remember that 6 months ago, Su Qingwei ascended to the 836th step of the ascending stairs, astonishing many high-ranking members of the Fuyao sacred land. Should the individual who embarks upon the ascending stairs this time manage to surpass this record, another potential candidate for the sacred position would emerge. Chapter 18. The Unparalleled Twin Prodigies, a Sensation in Fuyao. The stairs have opened. Please ascend to Fuyao. As the Fuyao sacred land buzzed with excitement, 2 gatekeeping disciples respectfully saluted Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. At that moment, numerous prodigies outside the mountain gate held their breath, quietly awaiting the forthcoming performance of these 2 individuals. I hope you do not disappoint me. Casting a glance at the ascending stairs, Feng Xianhuang shot a look at Xiao Ming before taking the lead onto the first step. Suddenly, the entire staircase trembled. An immense pressure, akin to the collapse of heaven, bore down upon Feng Xianhuang. The sacred might of the stairs. This force adjusts its intensity according to the bone age and cultivation level of each challenger. The greater one's bone age and cultivation, the more fearsome the sacred might they must endure. Therefore, higher cultivation does not necessarily equate to an easier ascent. It ultimately relies on one's perseverance and potential. Moreover, beyond the sacred might, each subsequent step introduces various elemental forces, earth, fire, wind, water, and thunder, that continuously assail the challengers, intensifying with each rise. Indeed, this familiar sensation, feeling the terrifying sacred might of the ascending stairs and the elemental forces contained within. A smile graced the corner of Feng Xianhuang's lips. In her previous life, she lacked the ancient Phoenix clan's secret techniques. Yet she could still refine her Phoenix bloodline through the ascending stairs. In this life, having returned with the inheritance of the ancient Phoenix clan, she was destined to elevate her Phoenix bloodline to new heights. This was one of the reasons she sought to join the Fuyo sacred land upon her rebirth and the foundation of her confidence in wagering against the chaotic body. However, the refining effects of the initial few hundred steps of the ascending stairs held little significance for her. Only upon reaching the 800th step could she truly refine her bloodline. With this thought in mind, Feng Xianhuang wasted no time, unleashing her cultivation to surge up the steps with astonishing speed. So that is how it is. The ascending stairs serve not only as a test for disciples but also possess the ability to temper the body and refine one's essence. No wonder this female emperor has the audacity to wager against me. Gazing at the ascending stairs and Feng Xianhuang, Xiao Ming quickly discerned the underlying truth. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary prodigy. Even with the reborn female emperor capable of awakening her ancient phoenix bloodline, defeating him would not be an easy feat. With this in mind, Xiao Ming ceased his hesitation and stepped onto the stairs, following Feng Xianhuang with a momentum akin to a raging torrent, soaring towards the clouds above. Goodness! They've begun their ascent. So fast, so fierce. Where on earth did these prodigies come from? They have not paused even for a moment in the first few hundred steps. My goodness, they've already crossed the 600th step. I nearly squeezed out my insides just to barely step on the 600th. How did they zip past like that? Gasp! The 700th step. Witnessing Feng Xianhuang and Xiao Ming racing ahead like phantoms towards the summit, the many disciples within the sacred land felt as if they had been invigorated. Some even dared to set up wagers in the plaza, betting on whether Feng Xianhuang and Xiao Ming could surpass the 900th step and what heights they would ultimately reach. Unperturbed by the astonishment and disbelief of the crowd, Feng Xianhuang and Xiao Ming continued to withstand the sacred might of the ascending stairs and the assault of elemental forces, surging into the 800th step within a mere quarter of an hour, causing another uproar within and outside the sacred land. Goodness, the 800th step! Both of them possess the potential for sanctity. The Fuyo sacred land is about to give birth to a dragon. As they witnessed this scene, the many disciples in the plaza were filled with fervor, unaware that it was not them who were ascending. Are you perhaps faltering? Noticing Feng Xianhuang's complexion reddening, as if she were under considerable pressure, Xiao Ming teased as he caught up. The 800th step marks a watershed moment. The sacred might and elemental forces one must endure here are several times stronger than at the 799th step. For certain spiritual bodies, it is a daunting trial. However, for his chaotic body, this level posed little challenge. Rest assured, I will not falter while you are still standing. Is that so? Then I shall await your performance. Seeing Feng Xianhuang's proud expression, Xiao Ming decided to apply a little pressure, unleashing his cultivation to rapidly ascend the steps once more, his demeanor conveying, "If you were so confident, then hurry up and catch up to me." Goodness, am I seeing things? This guy just leapt across 99 steps in one go, seemingly without any strain. Is he a monster? Gasp! This child undoubtedly possesses the potential for sanctity. Who on earth is this prodigy? Why has he stopped? Hurry and step into the 900th step. I have wagered 1,000 spirit crystals on this. Indeed, they are a match made in heaven. I envy such a bond. As they saw Xiao Ming standing on the 899th step, another uproar erupted in the plaza, and many female disciples were entranced. Not only was he extraordinarily handsome and endowed with potential for sanctity, but he was also so considerate. A veritable dream man. What is this guy trying to show off? Upon seeing Xiao Ming at the forefront and hearing the cheers from the plaza, Feng Xianhuang felt a pang of irritation. With a cold snort, she began her ascent as well. However, the sacred might and elemental forces beyond the 800th step began to reach the limits of her current form. Unless she awakened her ancient phoenix bloodline, it would be difficult for her to proceed further. The 865th step, and I can advance no further. Feeling her body had reached its utmost limit, a hint of regret crossed Feng Xianhuang's face. Although this level was commendable, it fell short of her expectations. Nevertheless, with this thought, Feng Xianhuang no longer concealed her abilities. She formed a seal with her hands. The bloodline within her, now purified by the ascending stairs, erupted like a volcano, undergoing a qualitative transformation. As a resounding phoenix cry echoed through the void, a spectral phoenix emerged from Feng Xianhuang's body, and a terrifying pressure swept across the realm like a tempest. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, and the ascending stairs trembled violently. Feng Xianhuang's hair turned a fiery red in an instant, and an ancient rune appeared on her forehead, her cultivation aura rapidly escalating amidst this upheaval. 6th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. 7th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. 9th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. In a relentless surge, Feng Xianwang's cultivation reached the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm, ultimately being forcibly restrained at this level. Such an extraordinary transformation immediately sent shockwaves through the Fuyao sacred land. Even many of the elder figures within the sacred land abruptly opened their eyes, sitting upright from their slumber. What is happening? Is this a bloodline return to ancestry, the might of the ancient phoenix? How could there be a prodigy of the phoenix lineage returning to ancestry within the Fuyao sacred land? As their minds were filled with astonishment, many powerful beings gazed through the void towards the mountain gate, some even contemplating emerging to seize this prodigy. After all, possessing the ancient phoenix's ancestral bloodline. Should this individual not perish, they would undoubtedly have the potential to attain the status of an emperor. Yet in the next moment, a wolf filled with violent intentions suddenly emanated from deep underground, seemingly eager to devour this trace of ancestral phoenix bloodline. This caused the expressions of many elder figures to change, as they neglected to investigate Feng Xianhuang any further. Swiftly, he formed a seal and unleashed his true essence to activate the formation, suppressing the entity beneath the sacred ground. Chapter 19. The abandoned child pursued by the Xiao clan turns out to be a young sovereign, unbeknownst to the multitude of disciples gathered in the plaza. The commotion occurring deep within the forbidden grounds of the Fuyao sacred land drew their attention solely to Feng Xianwang. Mysterious, noble, and breathtaking. At that moment she resembled a primordial phoenix reborn, freely showcasing her unparalleled beauty to the world. Not only were the male disciples entranced, but even many female disciples found themselves dazed, gazing at Feng Xianhuang as if bewitched. Ah, this is a resurgence of the phoenix bloodline, something I have only read about in ancient texts. I never imagined I would witness such a miracle today. Behold, the ancient phoenix is the sovereign of the demon race. Possessing such a lineage is akin to being a descendant of an emperor. If this young woman does not fall, there is an overwhelming chance she will ascend to the realm of the emperor. I have a premonition that the highest record in the history of the Fuyao heavenly ladder will be shattered by her. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted in the plaza as all eyes fervently turned to Feng Xianwang. There was adoration, envy, fervor, and jealousy regardless of the emotions. Feng Xianwang was undoubtedly the most radiant presence in the crowd, so much so that even Xiao Ming, walking ahead of her, was overlooked. After all, standing at the height of 899 steps, advancing a single step further would merely qualify him as a sacred king. For Feng Xianwang, who had awakened the ancient phoenix bloodline, the 800 steps were but a trivial threshold to surpass. Only the height exceeding 1,000 steps would serve as her limit in this assessment. Indeed, as the crowd gasped in astonishment, Feng Xianwang began to move. Her figure flickered as if teleporting, each step igniting bursts of flame, and she swiftly caught up with Xiao Ming, inciting yet another wave of exclamations from the disciples in the plaza. So magnificent! Such grace and poise! One might mistake her for an empress. Truly the protagonist of this realm. You don't seem surprised. Did you already know I would perform like this? She inquired, her brow furrowing as she approached Xiao Ming, noticing his curious expression devoid of shock. Ha, I am not an emperor. How could I possibly know? Xiao Ming chuckled before changing the subject. Are you going to concede, or will you continue to ascend? That you have awakened the ancient phoenix bloodline, enhancing your physique, you still cannot defeat me. Arrogant! Feng Xianwang scoffed, immediately stepping onto the 900th step. Even with a chaotic body, there are limits. As her words echoed, Feng Xianhuang swiftly distanced herself, effortlessly crossing dozens of steps, drawing nearer to the 1,000th step. She's moving. The Phoenix Fairy is charging up the ladder again. Surpassing 900 steps with such momentum, could this be the terrifying power of the ancient Phoenix bloodline? Oh my, that male disciple is moving too. His speed rivals that of the Phoenix Fairy. How is he achieving this? Could he also possess imperial potential? As Feng Xianhuang ascended towards the 1,000th step, the plaza erupted again. However, upon witnessing Xiao Ming closely trailing her, equally swift, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded, helplessly watching their contest. As time passed, both Feng Xianhuang and Xiao Ming stepped onto the 1,000th tier, causing the entire Fuyao heavenly ladder to tremble violently. And a pair of eyes materialized in the void above the sacred land, resembling a sovereign surveying the world. Many prodigies and elders, upon seeing these eyes, could not help but display profound changes in their expressions. The owner of these eyes was the Fuyao Sacred Lord, a fearsome entity at the Sacred King level. And it was astonishing that even he was observing the two. Though both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang sensed the sacred lord's gaze, they remained unfazed. For upon stepping onto the 1000th step, the sacred might and elemental power of the heavenly ladder had become unfathomably overwhelming. Not even special spiritual bodies, let alone some sacred bodies, could traverse the steps beyond 1000 with ease. Even Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang felt as though they bore the weight of a towering mountain, the elemental force eroding them like bone marrow. Each step forward became an immense trial. Fortunately, both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang persevered, their strides steady as they reached the 1056th step. This record had eclipsed any left by previous prodigies of the Fuyao sacred land, including the mysterious imperial sun from a millennium ago, hailing from the Cangyuan Realm. Yet, observing Feng Xianwang and Xiao Ming's condition, both were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling slightly as they seemed to reach their limits. Strangely, Xiao Ming consistently maintained one step ahead of Feng Xianwang. As she gritted her teeth to take a step forward, he did the same. This infuriated Feng Xianwang. Are you doing this on purpose? After a stalemate lasting a quarter of an hour, Feng Xianwang cast a chilly glance at Xiao Ming. Her voice icy as she inquired. Not at all. I'm nearing my limit. I'm not joking, he replied. I just thought I can't allow myself to lose to you. So I've been pushing through. I don't believe you. Feng Xianwang retorted with a cold snort, then gritted her teeth and took another step. After her foot fell, it appeared that Xiao Ming, seemingly at his limit, also lifted his foot to step forward, always remaining one step ahead. This situation left both onlookers within and outside the sacred land utterly astonished. Never would they have imagined that this seemingly faltering young man consistently kept the Phoenix Fairy at bay. Even more outrageous was the possibility that someone might finally reach the summit of the Fuyao heavenly ladder since its inception. Truly, believe me, do not continue, if you do. I genuinely cannot hold on any longer, Xiao Ming lamented, feeling the weight of his predicament. If it weren't for the primordial fire seed, he wouldn't have to endure such hardship. Of course, he wasn't truly at his breaking point. He merely feared that continuing might lead to serious consequences. He had now reached the 1061st step, mere dozens away from success. What an achievement! Not even the ancestors of the Fuyao sacred land, nor some prodigious imperial youths from ancient clans, could claim to have reached the top of the Fuyao heavenly ladder. The commotion this would cause if it spread could attract other imperial sons, all eager to test their worth against him. It would surely lead to endless troubles. Though reluctant, it seemed this time, I truly cannot surpass you. You have won. Seeing Xiao Ming in such a state, Feng Xianhuang's lips curled into a faint smile, her tone cool as she proclaimed. With that, she stepped forward, seemingly unable to proceed any further, and was expelled from the Fuyao heavenly ladder, standing tall in the void. Only she knew whether she had truly reached her limits. By the heavens, the Phoenix Fairy finally succumbed at the 1060th step. And that male disciple managed to outpace her? The plaza erupted once more as Feng Xianwang was expelled, but before the astonishment could settle, another resounding boom echoed as Xiao Ming was also cast out by the Fuyao heavenly ladder. By the heavens, this fellow could not hold on either, merely surpassing the Phoenix Fairy by one step. What a pity. If only the Phoenix Fairy had held on a little longer, she might have claimed the record. As I gazed upon Xiao Ming's figure standing resolutely in the void, the uproar in the mountain gate square reached its zenith, leaving the prodigies outside the gate utterly dumbfounded. The abandoned child, wanted by the Xiao family, had astonishingly shattered the highest record ever set by the illustrious prodigies of the Fuyao sacred land, even surpassing those with ancient Phoenix bloodlines. He was indeed a promising young sovereign destined to attain the path of the emperor. Chapter 20. The Lesser Deity of the Ancient Clan? The Stifled Fuyao Sacred Lord. With a sigh, Xiao Ming approached Feng Xianwang and exhaled deeply. It must be acknowledged that being pushed to such extremes by Feng Xianwang had indeed taken him by surprise. Do I believe you? I suspect you still have some strength left. Feng Xianwang retorted with a cold smile, her expression filled with skepticism, as if she had seen through Xiao Ming's pretense. This caused a flicker of embarrassment to cross Xiao Ming's countenance. Ahem, remember to fulfill your promise, he said, clearing his throat and promptly shifting the topic. Regardless, he had indeed reaped significant rewards this time, not only acquiring a sacred king-level secret technique, but also obtaining the primordial fire seed in the Emperor's banner. How delightful. Rest assured, it's merely a sacred king's secret technique. You shall receive what is due. Feng Xianwang rolled her eyes, her voice taking on a more somber tone as she continued, though I may have lost to you this time, it will not be so easy for you to triumph over me again in the future. With those words, a powerful confidence emanated from her. reminiscent of the Empress who had once swept across the 8 desolations in 6 directions, now fully revived. This encounter had allowed her to glimpse Xiao Ming's true capabilities, and she could leverage her accumulated cultivation experience from her past life, along with the ancient Phoenix clan's legacy and the secrets of the Fuyo sacred land, to grow rapidly. Next time, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, slightly taken aback. Did this woman wish to challenge him again? I am indifferent. However, I will not engage in a competition without conditions. Should you lose next time, do not blame me for making excessive demands. What of the Reincarnated Empress? If she dared to contend with him, she would inevitably lose, even in the most trivial of matters. You. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Feng Xianwang felt a sense of offense, her delicate face flushing. She must have envisioned some outrageous demand. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, a thunderous roar erupted from the void, as the Fuyo sky ladder concealed itself in the ether. A towering figure emerged, radiating a majestic aura that enveloped the entire sacred land. We pay our respects to the sacred lord. Upon seeing the figure in the void, disciples and elders of the Fuyo sacred land bowed reverently. The sacred lord, Nangong Wui, had held his position for over 1,500 years. Aside from the elders in the forbidden area, no one knew his exact cultivation level, only that he was a formidable sacred king. Junior Xiao Ming. Greetings to the sacred lord. Junior Feng Xianwang. Greetings to the sacred lord. In the chorus of voices, both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang, without pretense, performed a respectful bow to Nangong Wui. Xiao Ming, Feng Xianwang, do you both wish to take me as your master? Without any superfluous words or inquiries about their backgrounds, Nangong Wui directly extended an invitation to accept them as disciples. If he could take in these 2 prodigious talents with the potential to attain the emperor's path, he might soar to unprecedented heights through their fortune. As for whether they were spies sent by certain factions, Nangong Wui dismissed that thought without a second glance. Which power would send such extraordinary successors as undercover agents? If anything went awry, it would merely be a futile endeavor. Disciple. Just as Xiao Ming contemplated and was about to speak, a voice suddenly interjected. Wait, I have my eye on these 2. The tone was somewhat languid, plunging the Fuyo sacred land into an eerie silence and causing Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang to exchange glances of surprise. Who dared to contest the sacred lord for disciples within the domain of the Fuyo sacred land? Could it be an even more formidable powerhouse? As they were filled with astonishment, both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover a figure had appeared in the void. Clad in a pale blue dress, her beauty was unparalleled. Her figure, with its graceful curves, rivaled even that of Feng Xianwang, the Reincarnated Empress. Strangely, this woman held a wine gourd, occasionally sipping from it, as if seeking solace in the drink. Xianxia, the lesser deity of the ancient clan, the protagonist's mentor. Tentatively one of the beauties. Xianxia, lesser deity of the Jiang clan and the ancient clan, possessing a trace of ancient divine bloodline. Naturally endowed with a 9-orifice spirit body, at the 9th level of Sacred King Realm, burdened by a bloodline seal, practicing a fragmented divine technique, comparable to imperial scriptures. As Xiao Ming activated his true eye, information about the woman before him continuously surfaced. This revelation left him astonished. The ancient clan? What was this? He was unaware, but it sounded formidable, rivaling the imperial clans. Moreover, this ancient divine bloodline seemed even mightier than the imperial bloodlines, not to mention the 9-orifice spirit body. The pinnacle physique of the Cangyuan Realm. Most importantly, this Jiang clan's lesser deity had even practiced divine techniques. Though described as fragmented, it already exceeded the imperial level. What manner of being was this woman? Clearly not a local of the Fuyo sacred land. Miss Jiang, this is rather inappropriate. Isn't it? Upon seeing her, Nangong Wui's face twitched slightly, and he spoke with some annoyance. He hadn't anticipated that these 2 juniors would attract her attention, given their qualifications. It would be challenging for her to instruct them. Leave them to me, and they will truly uncover their potential. Jiang Xianying disregarded Nangong Wui's irritation, taking a sip of her wine before speaking nonchalantly. I am the sacred lord of Fuyo, and am capable of teaching them. Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's words, Nangong Wui's expression turned helpless, and he gritted his teeth in protest. He still wished to personally guide these 2 extraordinary prodigies. Rest assured, I merely seek to alleviate my boredom on Longwei Peak by helping you cultivate disciples. Since they have entered the Fuyo sacred land, they shall naturally be regarded as your own from this point forward. Jiang Xianying waved her hand, seemingly unwilling to concede easily. There is no point in our dispute here. Let us hear their wishes. After a moment of silence, Nangong Wui turned to Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang. Do you wish to take me as your master? Or would you prefer to follow this lady? Upon hearing Nangong Wui's words, Feng Xianwang slightly furrowed her brow. She had little recollection of the sudden woman. In her past life, though she had successfully awakened the ancient Phoenix bloodline, she had failed to inherit the legacy of the ancient Phoenix clan, preventing her from fully awakening her bloodline and realizing its advantages. Consequently, she had only reached the 936th step during the Fuyo Sky Ladder assessment. Although her achievement was impressive, it had not garnered attention from this woman. After subsequently becoming Nangong Wui's disciple, she had heard him mention that on Wangwei Peak resided a Jiang woman from a significant power, warning her never to disturb her, lest even he find it difficult to quell her wrath. And now, unexpectedly, due to their brilliance, this woman had appeared ahead of schedule. Chapter 21. He indeed possesses the potential of an emperor. Even his treasures are exceptionally potent. Ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered, allowing the host to make the following choices. Choice 1. Take Nangong Wui as your master and receive a random elixir as a reward. Select option 2. Apprentice under xianxia to receive a randomly awarded spiritual treasure. Select option 3. Establish an independent sect while simultaneously rejecting both Nangong Waya and xianxia to obtain a random divine ability. After Nangong Waya's words fell, the system's notification unexpectedly rang out and options materialized before Xiao Ming. He had triggered the system's selection. Upon seeing the available choices, Xiao Ming's eyes brightened slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. System, I choose option 2. With the insight provided by the Eye of Truth, Xiao Ming grasped the intricacies of both Nangong Waya and xianxia. The former possessed a cultivation level of the 5th tier of the Saint King realm, while the latter was at the 9th tier. The former boasted the wind and thunder sacred body, coupled with a trace of imperial bloodline, while the latter was endowed with a 9-aperture exquisite body, alongside a hint of ancient demonic bloodline. Regarding their techniques, Nangong Waya practiced a fragmented imperial scripture, whereas xianxia trained in a flawed divine technique. There was no need for comparison regarding spiritual treasures and divine abilities. The distinction was apparent. As for establishing a sect, was this not merely seeking trouble? To dismiss a powerful ally while simultaneously offending 2 formidable Saint Kings? Only someone lacking sense would make such a choice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have received the reward, Soul-Devouring Sword. The reward has been placed in the system space, ready for the host to extract and inherit upon completion of the choice. Soul-Devouring Sword, a demonic sword forged from the bones of the abyssal demon emperor by the Elder of Slaughtering Life. Due to its overwhelming malevolence, it was subjected to a heavenly tribulation that diminished its quality to that of a mundane item, purging 99% of its bloodthirsty power. However, the soul-devouring sword unexpectedly retained its innate ability to consume the flesh and blood of living beings for evolution. Another item capable of evolution. The system truly does not disappoint. The ability to devour the flesh of living beings signifies this sword possesses the essence of a divine weapon. If paired with the Emperor's banner, it would create a seamless synergy of life and death. One consumes flesh while the other devours souls. In an instant, one could eradicate an opponent, eliminating the need for any traces to remain. Such a modus operandi is increasingly sinister. It seems he truly possesses the potential of an emperor. Even his treasures are inherently wicked. Hey, have you not yet decided under whom you wish to apprentice? Observing Xiao Ming's silence, as if in contemplation, Feng Xianwang slightly furrowed her brows and discreetly inquired through voice transmission. She too was torn, contemplating whether to divulge a bit of information to encourage Xiao Ming to choose Jiang Xianying as his mentor, yet that would also impose pressure upon herself. After all, no one could predict whether Xiao Ming might acquire a unique opportunity after becoming Jiang Xianying's disciple, potentially surpassing her. I have made my decision. You shall accompany me. Without waiting for Feng Xianwang to transmit another message, Xiao Ming had already clasped his hands before Jiang Xianying. Disciple Xiao Ming pays respects to the master. Upon seeing Nangong Waya's despondent expression, Xiao Ming immediately turned to address him. Saint Master, even though I have chosen this esteemed lady as my mentor, I remain a disciple of the Fuyo Sacred Land. Should the Sacred Land have any tasks, I shall dutifully comply. Hearing these words, Nangong Waya nodded, his gaze shifting to Feng Xianwang. And you? Disciple, like Xiao Ming, chooses to apprentice under her. I too remain a disciple of the Fuyo Sacred Land. Should the Saint Master or the Sacred Land require assistance, I shall not hesitate to face any challenge. In her previous life, she had already apprenticed under Nangong Waya and was familiar with his cultivation insights. In this life, returning to apprentice under him would yield little benefit. However, if she could gain some secret techniques from Xianxia, it might prove advantageous. Most importantly, she needed to stay close to Xiao Ming to observe his growth. This would allow her to understand both herself and her rival, preparing her for future comparisons. Very well, I shall mentor these two for now. Upon departure, I shall not take them with me. Consider it a favor owed to the Fuyo sacred land. Noticing Nangong Huaya's slight disappointment, Jiang Xinying took a sip of her wine and remarked. Upon hearing Jiang Xinying's words, Nangong Huaya sighed in relief. Indeed, his greatest concern was that Xiao Ming and Feng Xian Wang would be taken away by this woman after becoming her disciples. If the Fuyo sacred land were to exhaust its resources nurturing these two, it would be akin to losing both the soldiers and the general, foolishly nurturing disciples for another. Since you have chosen this path, I shall not impose. Although there is no bond of master and disciple, there remains the connection of sect. He continued, from now on, you too shall enjoy the privileges of core disciples within the Fuyo sacred land, yet some core inheritances and sect resources must be exchanged for contributions to the sect. With these words, Nangong Huaya ceased to linger and vanished into the void. Thank you, Saint Master. Xiao Ming and Feng Xian Wang expressed their gratitude, bowing towards the empty space. It seemed this Saint Master of Fuyo was indeed broad-minded, not harboring any grudges over the matter. Instead, he granted them the status of core disciples, allowing them to pursue greater benefits. Rest assured, your master shall not treat you unfairly. After Xiao Ming and Feng Xian Wang bowed, Jiang Xinying looked at her with a glint in her eyes and waved her hand lazily. Following this, the Fuyo sacred land erupted into a fervent uproar after a brief silence. Who is that mysterious woman? Why can she contend with the Saint Master for disciples? Incredible. I thought these two would become the Saint Master's disciples, ascending to the roles of the sacred son and sacred daughter of Fuyo, yet it has culminated in such circumstances. Even the Saint Master seems wary. That woman must be a Saint King, regardless of her identity. To be a disciple of a Saint King is an opportunity that cannot be sought after. Who knows what identities these two possess? Each one has the potential to become an emperor, yet they are treated as outcasts. I know. One named Xiao Ming is the discarded son being sought after by the Xiao family of Luoyuan City, while the other named Feng Xian Wang is the little princess of the Phoenix family in Tianao City. What? The discarded son being sought after? Are you joking? This fellow possesses the potential to become an emperor. How could he possibly be an outcast? Did the head of the Xiao family lose his mind? Believe it. This news was conveyed to me by my cousin, who had just been outside the mountain gate and was nearly terrified by Xiao Ming. As the situation escalated, the names of the two began to circulate widely. News of their backgrounds and deeds started spreading within the Fuyo sacred land. Upon learning of Xiao Ming's exploits, many disciples found it hard to believe. In fact, several well-meaning individuals quickly dispatched messengers to inform the Xiao family, eager to share the joyous tidings and, of course, to witness the ensuing drama. If the family that had once cast out their own was to discover that their discarded son was soaring within the Fuyo sacred land, they would likely be so astonished they would lose sleep. Perhaps they would even send someone to extend their congratulations, providing a source of amusement for all. Chapter 22. Xiao Ming possesses the potential of an emperor? This is impossible. Luoyuan City, the Xiao family. Runner, are you truly leaving so soon? Lin Wanqing found it hard to accept. This is the only way for me to step out of the Cangyuan Realm and become the young supreme of the eastern region. Xiao Ren's expression remained cold, devoid of any trace of reluctance. To him, the Xiao family was merely a stepping stone on his path to becoming an emperor, unworthy of his attachment as a young supreme. A man's ambitions lie beyond the horizon. Renner's aspirations are a source of pride for the Xiao family. However, the outside world is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution. Remember, Xiao Tian said, patting Xiao Ren's shoulder with a fatherly concern that appeared warm and affectionate. Had it not been for the events of the past few days, onlookers might have believed they were a model family, embodying the virtues of filial piety. Before departing, dear, may I entrust you with a request? Please refrain from causing trouble for your brother. After Xiao Tianzi finished speaking, Lin Wanqing grasped Xiao Ren's wrist. Her eyes filled with hopeful entreaty. However, before she could complete her sentence, Xiao Ren's expression darkened, and he forcefully shook off Lin Wanqing's hand. I have told you before. He is not my brother. He is merely a traitor. If you care for him so much, then go seek him out and leave the Xiao family. With that final exclamation, Lin Wanqing's pupils dilated, and she retaliated with a slap. This strike not only stunned Xiao Ren but also startled Xiao Tianzi. You dare strike me? You actually have the audacity to hit me for that abandoned child. After a moment of shock, Xiao Ren's eyes turned crimson. His expression twisted with rage as he bellowed at Lin Wanqing, exuding an unmistakable inclination to retaliate. Dear, I did not mean to. I simply wish to see you two brothers live in harmony, Lin Wanqing stammered, her voice trembling in light of Xiao Ren's monstrous demeanor. Enough. Before Lin Wanqing could finish her plea, she was interrupted by Xiao Ren's furious roar. If you continue to speak on his behalf, I won't hesitate to sever our relationship. At that moment, Lin Wanqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her once doted-upon youngest son could utter such heartless words. Her earlier slap was merely an impulsive act of frustration, after all. Regardless, she had acted for the sake of both her sons. Master, we have news of the traitor Xiao Ming. Just as Lin Wanqing's face turned pale, an elder burst in, his expression fraught with anxiety. At this proclamation, Xiao Tianze, Xiao Ren, and the shaken Lin Wanqing all turned their gazes toward him. Where is he? In their heightened agitation, both Xiao Tianze and Xiao Ren shouted in unison, prompting the elder to reveal a bitter smile. It is impossible to locate him. For some unknown reason, Xiao Ming has fully regained his powers and passed the entrance examination of the Fuyo Sacred Land. What? That wretch not only restored his cultivation, but also became a disciple of the Fuyo Sacred Land. Before the elder could finish, he was cut off by Xiao Ren's frantic interjection. In merely a few days, Xiao Ming had not only survived his tribulations, but also made a remarkable comeback. Even if he has regained his abilities and become a disciple of the Fuyo Sacred Land, what of it? In my presence, he is nothing more than a mere chicken. The next time we meet, I shall personally cripple him and take my time to eliminate him. With the thought of possessing the supreme bone, Xiao Ren dismissed Xiao Ming entirely. You may find that difficult to achieve. Just as Xiao Ren's words fell, the elder began to counter. Xiao Ming did not merely join the Fuyo Sacred Land. He shattered the record for the entrance examination, ascending to the 1061st step of the Fuyo ladder with unparalleled brilliance. This led to the Fuyo Sacred Lord personally appearing, intending to accept him as a direct disciple, only to be thwarted by the emergence of another mysterious Holy King. Ultimately, Xiao Ming chose to refuse the Fuyo Sacred Lord and instead pledged himself to the enigmatic Holy King, securing his status as a core disciple of the Fuyo Sacred Land. Now, within and outside the Fuyo Sacred Land, rumors abound that Xiao Ming possesses imperial potential. The reason he is being hunted by the Xiao family is due to being betrayed by his brother and forsaken by his parents. Thunderstruck by the elder's revelations, both Xiao Ren and Xiao Tianze trembled uncontrollably. Impossible. This cannot be. How could that useless wretch possess imperial potential? How could he possibly ascend the 1061st step of the Fuyo ladder? How could he become a disciple of the Holy King? After a long pause, Xiao Ren, unable to accept the reality, seized the elder. Speak quickly. Are you trying to deceive me? Had the elder not possessed the Nirvana realm cultivation, he would have struggled to withstand Xiao Ren's verbal onslaught. I would never jest about such matters. Much of the northern Xianxia is already aware of this. Alongside Xiao Ming, the little princess of the Phoenix family from Tianyao City also entered the Fuyo Sacred Land. As he spoke, the elder produced a jade slip from his storage ring, then formed seals with his hands upon it, causing a radiant light to emanate from the slip. The image of Xiao Ming standing on the Fuyo ladder alongside Feng Xianhuang materialized. Though the distance was considerable, it was unmistakably Xiao Ming. No, that is impossible. Witnessing the familiar figure beside Feng Xianhuang, who appeared as a celestial couple, Xiao Ren's expression contorted with rage. How could he possess imperial potential? How could he rise again? He had clearly abandoned his cultivation. This must all be a lie. In the midst of overwhelming shock and disbelief, Xiao Ren erupted in the hall. Unable to bear the crushing blow, he had painstakingly leveraged the Xiao family's power to hasten the development of the Supreme Bone. His cultivation had soared from the 1st to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. He had believed this opportunity would elevate him above all others. Yet, just days after he had crippled himself and ruined his own physique, his brother had emerged in the Fuyo Sacred Land, dazzling all and breaking the entrance examination record to become a disciple of the Holy King, with the entire realm acknowledging him as possessing imperial potential. What did this signify? It meant that if Xiao Ming, as the elder brother, desired it, even after being rendered powerless and having his physique destroyed, he could easily surpass this younger brother who relied on family. How could he accept this? Xiao Ming, regardless of how you accomplish this, I, Xiao Ren, will ensure the world knows that you, a useless wretch, will forever remain inferior to me. Amidst this profound emotional turmoil, a singular thought surged through Xiao Rin's mind as he fixed a cold gaze upon the elder. I shall become the holy son of the Tai sacred land, and then ascend to the Fuyo sacred land to properly congratulate my brother. Chapter 23. The rebellious son, the abusive husband, and the shattered er. Dear, are you going to trouble your brother? Lin Wanqing grasped Xiao Rin tightly. Please listen to your mother. Do not pursue this, all right? Your brother has only just regained his cultivation and is presented with such an opportunity. Allow me to speak to him on your behalf, and perhaps our family can return to the way it was. Enough. Lin Wanqing's words ignited Xiao Rin's fury. He turned to face her, his eyes blazing red. Resembling a beast on the verge of rampage. What do you wish to say to him? To confess that I maliciously trapped him the other day? To admit that the slanders he uttered were true, and that I am the disgrace of the Xiao family? Where do you want me to save face? What do you think of the Tai sacred land? His words, filled with bitterness, left Lin Wanqing stunned. Tears streaming down her face as she could only respond in a sorrowful tone. Mother merely wishes for you two to reconcile. Stop pretending. All your flowery words about wanting us to reconcile are nothing more than an attempt to alleviate your own guilt. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's heartfelt words, Xiao Ren's face turned cold, and he tore away the mask of familial affection. Over the past 6 months, you have neglected us both. Had it not been for the recent incident, would you have stood by and watched him cripple his cultivation and sever ties with you, feeling only a twinge of guilt? Would you have feigned this concern? No. So do not stand here claiming it is for our reconciliation. Your pretense is so hypocritical, it makes me want to vomit. After Xiao Rin delivered his merciless words, Lin Wanqing felt as if the sky was collapsing and the world spun around her. She never anticipated that her beloved youngest son harbored such sentiments towards her. Just a few days prior, during that unfortunate incident, she had sided with Xiao Rin. A rebellious son, indeed. How dare he speak to his mother in such a manner? Did I not give you enough face? Consumed by extreme anger and humiliation, Lin Wanqing lost her composure in that moment and raised her hand to slap Xiao Rin. Yet, before her hand could land on his cheek, another slap struck her face with force. Had enough of this ruckus? The powerful blow nearly sent Lin Wanqing reeling backward, one side of her face swelling from the impact. As she lifted her head, she met the icy gaze of Xiao Tiance, his expression dark and menacing, as if he were a predator ready to devour her. In that instant, Lin Wanqing felt as if her world had crumbled. A rebellious son, an abusive husband, and a shattered self. What sins had she committed to deserve such a fate? After the slap left Lin Wanqing momentarily dazed, Xiao Tiance spoke in a low voice, conveying a sense of unwavering support for whatever choice Xiao Rin might make, providing a slight comfort to him. With a cold snort, he turned and exited the hall. Xiao Tiance, how dare you strike me? Once Xiao Rin had departed, Lin Wanqing, still in shock, glared at him fiercely, embodying the spirit of a mother tiger ready to fight. That slap was meant to awaken you, if you hadn't favored the youngest son since childhood, sowing seeds of discontent in Xiao Ming's heart and fostering Xiao Rin's reckless behavior. How could things have come to this? What do you mean I favored the youngest? Was it not you who insisted that the older son should be raised with hardship and tempered through struggle, prompting me to encourage Xiao Ming to set an example for the younger one? Upon hearing Xiao Tiance's words, Lin Wanqing immediately retorted. Her hysterical demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier tearful state. I have no desire to engage in this argument. You act the part of a virtuous person while being duplicitous. Whom do you intend to fool? If this results in Xiao Rin turning against us, I would relish seeing whom you rely on in the future. Having said this, Xiao Tiance snorted coldly and strode out of the hall. He was now prepared to brace for the worst and carve out a path for himself. Thus, even if Xiao Rin proved unreliable and Xiao Ming sought revenge, he would be better equipped to handle future situations. Am I in the wrong? Watching Xiao Tiance leave, Lin Wanqing thought, no, I am not wrong. Everything I do is for the good of my 2 sons. Now that Xiao Ming has regained his strength and has joined the Fuyo sacred land, he has suffered little loss and may even benefit from this misfortune. If I plead on his behalf, perhaps he will let go of his grievances and reconcile with me and run. With this thought, Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened as if she had glimpsed hope. In her memory, Xiao Ming had always been magnanimous and held deep respect for the Xiao family and his parents. It was inconceivable that he would sever ties over a trivial misunderstanding. Perhaps he acted out of anger at that moment. If I sincerely apologized to my eldest son, he might be willing to forgive and accept me back as his mother. After all, a mother carries her child for 10 months, and their bond is unbreakable. She could not believe Xiao Ming could truly be so heartless as to sever their blood ties so easily. With this resolution, Lin Wanqing rose from the ground. determined to find an opportunity to stealthily visit the Fuyo Sacred Land. Meanwhile, at the Fuyo Sacred Land, atop the Moonwatch Peak, the instructor casually announced to the two disciples, "This will be your training ground from now on. Choose any spot to establish your dwelling." Upon arriving at the main peak, xianxia dropped the two off and perched on a weathered stone. Is this truly Moonwatch Peak? Upon seeing the main peak, Xiao Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He had expected the residence of Xianxia to be a picturesque paradise, yet it was nothing but a desolate mountain. Indeed, this primary peak was barren, devoid of any greenery. Only grotesque stones jutted from the earth. Furthermore, a thick mist enveloped the mountain, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Even the birds dared not relieve themselves here, leaving Xiao Ming puzzled as to why a divine being like the young envoy of the divine ancient clan would choose such a desolate locale. Beside him, Feng Xianwang remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the surroundings, as if she had anticipated this. Although she had never set foot here in her past life, she had glimpsed this peak from afar. However, stepping onto this mountain for the first time still filled her with trepidation. She sensed an enigmatic power emanating from the mountain, one that was barren, silent, profound, and terrifying. This force unnerved her ancient phoenix bloodline, instilling an inexplicable sense of anxiety and wariness. It felt as if this power surpassed her own phoenix abilities, which left Feng Xianhuang in disbelief, her gaze fixated on the desolate mountain. This energy radiated from the very core of the mountain, undoubtedly concealing some profound secret. Not only Feng Xianhuang held this thought, but even Xiao Ming realized the peculiarity of the peak. As he scrutinized Moonwatch Peak, he activated his true vision, revealing the mountain's hidden secrets. And a series of revelations unfolded before him. Chapter 24. Whosoever first comprehends this secret technique shall become the chief disciple of the sect. This barren mountain, known as Moonwatch Peak, conceals a severed finger bone of the emperor from the divine ancient clan, containing a formidable aura of desolation and a trace of law power. So, the Moonwatch Peak harbors a fragment of an emperor's finger bone. Could it be a legacy deliberately left by the emperor of the divine ancient clan? Realizing the extraordinary nature of this mountain, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Ming's face. No wonder the young envoy of the divine ancient clan chose to remain here. It was for the sealed emperor's relic hidden within this mountain. Do you sense anything unusual about this mountain? Feng Xianwang inquired, her brow furrowing slightly as she felt something was amiss. Despite her current inability to wield her divine consciousness easily, her keen perception allowed her to detect that something was off about this peak. She promptly turned to Xiao Ming for insight. Xianxia expression sharpened as he directed his gaze towards the two disciples. I find it curious that a fair celestial being like our master resides in such a desolate place, surrounded by an aura of strange power. I suspect there must be some formidable evil sealed beneath, which our master must guard against for the safety of all. His noble spirit was commendable. Upon hearing Feng Xianwang's inquiry, Xiao Ming refrained from divulging the truth, instead concocting a vague explanation. He had yet to ascertain their master's character, so he dared not mention the emperor's finger bone sealed below. However, he knew that claiming such an extraordinary secret would be met with disbelief. So he resorted to mere fabrication. Evil? At Xiao Ming's nonsensical claim, Feng Xianwang's expression tightened as she recalled past events. In her previous life, she remembered a calamity sparked by a powerful entity beneath the refinery peak, and there had indeed been an incident of dark energy rising from the direction of Moonwatch Peak, promptly suppressed by the ancestors of the sacred land. Could it be that, as this fellow suggested, some malevolent force is sealed beneath the mountain? Unbeknownst to you, little one, you have discerned the subtleties. Within the contemplative demeanor of Feng Xianwang, Jiang Xianying took a sip of her small drink and continued with a voice steeped in gravity. Just as Xiao Ming articulated, beneath the Moonwatch Peak lies a seal containing a nefarious entity, and the entire mountain is inscribed with a formidable array of sealing formations. Should an outsider inadvertently trigger this, they would be obliterated by the formation. Hence, I must caution you. Do not succumb to curiosity and attempt to explore within the mountain. Should the formation be accidentally activated, even I may not arrive in time to rescue you. Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's warning, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang were taken aback. They could sense the presence of the sealing formation within the mountain. Yet they had not anticipated that even a powerful being of the Saint King realm would struggle against it. Having addressed the necessary precautions regarding Moonwatch Peak, it is now time to discuss our matters. My name is Jiang Xianying. As for my origins, I shall refrain from disclosing them for now, lest it dishearten you both. You only need to understand that this world is vast, Even the sacred land of Fuyo is but a slightly more formidable ant in the presence of certain ancient powers in the eastern domain. One of you possesses the chaos body, while the other carries the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Such extraordinary talents are indeed remarkable, even within the Cangyuan Realm. However, beyond the heavens, there are greater realms and beings. One's physique merely determines the starting point, not the ultimate destination. Whether you can ascend to true strength will depend on the efforts you invest. Realizing she had spoken at length, Xianxia shifted her tone and succinctly declared, I shall not indulge in superfluous discourse. Since I have accepted you as my disciples, I must make a gesture. With that, she flipped her right hand, revealing a miniature stone tablet that floated into her grasp. This tablet is inscribed with a secret technique of my lineage, allowing one to comprehend the essence of desolation and condense it into desolation patterns. It enables individuals outside the divine desolation ancient clan to wield the power of desolation with ease. Given your aptitudes, should you grasp this power and merge it with your true essence, both your physical forms and cultivation will experience a qualitative leap. Once you master this secret technique, I shall impart to you further divine abilities of desolation. With a flick of her hand, Xianxia cast the stone tablet, which expanded to a size of 10 feet. Landing upon the mountainside of Moonwatch Peak, the swirling essence of desolation around them seemed irresistibly drawn to the tablet, converging upon it like a moth to a flame. Such decisive action left Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang momentarily speechless. Master, if you unilaterally share your clan's secret technique with us, will it not cause significant trouble should your kin discover this? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ming inquired gravely, though Feng Xianwang remained silent. Her expression revealed her concern on the matter. Should it be revealed that Xianxia had imparted her clan's secrets, they might find themselves pursued by the formidable beings of the divine desolation ancient clan. Are you afraid? Xianxia smiled faintly, seemingly understanding their trepidation. This secret technique was crafted by my mother, and as her daughter, I am entitled to share it. At this point, her expression grew somber as she took a couple of hearty swigs from her wine gourd. Upon hearing Xianxia's final words, Xiao Ming's lips involuntarily twitched, and Feng Xianwang's demeanor shifted unpredictably. She suddenly recalled what the divine desolation ancient clan truly represented, a power more fearsome than the prominent imperial families of the eastern domain. In her previous life, she had limited interactions with such factions, but she was aware of their terrifying might, some capable of suppressing a dark, forbidden zone with their entire lineage. However, due to certain regulations, the ancient monsters of these clans could not easily reveal themselves in the outside world. Why this was the case, she had never delved into in her past life. Little did she expect to encounter the divine desolation ancient clan in this lifetime. I will learn. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Xianwang was the first to respond. Much to Xiao Ming's surprise, he had not anticipated that this reincarnated empress would agree so readily. I will learn as well. Noticing Xianxia's gaze upon him, Xiao Ming resolutely affirmed his decision. If Feng Xianwang was unafraid, why should he be intimidated? Excellent. Truly, you are the disciples I hold in high regard, and you have not disappointed me. Observing their courage, Xianxia's lips curled into a slight smile, and she continued, Now, focus your minds on comprehending this secret technique. The one who masters it first shall become the senior disciple of our sect. Whether that will be the elder brother or elder sister depends on your efforts. Chapter 25. Temporary boost. Even the reborn empress must face defeat. Elder brother? Elder sister? Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Xiao Ming's expression subtly shifted. In that moment, he felt a blazing battle spirit ignite around him, akin to a roaring flame. Turning to his side, he discovered Feng Xianwang's face alight with excitement, her eyes glinting with playful challenge as she regarded him. What is that look? Do you truly believe you will comprehend this secret technique before me and comfortably assume the role of my elder sister? What do you think? Feng Xianwang, oblivious to any impropriety in Xiao Ming's words, gazed at him with unabashed pride. As a reincarnated empress, she had previously cultivated to the 7th level of the emperor realm, far surpassing the comprehension of cultivation and insights compared to the spirit sea realm. Even if Xiao Ming's comprehension were extraordinary, it could never eclipse hers. It was akin to a university student being demoted to 1st grade, even when faced with an unfamiliar math problem. Her years of knowledge and experience would allow her to solve it with ease. How could she possibly lose to someone who had just graduated from kindergarten? Isn't that amusing? Observing Feng Xianwang's proud demeanor, Xiao Ming could only manage a wry smile. Although he suspected she would surpass him in understanding, he refused to yield verbally. From your tone, it seems you are not convinced? Feng Xianwan's lips curled slightly, her gaze challenging as she regarded Xiao Ming. How about this? Let us engage in a contest. If you comprehend the secret technique before me, not only will you accept being my junior brother, but you shall also cook for me. Should I lose, I shall call you elder brother and prepare anything you desire. Having previously wagered against Xiao Ming and exited in defeat, she knew that nothing was absolute. She could not allow herself to be bested by him repeatedly. This time, she was confident that her advantages would allow her to dominate, making it clear to him that she was no mere trifling character. Ding! The life choice system has been randomly triggered, and the host may select from the following options. Option 1. Concede voluntarily, abandon the bet with Feng Xianwang, and declare that one is not even as good as a single curl of her hair, thus ensuring a reward of a random technique. Option 2. Ignore her. Dismiss the proud Empress Feng Xianwang, roll your eyes, and take your seat before the stone tablet to contemplate, earning a random spiritual treasure as a reward. Option 3. Fearless. Accept Feng Xianwang's wager, and assert that she will always be beneath you, preparing to call her junior sister and have her cook for you, earning a random talent as a reward. Option 4. Reversal of fate. Slap Feng Xianwang across the face, forcing her to kneel and plead before agreeing to this wager, earning a random divine ability as a reward. As the system's notification unexpectedly sounded and the options materialized before him, Xiao Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. To say he was fortunate would be an understatement. This empress had indeed brought him another stroke of luck, triggering the system's selection once more. Upon casually scanning the 4 options before him, Xiao Ming instinctively dismissed the most abstract one. To slap Feng Xianwang and then demand that she kneel and plead? He was no Superman. Surely the system was malfunctioning. The first 3 options each held merit. However, as a man, to be provoked so by a woman and either concede or ignore it would render him somewhat unworthy. Can a cultivator of our caliber be so spineless? Thus, without hesitation, Xiao Ming made his choice. System, I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have received the reward, Extraordinary Insight. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space, ready for extraction upon the host's completion of the choice. Extraordinary Insight. When the host concentrates and contemplates, their understanding will be amplified indefinitely, and over time, they will enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Is this a temporary cheat? Upon receiving the information about this reward, a look of surprise crossed Xiao Ming's face. He considered his own understanding to be quite commendable. Even if he was not a prodigy, he was certainly a remarkable talent. Otherwise, he would not have become the strongest genius of the younger generation in the Xiao family. Now, with this innate ability, he felt entirely confident he could surpass anyone, even the Reincarnated Empress. After all, sudden enlightenment is a rare and coveted state of comprehension. It allows one to resonate effortlessly with any technique, divine power, or principle. In such a state, it is no longer merely a matter of understanding a technique. One becomes wholly integrated with it. As long as one's insight is profound, it is akin to receiving divine instruction. How could mere contemplation compare? Do you need time to ponder? Seeing Xiao Ming's prolonged silence, Feng Xianwang could not help but speak up. Is there really anything to consider? Since you are so confident, I shall indulge you. Just remember, if you lose, do not try to weasel out of it. With that, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, indicating that extraordinary insight could be extracted with a single click. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ming chose to extract it immediately. As a beam of light infused his body, he acquired this talent. Since you are so confident, let us wait and see. Feng Xianwang could not suppress a cold laugh and decided against wasting more words with Xiao Ming, striding toward the stone tablet. By the way, you still owe me a Sacred King's secret technique. You haven't forgotten, have you? Just as Feng Xianwang set foot forward, Xiao Ming's voice called out from behind, nearly causing her to stumble. It's merely a Sacred King's secret technique. After this competition, regardless of the outcome, I will certainly provide it to you. Seeing Feng Xianwang nearly transform into a furious tigress, a hint of frustration appeared on Xiao Ming's face. Her temper was somewhat volatile. No wonder she played with fire. However, considering she was soon to be his junior disciple, he refrained from holding it against this Reincarnated Empress. As Feng Xianwang settled into a cross-legged position to commune with the stone tablet, Xiao Ming sat beside her, adopting a similar posture to engage with the tablet. As their souls intertwined, a desolate and chaotic expanse materialized before them, devoid of sun and moon and barren of life. Only ancient characters hung in the air, emanating a terrifying aura of desolation, as if they could consume vitality itself. Great desolation refining God technique. Upon seeing these 5 characters, Xiao Ming focused intently. An extraordinary insight activated. His already extraordinary understanding began to surge exponentially. In mere moments, it surpassed his typical capacity by several times. With a resounding boom, Xiao Ming successfully entered a state of sudden enlightenment, his spirit realm seemingly elevated, becoming one with the cosmos. The desolate essence contained within the stone tablet resonated with him, and the ancient characters morphed into a plethora of cultivation scriptures. Such a commotion caused Feng Xianhuang to instinctively open her eyes, and Jiang Xianying nearly spat out the spirit wine he had been sipping. Chapter 26, Mastering the Power of Desolation. Feng Xianhuang is on the verge of tears. Sudden enlightenment? Upon sensing the profound aura of the Tao emanating from Xiao Ming, Feng Xianhuang and Jiang Xianying nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. Sudden enlightenment. This represented the pinnacle of understanding techniques and principles, a state of comprehension she never expected Xiao Ming to encounter. How infuriating. How could he achieve sudden enlightenment? How could this empress compete against that? Feng Xianhuang gritted her teeth as tears of frustration welled up within her. She had anticipated easily overpowering him, only to find that he entered a state of enlightenment shortly after achieving stillness. This was tantamount to cheating. No matter, even if he had attained sudden enlightenment. I am the Reincarnated Empress. My foundation far exceeds his by hundreds of times. I still have a chance to turn the tide. With this thought, Feng Xianhuang quickly adjusted her mindset and entered a meditative state once more to comprehend the secret technique. Xiao Ming was experiencing sudden enlightenment beside her, and the mysterious aura radiating from him was beneficial to her as well. If she could harness this to her advantage, she might even gain insight into the secret technique ahead of time. Thus, until the very last moment, the outcome remained uncertain. This girl possesses a commendable mindset. Observing Feng Xianhuang transition from shock to determination, then swiftly adjust her mental state, Jiang Xianying's expression shifted to one of appreciation. In terms of mindset, understanding that this contest was likely a foregone conclusion yet still managing to maintain composure and fight until the end is an essential trait of a true warrior. Not easily giving up is what nurtures hope. Even if the end result were disappointing, she would have no regrets. Time passed, perhaps a quarter of an hour, or even 2.5 hours. As mysterious patterns began to appear on Xiao Ming's body, a terrifying aura of desolation erupted from him. He has succeeded. Upon witnessing Xiao Ming successfully condense the desolation patterns, a look of joy crossed Jiang Xianying's face. Then, as if recalling something, his expression grew serious. Although this fellow had successfully condensed the desolation patterns, it would take several years of effort to reach that level. He could only hope that time remained on their side. As Jiang Xianying pondered the weight of his mission, Xiao Ming felt the desolation patterns within him and the newfound power of desolation in his true essence. A look of shock and disbelief spread across his face. Although his cultivation level had not changed, he sensed his strength had been enhanced at least twofold. Most terrifying was that this strand of desolation power seemed capable of erasing and devouring vitality. While it could not directly consume the life force of beings to elevate his cultivation, it could fortify his physical body and heal injuries using that very essence. Truly, the Divine Desolation Ancient Clan possesses an extraordinary power. Since you have successfully comprehended the Great Desolation Refining God technique, you are now akin to a half-member of the Divine Desolation Ancient Clan. Take these 2 divine abilities and strive for their perfect practice. Xiao Ming's eyes brightened. This master of his was none other than the lesser divine fate of the Divine Desolation Ancient Clan. Surely, the techniques he bestowed would not be ordinary. Would they be at the quasi-emperor level, or perhaps even emperor level? Do not overthink it. Both techniques are at the Sacred King level. One is named Great Desolation Prison Skyfinger, created by a quasi-emperor of my clan. It is a terrifyingly powerful offensive technique. The other is called 8 Desolations Traversing, a life-preserving technique that combines mobility and defense, also crafted by a quasi-emperor who dedicated significant effort to its creation. Although both of you possess extraordinary talents, mastering the divine abilities at the imperial tier typically necessitates a deep comprehension of profound concepts to harness and unleash their true potential. Therefore, at present, the divine abilities of the saintly tier are, in fact, the most suitable. As if sensing Xiao Ming's thoughts, Jiang Xianying promptly elaborated. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ming did not object. While imperial divine abilities are undeniably formidable, if one cannot wield them, they remain merely ornamental. Only through grasping profound concepts or touching upon the laws can one cultivate imperial divine abilities. However, to have just become a disciple and already command a unique power of the ancient divine race, along with acquiring 2 saintly tier divine abilities, This apprenticeship is indeed a remarkable fortune. Has this woman yet to commence her training? With a wave, Xiao Ming took the 2 jade slips. Casting a glance at Xianxia beside him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. From now on, this aloof empress shall address him as senior brother. She would even prepare meals for him. With such interactions, wouldn't he become a bit more intimate with her? The thought sent a slight thrill through him. Clearing his throat and shaking his head, Xiao Ming suppressed his distractions and began to comprehend the 2 divine abilities. As he once again focused his mind, his extraordinary perceptiveness activated, leading him into a state of epiphany once more. This nearly startled Jiang, shinnying into falling from the crooked tree. How is this possible? This fellow has experienced another epiphany. It is well known that such moments are rare and require not only profound insight but also the right circumstances. Without luck, even the most perceptive minds struggle to attain such clarity. Speaking of others, she herself has only experienced 2 epiphanies in her lifetime, highlighting just how elusive they are. Yet, her disciple, who has just recently undergone one, is now on the verge of another. Is this mere coincidence, or has he mastered a method to enter epiphany at will? With a sense of astonishment brewing within her, Jiang Sheniying refrained from interrupting Xiao Ming's meditation and carefully extended her divine sense to feel her disciple's presence. If it were the latter, if she could glean from him a method to achieve such clarity, perhaps she could soon break through to the Saint King realm and become a genuine quasi-emperor powerhouse. However, as time passed, apart from noting that Xiao Ming was rather handsome, she could not discern any method that could facilitate an epiphany. Perhaps I should inquire about this young man later. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Sheniying turned her attention away from Xiao Ming and resumed sipping from her wine gourd. Just then, accompanied by a surge of desolate energy, Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes, intricate patterns appearing on her body. This transformation granted her phoenix power an eerie new dimension, akin to an unquenchable fire that thrives wherever life exists. Her phoenix flames would persistently burn until the vitality of her enemies was utterly extinguished. This astonishing change left her deeply shaken. As a reincarnated empress, she was acutely aware of the substantial enhancement this attribute shift would bestow upon her combat prowess. Unexpectedly, this journey to the Fuyou sacred land has brought about such extraordinary fortune. After reflecting on her thoughts, Xianxia glanced at Xiao Ming and was taken aback to see him still in a state of epiphany. Has he yet to grasp this secret technique? Is there something amiss with his perceptiveness? Truly, one cannot outsmart fate. It seems he has entered an epiphany but still falls short in mastering the secret technique compared to me. With this realization, a smirk crept onto Xianxuang's lips. However, before she could revel in her triumph, Jiang Sheniying's voice cut through her delight like a cold splash of water. Do not celebrate too soon. He has already comprehended the secret technique. This is his second epiphany, derived from the saintly tier divine ability I just provided him. Upon hearing Jiang Sheniying's words, Xianxuang felt as if struck by lightning, her smile freezing in place. A second epiphany? Is this fellow's perceptiveness truly so monstrous? Even I, a reincarnated empress, cannot compare to him. What kind of being is he to possess such capabilities? Undoubtedly, these saintly tier divine abilities, whether in the application of true essence or the enhancement and protection of the physical body, are on an entirely different level compared to the divine abilities I previously learned. As Xianxuang stood there, utterly astounded, Xiao Ming emerged from his state of epiphany, his face radiant as if he had achieved something monumental. This time, he successfully comprehended the 8 desolations traversing technique, which would significantly enhance his combat power. Chapter 27. Senior brother, junior sister is feeling itchy. Please bestow your guidance. As these thoughts settled in, Xiao Ming intended to press on and further comprehend another saintly tier divine ability when an unexpected chill coursed down his spine. Turning around, he discovered Jiang Sheniying gazing at him with intense fervor, while Xianxuang appeared somewhat dazed, as if suffering a profound blow. You have comprehended one of the saintly tier divine abilities? Jiang Sheniying inquired, her excitement palpable. Observing her eager demeanor, Xiao Ming merely nodded, prompting Jiang Sheniying to inhale sharply, nearly compelled to pry open his head to discern how such brilliance had manifested. In a mere 2.5 hours, Xiao Ming not only grasped the great desolation refining divine technique, but also a saintly tier divine ability. Such an accomplishment is extraordinarily rare within the ancient divine clan. Not to mention, Xiao Ming had experienced 2 epiphanies in that brief span. How did you enter such a state of epiphany? Jiang Sheniying queried, astonished. This made Xiao Ming's heart skip a beat as he realized he had inadvertently come across as exceptionally gifted. This is a soul talent I awakened. As long as I concentrate and meditate, my perceptiveness significantly increases, and there's a certain probability of attaining an epiphany, he explained after some contemplation. He decided to present this ability bestowed by the system as a soul talent he had awakened. After all, in the Cangyuan Realm, physical bodies can awaken various special talents, and souls can similarly awaken talents. Moreover, these talents cannot be transferred, rendering others powerless to covet his abilities. Soul talent? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's explanation, both Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianwang gaped, staring at him as if he were a ghost. It is known that in the Cangyuan Realm, aside from life forms of the spiritual body type, awakening soul talents is far more challenging than breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Who would have thought that this young man, in addition to being a chaotic body, possesses an exceedingly rare soul talent? Is he truly a monster? It seems I have indeed taken on an extraordinary disciple. My interest in you grows ever deeper. As Jiang Xianying surveyed Xiao Ming, astonishment coursed through her, and she appeared as if she wished to strip him bare to study his physical structure, which made Xiao Ming feel quite uneasy. He could only widen his eyes and watch Jiang Xianying warily, fearing she might approach him with ulterior motives. Do not worry, I shall not harm you. There is no need to look at me so suspiciously. Everyone harbors their secrets. It is not just you who appears extraordinary. Your junior sister is quite remarkable as well. Nevertheless, now that you are my disciples, I hold a sense of responsibility towards you. Though I may be somewhat unreliable, I disdain to act treacherously. With that, Jiang Xianying took a sip of her wine and continued to gaze at Feng Xianwang. Since you have also comprehended the great wilderness refining god technique, you are now qualified to cultivate the divine abilities of our clan. I have just imparted 2 divine techniques to your senior brother. You should also contemplate them thoroughly to ensure you do not fall too far behind Xiao Ming. Well then, it is getting late. You two should dig a hole for leisure and rest early. Remember to prepare some delectable dishes for me tomorrow. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Xianying's figure abruptly vanished, presumably entering the interior of Wangyue Peak. Within the vast mountain, only Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang remained, the atmosphere plunging into a profound silence. This is a sacred king-level fire control secret technique I obtained from a cave. It now belongs to you. After a moment of silence, Feng Xianwang retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring, raising her right hand to let it float before Xiao Ming. This secret technique was acquired 6 months ago and had greatly aided her in her previous life. It is the only sacred king-level technique she can currently present. A sacred king-level fire control technique? Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Then a glimmer of joy spread across his face. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared mind. He still had the primal fire seed in his system space that he had yet to inherit. Just when he was troubled about where to find a fire control technique after inheriting the primal fire seed, Feng Xianwang unexpectedly presented it to him. Truly, when one is dozing off, a pillow arrives. This junior sister is remarkably considerate. The items have been given to you. I will keep these 2 jade slips for now and will return them to you after a night of contemplation. Without further thought, Feng Xianwang spoke. Wait, have you forgotten something? Just as Feng Xianwang was about to depart, Xiao Ming intercepted her, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. According to our earlier wager, you are now my junior sister and are obliged to cook for me. You wouldn't back out on that, would you? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, which felt like salt in a wound, Feng Xianhuang's lips twitched involuntarily, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to strike him. I disdain to back out. I admit my defeat. You are my senior brother from now on, and I will find time to cook for you. After a brief silence, Feng Xianwang replied, All right, there's no rush on the cooking, but as my junior sister, shouldn't you call me senior brother to feel the warmth of our camaraderie? Xiao Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Senior brother? No, the tone was too indifferent, the inflection too stiff. It lacked any semblance of camaraderie. You must call me in a gentler manner. He immediately corrected her, causing a vein to throb on her forehead. After a moment of silence, seeing Xiao Ming's expectant expression, Feng Xianwang could only grit her teeth and call out again. Senior brother. That was too cold. Do it again. Senior fiend. Damn. That sounded like the voice of a 1,000-year-old grievance, devoid of any brotherly affection. No, you must call again, and remember to be gentle. Xiao Ming. What now? Why the fierce expression? Do you want to fight? You guessed it right. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Feng Xianwang's teeth clenched, her aura turning tempestuous. Although I am your junior sister, do not forget that your current cultivation is still beneath mine. With that, Feng Xianwang clasped her hands in respect towards Xiao Ming, unleashing her cultivation at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. Senior brother, your junior sister's skin itches. Please bestow your guidance. With this declaration, Feng Xianwang transformed into a shadow, reaching out towards Xiao Ming. Itches, you say? Then allow your senior brother to scratch that itch. As the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes. If I inadvertently strike you, do not accuse me of impropriety. Seeing Feng Xianhuang make a move against him, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. He had been troubled about finding someone to test his strength, and unexpectedly, this Empress junior sister had come to him. Although their cultivation levels differed by 4 minor realms, his chaotic body was no mere fade. Next, let this Empress junior sister experience his ferocity. This caused xianxia within Wangwei Peak to shake his head. After sipping a bit of wine, he shed his garments and relaxed in the spirit spring within the cave, quietly observing this dramatic scene unfold. Chapter 28. The primal fire seed evolves into true chaos fire, breaking through to the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. What can the reborn Empress do? She cannot contend with me. At Wangwei Peak, within a newly opened cave, Xiao Ming smiled at the thought of his earlier skirmish with Feng Xianhuang. This Empress junior sister truly believed that because she was a reborn Empress, with a cultivation 4 minor realms above his, she could easily dominate him. Little did she know, the technique he cultivated was an unparalleled one, surpassing the imperial tier in quality. Moreover, with the divine abilities he had just comprehended, even though this junior sister was rich in combat experience, she would still find it challenging to contend with her senior brother. However, Xiao Ming was not one to become conceited. After gaining a slight advantage and observing Feng Xianhuang's increasingly flushed complexion, he did not wish to embarrass her too much and deliberately left an opening to allow her to triumph. The proud Empress nearly transformed from a phoenix into a little peacock. Yet, the words of his master rang true. There are greater heights beyond the heavens and greater talents beyond the realm. Though endowed with a chaotic body and unparalleled cultivation techniques, one cannot guarantee the absence of other anomalies in this world. If I become arrogant, I will inevitably stagnate. I must strive to elevate myself as much as possible. With this thought, Xiao Ming's heart brimmed with determination. He promptly extracted and inherited the Imperial Sovereign Banner from the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting with one click. The Imperial Sovereign Banner begins binding to the host. As the system prompt echoed, the Imperial Sovereign Banner transformed into a beam of light, merging into his consciousness, emanating a chilling black aura at its center. It resembled more of a demonic treasure than an imperial artifact. Unfortunately, the Imperial Sovereign Banner was currently depleted of its essence and lacking any soul cultivation techniques. He could not utilize this supreme treasure, so he could only temporarily place it within his consciousness for nurturing. Glancing at the Imperial Sovereign Banner within his consciousness, a hint of regret crossed Xiao Ming's face. It seems I must find a soul cultivation secret technique. Suppressing this thought, Xiao Ming extracted another reward, the Soul-Devouring Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting with one click. The Soul-Devouring Sword begins binding to the host. As the system prompt resounded, the Soul-Devouring Sword suddenly materialized before him. The sword measured approximately 4 feet, entirely white like bone jade. The hilt was adorned with a crystal skull, its eye sockets emitting an eerie red glow. It appeared quite sinister. Moreover, the sword's body was surrounded by a layer of strange black smoke, dancing like ghostly flames. Clearly not a righteous weapon. Although he understood that this item was far from benign, its ghastly appearance left him at a loss for how to wield it. Looking at the soul-devouring sword's design, Xiao Ming's heart finally settled. If he were to wield this sword to wreak havoc, he would undoubtedly be labeled a villainous demon. Well then, I shall proceed cautiously in the early stages. Once my strength is sufficient, whether it is demonic or righteous, it will be up to me to decide. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming did not dwell further on it, casually putting away the soul-devouring sword and extracting the final reward from the system space. The primal fire seed, a mysterious fire seed born of chaos, capable of devouring all extraordinary flames for its own use, and an excellent means to directly enhance its strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting with one click. The primal fire seed begins merging with the host. As the system prompt sounded, the primal fire seed transformed into a beam of light that entered Xiao Ming's body, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that swept forth. Flames ignited upon Xiao Ming's form, his cultivation aura surging wildly. 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. As the primal fire seed fully merged, Xiao Ming's cultivation stabilized at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. Such an astonishing transformation. Both Xianxia and Feng Xianhuang sensed it, lifting their gazes towards the cave dwelling of Xiao Ming. What a terrifying and violent aura of flames. Could something have happened to him? As this thought crossed their minds, Xianxia and Feng Xianhuang dashed out of their own dwellings, hastening towards Xiao Ming's abode. What a marvelous sensation! Is this the true fire of chaos? As he felt the surging true fire within him, it was as if he embodied the sovereign of all flames, and an expression of awe involuntarily graced Xiao Ming's face. Yet, before he could revel in his astonishment, two figures appeared within the cave. What do you want? Seeing Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianwang's sudden appearance, Xiao Ming quickly retracted the true fire of chaos, covering his well-built physique and regarding the two with a wary expression. We just sensed a wildly violent energy fluctuation and thought you might have gone astray in your cultivation. Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianwang exchanged awkward glances upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, relieved to see he was unharmed. After a brief pause, Feng Xianwang initiated the inquiry. What was that flame just now? It appeared to be some pinnacle of special flame. After that flame emerged, she felt her own phoenix true fire being suppressed. And this flame exuded a deadly allure. It seemed as though merging with such a flame would bring immense benefits to her phoenix true fire. Hence, her eagerness to understand the nature of this flame became undeniable. Jiang Xianying remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xiao Ming, filled with intense curiosity. This flame also possessed a peculiar attraction and suppressive force over the desolate true fire within her. True fire of chaos. Unexpectedly, amidst the surge of intense emotions, my chaotic physique underwent a second awakening, resulting in this flame, Xiao Ming said earnestly as he observed the yearning expressions on their faces. Did I lose in the sparring session, causing my emotional turmoil to trigger a second awakening? Is the chaotic physique truly that formidable? If so, wouldn't I merely need to continually provoke myself to evolve into a god? If you don't believe me, feel free to examine my conscience. I assure you I speak no lies. Seeing Jiang Xianying and Feng Xianwang's incredulous expressions, Xiao Ming conjured a garment of true essence to cover himself, then stood and patted his chest, asserting his claim. Let me see your true fire. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Jiang Xianying spoke in a low tone. In response, Xiao Ming flipped his hand. The true fire of chaos danced like a lively spirit, quietly igniting in his palm. The pure and primal essence of the flame seemed to have emerged from the void itself, perfectly mirroring his chaotic physique. As she felt the characteristics of the flame, Jiang Xianying murmured in astonishment. Just as Xiao Ming had described, this flame was indeed an extension of him, evolving from within his being. Unbeknownst to her, the chaotic physique was capable of generating such terrifying true fire. If her disciple did not meet an untimely end, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of an emperor, perhaps even surpassing that. This true fire is indeed of a high caliber, but your current strength is too feeble to unleash its true power. You must prioritize strengthening your cultivation in the future. Furthermore, the true fire of chaos possesses a fatal allure for fire cultivators or flame attribute beasts. You should exercise caution in its usage to avoid attracting unwanted attention, Jiang Xianying advised after reflecting on the matter. Had Xiao Ming not been her disciple, she might have coveted this chaotic true fire, hoping to gain some benefits from it. I understand. Xiao Ming nodded solemnly, recognizing the treachery of the world and the necessity for caution to ensure longevity. After imparting her advice, Jiang Xianying departed, leaving Feng Xianwang standing in a state of complex emotions. As their gazes met, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Chapter 29. What did you say? Xiao Ming is the fiancé of your disciple? Cough. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you wish to engage in another bout? Xiao Ming said, clearing his throat, feeling a surge of anticipation. If they were to fight again, he would not deliberately lose this time. He would seize the opportunity to assert his dominance, making it clear to this female emperor that her senior brother was not to be trifled with. You are indeed a formidable challenge, but I, Feng Xianwang, will not concede to you. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, a complex expression crossed Feng Xianwang's face, followed by a resolute declaration. With that, she turned and departed the cave without hesitation. Earlier, she had managed to subdue Xiao Ming in their duel, significantly boosting her confidence, leading her to believe that she would emerge victorious in a month's time. However, now, with Xiao Ming's inexplicable awakening, his cultivation soaring to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, along with the presence of such enigmatic chaotic true fire, she felt an unprecedented pressure. Had this woman been shaken? Observing Feng Xianwang's retreating figure, a smirk crept across Xiao Ming's lips. What of a reborn female emperor? Unless he intentionally held back, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to triumph over him. Nonetheless, Xiao Ming dismissed the thought and settled into a meditative position to continue his cultivation. The primal flame seed had transformed into chaotic true fire, and he needed to grasp the art of fire control swiftly to unlock its potential. With this in mind, Xiao Ming retrieved the jade slip Feng Xianwang had given him. immersing his consciousness within to comprehend its teachings. The fire control technique. Across the myriad flames, endlessly changing, the path of fire can take on forms, evolve, merge, split, and combine in myriad variations. As his consciousness delved deeper, the teachings within the Jade Slip manifested as scriptures before Xiao Ming's eyes. He felt as though he had entered a realm constructed entirely of flames, where the myriad applications of fire left him in awe. Under the amplification of his extraordinary perception, Xiao Ming quickly entered a state of enlightenment. The chaotic true fire morphed into tiny flames, continuously shifting around him, and as time passed, this transformation became increasingly adept. Not only could the flames divide into multiple entities, but they could also arrange into intricate formations and even evolve into various fiery shapes. Should Feng Xianhuang witness this scene, she would likely be left in shock. For Xiao Ming's mastery over fire within just a single hour surpassed what she had achieved in her previous life after 6 months of effort. An hour of enlightenment equated to 6 months of others' practice. This level of cultivation efficiency was truly extraordinary. 2.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang became disciples of the Fuyao sacred land, their deeds began to spread throughout the North Shen realm. Many factions became aware that the Fuyao sacred land had, overnight, welcomed 2 prodigious talents with the potential to attain emperor status. Countless disciples from various sacred lands felt a surge of competitive spirit, eager to challenge these 2. After all, defeating these 2 prodigious individuals would not only elevate their own reputations, but also bolster their self-confidence. Moreover, as events unfolded, the backgrounds of Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang were unearthed. Feng Xianhuang, the little princess of the Phoenix clan, led a relatively unremarkable life, being the favored one in her family with little scandal to speak of. In contrast, revelations surfaced about Xiao Ming, branding him as a discarded son of his family, who not only attempted to tarnish his elder sister's reputation but also conspired against his younger brother, ultimately having his cultivation abolished and physique ruined by his own father. This ignited considerable interest among various factions towards him, with his cultivation shattered and his physique destroyed. How did this individual manage to swiftly regain his powers and exhibit the potential to ascend to the 1061 SD step of the ascending stairway? It is evident that this so-called outcast of the Xiao family possesses extraordinary opportunities and fortuitous circumstances. Remarkably, aside from his own formidable abilities, Xiao Ming also has an exceptionally gifted younger brother. Xiaoren, his brother, was born with the Supreme Bone. Just days ago, he transformed within the Xiao family, allowing the Supreme Bone to begin its initial development, resulting in an explosive increase in his cultivation to the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. Astonishingly, he passed the assessment of the Lord of Tai, becoming a sequent saint son of the Tai sacred land, and was even accepted as a disciple by the Lord of Tai himself, bestowed with the celestial fire of transformation. His cultivation surged from the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm to the 9th level, mere half a step away from refining the spiritual sea to forge a perfect cave heaven. He has undoubtedly emerged as the most sought-after young prodigy of this generation in the Tai sacred land, possessing the qualifications of an emperor. According to insider speculation, Xiaoren, with the Lord of Tai's gift, could have ascended directly to the 1st level of the cave heaven realm. However, in preparation for the upcoming expedition to the ghostly fiend's secret realm in half a month, he chose to restrain his cultivation at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm to refine his spiritual sea with the essence of the world's fiendish energy, thus crafting a perfect cave heaven. His combat prowess is unparalleled. Among those of the same level in the North Shen realm, none can rival him. Rumor has it that many prodigies have taken notice, closely monitoring the developments at the Fuyao sacred land, eager not to miss this thrilling contest between brothers. Of course, Xiao Ming remains oblivious to all the external happenings, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Meanwhile, at the Fuyu sacred land, on the peak of Yunu, with a figure materializing in the grand hall, another figure soon followed. It was none other than Ling Ruoxuan, the peak master of Yunu, accompanied by her sister, the grand elder Ling Rui. Ling Rui, along with Su Qingyue and Yun Ling, serves as the mentor to many, and their roles in the narrative have yet to be fully developed. What has transpired? Is there a crisis at Yunu Peak? No, it is that in recent days, 2 prodigies with the potential to become emperors have emerged within the Fuyao sacred land, both surpassing the 1,000-step threshold in the entrance examination of the ascending stairway. One is named Xiao Ming, and the other, Feng Xianhuang. Upon hearing these names, Ling Ruoxuan's pupils contracted involuntarily, a figure flashing through her mind. To her astonishment, The young man she had shared intimate moments with just days prior had ascended beyond the 1,000th step of the ascending stairway, a feat far surpassing her own past achievements. Indeed, he was truly remarkable. A subtle smile graced her lips at this thought, evoking a look of surprise from Ling Rui. Sister, do you know the young man named Xiao Ming? It is said that he possesses the Peak Master Jade pendant you hold as a token for his assessment at Fuyao Sacred Land. I do know him, Ling Ruoxuan replied, her gaze momentarily evasive. We crossed paths in the 10,000 Great Mountains, where I encountered a slight mishap, and he was of great assistance. That is splendid. This makes things considerably easier, Ling Rui exclaimed with joy. What did you say? Before Ling Rui could finish her sentence, Ling Ruoxuan's expression suddenly changed as she grasped her sister's shoulders. Xiao Ming is your disciple's fiancé. Ling Rui had two disciples, Yun Ling and Su Qinghua, both of whom possessed commendable talents, a fact known even to her as the Peak Master. She could hardly fathom that the fiancé of one of them was none other than Xiao Ming, with whom she had shared a connection. What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 30. She must not allow such an opportunity to slip into the hands of another. Startled by Ling Ruoxuan's sudden grip and her visible agitation, Ling Rui was momentarily taken aback, but her expression soon shifted. In that instant, as Ling Ruoxuan's aura became chaotic, she sensed something amiss. Sister, your essence is gone. A wave of shock surged within her as she instinctively grabbed Ling Ruoxuan's shoulders, her emotions becoming tumultuous. Could it be that he is Xiao Ming? Upon hearing Ling Rui's words, Ling Ruoxuan stammered, it was merely an accident. Had it not been for the scheming of the extreme desired demon lord, I would not have. As she spoke, Ling Ruoxuan appeared increasingly uncomfortable, quickly changing her tone. By the way, do not seek trouble for him. It was my initiative that compelled him, and he bears no responsibility. As for the matter between him and your disciple, let them take their course naturally. With these final words, Ling Ruoxuan vanished without a trace, leaving Ling Rui in a state of confusion. Long ago, a dear senior sister of Ling Ruoxuan had been captured and brutally slain by the 9 Nether Demon sect, her body discarded before the gates of the Fuyao Sacred Land. Since that day, Ling Ruoxuan harbored a deep-seated hatred for the fiends of the 9 Nether Demon sect and had developed a disdain for all men, maintaining a cold demeanor for years. Yet now, after hundreds of years of maintaining her chastity, she had unexpectedly lost herself to a man, and worse, he was the fiancé of her disciple. Such misfortune. One may escape for a moment but cannot evade for a lifetime. How shall this be resolved? On one side stands her sister, and on the other, her disciple, both within Yunnu Peak. Although Xiao Ming had been taken as a disciple by a master from Wangwei Peak and generally did not frequent the main peaks of the Fuyao Sacred Land, it was inevitable that they would cross paths eventually. This thought left Ling Rui with a throbbing headache. It seemed she must find an opportunity to probe Xiao Ming and discern his true feelings towards her sister and his attitude towards her disciple. In merely 2.5 days, not only had he grasped the essence of the Great Desolation refining divine technique to a minor success, but he had also achieved a similar level with the flame control technique. His strength had soared remarkably. Feeling a growing mastery over the powers of desolation and the true fire of chaos, Xiao Ming displayed a satisfied smile. Unfortunately, 2.5 days felt somewhat brief. He found himself a tad hungry and decided to seek out the Empress sister to prepare something for him to eat. He recalled that Feng Xian Wang had been secluded in her cave dwelling for these past 2.5 days, seemingly avoiding him, which left him rather displeased. They had agreed that she would cook for him, yet she had chosen to hide away. Was this not blatant deceit? While it is true that cultivators like him could easily forego food, it was not the mere act of eating he cared about. Rather, it was Feng Xian Wang's attitude that troubled him. Therefore, he felt compelled to remind her to uphold her promise. Where is the master of Wangwei Peak? I, the elder of the celestial tower of Fuyao Sacred Land, have urgent matters to discuss with the 2 disciples of Wangwei Peak. This revelation caused Xiao Ming's gaze to sharpen. The celestial tower seemed to be the institution responsible for dispatching missions and allocating resources within Fuyao Sacred Land. Could it be that the Lord of Fuyao had a task for them? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ming stepped out of his cave dwelling. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Feng Xian Wang, also emerging from her secluded cultivation. Come in, she beckoned. This was due to the fact that the space surrounding Wangwei Peak was ensnared by a barrier set by Jiang Xianying. Without her permission or unless one had cultivated the Great Desolation refining divine technique, any attempt to enter Wangwei Peak would trigger the barrier, leading to immediate annihilation. Even for those of the Holy Realm, in the sacred land of Fuyao, without the permission of Jiang Xianying, even the Peak Masters dare not step into the inner sanctum of Wangwei Peak. Upon their first meeting, the elder Su Biqing, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Watchtower, descended before Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang with a warm smile, clasping his hands in greeting, although his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the sacred realm. Making him a formidable figure within the sacred land, he dared not act arrogantly in the presence of Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. Senior Su is too humble, they replied. Returning the gesture, curiosity sparked within them as they inquired, might we know the purpose of your visit, Elder Su? Indeed, there are matters of significance, Su Biqing replied directly. Cutting to the chase. In approximately 10 days, the ghostly fiend's secret realm in the northern region of the 100,000 mountains will open. The saint has sent me to inquire if you wish to participate. Should you choose to do so, you need not compete in the inner sect trials to gain entry. However, if you decide against it, the sacred land will not insist. The ghostly fiend's secret realm? Upon hearing Su Biqing's words, Xiao Ming's expression sharpened, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. He had heard of this realm during his time in the Xiao family. It was said that over 3,000 years ago, a fragment of a shattered world crossed from the void and ultimately fell into the northern part of the 100,000 mountains, forming the secret realm. It was rumored to be rife with various malevolent energies, teeming with all manners of demons and monsters, yet it also harbored countless opportunities. Among the rare treasures, what most enticed cultivators was the malevolent energy within, which contained a trace of the shattered world's essence. If a cultivator at the spiritual sea realm could consume it, they could not only easily break through to the cave heaven realm, but also significantly elevate the quality of the cave heaven they would forge. Thus, after the emergence of the 100,000 mountains, this secret realm was fiercely contested by numerous factions, ultimately falling under the control of the 5 dominant powers of the northern Xian realm. However, due to the incomplete rules of heaven and earth within the secret realm, cultivators above the cave heaven realm could not enter, and the cultivation of malevolent energy was exceedingly arduous. The 5 powers jointly established restrictions, allowing the secret realm to open only once every decade, sending their juniors to compete for opportunities. And so, in 10 days, the ghostly fiend's secret realm shall open once more. We shall participate. As thoughts of the ghostly fiend's secret realm surfaced in Xiao Ming's mind, Feng Xianhuang, without a moment's hesitation, promptly agreed. If her memory served her correctly, this time the opening of the secret realm would herald unexpected events, including the emergence of the unprecedented 7-colored malevolence. In her past life, the 7-colored malevolence had been seized and refined by 2 prodigies from the Tai sacred land and the Yaokuan sacred land, resulting in the birth of 2 supreme talents even more formidable than the emperor's son. Even with her ancient phoenix bloodline, she had been suppressed for an extended period by those 2. In this life, she would not allow such an opportunity to slip into the hands of others. Very well. Su Biqing smiled upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's swift agreement. With their participation, the Fuyao Sacred Lands team would possess a solid backbone, potentially reaping greater rewards within the ghostly fiend's secret realm. As Su Biqing's thoughts settled, remembering there were other matters to address, he produced 2 spatial rings. These are the cultivation resources you are entitled to as core disciples for this month. Since I have come to deliver the news, I took the liberty of retrieving them for you. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 2 rings floated toward them. Inside, you will also find your identity tokens. With a drop of blood, you can refine them for use. Should you require anything in the future, I can contact you through these. Thank you, Elder. Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang replied without hesitation, accepting their respective rings and refining their identity tokens with a drop of blood. There is one more matter concerning Xiao Ming, Su Biqing said, turning his gaze towards Xiao Ming after they had refined their tokens. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Your mother, Lin Wanqing, seeks an audience at the mountain gate. Considering the circumstances between you and the Xiao family, I did not permit her entry directly. Do you wish to see her? At this, Xiao Ming's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand dismissively. I do not wish to meet with irrelevant people. His words were devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. Since Xiao Ren had attempted to kill him, and no one from the Xiao family intervened, he felt no connection to them anymore. If anything, it could only be described as an adversarial relationship. I understand, Su Biqing nodded, grasping Xiao Ming's intent. In that case, I shall notify you when it is time to head to the ghostly fiend's secret realm. With that, Su Biqing did not linger at Wangwei Peak. After bidding farewell to Jiang Xianying, he vanished into the void. Hey, are you from the Xiao family in Luyun City? Your father's name is Xiao Tiakai. Your mother's is Lin Wanqing, and your brother's is Xiao Ren? After Su Biqing's departure, Feng Xianhuang, who had been silent, suddenly inquired with a grave tone. Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened slightly as he regarded the Empress with curiosity. That was in the past. He could not help but take a deep breath, his brows furrowing deeply. To his astonishment, the prodigious figure with the supreme bone from her memory was none other than the brother of the man standing before her. Indeed, in her past life, during the ensuing ghostly fiend's secret realm, the young supreme who competed for the seven-colored malevolence against a prodigy from the Yaokuan sacred land was none other than Xiao Ren of the Tai sacred land. After obtaining the seven-colored malevolence, he not only successfully opened a perfect cave heaven but also underwent a second transformation of his supreme bone, reaching an astonishing level of talent. He subsequently defeated numerous imperial clan prodigies, becoming a new generation of supreme power in the eastern region, leaving many sacred kings and quasi-emperors in awe. Yet, a conundrum arose. In her memory, she recalled that Xiao Ren had an elder brother who had died before he rose to prominence, and the Xiao family had buried the news, leaving few aware of the elder brother's name. Astonishingly, the brother who was meant to have perished in her past life appeared before her, thriving and surpassing her to become her senior. The trajectory of their lives had become utterly chaotic. Does that mean many forthcoming events are now unpredictable? What? Is there an issue with me being from the Xiao family? Noticing the fluctuating expression on Feng Shenhuang's face, Xiao Ming inquired in a low tone. He knew she was a reborn empress, and perhaps had some knowledge of future events. Could it be that, in her memory, he would encounter some misfortune? Nothing of the sort, Feng Xianwang replied, shaking her head, unwilling to divulge such details. She casually changed the subject, saying, "Let us focus on training diligently. Once the ghostly fiend's secret realm opens, you shall accompany me." Now that many events had already shifted, revealing them to Xiao Ming would serve little purpose. Furthermore, her rebirth was her greatest secret, one she could not easily disclose. Agreed, Xiao Ming replied, refraining from further questioning. After all, everyone had their own secrets. And the predetermined future was not necessarily the true future. He simply needed to take each step with care. Enough of that. More importantly, what do you plan to cook for me today? Xiao Ming waved his hand with a mischievous grin, causing Feng Xianhuang's expression to stiffen abruptly. What do you wish to eat? After a moment of bewilderment, Feng Xianhuang turned her head and asked in a calm tone, "What will come will come. Since it was I who put forth the wager, I shall endure the discomfort and see it through, provided that Xiao Ming does not overstep his bounds. I desired to savor small kun mushroom stew, moist stir-fried scallops with flour, papaya with peach lips, green onions accompanying tofu, and gongbao spicy kun." Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's inquiry, Xiao Ming instantly perked up and rattled off a list of dishes. However, with each item he mentioned, Feng Xianhuang's expression grew increasingly stormy, and her delicate fists tightened further. What nonsense is this? I have never heard of any of these dishes. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? In a moment of exasperation, she snapped at Xiao Ming, startling him. This woman truly had a fiery temper. These were renowned delicacies from the dragon kingdom of his past life, adored by the suave gentlemen of the tomato crowd. It was surprising that this empress had never heard of them. Indeed, there was a generational gap between him and this world. Then let us prepare whatever you wish. Just cook what you know. The taste is secondary. What matters is the quality of service. Do you grasp my meaning? Xiao Ming cleared his throat and said, unabashedly. This made a vein throb on Feng Xianhuang's forehead, and she coldly retorted, "What? You expect to be served while I prepare your meal? Should I assist you with bathing and changing, or feed you by hand and wipe your mouth afterward?" "If you don't mind, I have no objections," Xiao Ming replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed, yet he did not refuse her proposal. "Xiao Ming, do not take advantage of the situation." Upon realizing that Xiao Ming did not counter or reject her, Feng Xianhuang's temper finally erupted. In that moment, her cultivation surged, and she transformed into a blur, charging towards him. "Come at me." Seeing Feng Xianhuang take action, Xiao Ming's spirit soared. The last time he had deliberately presented a flaw and lost to this Empress senior sister, she had genuinely believed he was incapable of defeating her. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Fuyou sacred land, events were unfolding. A beautiful woman clad in a green dress stood anxiously at the mountain gate, her face a canvas of hope and regret. She seemed to wish for the person she longed to see within the Fuyou sacred land to come out and meet her. This woman was Lin Wanqing. Upon learning that Xiao Ming had shattered the entrance examination record of the Fuyou sacred land and was not only accepted as a disciple by a formidable sage but also had a promising chance of attaining the status of an emperor, the Xiao family was abuzz with excitement. Although the hope was somewhat faint, she believed that as long as her intentions were sincere and resolute, a heartfelt apology would lead her eldest son to forgive her. After all, Xiao Ming had once been so understanding. He was a source of pride for both her and the Xiao family, even though the recent events had been exceedingly unpleasant. She was confident that her eldest son would not hold a grudge, a belief nurtured by years of knowing him. If only she could meet him, everything would be amenable. Just as Lin Wanqing's thoughts raced, a ripple appeared at the mountain gate, and an elderly figure emerged. It was Su Biqing, who had just departed from Wangwei Peak. I have consulted with Xiao Ming, and he has stated that he does not wish to meet with those unrelated to him. Chapter 32 Lin Wanqing's Desperate Maneuver. This is emotional coercion. Unrelated individuals? Upon hearing Su Biqing's words, Lin Wanqing was momentarily stunned, then incredulously replied, Elder, surely there has been a misunderstanding? I am his mother. How could I be considered unrelated? If you tell him that his mother has come to see him, he will surely meet with me. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing's demeanor grew increasingly agitated, and she attempted to force her way inside. However, as Su Biqing stepped forward, a terrifying aura erupted. Lady Lin, Xiao Ming knows it is you, but he simply does not wish to see you. The implication was unmistakable from the moment he left the Xiao family. He had severed all ties with her and the Xiao family. Should you attempt to push your way in, do not blame Fuyo's sacred land for not showing you any leniency. At these words, Lin Wanqing trembled and nearly fell to the ground. She had not anticipated that Xiao Ming would be so heartless, severing even the bonds of blood. In that moment, regret washed over her. If only she had stood up for Xiao Ming when she had the chance at the Xiao family, perhaps things would not have escalated to this point. But at that time, she had been concerned about her younger son's dignity and had not wanted to tarnish the reputation of Tai's sacred land. So she ultimately refrained from intervening. Instead, she had pressured Xiao Ming alongside Xiao Tian's, irreparably wounding her eldest son's heart. What a dreadful mistake. No. There is still hope. As long as I sincerely repent, Ming'er will forgive me. With this thought, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Wanqing's eyes. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she knelt before the gates of Fuyo's sacred land. Elder, please inform him once more. If he still refuses to meet me, then I shall kneel here before the sacred land and not rise. This act caused Su Biqing to frown. He had never anticipated that Lin Wanqing would resort to such tactics. Was this not emotional blackmail? It was not difficult to envision how public opinion would shift if Xiao Ming continued to refuse to meet her. After all, the area surrounding Fuyo's sacred land was rife with the eyes of various factions, along with some onlookers who had gathered in anticipation of the spectacle. These gossipmongers were the best purveyors of rumors. Oh, isn't that Lin Wanqing, the matriarch of the Xiao family from Luyun City, mother to two exceptional prodigies? Why is she kneeling before the gates of Fuyo's sacred land? Isn't it obvious? What a rebellious son and a distraught mother. Xiao Ming is truly ungrateful. Attempting to seduce his own cousin to frame his brother. When judged, he even tried to kill his brother, only to have his cultivation revoked by the Xiao family patriarch. Unexpectedly, this rascal managed to escape the Xiao family, vowing to annihilate them. The most absurd part is that this scoundrel somehow acquired a fortuitous opportunity, restoring his cultivation and breaking the entrance examination record of Fuyo's sacred land, becoming a hotshot among the disciples. How could Fuyo's sacred land accept just anyone? Are they not afraid that this wolf cub will one day turn against them, leading them into ruin? How pitiful is this mother, willing to forsake her dignity to plead for a reconciliation between her two sons. Truly, Xiao Ming is a beast. As Lin Wanqing knelt, whispers began to circulate, even within Fuyo's sacred land. This compelled Su Biqing to shake his head in dismay, prompting him to send a brief message to Xiao Ming. Junior sister, your fiancé finds himself in quite a predicament. On a narrow path near the mountain gate, Yunling, upon hearing the hushed whispers around her, frowned and turned to a young girl beside her. This girl was Su Qingwe. Upon learning that Lin Wanqing had suddenly arrived at Fuyo's sacred land and was being barred from entering, she had come to investigate. To her surprise, shortly after arriving at the gate, she witnessed Lin Wanqing kneeling, surrounded by disciples who were gossiping. This sight did not sit well with her. These people were merely echoing one another, completely oblivious to the truth, spreading rumors far and wide. As she spoke, Su Qingwei glanced at two disciples who were idly chatting, causing them to shiver and hastily retreat from her vicinity. They had no idea how they had provoked the esteemed disciple of Yunu Peak. Quite understandably so. Some individuals are utterly devoid of common sense. They observe others indulging in absurdities without contemplating their implications, merely rushing to join in the folly. Such occurrences are not uncommon. However, she is genuinely intrigued by her junior sister's fiancé and how he managed to turn his fortunes around. What will he do next to handle these troublesome matters? No, I cannot remain indifferent. While they spread rumors, I shall disseminate the truth. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, Su Qingwei resolved to take action immediately. She intended to gather disciples from the sacred land of Fuyao to share everything she knew, ensuring others understood that Xiao Ming was, in fact, the true victim. Truly a romantic fool, one must wonder what exactly draws her to this fellow named Xiao Ming. Shaking her head in mild exasperation, Yunling decided to follow suit. For Su Qingwei is her most cherished junior sister. Meanwhile, within the Moonwatch Peak, the fierce competition between Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang raged on. Shadows intertwined and collided in the void, with true essence surging like a tempest. Unlike 2.5 days prior, Xiao Ming did not hold back against this junior sister. Both his techniques and intensity were markedly different. This unnerved Feng Xianhuang, instilling a sense of dread within her. Xiao Ming's progress was alarmingly formidable, far beyond her expectations. If he continued to grow at this rate, this reincarnated empress might not stand a chance. And even a month from now, she could very well find herself outmatched. With this thought, Feng Xianhuang's heart grew anxious, and her attacks became more earnest. However, in the next moment, she sensed the mockery in Xiao Ming's eyes and realized his intention. Did he plan to employ underhanded tactics? Incensed by his approach, Feng Xianhuang blushed furiously. With a surge of true essence, she forcefully pushed Xiao Ming back, landing decisively on Moonwatch Peak, her demeanor clearly indicating she would not engage further. Xiao Ming felt a twinge of frustration. Was it merely a few playful jabs at her chest and rear 2 days ago? Yet, he had failed to achieve his goal, only managing to startle her. Fists and feet are blind. That's quite normal, he coughed, thick-skinned. This elicited a twitch at the corner of Feng Xianhuang's mouth, nearly prompting her to retaliate against him once more. Fine, if we're not sparring, why not fetch me something to eat? I am quite hungry, Xiao Ming remarked, raising an eyebrow at Feng Xianhuang's disinterest. She clenched her teeth but refrained from exploding in anger this time, letting out a cold snort as she prepared to procure some food. After all, preparing a meal was a more advantageous endeavor than brawling with Xiao Ming. Perhaps she could concoct something potent to deal with him. Surprised by Feng Xianhuang's sudden compliance, Xiao Ming felt an unexpected sense of discomfort. Just as he was about to speak, the jade pendant at his waist illuminated abruptly. A message surged into his consciousness, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Chapter 33. How could I have such a mother? Why didn't she just die earlier? If I don't go out and meet her, will she continue to kneel indefinitely? Receiving the message from Su Biqing, Xiao Ming understood the situation at the mountain gate, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Having severed all ties, did she still dare to play such games? Did she truly believe he was the sentimental type? If she wished to kneel, then let her. He had long since abandoned any feelings for the Xiao family and his parents, having repaid all debts with that relic. To him, they were less than strangers now. Whether she remained kneeling outside or even perished there, he simply did not care. Ah, indeed. Outside the mountain gate, upon receiving the message from Xiao Ming, Su Biqing couldn't help but sigh. Despite having limited interactions with Xiao Ming as a powerful being of the Holy Realm, he could clearly sense Xiao Ming's complete lack of affection for the Xiao family from their earlier conversation. Stowing the communication talisman, Su Biqing glanced at Lin Wanqing. His tone indifferent as he remarked. He said, "If you wish, let him kneel. He will not come out to see you." Boom. Upon hearing Su Biqing's words, Lin Wanqing's mind erupted in turmoil, her face turning an ashen hue. No, it's impossible. This cannot be. How could Mingo say such heartless things? You must be lying to me, right? Unable to accept this reality, Lin Wanqing raised her head, her voice trembling as she spoke. At that moment, her heart felt as though it were being pierced, as if a piece of her very soul were being wrenched away. 10 months of pregnancy, blood is thicker than water. She could hardly believe Xiao Ming could be so cold and unfeeling, willing to let her, his mother, remain in such a humiliating position. Was he still the understanding son she once knew? Remaining here to kneel will only complicate matters further and escalate the conflict between you, Su Biqing advised, furrowing his brow at her emotional outburst. No, I will not leave. If you will not see me, I shall kneel to death here. I want to see if he truly possesses such a ruthless heart as to watch his mother perish on her knees. Lin Wanqing's pride as a mother ignited. Dismissing Su Biqing's counsel, regardless of past mistakes, she was still Xiao Ming's mother. What mother has not erred? Even if she had wronged him, after some venting, would he not forgive her? Thus, she chose to kneel there, determined to see whether her maternal resolve or Xiao Ming's heart would prevail. Hearing Lin Wanqing's defiant declarations, Su Biqing's face twitched. Even with his mastery at the Holy Realm, he nearly lost control. However, recognizing Lin Wanqing's exceptional status, he ultimately restrained his impulse, merely snorting in response before departing. Yet, he sensed that this woman's presence would surely stir up a storm ahead. As expected, aided by numerous onlookers, news of Lin Wanqing kneeling before the sacred land of Fuyao spread like wildfire. Damn it! When did this woman go to Fuyao? Kneeling at their gates. She has utterly disgraced both me and the Xiao family. In Luoyuan City, the Xiao family erupted in outrage, a figure soaring into the sky, racing towards the sacred land of Fuyao. This person was none other than Xiao Tiansong. Behind him, several elders from the Xiao family followed, their expression shifting as they worried Xiao Tiansong might act recklessly, potentially plunging the Xiao family into dire straits. Not only Xiao Tiansong, but even Xiao Ren, far away at Tai's sacred land, received the news. Damn it, that wretched woman. How could she kneel at the gates of Fuyao just to seek an audience with that scoundrel Xiao Ming? Does she not realize what she is doing? Does she not remember her son? She is trampling on my dignity and face. How could I have such a mother? Why didn't she just die earlier? In a fit of rage, Xiao Ren's furious roar reverberated throughout the Tianjin Peak, drawing the attention of many disciples from the Tai sacred land. They were utterly perplexed. What madness had overtaken this newly appointed sequence saint? Yet, some were curious about the matter that could provoke such a reaction from him. Such a raucous display was unbecoming. One must remember that he is now a sequence saint of the Tai sacred land, and also a direct disciple of the Tai Saint Lord. Every word and action reflects upon the prestige of the Tai sacred land. Such a commotion would surely invite ridicule. At the moment of Xiao Ren's outburst, an elderly voice echoed, and a figure materialized within the grand hall. It was none other than Zhang Tianhong, the peak master of the Tianjin Peak and Xiao Ren's first master who had brought him into the Tai sacred land. After 11 years, his cultivation had ascended from the 7th to the 8th level of the Saint Entry realm, placing him among the most formidable figures in the various sacred lands of the Beixian realm. Master, I wish to go to the Fuyao sacred land. I must defeat that scoundrel Xiao Ming and cleanse the humiliation I suffered days ago. Upon seeing Zhang Tianhong's arrival, Xiao Ren inhaled deeply and immediately clasped his hands in respectful plea. This expedition to the Fuyao sacred land was akin to crashing a party, without an elder accompanying him. Even if he could subdue Xiao Ming, escaping would still pose a challenge. Thus, it was imperative to have a powerful figure from the Tai sacred land accompany him. And his master was an excellent choice. Very well. Your supreme bone has now matured. It is indeed the time to showcase your brilliance. If you can suppress other prodigies and temper your own resolve, it will undoubtedly benefit your future path of cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianhong nodded. With that, he led Xiao Ren out of the hall and summoned a mystical vessel, and the two soared toward the Fuyao sacred land. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. He watched as Feng Xianhuang presented a pot of dark, viscous concoction that bore a resemblance to some unidentifiable slop. His anticipation had finally withered away. What is this? It looks like something from my past life in India. Surely this woman has intentionally prepared a pot of swill for me. It's sweet potato porridge. I first roasted the sweet potatoes and then simmered them for a quarter of an hour. The appearance may be lacking, but the taste should be quite pleasant. Feng Xianhuang replied earnestly to Xiao Ming's inquiry. Xiao Ming was left speechless. Do sweet potatoes need to be roasted first? Who taught you to prepare porridge in such a manner? And judging by its appearance, it seems the sweet potatoes were charred before being added. Have you tasted it? He asked, feeling a pang of frustration. No, it was specially made for you. I wouldn't dare to taste it first, Feng Xianhuang replied, shaking her head. Her tone remarkably calm. If one looked closely, they would notice the corners of her crimson lips twitching, as if she was struggling to suppress a smile. Xiao Ming fell silent at her words. How could she claim to know it tastes good if she hadn't even tried it? Surely she was doing this on purpose. A taste? He thought, feeling exasperated, as Feng Xianhuang promptly scooped a bowl and eagerly presented it to him, seemingly anticipating his favorable review. This unexpected gesture caused a slight smirk to tug at Xiao Ming's lips. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof empress possessed such a cunning side. Indeed, she deserved a good lesson. Must I feed you by hand? Feng Xianhuang huffed, clearly annoyed, as Xiao Ming hesitated to take the bowl of sweet potato porridge. After all, it was made by you. How could I eat if you don't feed me? Xiao Ming replied with a mischievous smile, pushing his luck. The bowl of dark culinary disaster was simply too unpalatable for him. If he could drive her away in anger, he would toss the porridge aside without a second thought. Xiao Ming, You are pushing your luck. Feng Xianhuang exclaimed, her anger flaring. She nearly tipped the bowl over his head, and the fire in her eyes sparked a glint of interest within him. Yet, before he could revel in his victory, the anger on her face vanished, replaced by a defiant expression. If I am to feed you, I shall do so, having conceded to prepare your meals henceforth. What is the harm in indulging your whims a little? However, should I personally feed you, and you refuse to eat, you can forget about my cooking in the future. With that, she boldly scooped a hefty portion of the dark dish and presented it before him as if feeding a pig. Seeing her determined demeanor, Xiao Ming felt a growing sense of unease. He even suspected that this bowl of porridge might be laced with some potent concoction. Utilizing his true vision, he scrutinized the porridge. A bowl of burnt, flavorless sweet potato porridge. Even a pig would suffer from diarrhea after consuming it. Upon witnessing the information that materialized before him, Xiao Ming's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed he had misjudged the Empress. She likely had no intention of poisoning him. Yet, the fact that she could create a dish so unpalatable without any foul play was truly astonishing. I appreciate your offer to cook for me, but I find your service lacking. I desire not your cold feeding, but a shared experience, where we each take turns enjoying our meal together. That is the essence of dining as a couple. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming made a startling declaration, resolutely refusing to take the first bite. Xiao Ming. Feng Xianhuang was momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson, not from shyness, but from indignation. She never expected that this reborn empress, having gone to the trouble of preparing sweet potato porridge, even if it was a culinary disaster, would be met with such disdain. This man not only refused to take a bite but was also openly teasing her. As her fury escalated, the phoenix true fire erupted from her, instantly incinerating the bowl of porridge into ashes. Startled, Xiao Ming thought she might strike him. Instead, she merely stood up, her expression icy. If you want to eat, then I shall no longer cook for you. With that, she left, leaving Xiao Ming baffled. This woman was undoubtedly scheming. As he watched her depart, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had never expected Feng Xianhuang to possess such a tactic. Now, after having experienced her dark culinary skills, he would think twice before requesting another meal from her. Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate, as time passed, Lin Wanqing had been kneeling before the Fuyao sacred land for several hours, and various rumors continued to circulate both within and outside the sacred land. Xiao Ming is truly a beast. Does he not fear divine retribution for making his mother kneel at the mountain gate for so long? All for the sake of his slightly superior talent? How could someone so despicable be favored by the Saint Lord? The plight of parents is indeed lamentable. In an effort to reconcile her two sons, this mother has made tremendous sacrifices, a feat that few would dare to emulate. Yet, what a farce it is. For many are merely ignorant followers, unaware of the truth behind the incident at the Xiao family. They hastily accuse brother Xiao Ming without having witnessed the events that transpired that day. It was, in fact, the so-called holy disciple from the Tai sacred land who attempted to violate his own clan sister, only to be thwarted by brother Xiao Ming, who was then wrongfully injured and subsequently accused. The head of the Xiao family and Madame Lin, in a bid to protect their youngest son and shield the Tai sacred land from disgrace, forced brother Xiao Ming to bear the blame. Even the alleged victim, fearing repercussions from the Tai sacred land, provided false testimony in favor of Xiao Ren. Driven to desperation, brother Xiao Ming had no choice but to cripple his own cultivation and ruin his physique, only to find that the Xiao family sought to silence him permanently. Although the details of brother Xiao Ming's resurgence remain unknown, the truth of the Xiao family's affairs is far removed from the rumors circulating amongst you. Madame Lin Wanqing kneeling before the gates of the Fuyao sacred land is not a plea for her sons to reconcile, but rather a manifestation of her own remorse as she seeks forgiveness from her eldest son. Where did you hear such nonsense? Is this mere fabrication? Justice is self-evident. There are those who understand the truth and do not wish for brother Xiao Ming to be slandered. Enough of your prattle. I trust you. Amidst such gossip, there are persistent voices rising to defend Xiao Ming's innocence, yet they appear somewhat out of place in the crowd, drawing mockery from many. Some even speculate that this is a farce concocted by the higher-ups of the Fuyao sacred land to preserve their own dignity. This incited a sense of indignation in Su Qingwei. How outrageous. I have revealed the truth, yet so many continue to stir up chaos. Calm down, silly girl. You are bustling about while your fiancé remains indifferent, yet you are eager to vindicate him. Truly an unnecessary concern. Observing Su Qingyue's vexation, Yunling could not help but roll her eyes. It is rather foolish that while her fiancé shows no sign of urgency, His fiancée is nearly driven to confront those spreading falsehoods. I cannot tolerate this. Su Qingyue, still fuming, would have resorted to physical action were it not for her status. These slanderers, each one maligning Xiao Ming, what right do they possess? What are you doing? Get up this instant. In the midst of her frustration, a thunderous voice resonated through the air as a figure descended before the gates. It was none other than Xiao. Given that Luoyan City is merely a few thousand miles from the Fuyao sacred land, he was the first to arrive. Chapter 35, The Rift Between Husband and Wife, Xiao's mental breakdown. Behold, the head of the Xiao family has arrived, and the situation has become quite lively. Upon Xiao's arrival, an aura of terror emanated from him, his gaze fixated fiercely upon Lin Huaqing. The crowd erupted in murmurs, as many disciples hurried to inform others, eager to witness the spectacle. Yet, in the face of Xiao's fury, Lin Huaqing remained unyielding, raising her head defiantly to meet his gaze. Until Ming'er comes out, I shall not rise. At this moment, whether for pride or to ascertain her son's feelings towards her, Lin Huaqing seemed somewhat unhinged. She vowed never to let her eldest son slip away from her grasp. What madness is this? Xiao, infuriated, coldly admonished Lin Huaqing. Have you considered the repercussions of kneeling here for the Xiao family, the disgrace it would bring to Reiner? He is our son. Do you wish to ruin his reputation? Hearing his words, Lin Huaqing trembled, a clear struggle evident on her face. Reiner is her cherished youngest son, and her actions could indeed bring him shame. Yet, she could not bear the thought of losing her eldest. How could she acquiesce? No, I will not leave. Each time she recalled Xiao Ming's indifferent gaze upon his departure, a pang of anguish gripped her heart. This was her beloved son, carried for 10 months. How could she so easily allow him to sever ties? Foolishness. Xiao nearly sputtered with rage upon hearing Lin Huaqing's words. Does she not realize the nature of their younger son? Ignoring authority and committing wrongs is one thing. But even wishing harm upon his own brother? Such a person could hardly comprehend the depths of their parents' sacrifice. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to cast you aside. Taking a deep breath, Xiao issued a chilling warning, causing Lin Huaqing to look at him in disbelief. What did you say? You wish to cast me aside. In that moment, she felt as though she had been struck, her emotions spiraling out of control. Were it not for your male chauvinism, your stubbornness, in treating our son like a mere beast, would Ming harbor such resentment? Silence. The audacity of Lin Huaqing's words incited a terrifying aura from Xiao, nearly prompting him to strike her. He had intended to intimidate her into understanding her place, yet she defiantly opposed him. Did she still wish to maintain this family? What have I said that is wrong? As Xiao's fury grew palpable, Lin Huaqing rose to confront him, unyielding. If not for your insistence on dragging both sons to the family shrine for judgment, to showcase your selflessness as the head of the family, how could this irreparable chaos have ensued? In the midst of Lin Huaqing's unreasonable outburst, the veins on Xiao's forehead throbbed, his body and arms trembling. Though he possessed formidable power, suppressing her would not be an easy task given her own cultivation level. If they were to clash here, one could only wonder what madness she might unleash. Thus, he gritted his teeth and endured. Do you dare to threaten me? Lin Huaqing erupted in fury. What have I said that is incorrect? On that day of judgment, when Ming'er revealed the truth, you knew he was wronged. Yet, in your quest for male dominance, to prove your impartiality as the family head and to leverage Reiner's position to ascend to the Tai sacred land, you forced Ming'er to bear the blame, causing him to cripple his own cultivation in a bid for vindication. Amid the intense provocation and years of resentment, Lin Huaqing could not contain herself any longer, revealing the truth of that day without regard for the setting. This left Xiao in shock, as onlookers were equally astonished. By the heavens, that brother was indeed remarkable. The truth behind this incident is far from simple. Silence, you wretched woman. With a surge of anger and humiliation, Xiao struck Lin Huaqing across the face, leaving her dazed in the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. The rumors were indeed far more complex than they had anticipated. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao, is not only refined and cultured but also principled and devoted to his wife, earning him praise as a model figure among many high-ranking families. However, today, this exemplary patriarch has resorted to the shocking act of striking her, a resounding slap. Xiao, how dare you strike me? In that moment, Lin Huaqing, reeling from the blow, lost all semblance of sanity. I shall expose every facet of your hypocrisy. As Lin Huaqing succumbed to her rage, Xiao realized that further words would be futile. He stepped forward, intending to forcefully suppress her. Before the gates of the sacred land of Fuyao, such audacity cannot be tolerated. Just as he was about to act, an elderly voice suddenly resonated, causing Xiao to halt abruptly. A figure materialized at the mountain gate. It was Su Biqing, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Guard. Having learned of the commotion at the gates of Fuyao Sacred Land and the escalating rumors, Su Biqing felt compelled to assess the situation firsthand, only to stumble upon this scene. Madam Lin, did you just claim that Xiao Ming is indeed wronged? Is this true? Su Biqing was uninterested in the quarrel between Xiao and Lin Wanqing. His primary concern lay with Xiao Ming, who was a recent prodigy stirring up waves in the northern Xians. Possessing the potential for imperial ascension, the rampant rumors were damaging the reputation of Fuyao's sacred land. If Xiao Ming was indeed wronged, it could shift the narrative. Indeed, Ming'er was wronged. If this esteemed elder would permit me to see Ming'er, I shall recount the events of that day, Lin Wanqing proclaimed loudly. Having fallen out with Xiao, she hoped to seek Xiao Ming's forgiveness, allowing her to rely on her eldest son and no longer be subjected to Xiao's disdain. Enough, you foolish woman. You have already ruined one son. Do you wish to destroy another? Witnessing Lin Wanqing's inclination to side with Xiao Ming, Xiao was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Yet, under the pressure of Su Biqing, he dared not act out, resorting to a frustrated shout. Truly, a woman's perspective is fickle. Enough. I shall not accept a mother like you. Xiaoren interjected, his voice laced with disdain. What have I done to deserve this? You, a vile creature, are clearly biased towards your younger son. I was merely foolish under your oppressive influence. How blind I was to have once admired such a hypocrite. With Su Biqing, a powerful figure from the sacred realm, protecting her, Lin Wanqing felt emboldened, convinced that Xiao would not dare to lash out like a rabid dog. Vile woman. Xiao face turned an alarming shade of green as he absorbed Lin Wanqing's merciless tirade. He feared that the events of the day would leave him forever branded with shame. I do not wish to witness your quarrel. Let us return to the matter at hand. Noting the animosity radiating between Lin Wanqing and Xiao, Su Biqing furrowed his brow and inquired. You stated that Xiao Ming is wronged. Thus, the rumors circulating about him attempting to violate his cousin and framing his brother are, in fact, slanderous accusations forced upon him by your family? Though Su Biqing's words were not raised above a whisper, they carried a chilling gravity, resonating throughout the vicinity of Fuyao's sacred land. Indeed, the true offender is my younger son, Xiaoren. He attempted to assault his cousin, and when Xiao Ming intervened, Ren lashed out in a fit of rage, injuring himself and attempting to place the blame on Ming. Lin Wanqing unveiled the truth, leaving spectators in stunned silence. Goodness! What a shocking reversal! Xiao Ming was wronged, and the real beast is his brother. We were all deceived. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd as the implications of Xiao Ming's plight became clear. I had thought he would shy away from defending himself. But it appears Xiao Ming is indeed a paragon of integrity. I should not have tarnished his name in the shadows. Whispers of sympathy for Xiao Ming arose among the onlookers. Yet, before the astonishment could escalate, a thunderous voice crashed through the air. You wretched woman! Do you tarnish my reputation? A celestial vessel approached with the swiftness of a shooting star, halting above the gates of Fuyao's sacred land. In an instant, a figure leaped from the vessel, charging towards Lin Wanqing and delivering a resounding slap across her face. The surrounding area fell into a stunned silence as all eyes widened in shock at the scene unfolding before them. That man is Xiaoren from Taichi's sacred land. He has arrived. Gasps of horror erupted as the realization sunk in. He dares to strike his own mother. This wretch truly shows no remorse. How can he act so brazenly? After all, she bore him for 10 months and nurtured him through his infancy. Now, she suffers blows from both husband and son? The crowd was incensed, questioning the moral fabric of the men involved. Yet, upon recognizing Xiaoren, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, igniting fervor among the spectators. Xiaoren had previously vowed to confront his elder brother at Fuyao's sacred land, seeking to reclaim his honor after the slanders directed at him. However, before he could redeem himself, his mother had exposed the truth, leaving him a mere jester in this unfolding drama. Renner? Lin Wanqing trembled, panic flooding her senses as she gazed at her son, who appeared ready to unleash his wrath. Mother, allow me to explain. I was simply overwhelmed by your father's anger and spoke out of turn. Enough. I shall not accept a mother like you. Xiaoren interrupted, delivering another slap before she could finish her plea. This brutal display left the onlookers aghast. The audacity of a son to strike and berate his own mother was beyond comprehension, revealing the shocking nature of Xiaoren's temperament. Control this woman. Should she continue her tirade, you shall lose me as your son, he declared, his voice laden with authority. Xiao's countenance was exceedingly grim, however. He found himself unable to refute anything at that moment and could only move to suppress Lin Wanqing. This prompted Su Biqing to furrow his brows, unleashing a wave of oppressive energy. Yet, before he could utter a word, another formidable pressure erupted, revealing a figure who appeared behind Xiaoren. The individual raised a hand and pointed a finger, as if dismissing Xiao Tian's like refuse, sealing not only his cultivation but also rendering him incapable of speech. Zhang Tianhong. What do you mean by this? Upon seeing the elder behind Xiaoren, Su Biqing felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary and spoke with a heavy tone. The master of the Tianjian Peak from the Tai Holy Land had reached the 7th layer of the Saint Realm over a decade ago, and it was highly likely that he had now ascended to the 8th layer. Such a presence was beyond his capacity to contend with. It is of no consequence. I merely came to visit the Fuya Holy Land to assist my disciple with family matters, Zhang Tianhong replied nonchalantly. As soon as Zhang Tianhong's words fell, Xiaoren, emboldened by the support of his elder, took a step forward with a disdainful expression. Let Xiao Ming come out, framing this holy son, tarnishing my reputation, and daring to injure me within the Xiao family. This account must be settled. Chapter 37. As long as brother Xiao Ming is pleased, I could indeed play the role of a subordinate. By the heavens, I, Bo Gang, have witnessed shamelessness, but never to this extent. His mother had just exposed the truth. Yet this fellow still dared to claim that brother Xiao Ming was slandering him. Truly, this was akin to a toad wallowing in mud, ugly yet pretending to be noble. Goodness, can this man not dare to own up to his actions? He lacks even the slightest semblance of a man's courage. We, the formidable women, possess more grace. Perhaps he should simply be rendered a eunuch. Indeed, sisters, keep your eyes wide open. We should not consider such treacherous men as potential partners. Let us instead seek someone as upright as brother Xiao Ming. Two fairies, I am delighted that you speak for brother Xiao Ming, but could you refrain from such tone? I fear my 7-inch spear may become uncontrollable. Goodness, do you think my half-foot golden cavern fears your mere 3-inch blade? If you dare, let us settle this in the back mountain lavatory. I cannot endure this any longer. Allow me to take my medicine first. After Xiaoren's words, another uproar erupted both inside and outside the Fuya Holy Land, with many disciples cursing loudly. Of course, several male and female disciples, in their fervor, began to veer off into absurdity, even suggesting a contest in the lavatory. However, Xiaoren, the subject of this uproar, did not care. With Lin Wanqing stirring the pot, his dignity had already been trampled upon, and a touch more shamelessness would matter little, as long as he could defeat Xiao Ming. For this was a world where martial prowess was revered. Once he demonstrated sufficient strength and potential, the wise would refrain from gossiping behind his back. Zhang Tianhong, is this your intention, or is it that of the Tai Holy Lord? Do you presume to provoke us so audaciously? Believing the Fuya Holy Land to be a soft target, intending to declare war? Amidst Xiaoren's renewed uproar, Su Biqing merely cast a dispassionate glance at him before turning to Zhang Tianhong with a piercing inquiry. Ah, Elder Su. There is no need to place such accusations upon me. I dare not belittle the Fuya Holy Land. My visit is not to provoke, but rather to allow the younger generation to gain some experience and engage in friendly sparring with your exceptional talents, Zhang Tianhong said, a smile gracing his face as his gaze drifted towards the depths of the Fuya Holy Land. Recently, 2 prodigies with the potential to become emperors have emerged from your Fuya Holy Land. Coincidentally, my disciple possesses a rare supreme constitution, with potential sufficient to attain the emperor's path. Moreover, he hails from the same lineage as your esteemed Xiao Ming. It seems only reasonable for these brothers to seek to determine their standing against one another, does it not? Or does your Fuya Holy Land lack such vision? Or is it that your prodigy Xiao Ming dares not accept the challenge? Upon hearing Zhang Tianhong's pointed words, Su Biqing fell silent. Truly, this old fox could, with just a few words, turn a potential confrontation into a mere friendly competition among youths. After a moment of contemplation, Su Biqing retrieved a communication token, intending to inquire about Xiao Ming's thoughts. However, since your disciple is so confident, I shall reluctantly entertain his request for a match today. As the words left his lips, 2 figures shot forth like streaks of light from the Fuya Holy Land, landing gracefully upon the stone steps at the mountain's gate. One was a man with eyes like stars and a countenance as fair as jade, his tall stature emanating an indescribable charisma, akin to the most brilliant star amidst a sea of countless others. The other was a woman, her aura cool and her beauty unparalleled, clad in a black and red dress adorned with phoenix patterns, showcasing a figure of perfect proportions, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. It was none other than Xiao Ming and Feng Xian Wang. Due to Su Biqing's penetrating voice, even from Wangwei Peak, they had come to investigate. To their surprise, upon arriving at the Fuya Holy Land's gates, they overheard Xiao barking for someone to come out. Witnessing his younger brother's arrogance, how could Xiao Ming, as the elder brother, stand idly by? By heavens, it's brother Xiao Ming and sister Feng Xianwang. They have emerged from Wangwei Peak. What a stunning couple they were. Both appeared as if they had been sculpted from perfection. Why could I not possess such looks? One rose from the ashes, the other born supreme. Who among these two brothers would ultimately prevail? Today's battle would surely create a stir throughout the northern Xian realm. As the crowd around the gates of the Fuya Holy Land recognized Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang, an uproar of excitement ensued as they gazed at the duo. Having ascended over 1,000 steps of the Fuya heavenly ladder, the talent and potential of these two were formidable. Yet, amidst the throng, many had never witnessed Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang in combat, leading to curiosity about their true combat prowess. Brother Xiao Ming. Not only were the onlookers thrilled, but the most excited was undoubtedly Su Qingwei, his fiancée. After longing for so long, she was finally reunited with her childhood companion, who was also her betrothed. However, the presence of Feng Xianwang beside him filled her with a sense of disappointment. How can it be that after just half a year, this is your fiancée? Her demeanor is indeed commendable, yet she seems quite extraordinary alongside him. This little girl cannot possibly have been intercepted. As Su Qingyue's expression shifted, Yunling, gazing at the distant Xiao Ming, spoke with keen interest. However, she turned to notice Su Qingyue's discomfort and quickly corrected herself. Sister, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Perhaps they are merely brother and sister. No, that woman undoubtedly has feelings for brother Xiao Ming. Before Yunling could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Su Qingwei, leaving her momentarily stunned. How do you perceive that? By some strange instinct, Yunling glanced at Feng Xianwang and curiously inquired. Woman's intuition. It seemed this young sister was a bit sensitive and affected. Do not worry. After all, you're his fiancée. That woman cannot compare to you. No, that woman surpasses me in both beauty and grace, making her far more suitable for brother Xiao Ming. Moreover, now that brother Xiao Ming has severed ties with his father, he may very well resent the marriage arrangement set by the Xiao family. I cannot bind him with this engagement. If brother Xiao Ming prefers that sister, I shall not obstruct their union. As Yunling's words hung in the air, Su Qingwei shook her head vigorously and uttered a flurry of statements that left Yunling utterly astonished. Junior sister, are you truly giving up? No. As long as brother Xiao Ming likes me, I can be the smaller one. This junior sister's romantic notions have completely clouded her judgment. Unbeknownst to Su Qingwei and Yunling's discourse, Xiao Ming had just landed, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Ren, a smirk playing upon his lips. After a few days apart, you seem increasingly adept at wielding your authority like a dog. Chapter 38. Before me, you will always be a younger brother. Xiao Ming. At the merciless taunt from Xiao Ming, Xiao Ren's fury erupted like a volcano, instantly coloring him crimson with rage. A terrifying aura of malice locked onto Xiao Ming, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. If it weren't for my momentary lapse allowing you to escape the Xiao family, do you think you could stand here and converse with me? If you have come all this way merely to seek excuses for your past failures, you might as well turn tail and flee. Practice more. Don't make excuses that make you sound like a sore loser. This provocation nearly pushed Xiao Ren, already in a state of rage, to the brink of losing his sanity. Ha ha ha, what a delightful notion of practicing. It seems that after fleeing from the Xiao family like a dog, you have indeed encountered some remarkable opportunities, emboldening you to confront me, the young sovereign. With that, Xiao Ren stepped forward, an overwhelming aura exploding forth. Since you are so inflated with pride, I shall grant you a chance to duel with me. I can suppress my cultivation to match your level. If you can defeat me, I will erase all grievances between us. But should you lose, you must kneel and apologize. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated Xiao Ren's audacious confidence in proposing to suppress his cultivation to the same level as his brother, who possessed the potential to become an emperor. Did he truly believe he could overpower Xiao Ming at equal standing? Truly, he was worthy of his innate sovereign bone. Such audacity was indeed formidable. Is this your so-called duel? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Xiao Ming revealed a cold smile and took a step forward, unleashing his full cultivation. Do you look down upon me? Or do you underestimate yourself? My cultivation is also at the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. If you dare, let us engage in a life and death battle. If you win, you may take my head. If you lose, you shall be buried before this mountain gate. Do you dare? Boom. Just when it seemed Xiao Ren had displayed sufficient bravery, Xiao Ming escalated the stakes, wishing to play for keeps. What enmity lay between these two brothers? What a spectacle! Wait, has senior brother Xiao Ming's cultivation already reached the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea? I recall he was merely at the 5th layer a few days ago. In less than 3 days, has he really shattered 4 small realms? The potential of one destined to become an emperor is truly terrifying. In a moment of shock, as a gasp echoed through the crowd, they realized the magnitude of Xiao Ming's progress. The Spirit Sea realm without extraordinary fortune. Even some holy sons and daughters could not achieve such consecutive breakthroughs. Astonishingly, Xiao Ming had broken through 4 small realms in under 3 days. His talent and potential were indeed enviable. How could this be? Not only the onlookers, but even Xiao Tiansu and several elders of the Xiao family were taken aback by Xiao Ming's current prowess. Just days prior, they had witnessed him self-destruct his cultivation and physique. The relic had even been taken by Xiaoren. Yet, in such a short span, Xiao Ming had not only recovered, but had transformed to such an extent, rivaling the revival of Xiaoren's sovereign bone. Had the rift with the Xiao family not occurred? Could the family now possess 2 sovereigns? Ah, how unexpected. You, a once defeated dog, managed to rise again after escaping the Xiao family. And even have the audacity to challenge me to a duel of life and death. This truly astonishes me. Amidst the varied expressions of the crowd, Xiaoren, momentarily stunned, spoke coldly. If you wish for death, I shall oblige. With his final words, Xiaoren could no longer contain his murderous intent, transforming into a fleeting shadow rushing toward Xiao Ming. Observing this, Xiao Ming merely flickered his gaze, unleashing his cultivation as he hurled a punch. In the next moment, their fist shadows collided like comets, unleashing a terrifying storm of true essence that ravaged the area before the mountain gate. This forced Feng Xianhuang to furrow her brow and swiftly distance herself from the two. Although Su Biqing and Zhang Tianhong were unafraid of the storm's impact, they instinctively cleared the area. After all, once Xiaoren struck, the duel had commenced. Though the elders viewed this encounter as rather hasty, they were eager to see which of these brothers, both possessing the potential to become emperors, would emerge victorious. Goodness, they are truly engaged in battle. Is this the duel of prodigies destined for emperorhood? How swift, how ferocious. Their movements are mere phantoms, entirely indecipherable. Compared to the earlier clash between Holy Sun Shenping and senior brother Zhang Hao, this is far more terrifying. Calm down. They haven't truly begun to fight. They are merely testing each other's strength. The real battle will be far more intense. As Xiao Ming and Xiaoren clashed, numerous disciples gathered from the Mountain Gate Plaza to the rear, their eyes glued to the unfolding battle. In the sacred land of Fuyao, prodigies of the Holy Sun and Daughter caliber seldom engaged in combat, let alone those destined for emperorhood. Witnessing such beings clash was not merely a visual feast, but a practical classroom to absorb combat techniques. Is this the strength you take pride in? It is utterly feeble. Amidst the chorus of gasps, the attacks displayed no tactical finesse, their movements appearing clumsy and unrefined. If all you can rely on is the brute force granted by your sovereign bone, calling yourself the young sovereign is indeed laughable. Utilizing the 8 desolations technique, Xiao Ming effortlessly dodged Xiaoren's attacks, then unleashed a punch akin to a solar explosion, sending the Taichi Holy Sun crashing into the ground like a cannonball. This brutal scene caused the eyes of many onlookers to widen in disbelief, unable to fathom the sight before them. The sovereign bone Xiaoren was so easily vanquished by Xiao Ming? Was it that the young sovereign's reputation was exaggerated, or was Xiao Ming truly an extraordinary talent? Impossible. This can't be. Though both were at the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea, Xiaoren felt the sting of disbelief as he struggled to comprehend why he could not overpower Xiao Ming despite his sovereign bone having begun to mature. After being struck down, Xiaoren crawled from the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he paid no heed, his expression twisted with madness. The sovereign bone, one of the most elite physiques in the Cangyuan Realm, failed to grant him any advantage against his elder brother. This was simply intolerable. What does it matter if you possess a sovereign bone? Before me, you will always be a younger brother. Your understanding of divine abilities is lacking. Your combat techniques are weak. Do you truly believe that your sovereign bone can elevate you to the pinnacle of an era? How utterly ridiculous. Hearing Xiaoren's furious roar, Xiao Ming remained indifferent. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a chilling clarity. However, each word pierced deeply into Xiaoren's heart like a precious gem, turning his eyes a vivid crimson. Xiao Ming, what right do you have to mock me? If I cannot reduce you to ashes today, I shall personally obliterate this supreme bone. Amidst his furious roar, Xiao Ren formed a mysterious seal with his hands and pressed it against the supreme bone on his chest. A terrifying surge of energy erupted forth, akin to a volcano in eruption, exploding from Xiao Ren's chest. His true essence surged forth like flames and lightning, continuously splattering out from his body. The overwhelming aura he emanated surpassed even the capabilities of those at the Spirit Sea realm, leaving the onlookers aghast. Chapter 39. This sensation gave her the feeling of being overwhelmed by Xiao Ming. The supreme bone is awakening. Such a terrifying might. I feel my soul and body trembling violently. Is this truly the level a Spirit Sea cultivator can reach? When the supreme is enraged, the emperor bleeds. It is said that a supreme bone, when fully matured, can deliver a single blow capable of severely wounding an emperor-level powerhouse, even destroying the heavens with a mere gesture. No wonder he could become a disciple of the Holy Master Tai. No wonder he is hailed as possessing the potential of an emperor. What other holy sons or daughters could possibly rival this aura? Upon witnessing Xiao Ren activating the supreme bone within him, the air above the mountain gate shifted dramatically, and the ground outside trembled incessantly. Many disciples of the sacred grounds expressed their astonishment and awe from the depths of their hearts. This rebellious child is finished. To dare provoke Ron, awakening the supreme bone, no matter how monstrous his talent, he cannot hope to defeat Ren in this state. Observing this scene, Xiao Tiance's face broke into a wild grin. As their father, the moment he chose Xiao Ren over Xiao Ming, he had already tied his fate to that of his younger son. Just moments ago, as he saw Xiao Ming gain the upper hand, he had been sweating bullets, wishing he could intervene and eliminate Xiao Ming himself. But now, with Xiao Ren entering the enhanced state of the supreme bone, his eldest son was doomed. After all, when the supreme is enraged, the emperor bleeds. Such words were not mere exaggerations. Xiao Ming perish. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Xiao Ren's crimson gaze locked onto Xiao Ming, his form vanishing like a specter. In the next moment, accompanied by a sharp sound of tearing air, Xiao Ren appeared before Xiao Ming, his right hand descending like an eagle's claw. Each finger shimmered with a terrifying sharpness, as if to rend space itself. Reaching for Xiao Ming's neck, Xiao Ming's pupils contracted slightly, immediately employing evasive maneuvers. A whip-like kick, akin to a divine dragon's tail, swept toward Xiao Ren, imbued with formidable demonic true essence. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Ming's kick was forcefully blocked by Xiao Ren, the violent impact erupting like a tsunami. A sinister grin spread across Xiao Ren's face. So weak. Is this the strength you take pride in? Pathetically feeble before the supreme bone. Today, I shall impart one truth to you. Before absolute power, all flashy techniques and skills are merely ornamental and utterly useless. Amidst this taunt, Xiao Ren resembled a rampaging warrior, each strike unleashing ferocious effects, forcing Xiao Ming to retreat repeatedly in defense. I've gained the upper hand. Indeed, once the supreme bone awakens, one's battle prowess amplifies beyond imagination. Not long ago, Xiao Ming could easily suppress Xiao Ren, yet now he was being forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught. And this was without invoking the supreme divine powers. It was unfathomable what cataclysmic scenes would unfold should Xiao Ren unleash the full might of the supreme bone. Witnessing this spectacle, gasps erupted from the crowd. Su Qingyue, positioned at the back of the mountain gate, appeared anxious, fearing that Xiao Ming might be utterly defeated at any moment. I must inform my master. In a state of unease, Su Qingyue hastily produced a communication talisman to notify her master, Ling Rui, pleading for intervention should Xiao Ming falter. Observing this, Yin Ling shook her head. Truly, concern breeds disorder. Xiao Ming and that phoenix immortal, both prodigies of the Wangyue Peak, had appeared. The Holy King must be aware. Should anything go awry, they would not remain indifferent, leaving no room for the Jade Maiden Peak to intervene. Truly, the supreme bone is immensely powerful. Feeling Xiao Ren's strength surge dramatically, Xiao Ming's face registered surprise, quickly shifting to a grim determination. Yet, even wielded by you, it remains inferior. As these words escaped his lips, mysterious patterns emerged upon Xiao Ming's body, releasing a terrifying aura of desolation. At times, it radiated demonic energy, at others, a divine sanctity, and at times, an overwhelming void. This was clearly the demonic energy cultivated from the chaotic demon sutra, combined with the righteous aura from the Great Desolation refining spirit technique. Three distinct powers erupted simultaneously from Xiao Ming, rendering him akin to a descending demon god, forcefully propelling Xiao Ren away. Impossible. Under the assault of these three energies, Xiao Ren coughed up blood, his expression one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that after activating the supreme bone to enhance himself, he still found himself inferior to this elder brother. Such humiliation. Is that the power of desolation? He had barely joined Wangyue Peak for 3 days, and yet he had already cultivated that level of desolation power? Su Biqing recognized the strength Xiao Ming wielded, almost pulling at his beard in shock. Not only Su Biqing, but even the other high-ranking figures lurking in the Fuyo sacred land were left agape, their faces contorted in astonishment. You wretched fool. I refuse to believe you can withstand me like this. Amidst his furious roar, Xiao Ren's body curled back mid-air, and then he erupted in a blaze of crimson gold flames. The terrifying heat threatened to melt the very void, transforming Xiao Ren into a figure reminiscent of the blazing sun. In the next moment, Xiao Ren formed complex seals with his hands, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword energy. The crimson gold flames merged with the sword energy, coalescing into a formidable sword formation in the void, its power sending shivers down many spines. Is that the heavenly flame granted by the Holy Master Tai, alongside the Holy King's sword techniques? Seeing Xiao Ren appear like a deity, an astute observer immediately exclaimed, causing a stir among the onlookers. Heavenly flame. This is an extraordinary resource. Upon seeing the crimson gold flames enveloping Xiao Ren, Xiao Ming's expression darkened with malevolence. A bizarre conflagration of black and white flames erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. He then formed seals with his hands and pointed towards the void. Instantly, the skies morphed, and from the chaotic true flames, an ancient hand etched with desolation patterns emerged, gently pointing downwards. In an instant, the index finger, enveloped in the chaotic true fire, descended upon Xiao Ren like a pillar of heaven. Hiss! This is the Saint King level divine ability, the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger. Executed by merging the fire control technique of the Burning Flame and the Great Wilderness Divine Refinement technique. Using chaotic true fire as the catalyst and 3 fundamental powers as the foundation. Witnessing Xiao Ming perform this technique, the previously composed Feng Xianhuang's expression changed dramatically at that moment. She recognized Xiao Ming's strength, yet never anticipated he would reach such an extraordinary level. In less than 3 days, he had seamlessly integrated several Saint King-level martial arts techniques. Such a feat demands an incredible understanding of divine abilities, mastery of true essence, and application of power. Even she, a reincarnated empress, found it somewhat challenging to achieve, especially since she was still not fully adept with the Great Wilderness Divine Refinement technique and the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger. However, Xiao Ming's accomplishment left her feeling as though he had her pinned beneath him. Chapter 40. This is their life and death duel. Can't you, old man, handle it? Boom. Amid the gasps and gazes of onlookers, 2 divine abilities collided with a devastating force, a terrifying storm raging like a tsunami. The spectators' faces paled in fear as they summoned their cultivation to withstand the impact, yet their eyes remained fixated on the 2 combatants, fearful of missing any crucial moment. In this clash, the crimson golden flames emanating from Xiao Ren exploded under the relentless push of that index finger. This situation not only caused Xiao Ren's pupils to constrict sharply, but also left the surrounding crowd aghast. No one had expected that even after activating the Supreme Bone and utilizing the Heavenly Transformation True Fire to unleash a Saint King-level divine ability, Xiao Ming, his elder brother, would easily dominate him. Could this truly be the suppression of innate bloodlines? No. This holy son cannot be inferior to you. As he watched his divine ability being crushed inch by inch, Xiao Ren roared in fury, forming another seal. The heavenly transformation broken sword array before him erupted with brilliant light. In an instant, all the sword lights merged into a colossal sword that blocked that index finger, only to shatter and self-destruct. The destructive force unleashed was comparable to a strike from a 5th-level cave heaven realm expert, engulfing Xiao Ming like a tempest. Just as the crowd thought this blow would injure Xiao Ming, the storm of power was forcefully torn apart, and that index finger, still shrouded in chaotic true fire, surged towards Xiao Ren once more. Though its size had diminished significantly and its might weakened considerably, it still crashed into Xiao Ren with unstoppable force, causing the young supreme to spew blood and be sent crashing into the mountains like refuse. The surroundings of the gate of the Fuyo sacred land fell into an eerie silence. Initially, they had thought that Xiao Ren, daring to challenge his elder brother at the Fuyo sacred land, would have the upper hand due to his strength, yet now he was being beaten like a dog? Damn. Xiao Ren actually lost. How could this be possible? How could this discarded son undergo such a transformation in just a few days? Seeing his once promising son being brutally beaten by Xiao Ming, an unprecedented panic surged within Xiao Tianqi. If his youngest son were to be defeated, how would he break through next? In his growing dread, Xiao Tianqi fixed his gaze on Xiao Ming, only to find the latter casting a dispassionate glance back. His expression laced with subtle mockery, as if to say, "Look, this is the son you chose. Indeed, he is just as useless as you." This made Xiao Tianqi's fists clench involuntarily. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that I, Xiaorin, a natural supreme, would be forced into such a wretched state? This is truly a disgrace. Following this, a terrifying beam of true essence erupted from the deep pit, and Xiaoran, covered in blood and tattered clothing, rose from the depths. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing many onlookers' pupils to constrict sharply, sensing a tremor from the depths of their souls. This was an anomaly of heaven and earth. Only beings with exceptionally unique constitutions, when utilizing their innate divine abilities, could evoke such resonance with the heavens and earth. Xiaorin was about to unleash the power of the supreme bone divine ability, witnessing the terrifying phenomenon capable of influencing the very fabric of the world. An excited voice among the spectators exclaimed, causing many to involuntarily take a sharp breath. They never expected to witness the prodigy of the natural supreme unleashing his supreme divine ability right before their eyes. This would undoubtedly become an unforgettable moment in their lives. The supreme bone's innate divine ability? Observing Xiaoran, who was fully unleashing the might of the supreme bone in the distance. Feng Xianwang displayed a rare seriousness on her face. In her memory, Xiaoran had once used this supreme divine ability to decisively slay several imperial sons and daughters in his previous life. Although the supreme bone was newly nurtured and its divine abilities still lacked refinement and tempering, once the supreme divine ability fully erupted, even she would find it challenging to withstand. Would this fellow be able to cope with it effortlessly? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Feng Xianwang glanced at Xiao Ming, only to find no trace of tension on his countenance, but rather a hint of disdain and mockery. His demeanor suggested he regarded Xiaorin's impending supreme bone divine ability with utter contempt. This caused Feng Xianwang's expression to shift. It should be the end. To have forced this holy son to such an extent, you could be proud even in death. Before Feng Xianwang could ponder further, Xiaoren, with a grim countenance, shouted those two words, spewing a mouthful of essence blood as he suddenly formed seals with both hands, compressing the essence blood into the supreme bone within his chest. In an instant, a pair of cold eyes emerged in the darkened void, as if the heavens had opened their eyes at this moment, gazing down upon the ants of the lower realm attempting to defy fate. Let this holy son perish. Supreme law, annihilation, calamity, light. As the final syllables fell, Xiaoran formed another seal. The cold gaze locked onto Xiao Ming, two beams of light converging with the thunderous power permeating the void, akin to divine retribution. Crashing towards Xiao Ming, the destructive force caused the expressions of all present to shift dramatically, even prompting some hidden experts from the Fuyo sacred land to act in alarm. But at that instant, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Ming, halting the actions of those about to intervene. What a farcical supreme divine ability. In the face of absolute power, it is merely a joke. Xiao Ming took a step forward, his fist striking out like the sun, multiple powers erupting into a frenzy, transforming him into a descending demon god, directly colliding with the supreme divine ability. God Slayer, a unique innate talent of the chaotic body. Once activated, one enters a frenzied state, significantly enhancing attack, defense, agility, and recovery. With Xiao Ming's current physical strength, bolstered by the power of desolation, he could achieve up to 5 times the frenzy. However, in dealing with Xiaoran, 3 times was already sufficient to dominate. Boom! Before anyone could react, the annihilation calamity light was obliterated, and Xiao Ming instantly closed the distance to Xiaoran. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he aimed a devastating strike at Xiaoran's chest. Stop! Xiao Tenza and Zhang Tianhong both unleashed a thunderous roar, with the latter immediately taking action, raising his hand to suppress Xiao Ming. This sudden escalation caused Su Biqing's expression to change dramatically, prompting him to unleash his cultivation to intervene. However, before he could act, a chilling voice resonated through the void, accompanied by a terrifying sword aura that violently descended upon Zhang Tianhong. This was their life and death confrontation. Could this old fool not handle the stakes? In the next moment, amid the thunderous explosion, Xiao Ming's fist struck Xiao Ren's chest, coinciding with the clash of the sword light against Zhang Tianhong. An indescribable shockwave erupted in the air above the mountain gate, tearing the space apart and causing numerous onlookers to flee in panic. After all, this was a clash between saint-level experts, and even the residual force could annihilate them. Fortunately, Su Biqing, his face pale, had already intervened to block most of the impact. Otherwise, this collision alone would have resulted in heavy casualties around the mountain gate. In the area where Xiao Ming and Xiao Ren were engaged, a figure emerged from the void to shield them from the terrifying storm of energy, leaving their battle undisturbed. In a state of sheer terror, Xiao Ren felt his ribcage shatter from Xiao Ming's punch, his chest concaving as he spewed forth blood, his supreme bone fracturing on the spot. An indescribable sense of life and death crisis exploded in his heart, causing his pupils to constrict in despair. "Master, save me." As the cry escaped his lips, a jade pendant on Xiao Ren's body shattered, enveloping him in a layer of protective energy. This was a life-saving trump card bestowed upon him by Zhang Tianhong. When faced with a lethal crisis, this jade pendant would autonomously activate, forming a protective barrier capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 9th-level saint expert. With the emergence of the defensive barrier, Xiao Ming was violently repelled, a fierce expression crossing his face as he unhesitatingly retrieved a piece of sword jade from his bosom. This was a life-saving card left for him by Ling Ruoxuan. Upon shattering it, a beam of sword light would erupt, powerful enough to slay a 9th-level saint expert. As the saying goes, one must seize the opportunity to eliminate potential threats. With his brother challenging him, he couldn't afford to let this chance slip away, otherwise it could become a hidden danger in the future. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ming crushed the sword jade. A beam of sword light surged forth, radiating a devastating aura as it descended upon Xiaoren. No. In that instant, whether it was Zhang Tianhong, Xiao Tianzi, or Xiaoren himself, all let out desperate screams. Yet, the sword light did not waver in response to their cries. Instead, it struck Xiaoren fiercely, colliding violently with the protective barrier, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave that engulfed the void. The protective barrier around Xiaoren shattered after enduring only 2 breaths, and the shadow of death loomed over him as he felt himself plummet into despair. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, a surge of heavenly flame erupted from his body, an overwhelming intent instantly extinguishing the sword light. This caused both Zhang Tianhong and Su Biqing, masters of the Saint Realm, to change their expressions drastically. Is this the intent of a Saint King? It was rumored that when a Saint King comprehends a certain state to perfection, touching upon higher laws, they could merge a strand of that law's power with their soul-s intent, creating the intent of a Saint King. This intent, once awakened, could momentarily control another's body, unleashing terrifying Saint King power. However, the crafting of such an intent harms the soul's foundation and requires an immense amount of resources. Moreover, should it fall, the local soul would suffer severe damage, unable to restore its foundation for a period. Only those who hold significant importance would risk such a venture to craft the intent of a Saint King for their juniors. To think that Xiao Ren possessed a strand of Saint King intent, it seemed he had garnered the favor of an ancient Saint King from the Tai sacred land. It was truly surprising that someone dared to injure him to such an extent within the Fuyo sacred land. As the Saint King intent took control of Xiao Ren's body, his pupils transformed into a bizarre crimson golden hue, emanating a terrifying aura as his gaze locked onto Xiao Ming. "You nearly thwarted my plans, boy. You will pay the price for this." With that, Xiao Ren raised his hand, grasping at the void, causing the surrounding forces of nature to surge violently. A wave of destructive power cascading down. "This is the Fuyo sacred land, not your Tai sacred land. Get lost." At that moment, a figure clad in green appeared before Xiao Ming, unsheathing her sword without hesitation. This person was none other than Ling Ruoxuan. Although her cultivation fluctuated at the 8th level of the Saint Realm, the terrifying power contained within her sword light sent shivers down even the spine of Zhang Tianhong, the peak master of the heavenly sword peak. However, the Saint King intent merely scoffed. Though the momentum is commendable, it lacks strength. The heavenly flame surrounding Xiaoren forcefully shattered the sword light, causing Ling Ruoxuan's pupils to constrict. "Huiyun, a Saint King expert is forbidden from striking against those from other sacred lands. Do you wish to provoke war with our Fuyo sacred land?" Yet, amid the crisis, the Fuyo sacred master, Nangong Wuya, appeared. "Since it's this little brat, I will give you face. Let this matter rest for now." Upon seeing Nangong Wuya's arrival, Xiaoren spoke with indifference. After a glance at Xiao Ming, he raised his hand to tear through the void, preparing to depart. However, just as he was about to tear the fabric of space, a languid voice echoed through the void. You disrupted my disciple's duel and even thought to strike him. Do you truly believe that reaching the quasi-emperor realm allows you to act with impunity merely by relying on a strand of Saint King intent? A stunning figure, holding a wine gourd, gracefully reached towards Xiao Run, unleashing a terrifying force of desolation that crashed down like a tsunami. Xiao Ren's expression shifted dramatically. A 9th-level Saint King? This cannot be. Aside from that half-dead old man, when did such a powerhouse emerge from the Fuyo sacred land? In his astonishment, Hui Yun, the old ghost, had no choice but to burn a strand of Saint King intent, unleashing a strike powerful enough to rival his peak. Although this would injure his own essence, it was the only way to counter Xianxia. Xiao Ren could not perish here. At the very least, his supreme bone and this physical body must not be destroyed. With a thunderous roar, as Hui Yun burned his Saint King intent in a desperate explosion, the forces of desolation clashed with the heavenly flame in a frenzied collision, unleashing a horrific shockwave that swept across the skies above the sacred land. Despite Hui Yun's desperate surge, Xiao Ren's body remained constrained. He would rather sacrifice a strand of Saint King intent than allow that fellow to perish. This old man was truly reckless. Watching the remnants of Xiao Ren's physical form and a strand of heavenly flame left behind, Jiang Xianying's exquisite face revealed a contemplative expression before she casually tossed the heavenly flame to Xiao Ming. I didn't expect this old fool to burn his Saint King intent. I was too late to secure them. Keep this strand of true fire for yourself. Your brother should still be alive, but his upcoming fate may not be so fortunate. Nangong Wui glanced at Xiao Ming, but said nothing before vanishing into the void. Ling Ruoxuan, too, did not exchange a word with Xiao Ming, not even a greeting, before turning and disappearing into the emptiness. The area around the mountain gate immediately fell into a profound silence. Chapter 42. How could she, the Empress of the Phoenix Immortal Hall, be subdued by Xiao Ming? Goodness, is this the power of a Saint King? Such terrifying strength. Merely a trace of Saint Kings can suppress a formidable opponent in the sacred realm, even forcing the Fuyun Saint Lord to reveal himself. Truly astonishing. What a disgrace. Do these beings of the sacred realm possess no sense of decency? Can't they see a stunning beauty like me standing here? Just one clash nearly sent me to my demise. I curse you all. What? Xiao Ren has actually been defeated. After fully activating the Supreme Bone, he was obliterated by a single punch from Xiao Ming. What level of prodigy is his brother, able to effortlessly crush even those born with Supreme Bones? Alas, had it not been for the timely intervention of a Saint King, this Taichi Saint's son would surely have perished at the mountain gate of the Fuyun sacred land. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted around the Fuyun sacred land, with many disciples gazing at Xiao Ming with fervent admiration. Just days prior, Xiao Ming ascended the 1,061 step of the Fuyun ladder, proving to the world that he possesses the potential to become an emperor. However, potential does not equate to combat prowess. Many still questioned whether Xiao Ming deserved such high praise. Yet today, upon making his move, he effortlessly crushed an opponent of equal standing who possessed a supreme bone. Allowing everyone present to witness the true extent of Xiao Ming's terrifying power, to say he was a reincarnated emperor would not be an exaggeration. Throughout the history of the Fuyun sacred land, no one has ever achieved such feats. Saint King level? As he watched the shattered void begin to mend, the true fire of heavenly transformation flickering before him, a chilling expression crossed Xiao Ming's face. He had intended to strike down his brother with overwhelming force, only to discover that a trace of Saint King's will was concealed within him. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the Saint King would burn this will, risking severe injury to protect Xiao Ren. Could this remarkable brother truly be a child of destiny? The Saint King's will that had just appeared belonged to a former saint of the Taichi sacred land, whose strength now approached that of a quasi-emperor. In the instant of igniting the Saint King's will, he could unleash the full power of his true form, making it no simple task to retain his opponent. As Xiao Ming's gaze flickered ahead, the figure of Feng Xian Wang emerged in midair, her tone somewhat frosty as she began to explain. Rest assured, I have not been shaken. Xiao Ming smiled slightly at her words, retracting the true fire of heavenly transformation, a glimmer of murderous intent crossing his features. He may have spared his life this time, but he would not allow it to happen again. Next time, even with the protection of the Saint King's will, I can ensure he remains forever bound. These words were not mere bravado. Xiao Ming genuinely possessed the means to back them up. Let us not forget that within his sea of consciousness lies a slumbering imperial banner, a soul-type supreme weapon capable of countering the Saint King's will. If he could awaken this imperial weapon and restore some of its primordial power, coupled with certain soul secret techniques, he could even sever the will of that ancient Saint King. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's declaration, Feng Xianhuang's gaze flickered slightly, indicating that she indeed sensed his hidden card. However, she did not press further, instead shifting the topic to inquire, by the way, are you quite familiar with the Peak Master of the Jade Maiden Peak? Your relationship seems rather unusual. Could it be that something special transpired between you two that would lead this Peak Master to lend you assistance? After Feng Xianhuang posed her question, Xiao Ming's expression stiffened momentarily, and his gaze became evasive. Haha, is that so? Perhaps she simply has an aversion to the people of the Taichi sacred land. Is that so? Feng Xianhuang responded with a cold laugh, effortlessly seeing through Xiao Ming's deception. In her memory, Ling Ruoxuan, the master of the Jade Maiden Peak, had always harbored little fondness for men and would not assist male disciples without reason. In a past life, she recalled that upon entering the Fuyun sacred land, the master of the Jade Maiden Peak encountered peril in the 10,000 Great Mountains, falling victim to a lustful poison from the demon lord of the Nine Nether. To break free from this poison, Ling Ruoxuan had consumed a Baishui Qinglian and forcefully reversed her own cultivation, utterly destroying her 6 desires. Though she succeeded in dispelling the poison, it caused her to become a cold, emotionless stone woman. From that point onward, her personality drastically changed, instilling fear among the disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak, which was subsequently renamed the Heartless Peak. Just moments ago, Ling Ruoxuan had not exchanged a single word with Xiao Ming. It appeared she could not tolerate Zhang Tianhong's interference in the duel, prompting her to draw her sword. Yet, it was evident to all that her intervention was to protect Xiao Ming. Moreover, when Xiao Ming arrived at the Fuyun sacred land to participate in the assessment, he bore the token of the Jade Maiden Peak's master. Wait a moment. The Peak Master's token, the 10,000 Great Mountains, the chance encounter with Xiao Ming, and the poison? A flash of realization struck Feng Xianhuang, her beautiful face filled with shock as she turned to Xiao Ming. You didn't, by any chance, sleep with the master of the Jade Maiden Peak, did you? At Feng Xianhuang's sudden outburst, Xiao Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, instinctively covering her mouth. At that moment, Su Biqing happened to approach them, seemingly wanting to say something to Xiao Ming, but was left stunned in place by her words. What on earth? Although he had heard rumors about Xiao Ming's close relationship with the master of the Jade Maiden Peak, he never anticipated it would be this explosive. Yet, just as he contemplated the truth of this situation, he suddenly felt a powerful aura locking onto him, akin to the sword light that had previously struck at Zhang Tianhong. He was so startled that every hair on his body stood on end. Oh dear, how did I end up here? Wasn't I lying in the Celestial Guard Pavilion? In the midst of his panic, Su Biqing slapped his forehead, muttering a few nonsensical words before making a hasty retreat. Who would want to face that? Surely, that woman wouldn't come over and threaten him with a sword, right? Chapter 43. I have a hunch that the Peak Master is involved with Brother Xiao Ming. What on earth has transpired? Those two are embracing in front of everyone. Is this some sort of post-battle display of affection? I thought this man was different. Yet he turns out to be just as much a lecher as the rest, daring to openly pursue the enchanting Feng Xianhuang? Where is the dignity? I shall report this to the Law Enforcement Hall and have them uphold justice, making this vile man pay for his actions. TSK, 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 dear friend. Your intentions are so obvious that even I can sense them from the restroom. Claiming to uphold justice when all you desire is to lay claim to her body? Bah. Seductive harlot, what nonsense are you spouting? Such a man is but a wave of my hand away. I can have as many as I desire, one at my feet, another in my hands, and yet another to kiss. Goodness, here come those two again with their strange antics. If you have the guts, face me directly. Even passers-by cannot bear to listen. As Xiao Ming covered Feng Xianhuang's mouth and Su Biqing fled in fright, the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Gazing wide-eyed at the ethereal pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl in the void, each onlooker could not help but reveal a visage tinged with envy and jealousy. With striking beauty, commendable physique, and formidable prowess, they stood as paragons of excellence. Who in this world would not covet such attributes? Junior sister, do you not think he is being a bit excessive? His fiancée is watching from below, yet he dares to behave so provocatively up here. Yuling exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she observed Xiao Ming covering Feng Xianhuang's mouth, rendering them momentarily intimate in appearance. However, upon turning her gaze, she was taken aback to find Su Qingwei unfazed, lacking any trace of anger or jealousy. Instead, her brow was furrowed, her expression grave, as if she were contemplating a significant life matter. This left Yuling perplexed. Has this junior sister been struck by some overwhelming stimulus, causing her mind to falter? She mused. Junior sister, what occupies your thoughts? Your expression is quite serious. After a moment's hesitation, Yuling waved her hand before Su Qingwei, her curiosity piqued. I have a hunch. The Peak Master has a clandestine affair with brother Xiao Ming. At this proclamation, Yuling sputtered in disbelief. Goodness gracious. Should it not be that this junior sister has something with him? Why bring the Peak Master into this? In her mind, Yuling was astonished. Unable to resist checking Su Qingyue's forehead to ascertain if she was feverish. How else could she utter such nonsense? Senior sister, I am not ill. Su Qingyue firmly grasped Yuling's hand, her tone gravely serious. A few days ago, brother Xiao Ming attended the assessment at Fuyo Sacred Land, bearing the Peak Master's token. Moreover, the Peak Master's appearance today is exceedingly unusual. Despite the multitude of saint-level experts within Fuyo Sacred Land, she was the first to intervene and assist brother Xiao Ming when he was in peril. Such instinctive behavior can only arise from profound concern for the other. Thus, based on my intuition and judgment, the Peak Master is indeed entangled with brother Xiao Ming. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's reasoning, Yuling was utterly bewildered. While Su Qingyue's claims seemed somewhat implausible, upon further reflection, they did not appear entirely unfounded. After all, outsiders knew little of the Jade Maiden Peak. As core disciples, they were well aware of the intricacies surrounding Ling Ruoxuan, the elder sister of Ling Ruoyan. When a woman, who typically shunned intimacy with men, resorts to violence for a man, it is evident that she either wishes for his demise or has a deeper connection with him. By heavens! If that is indeed the case, then matters have become exceedingly complicated. If Ling Ruoxuan is involved with Xiao Ming and Su Qingwei is Ling Ruoyan's disciple, while simultaneously being Xiao Ming's fiancée, and Ling Ruoyan is the younger sister of Ling Ruoxuan, does that not entangle us in a web of relationships? Senior sister, do you think I should seek an audience with the Peak Master? As Yuling grappled with her thoughts, Su Qingwei inquired, her brow furrowed, nearly causing Yuling's head to explode. Have you lost your mind? To confront the Peak Master about wanting to steal your man could lead to your sudden disappearance from Jade Maiden Peak. Yuling decisively dismissed Su Qingyue's notion, pointing to Xiao Ming above. What you need to address now is not the esteemed Peak Master, but your betrothed. With that, both turned their attention skyward. During their conversation, Feng Xianhuang, with her eyes covered by Xiao Ming, initially froze in midair, and then her face flushed crimson. The heat radiated from her cheeks, ears, and neck, as if triggered by a sensitive switch. This blush was a blend of embarrassment and warmth. Xiao Ming, you scoundrel! Get away from me! In the next moment, with a voice teetering on the edge of fury, Feng Xianhuang seized Xiao Ming's wrist, delivering an elbow strike before executing a shoulder throw. Naturally, she did not intend to inflict serious harm. It was merely a lesson for him. As an empress, to be publicly teased was unacceptable. How could she hold her head high in Fuyo Sacred Land afterward? Furthermore, the most crucial point was that something had collided with her backside when he covered her eyes. This was the ultimate affront. In an instant, Feng Xianhuang felt a sense of violation, necessitating a lesson for Xiao Ming. After throwing Xiao Ming away, he arced through the air, landing directly in front of Su Qingyue. Cough, cough. Her temper is rather explosive. I shall see how to manage her from now on. After all, within Fuyo Sacred Land, he had little else to occupy his time. As for whether to seek out Ling Ruoxuan, Xiao Ming reconsidered, deciding against it. With the status of his relationship with Ling Ruoxuan still unknown to others, approaching her might lead to unnecessary complications. Just then, as Xiao Ming prepared to rise and soar toward Wangyue Peak, a familiar face suddenly caught his eye, rendering him momentarily speechless. Doubting his vision. Is that you, Qingwei? Yet, had she not taken a master and departed 6 months ago to cultivate in Cangyuan Realm to thoroughly rectify her internal meridian issues, stating she might never return? If not, she had suggested he forget her and find another partner, thereby nullifying the engagement between the Xiao and Su families. To his astonishment, they had encountered one another here in Fuyo Sacred Land. Brother Xiao Ming. As Xiao Ming expressed surprise and confusion upon hearing him call her name, Su Qingwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Unable to suppress her feelings, she impulsively leaped into Xiao Ming's embrace. This scene left the onlookers utterly flabbergasted. What on earth is happening? Is that not Su Qingwei from Jade Maiden Peak? Why has she thrown herself into Xiao Ming's arms? By the roots of heaven! How dare she? Why does she presume to embrace my beloved without a shred of modesty? Release Xiao Ming at once. I shall claim him first. Ha ha ha, my friends. Did you see that? This is the demeanor expected of a formidable woman. When she sees a man she fancies, she should embrace him without hesitation, unlike those timid men. By my word, it's those same few little fairies again, always creating a ruckus. Da Xing, fetch my 7-foot flowing silver spear. I shall challenge these two oddities and make them reflect on whether they truly deserve such affection. Oh, I remember now. That Su Qingwei hails from Luyun City and is said to be Xiao Ming's fiancée. Just a few days ago, she visited the Xiao family with her senior sister. Who would have thought that this disciple from Tai's sacred land would seek to inherit his brother's engagement and bring Su Qingwei into his harem? Good heavens. Inheritance of an engagement? After a brief moment of stunned silence, a cacophony erupted around the mountain gate as numerous disciples began to chatter excitedly. Upon learning of Su Qingwei and Xiao Ming's relationship, the uproar reached a fever pitch. Many female disciples began to vilify Xiao Ming. Their faces contorted with righteous indignation as they condemned him as a rogue. After all, just moments ago, he had been flirting with Feng Xianwang. And now he was experiencing the warmth of his fiancée. Such a scoundrel, if captured by them, would surely be subjected to torment beyond imagination. Reduced to crawling to the restroom at night. However, in the eyes of the male disciples, at this moment, Xiao Ming undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of his life. Not only was he a prodigy in terms of cultivation and combat prowess, but he also had a cool and aloof junior sister, a gentle fiancée, and even a terrifyingly powerful beauty for a master. This was the kind of support a man should have. Cough, cough, are you two being a bit excessive? Feeling the gazes of those around them and hearing various strange remarks, Yunling looked at the couple before her and couldn't help but clear her throat to remind them. Girl, how did you end up in the sacred land of Fuyou? Weren't you supposed to be in the Cangyuan Realm? Upon hearing Yunling's reminder, Xiao Ming pulled Su Qingwei away, his expression tinged with confusion as he inquired. This matter is rather lengthy. Let us discuss it in another place. Su Qingwei smiled. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she took Xiao Ming's hand, her face alight with excitement as they headed towards Yuna Peak. Seeing this, Yunling could only shake her head helplessly and follow suit. What? The powerful figure who took you from your home was actually an elder from the Nine Nether Demon sect? She intended to use you as a medicinal catalyst to concoct the Tying Tianxin pill. Upon reaching a pavilion halfway up Yuna Peak, Xiao Ming's face revealed a mix of shock and an uncontrollable killing intent after hearing Su Qingwei recount the events. Due to her unique constitution, Su Qingwei had faced immense difficulties in her cultivation, with her meridians being sealed and tormented by the malevolent energy they harbored. Even those at the celestial realm found themselves at a loss in her case, as forceful sealing would only lead to her demise. Fortunately, the Xiao and Su families had been close friends for generations, and Xiao Ming had maintained a good relationship with Su Qingwei since childhood. When she was 10, Su Qingwei visited the Xiao family and suddenly fainted from the backlash of her energy. It was Xiao Ming who used his pure yang energy to help her neutralize the malevolent force and avert disaster. From that moment onward, Su Qingwei followed him eagerly, even proclaiming that she would marry him when they grew up. Hearing her words, Su Yuanshan and Xiao Tiansu, after drinking too much at a banquet, hastily arranged their marriage. Over the years, Xiao Ming had taken great care of Su Qingwei, frequently using his pure yang energy to suppress her afflictions, which gradually led to some feelings developing between them. However, pure yang energy could only alleviate the symptoms and not resolve the underlying issue. Thus, the Su family had been seeking a solution for Su Qingwei all these years, until over half a year ago, when Su Qingwei approached Xiao Ming, stating that a mysterious powerful figure from the Xianxia sect in the Cangyuan Realm had come to the Su family, claiming to have a method to thoroughly remedy her meridian issues, but she would need to accompany them to the Cangyuan Realm for 3 years. Xiao Ming, at the time, thought this was a good opportunity and did not overthink it. Little did he know that the mysterious figure from the Su family would be an elder from the Nine Nether Demon sect, who intended to use Su Qingwei as a catalyst for pill refinement. That day, I thought I was doomed until I met my master, with just a few swift moves. My master dispatched that demonic woman and rescued me from the pill refining den, subsequently taking me as her disciple and bringing me to the sacred land of Fuyou. Had my master not happened to pass by that cave, I fear I would never have seen you again, brother Xiao Ming. Noticing Xiao Ming's horrified expression and the murderous intent on his face, Su Qingwei felt a wave of sweetness. It seemed that even with the presence of this junior sister, Xiao Ming had not forgotten their childhood bond. Though a bit jealous, she was still quite pleased. Fortunately, you were blessed, or I would be heartbroken. I'm so glad you were safe, or else I would never have had the chance to see you. Feeling Xiao Ming's affectionate gesture, Su Qingwei's expression became somewhat complex. This caused Xiao Ming to be momentarily stunned, as he realized Su Qingwei was referring to his severance with the Xiao family. I'm sorry, brother Xiao Ming. At the time you broke ties with the Xiao family, Yunling and I were on our way to find you. If we had arrived a bit sooner, perhaps you would not have felt so helpless. Why speak such foolishness? Life is unpredictable. Who can foresee what is to come? Besides, am I not well now? Before Su Qingwei could finish, Xiao Ming waved his hand to interrupt her. Let us not dwell on that. Which master are you from the sacred land of Fuyou? I must pay her a visit and thank her for saving you, this little girl. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, Xiao Ming immediately changed the subject. Fearing that their meeting might lead to undesirable consequences, Su Qingwei hesitated, knowing that her master was indeed his master's sister, Ling Ruoxuan. My master is the one. Just as Su Qingwei was struggling with her thoughts, a voice echoed, and a figure appeared in the pavilion like a specter. This caused both Su Qingwei and Yunling's expressions to shift, while Xiao Ming instinctively turned to the figure. In the next moment, Xiao Ming's face drastically changed, his pupils dilating as if he had seen a ghost. Is that you? What on earth? Su Qingyue's master was actually Ling Ruoxuan. This meant he had. No, it resembles her, but it's not. The thought left Xiao Ming in utter disarray. Chapter 45. What are you doing at Yuna Peak? Return to Wangwei Peak at once. It wasn't her, yet the resemblance was uncanny. Whether sister or sibling, it was unfavorable for him either way. After all, having inadvertently slept with someone's sister was already a predicament, and now he was here to abduct their disciple. This was simply too much. As Xiao Ming felt overwhelmed, Ling Ruoxuan was also sizing him up, akin to a mother-in-law scrutinizing her prospective son-in-law. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xiao Ming's involuntary exclamation and his overzealous reaction, Su Qingwei was almost certain of her suspicions. Even Yunling's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Initially, she had doubted Su Qingyue's claims, thinking them mere fanciful notions. Yet, it now seemed all but certain that the aloof peak master from Yuna Peak, whom they respected immensely, had indeed shared an intimate past with Xiao Ming. Do you know this elder? In the heavy silence, Ling Ruoxuan was the first to break the ice, making both Su Qingwei and Yunling feel a flicker of tension. I do not know her. I mistook you for a senior I encountered in the 10,000 Great Mountains just now. I did not see closely and mistakenly regarded Elder Ling as that senior. Given the circumstances, it was a foregone conclusion. Even if she was Ling Ruoxuan's sister, she would likely grasp the situation without further complicating matters. After all, if she provoked him, he could very well declare, Elder Ling, I trust you wouldn't want your sister's loss of virtue to be known throughout the sacred land of Fuyou overnight, would you? This would surely send her into a fit of fury and guilt. Oh, the one who assisted you today is indeed the peak master of Yuna Peak? She is my sister. Ling Ruoxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice carrying an ominous tone. Regarding your entanglement with my sister, I do not wish to pry too deeply. However, I must inquire about your relationship with Qingwei. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ming's expression shifted, realizing that this elder Ling might indeed be aware of their connection. I also promised her that as long as you could enter the sacred land of Fuyou and become a core disciple, I would oversee the arrangement of your marriage. However, just moments ago, you were brazenly embracing another woman in public. Do you believe you have been fair to my disciple? In a moment of surprise, Xiao Ming found himself taken aback as Ling Rui's tone suddenly shifted, revealing a sharp edge. This left Xiao Ming squinting slightly, while Su Qingwei's expression changed dramatically. Master, Xiao Ming has already severed ties with the Xiao family. This engagement has become void without our knowledge. I am merely his childhood friend now. I can no longer claim the title of Fiancée, nor can I use that label to restrict him. Xiao Ming's affections are his own to choose. Please, Master, do not make things difficult for him. Before Xiao Ming could utter a word, Su Qingwei hastily defended him. Such an irrational statement not only stunned Ling Rui but also surprised Xiao Ming. He had not anticipated this foolish girl would speak such words. Ah, this foolish girl. Observing Su Qingyue's eagerness to defend her partner, Ling Rui could not help but sigh inwardly. She had only intended to provoke Xiao Ming, to see if he harbored any feelings for this disciple. Yet, this disciple was so protective of him, asserting that his preferences were his own freedom. Wouldn't she eventually be at his mercy? Fine, since you have put it this way, I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs henceforth, Ling Rui declared, her tone turning serious as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Ming. There is one matter I must impart to you, no matter how frivolous your heart may wander in the future. Regardless of how many fair companions you may have by your side, if you dare to betray Qingwei, even if you are a disciple of that esteemed individual and related to my sister, I, as an elder, will not let it slide. With that, Ling Rui vanished from the pavilion, leaving Xiao Ming in a state of bewilderment. Xiao Ming, do not take it to heart. Although my master can be a bit brash, her intentions are good. She speaks out for my sake. Su Qingwei quickly reassured him, noticing Xiao Ming's stunned silence. Enough, you foolish girl. I am not one to get easily angered. Do not be so cautious, as though I am perpetually capricious and difficult to approach. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. Having been scolded by someone, and with his disciple also captured, it was reasonable for Ling Rui to express her emotions. However, he was surprised that Su Qingwei would say such things. Qingwei, are you truly willing to abandon this engagement and forsake the title of my fiancée? As his thoughts swirled, he gazed at her with curiosity. Xiao Ming has already severed ties with the Xiao family, and this engagement was arranged between Xiao Tiance and my father. There will certainly be some psychological barriers for him. While I desire to consider myself as his fiancée, if that title brings him discomfort, I would rather relinquish it. As long as Xiao Ming holds me in his heart, whether I possess that title or not is inconsequential. As she spoke, Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she dared not lift her gaze to meet Xiao Ming's, her heart racing. Over half a year ago, when she nearly lost her life in a demon lair, she vowed that if she were to see Xiao Ming again, she would express her feelings and cherish this childhood bond. Now, upon their reunion, she had no intention of hiding her emotions any longer. To love someone is to let them know, regardless of whether they accept it. At the very least, one has been courageous. Foolish girl. Hearing you speak so sincerely makes me feel guilty. Xiao Ming could not help but feel touched by Su Qingyue's earnest words. He never anticipated that he, a scoundrel, would be so cherished by a devoted girl. Overwhelmed with emotion, a strong desire to embrace Su Qingyue surged within him. Just as he inhaled deeply, preparing to take her into his arms, a chilling voice echoed, accompanied by a terrifying force erupting from the void. Before Xiao Ming could react, he was flung away from Yuna Peak. What the hell is that her? Ling Ruoxuan. This woman had been lurking in the void, observing them. Su Qingwei and Yun Ling watched as Xiao Ming transformed into a streak of light, ejected from their sight. Both stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of confusion and alarm. It's over. Xiao Ming truly has a connection with the Peak Master. Given the current situation, it was evident that the Peak Master was indeed jealous. Otherwise, she would not have erupted in such fury. Su Qingwei, come to the Peak Master's hall. As Su Qingwei and Yun Ling were lost in their thoughts, a cold voice resonated in Su Qingyue's ear, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 46. No doubt, you are worthy of that guy. At Yunu Peak. In the Peak Master's hall, both Su Qingwei and Yun Ling wore grave expressions as they gazed upon the resplendent ice crystal palace before them. Ling Ruoxuan, not only the Peak Master of Yunu Peak, but also a formidable figure poised to step into the Saint King realm, now stood at the 8th level of the Holy Entrance. Such an entity wielded terrifying power within the sacred land of Fuyou. If she was determined to eliminate a certain prodigy, she possessed countless methods to do so without leaving any evidence behind in the sacred land. Junior sister, heed my advice. No matter what the Peak Master says, you must agree with her, even if she wishes for you to part ways with that Xiao Ming. Do not engage in any verbal conflict with her. Otherwise, if you anger the Peak Master, even with your status as her sister's disciple and the potential to become the Yuna Peak Saintess, she will not show you any mercy. Recalling the awe-inspiring authority Ling Ruoxuan had wielded over the years in Yunu Peak, and noting Su Qingyue's somewhat immature romantic mindset, Yun Ling earnestly cautioned. She feared that her junior sister might impulsively confront the Peak Master upon entering, the consequences of which could be dire. It is worth noting that before Su Qingyue joined Yunu Peak, an extraordinarily talented core disciple from the Array Peak had not only slandered Yunu Peak, claiming someone had stolen his precious treasure, but had also publicly confronted Ling Ruoxuan, demanding either admission for a search or proof of Yuna Peak's innocence. Before he could finish his words, Ling Ruoxuan had slapped him away. At that time, she was merely at the 7th level of the Holy Entrance and dared to act so in front of other Peak Masters. Now, her strength had only grown, and she might be even more decisive in her actions. Anyone who dared to provoke her would be met with a swift and merciless response. Su Qingyue's lovely face should not be subjected to such treatment. Senior sister, have no worries. I know how to handle this. Besides, I believe the Peak Master is not unreasonable. Su Qingyue smiled gently, signaling Yun Ling to relax. After taking a deep breath, she leaped toward the entrance. Come in. Before Su Qingyue could speak, Ling Ruoxuan's voice echoed from within the hall, and the grand doors of the Peak Master's hall swung open on their own. A chilling mist poured forth like smoke, enveloping the air. As she gazed upon the hall, resembling the entrance to an abyss, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over her. Yet, Su Qingwei exhibited no fear, stepping into the hall with poise. Disciple Qingwei pays her respects to the peak master. Upon entering the hall, she beheld a figure radiating an otherworldly demeanor, exuding an aura of icy arrogance. Su Qingwei bowed respectfully, her voice laden with deference. "Do you know why I sought you out this time?" After Su Qingyue's words fell, Ling Ruoxuan turned to face her, inquiring with a tone laden with significance. "The disciple is unaware. Please enlighten me, peak master." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue's heart tightened. She had already confirmed that the other was indeed targeting Xiao Ming. However, she could only feign ignorance at this moment. "Very well, I shall be explicit." Ling Ruoxuan smirked slightly, her voice resolute and unyielding. "I want you to sever all ties with Xiao Ming. From this day forth, you must cut off all relations with him, without any entanglements." As these words echoed, Su Qingyue's pupils constricted sharply. She gazed at Ling Ruoxuan in disbelief, her fists involuntarily clenching at that moment. Why? Instinctively, these three words escaped Su Qingyue's lips, infused with intense anger and confusion. Although she had long suspected Ling Ruoxuan's involvement with Xiao Ming, on what grounds did she demand that she leave? If one were to discuss precedents, she was Xiao Ming's fiancée, having grown up alongside him. If exclusivity were the issue, Xiao Ming also had a senior sister by his side, who shared a special bond with him. Why did the peak master not confront her instead? No reason. "I simply do not want you to be with him, and you must sever your ties. If you can do this, I can grant you anything you desire. Be it the Holy King Law, the position of Holy Maiden, or even the role of peak master." Seeing Su Qingyue's furious expression, her fist clenched tighter. Ling Ruoxuan maintained a demeanor of indifference, her voice laced with dominance. "I am afraid I cannot comply." Without a hint of hesitation, Su Qingwei rejected immediately. This caused Ling Ruoxuan's eyes to narrow slightly, her aura growing increasingly peerless, a chill enveloping the grand hall. "Do you know what consequences await those who defy me?" With this statement, the chill in the hall intensified, becoming more menacing and violent, making Su Qingwei feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. "I understand. However, even the peak master has no right to interfere with my choice of partner. If you insist on making things difficult for me, I will fight you to the end." Feeling Ling Ruoxuan's oppressive presence, akin to a towering mountain pressing down, Su Qingwei remained unwavering. Just a disciple. And yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Ling Ruoxuan let out a cold laugh, a terrifying aura locking onto Su Qingwei, as if she could strike at any moment. "The peak master certainly would." Boom. With these words, Ling Ruoxuan seemed to be enraged, her terrifying aura erupting. She appeared before Su Qingwei like a spectral apparition, her delicate hand gripping the latter's neck like a vice. "Do you truly fear not death?" Ling Ruoxuan's gaze was icy as she stared at Su Qingwei, pausing momentarily before stating imperatively, "I will give you one more chance, sever all ties with him, and I can treat this as though nothing has occurred, granting you whatever you desire." "I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. If you insist on forcing me, then you may as well kill me." Despite the terrifying power in Ling Ruoxuan's grip rendering her immobile, Su Qingyue's expression bore no trace of fear as she resolutely refused. This took Ling Ruoxuan aback slightly, and she released her grip with a complicated expression. As expected of that guy's childhood companion, "You are indeed worthy of him." With these words, Ling Ruoxuan's expression softened, and the chilling atmosphere in the grand hall receded like a tide. It was as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion, leaving Su Qingwei momentarily stunned. "Were you not frightened?" Noticing Su Qingyue's bewildered expression, Ling Ruoxuan gently inquired. "Peak master, you..." Upon hearing this, even Su Qingwei, no matter how naive, recognized that Ling Ruoxuan had merely been testing her. She had not anticipated that this peak master possessed such talent for theatrics, as she could detect no hint of performance. "Indeed, half of my previous words were a test, the other half were sincere. Had you wavered and abandoned that guy, even if I would not take your life, I would not allow you to remain by his side, and you would be expelled from the Fuyou sacred land. Do not grow complacent. Although your feelings for him are undoubtedly genuine, do not slacken in your desire to remain at his side. With his talent and comprehension, he is destined to dominate the universe. If you lack the corresponding strength and capability, you will only become an inconsequential ornament by his side. Therefore, from this day forth, I shall personally guide your training, helping you to unlock the potential of the Taiyin sacred spirit vein. I hope you will take this seriously." Chapter 47. Let us unite our intentions and embark upon a new path of supremacy. After hearing Ling Ruoxuan's words, Su Qingwei fell into silence. She had not anticipated that this esteemed peak master, upon discerning her feelings for Xiao Ming, would not harbor an ounce of jealousy or anger, but instead wished to cultivate her to ensure she could keep pace with him, to match this man more suitably. What a magnanimous heart! Even she, as his childhood companion, could not compare to this peak master. Peak master, you must have a fondness for brother Xiao Ming. Do you not? Feeling a sense of admiration, Su Qingwei ventured to ask. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's words, Ling Ruoxuan's expression stiffened abruptly, an aura of coldness enveloping her. Who said I like him? That despicable man, who forsakes loyalty for lust, if not for his special status. I would have longed to hang him up and whip him mercilessly for a month. Feeling the resentment emanating from Ling Ruoxuan, Su Qingwei could not suppress a shiver. She had a gut feeling that Ling Ruoxuan was not jesting. Should the opportunity arise, she truly would whip Xiao Ming. Could it be that brother Xiao Ming? Upon witnessing Ling Ruoxuan's assistance, neglected to thank her and instead dallied with Feng Xianwang in the void, upon arriving at the Jade Maiden Peak, she thought this scoundrel had come to seek her out, only to discover he was entangled with his childhood companion. This must have fueled her resentment, right? By the way, when you meet him next, do not mention me. I wish to guide your training and do not want you to waste your talents or tarnish the reputation of Jade Maiden Peak in front of outsiders. Seeing Su Qingwei's flickering gaze, as if plotting something, Ling Ruoxuan frowned and warned coldly. This surprised Su Qingwei. The Peak Master's perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. Just as she sought an opportunity to discuss matters with Xiao Ming, hoping to mend relations with this esteemed Peak Master, she was unexpectedly seen through. Enough, stop dawdling. Come with me. Your current cultivation is only at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. It will be challenging for you to participate in the Ghost Fiend Secret realm. In the coming days, I will use the seeds of the Azure Lotus of Blood, combined with several rare heavenly materials, to help you unlock the potential of your Tying Sacred Spirit Vein. And I will impart to you a Holy King Law to control the Yin energy. Your strength should reach the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, thus ensuring you do not miss the opportunity to enter the Ghost Fiend Secret realm. However, whether you can obtain the 5-color Fiend Forging Cave will depend on your own fortune and destiny. One thing you must remember is that once you enter the Secret Realm, do not part ways with that fellow, and do not hold him back. As her words echoed, Ling Ruoxuan entered a hidden chamber within the Grand Hall, leaving Su Qingwei in a state of bewilderment. The esteemed Peak Master truly possesses a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, embodying the quintessential type of being cold on the outside but warm within. One cannot help but wonder how Xiao Ming came to know Ling Ruoxuan, to have inspired such dedication from this Peak Master. Meanwhile, within the sacred grounds of Tai, a mysterious altar stands resolutely above a blood pool, surrounded by an array of rare spiritual herbs. A terrifying energy fluctuation permeates the void. Atop the altar, a figure curls up, drenched in blood and appearing utterly wretched, with their right hand and lower body seemingly vanished. Only a flickering sphere of light in the collapsed chest area preserves this person's faint breath of life. This individual is none other than Xiaoren, who, under the protection of the fire cloud Old Ghost, narrowly escaped death from the Fuyou sacred land. Old Ancestor, do you truly possess a method to allow me to undergo rebirth? Not only to restore my broken body, but to integrate my supreme bone into every inch of my skeleton, transforming my physique from supreme bone to supreme body? Xiaoren, curled up like a wretched creature, could not suppress the ecstatic expression that crossed his face upon hearing the fire cloud Old Ghost mention the possibility of his rebirth. Indeed, this altar and blood pool were constructed by me, utilizing the majority of Tai's resources to prevent unforeseen accidents. Even a powerful sage, whose body has suffered irreparable damage, can recover through this blood pool, given your innate supreme bone, which already bears the mark of destiny and limitless potential. If you can harness the power of the blood pool to rise anew, your physique will undergo a terrifying transformation, making it difficult for even the imperial sons and daughters to compete with you. This man, the fire cloud Old Ghost, was once the revered master of Tai, Huiyun Feng, possessing formidable cultivation at the 9th level of the Sacred King Realm, just a half step away from the Emperor Realm. However, his aura now appeared notably weak, having paid a hefty price to protect Xiaoren from Jiang Xianying. Thank you, Old Ancestor. Upon hearing the words of the fire cloud Old Ancestor, Xiaoren's heart surged with joy, failing to contemplate why this elder would expend such a monumental cost to aid him, a junior, in rising once more. Even at the expense of the precious blood pool meant for his survival, the opportunity is singular. Once I activate the blood pool to help you reconstruct your body, you may experience immense pain, but I shall manifest a fragment of my soul to assist you in suppressing it. At this moment, you must open your mind and carefully comprehend the transformation into the supreme body, for only then can you fully grasp the innate divine abilities birthed from it. Observing Xiao Ren's face alight with joy, the fire cloud old ghost spoke calmly, following his words. The immense blood energy contained within the blood pool and the rare spiritual herbs suspended in the void were forcibly drawn in by the formation, subsequently infused into Xiao Ren's body. This scene bore resemblance to Xiao Ren's prior experience at the Xiao family, where he utilized formations to stimulate the initial development of his supreme bone, yet this time it was far more violent and intense. Xiao Ren, akin to being thrown into a boiling cauldron, let out a frenzied scream upon the altar. The shattered supreme bone in his chest began to dissolve, and every cell in his body underwent metamorphosis, with new flesh sprouting from his broken limbs. This sight filled the fire cloud old ghost with exhilaration. Indeed, it is feasible. This blood pool was formed from the flesh and bones of several slain sacred kings, containing an abundance of vital energy, coupled with some rare sacred herbs. It can indeed allow the supreme bone to undergo rebirth, even transforming the surrounding flesh and bones. Endure, I shall enter to assist you. Sensing the agony etched across Xiao Ren's face, as if he could no longer hold on, the fire cloud old ghost quickly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a fragment of his soul into Xiao Ren's body, continuously helping him suppress the backlash and merge with the other soul essence. Old ancestor, what are you doing? Feeling the old ghost's peculiar actions, Xiao Ren could not help but exclaim in horror. This old fellow was not assisting him. He was clearly plotting something sinister. What am I doing? I am, of course, refining you into my avatar, enabling me to take control of this supreme body. In response to Xiao Ren's alarmed words, the fire cloud old ghost's expression twisted menacingly. From the moment you stepped into Tai, I took notice of you. Not only do you harbor a supreme bone, but the compatibility of your body with my sacred soul is an astonishing 90%. This presents a perfect opportunity for me to seize your body and create my avatar. I have been orchestrating this from the very beginning. First guiding you to practice the sacred king method I bestowed, then allowing you to merge a fragment of my essence fire. All this was to enhance the compatibility of your body with my sacred soul, allowing me to seize your corporeal form more perfectly. However, I did not anticipate that the shattering of your supreme bone, combined with this blood pool, would yield such miraculous results. Perhaps this is fate's design to have me take control of your body. Rest assured, once I seize and refine you, I shall personally ensure your elder brother meets his demise, extracting the essence of his chaotic body to nourish this new form. As for now, let us unite our wills and embark upon a new path of supremacy. He lunged towards Xiao Ren's soul essence, intent on occupying this newly reborn supreme body. Alas, how can one not feel affection across mountains and rivers? Would it be too much to ask for a little support? Dear esteemed ones, do remember to click the free gift after reading. Chapter 48. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. No, you damned old beast. Yet, regardless of how he struggled and screamed, Xiao Ren found it impossible to escape the fate of being devoured. An unprecedented sense of despair and a terrifying will to survive surged within him. Ha ha ha, young one, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You are simply too enticing. Not only is your body highly compatible with my sacred soul, but your physique and roots also rank among the finest. If I do not seize you, it would be a sheer waste. The more Xiao Ren fought for his life, the more exhilarated the fire cloud old ghost became. With his final words, the fire cloud old ghost ceased to delay. The power of his sacred soul surged deep into Xiao Ren's consciousness, aiming to extinguish his soul essence. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Ren emitted a terrifying howl, as a strange black mist surged forth from the depths of his soul, carrying an aura of malevolence that counterattacked towards the fire cloud old ghost. This development left the fire cloud old ghost in shock. Is this soul-devouring? Impossible. How could you possess a soul-devouring constitution? As he beheld the consciousness of Xiao Ren transforming into a yawning abyss, continuously consuming the soul energy he had dispersed, the fire cloud old ghost was genuinely alarmed. Soul-devouring. To think that Xiao Ren not only bore the supreme bone but also concealed such a soul constitution. This is utterly outrageous. Ha ha, had you not forced me into a life and death situation, I would have never discovered that I possessed the soul-devouring constitution. Amidst the astonishment of the fire cloud old ghost, Xiao Ren's soul surged forth like a vengeful spirit from the depths of his consciousness. swiftly devouring the majority of the fire cloud old ghost sacred soul energy. This revelation ignited a fierce killing intent within the fire cloud old ghost. Boy, even if you possess the soul-devouring constitution, what of it? My true form remains outside, and with but a flick of my finger, you shall be reduced to ashes. Outside the realm of consciousness, the fire cloud old ghost's true form opened its eyes, a terrifying energy locking onto Xiaoren. The power of the sacred king enveloped the cave, prepared to obliterate Xiaoren at any moment. Ha ha ha. I advise the old ancestor not to act rashly. Once my soul has transformed into a soul devourer, this realm of consciousness shall become an impenetrable prison. Though your true form possesses the strength to easily annihilate me, I can ensure that both your fragment and I perish together. Elder ancestor, your lifespan is now severely limited. Just moments ago, you destroyed a fragment of the Saint King's consciousness, and your sacred soul is already in a fragile state. This fragment of your soul was severed from your soul source. And should it perish, your soul source will undoubtedly suffer a dreadful backlash, sufficient to cost you a significant portion of your remaining lifespan. At that point, not only will you be unable to seize my body, but you will also hasten your own demise. After the words of the fire cloud old ghost echoed, Xiaoren's soul form erupted into wild laughter, darkening the expression of the fire cloud old ghost. What do you intend to do? After a moment of silence, the fire cloud old ghost demanded. Since Xiaoren had ceased his devouring and opted to negotiate, it indicated that the other party had not completely lost his sanity. It's quite simple. I wish for you, elder ancestor, to leave this fragment of your soul within my consciousness, and in return, assist me in forging the most perfect supreme physique. In the future, when I subdue Xiao Ming and consume his soul source, I will facilitate your possession of his body. After all, soul devouring allows for the transformation of the physical form's compatibility after taking over another's body, making it more suitable for other soul entities to possess. After the fire cloud old ghost spoke, Xiaoren's voice turned chilling, plunging the fire cloud old ancestor into silence. Very well, I agree. However, should you dare to deceive me or harbor any treachery, I shall not hesitate to sacrifice this fragment of my soul to reduce you to ashes. Weighing the pros and cons, the fire cloud old ghost had no choice but to concede. I thank you, elder ancestor. Xiaoren exclaimed, laughter spilling forth as he declared. Heaven does not forsake me, Xiaoren. I am indeed a person of destiny. Xiao Ming, the shame and suffering you have inflicted upon me, you will repay in full. After the fire cloud old ancestor compromised, Xiaoren laughed maniacally, his laughter becoming increasingly deranged. As a soul devourer, he would possess unparalleled advantages in the ghostly fiend's secret realm, and he was confident he would not fail to eliminate that older brother of his. With his body transforming into a streak of light, Xiao Ming successfully landed on Muwatch Peak. What a fiery temper! Could this woman be jealous? Contemplating the events that unfolded at Jade Maiden Peak, a trace of gloom crossed Xiao Ming's face. He had intended to enjoy a tender moment with Su Qingwei, but unexpectedly, he was interrupted by Ling Ruoxuan. However, at that moment, the jade pendant at his waist emitted a faint glow, and a brief message entered his mind. Upon seeing the message from Su Qingwei, Xiao Ming could not help but exhale in relief. It seemed his worries were unfounded. Although Ling Ruoxuan had a fiery temperament, she had indeed had an intimate relationship with him. Still, she was a reasonable person who would not vent her frustrations on Su Qingwei. As Xiao Ming's thoughts swirled, the voice of Feng Xianhuang suddenly resonated, prompting him to turn. He then realized that this female disciple of the emperor had appeared beside him without his notice. However, her demeanor was no longer warm. Instead, she regarded him with a hint of arrogance and mockery. Xiao Ming, upon hearing her words, could not help but smirk slightly. Disinterested in discussing the matter with Feng Xianhuang, and curiously inquired, "Do you know Qingwei?" He recalled that just moments ago, Feng Xianhuang had thrown him down in front of Su Qingwei. I do not know her personally. I have merely heard of her. In her previous life, after joining the Fuyo sacred land, there had not been many geniuses capable of rivaling her, and Su Qingwei happened to be one of them. Not only did she initially pose some pressure on her, but later, as Ling Ruoxuan's direct disciple, she further developed the Taiyin sacred spirit vein to its utmost limits. With her astonishing talent, she became the saintess of Jade Maiden Peak and even attained the five-colored fiend body in the ghostly fiend's secret realm, gaining renown as a monstrous genius in the northern Xianzhou. She had crossed swords with Su Qingwei several times, yet she was taken aback when, during the Eastern Domain Genius battle, Su Qingwei insisted on clashing with Xiaoren, ultimately meeting her demise at his hands. In that moment, She had been perplexed as to why Su Qingwei harbored such intense hatred toward Xiaoren, willing to risk her life to inflict damage on him. It was only now that she understood it was all due to this individual before her, who had perished at Xiaoren's hands long ago. Thus, she still held some fondness for Su Qingwei, as she was her rival in her previous life and one of her few friends. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you will agree. Feng Xianwang did not linger on the previous topic, but instead regarded Xiao Ming with a serious expression. This made Xiao Ming's eyes narrow, as an ominous premonition stirred within him. Was this woman seeking his assistance in her cultivation once again? Chapter 49. Earlier, he claimed not to covet her physical form. Yet now he was discussing dual cultivation with her? Speak, then. If it involves any fundamental principles, even though Feng Xianwang is my junior, I shall not acquiesce easily. Then I shall speak directly. I wish for your assistance in perfecting the Phoenix True Fire. The quality of the chaotic true fire within you is exceptionally high. If I could absorb a bit of the rootless fire, it would greatly enhance the Phoenix True Fire. Of course, I would only absorb a small amount of the rootless fire, ensuring that your fundamental essence remains unharmed. While you may feel a bit weakened afterward, a couple of days of recuperation will restore you. If you agree, I am willing to offer compensation. Following Xiao Ming's words, Feng Xianhuang candidly stated her request. The ancient Phoenix True Fire can absorb the characteristics of other flames to enhance itself. The chaotic True Fire within Xiao Ming and the recently acquired Heavenly Transformation True Fire are both of exceptionally high quality. If he could analyze the powers and traits of these flame seeds to improve himself, the quality of the ancient Phoenix True Fire would ascend to new heights. Absorb the rootless fire? A strange expression crossed Xiao Ming's face. Was this not akin to absorbing his xianxia? Did this junior sister harbor designs on him, seeking to turn him into her furnace? Ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered, and the host may make the following selections. Option 1. Remain indifferent. Turn and leave without acknowledging Feng Xianwang, adopting the demeanor of a detached elder brother, and receive a random medicinal pill as a reward. Option 2. Firmly refuse. Slap Feng Xianwang in the face, teaching her a proper lesson on how dare she make such a request, and receive a random spiritual treasure as a reward. Option 3. Turn the tables and agree to Feng Xianwang's request while proposing a demand of his own, leading her down a path where she has no escape, and receive a random secret technique as a reward. Option 4. Playfully tease her, pretend to agree to Feng Xianwang's request, then slap her back, delivering a harsh lesson, and receive a random formation technique as a reward. As Xiao Ming's brows furrowed, the system notification suddenly chimed, surprising him. However, after a cursory glance at the options, he found himself feeling quite vexed. Among the 4 choices, only 2 appeared somewhat reasonable. This ridiculous system should be renamed the supervillain life choice system, for it seems to demand slapping others at every turn, regardless of who they are. If you were not a more rational host, he could have easily become a grand villain. System, I choose option 3. Without much deliberation, Xiao Ming made his decision. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Receiving the reward, Soul Spirit Emperor Scripture. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space and can be extracted with a single click after the host completes the selection. Soul Spirit Emperor Scripture, a soul cultivation technique established by the Soul Clan's ancestor, Soul Heavenly Emperor. Practicing it enables the soul entity to possess soul-devouring characteristics. When cultivated to its pinnacle, it allows for the condensation of the Soul Spirit True Seal, which can be entrusted to the heavens and earth. As long as the Soul Spirit True Seal remains, the soul entity cannot perish. To think it would be a soul cultivation technique? This reward left Xiao Ming pleasantly surprised, as he currently lacked a soul cultivation method. Initially intending to seek out Feng Xianwang and Jiang Xianying in hopes of acquiring a complete set of soul-based techniques, I was taken aback to discover that a singular method had already been unveiled. Moreover, this technique was created by an ancient ancestor of the Soul Clan. Its power and efficacy are self-evident. With this foundational technique in hand, as my thoughts settled, I turned my gaze towards Feng Xianwang. I can acquiesce to your desire, but you must also concede to mine, I stated. To be frank, my senior brother has long harbored a desire for you. What did you say? Before I could finish my sentence, Feng Xianwang's expression shifted dramatically, her delicate features visibly flushed. She had only been coveting his true fire, yet he was audacious enough to desire her body. His words were shockingly direct. This was an affront to her dignity. I crave your ancient Phoenix True Fire, not your body. Why are you so agitated? Observing the fluctuation in her emotions, I rolled my eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. Could you be more comprehensive in your speech? Feng Xianhuang bit her silver teeth, wishing she could unleash her fury upon me. It is your excitement that interrupted my explanation, I retorted lazily, revealing my true thoughts. You mentioned wanting to devour my rootless fire in order to comprehend my flame's properties. While this approach is not entirely unfeasible, it is excessively taxing and inefficient. Without at least a dozen attempts, substantial gains are unlikely to materialize. Why not consider a dual cultivation method instead? Not only would it mitigate the loss for either party. But, what did you say? Dual cultivation? Once again, Feng Xianhuang's face flushed deeply, and this time, the redness spread to her ears, neck, and even the nape. Flames of crimson erupted around her. Just moments ago, she had denied being objectified, yet now he proposed to engage in dual cultivation? Truly, the audacity of men is astonishing. Disgusted, she thought, this scoundrel is irredeemable. I must confront him. As this thought solidified, her fists clenched tightly, clearly prepared to strike. Wait, I was referring to flame dual cultivation. Are you planning to engage in a fight with me? I exclaimed, exasperation creeping into my voice, momentarily catching her off guard. Flame dual cultivation? Her brows furrowed slightly. Realization dawned upon her. Indeed, two cultivators possessing different flame sources could engage in an alternative form of dual cultivation. This method did not necessitate physical contact. It merely required extracting a strand of primal fire under the control of its original master for a harmonious convergence. However, the clash between different flame sources often resulted in severe repulsion. When encountered, they would either engage in fierce combat or attempt to devour one another, making peaceful amalgamation nearly impossible. Unless both parties possessed exceptional flame control, it was akin to playing with fire and risking self-immolation. If she could successfully engage in flame dual cultivation with me, allowing our fire sources to meld, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than merely consuming rootless fire for comprehension. Yet, the prospect left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, as flame dual cultivation was regarded as an intimate act among fire cultivators. Are you not interested in understanding my flame properties? This is the most direct and effective method. Of course, if you're afraid, we can forget it, I suggested, observing her fluctuating expression with a nonchalant shrug. Regardless, after proposing this requirement, the Soul Spirit Emperor canon was already within my grasp. Whether Feng Xianhuang would agree was of little concern to me. I can agree, but I wish to know if you are truly capable, she replied. Despite the potential awkwardness of flame dual cultivation, she was a reincarnated empress and would not shy away due to such trivialities. Most importantly, she held no aversion to me. Her primary concern was whether I could adequately control the chaotic true fire, as any misstep could lead to disastrous repercussions for both. Am I capable? I smirked slightly, almost ready to demonstrate my prowess against her, allowing her to witness the true strength of a master who could conquer the peak of Yunu Mountain in certain respects. Of course, I knew she was questioning my flame control rather than anything else. Without further ado, I summoned the chaotic true fire, its flames dancing in my hands, transforming into various shapes, a flying beast, a spiritual weapon of formations, even two figures engaging in combat, or a complex fiery array. Such mastery over flame control caused her pupils to constrict in astonishment. I had not anticipated that in just a few days my flame control would reach such an extraordinary level. It seemed I had nearly perfected the flame manipulation technique. Surely this level of flame control should suffice? I questioned, noticing her astonishment as I retracted the chaotic true fire. However, I must first refine the heavenly true fire before seeking you for dual cultivation. With that, I disregarded Feng Xianhuang and headed straight into my cave dwelling. Watching me depart, her fists clenched involuntarily. During our first encounter, although she recognized my chaotic physique, she had not perceived me as a rival. With her ancient phoenix bloodline and the wisdom gained from her past life, she felt confident in her ability to suppress me. Yet, over the past few days, my terrifying comprehension and abnormal combat enhancements had made her feel as if she were facing a reincarnated ancient deity, a profound shock to her confidence. How can I allow myself to be overshadowed? In my previous life, I attained the 7th level of the Emperor realm. How can I succumb to self-doubt because of his talent? He may be strong, but I will undoubtedly surpass him. Until the final moment, I shall never concede. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she ignited a fierce confidence within herself. Throughout history, countless prodigies have emerged, yet without the requisite perseverance and diligence. Many have been surpassed by those deemed inferior. This upcoming dual cultivation presented a pivotal opportunity. If she could thoroughly understand my chaotic true fire, extracting its essence while discarding the dross, her phoenix true fire would undoubtedly undergo a transformative evolution. In that case, it would not be impossible to subdue me. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Luoyun City, the Xiao family. You wretched woman, if it weren't for your reckless behavior at the Fuyo sacred land, how could things have escalated to this point? In a fit of rage, Xiao Tian slapped Lin Huaqing, leaving her face swollen. Haha, everything is my fault, yet you, Xiao Tians, are blameless. Lin Huaqing, her hair disheveled, raised her head, revealing a manic and vengeful expression. For your egotism. You dared to strike me in front of so many people, and you even had the audacity to call me a wretched woman? Even if I am wretched, I am still your chosen partner. You're lower than a pig or a dog. And your son, that ungrateful wretch, had the audacity to publicly insult me as a dog. I must have been out of my mind to give birth to such a wretched offspring. This is the wretched spawn you, Xiao Tians, have produced, timid before the strong yet utterly incompetent. In a fit of rage, Lin Huaqing erupted into a frenzied tirade against Xiao Tians. Were it not for the constraints placed upon her powers, one could fear she would have resorted to violence. How do you speak so recklessly? Witnessing Lin Huaqing's madness, Xiao Tians responded with a fierce slap, then bellowed before the other elders of the Xiao clan, from this day forth, I hereby revoke all of Lin Huaqing's honors within the Xiao family and cast her into the dungeon. No one shall release her without my express permission. Ha ha. Revoke my standing in the Xiao family? Imprison me in the dungeon under strict surveillance? Xiao Tians, your arrogance knows no bounds. In response to Xiao Tians' proclamation, Lin Huaqing retorted with scorn, you favor your own son while forcing Mingo to take the blame for Reiner. The very one who betrayed the Xiao family is you. I am but a blind accomplice, while you, Xiao Tians, are the true architect of this calamity. If the Xiao family does not strip you of your position as patriarch, the entire clan shall meet a dire fate. Silence fell as Xiao Tian's fury grew, his face flushed with rage, and he was poised to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Huaqing. He had initially hesitated, wishing to spare her life out of respect for their past as husband and wife. Yet, this woman, oblivious to her peril, sought to incite others against him. Just as Xiao Tian's hand was about to strike down Lin Huaqing, the deep voice of an elder resonated, and an old man appeared beside her, intercepting the blow. A thunderous explosion ensued as their energies clashed, creating a tempest that swept through the hall, only to be subdued by the numerous powerful figures present. This spectacle caused the faces of the Xiao clan members to change dramatically, for the one who intervened was none other than the clan's grand elder, Xiao Tianhai. A formidable figure with an 8th-level cultivation of the celestial realm, second only to Xiao Tians in power and prestige within the clan. Grand elder, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Tian's expression darkened as he confronted Xiao Tianhai, who stood resolute before him. Given the transgressions committed by you and Lin Huaqing, which have plunged the Xiao family into grave peril, you are no longer fit to lead as patriarch. Thus, we have unanimously decided to strip you of your title and place it in my hands. Furthermore, to extricate the Xiao family from its current crisis and secure the powerful backing of the Fuyo sacred land, we require you and Lin Huaqing to seek Xiao Ming's forgiveness. I hope you will cooperate. The hall of the Xiao family fell into a hushed silence, with many clan members staring wide-eyed in disbelief. They had never anticipated the Grand Elder would step forward to contest the Patriarch's position and even demand that Xiao Tians and his wife apologize. Chapter 51. I did not wish to tread this path, yet each of you has betrayed me. Strip me of my position as Patriarch? You wish to drag me and this wretched woman to the Fuyo sacred land to atone before Xiao Ming. Truly an intriguing notion. Hearing Xiao Tianhai's words, Xiao Tians let out a chilling laugh, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a menacing glint. But have any of you considered that Reiner has merely faced defeat, not met his demise? How can you be certain he will not return with vengeance, yet you contemplate seeking Xiao Ming's pardon? As these words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Tians, akin to a lion baring its fangs, causing the expressions of the attending elders to darken. In the battle at the Fuyo sacred land, Xiaoren suffered a complete defeat. Though aided by a powerful sage king, he was nonetheless vanquished by Xiao Ming, who shattered his supreme bone. Moreover, even if Xiaoren were to rise again, he may not necessarily be a match for Xiao Ming. Sensing the oppressive force emanating from Xiao Tians, Xiao Tianhai too unleashed his cultivation, his voice rumbling like thunder as he declared, "The Grand Elder speaks the truth." Following his lead, a middle-aged man stepped forward, radiating a formidable presence, having consumed so many resources from the Xiao family without even a word of gratitude. If we persist in our mistakes, we will inevitably fall into irretrievable ruin. The second elder makes a valid point. The true culprits behind Xiao Ming's betrayal of the family are you too, while the rest of us were merely drawn into your schemes. As both Grand Elder Xiao Tianhai and Second Elder Xiao Chitian spoke out, the remaining elders and stewards aligned themselves, each unleashing their cultivation to denounce Xiao Tian's. Conveniently forgetting their earlier indifference during Xiao Tian's judgment of Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of opportunistic sycophants. When they learned that Xiao Rin possessed the supreme bone and was favored by the Tai's sacred land, they scrambled to ingratiate themselves. Now, witnessing Xiao Ming's resurgence as the most dazzling talent of the Fuyo sacred land, they are all eager to curry favor with him. Do they truly believe that? Given Xiao Ming's temperament, he would forgive them. As the words of the elders echoed in the hall, Xiao Tian's erupted into maniacal laughter. Who would have imagined that after dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the Xiao family and striving to expand its influence, he would be surrounded by a pack of ingrates? For the sake of the family's future, he could forsake his eldest son, yet these individuals, lacking gratitude, dared to conspire against him. For the good of the Xiao family, we must act together and subdue him. Observing Xiao Tian's unwillingness to surrender, Xiao Tianhai commanded the other elders. Following his orders, the assembled elders formed seals with their hands, channeling their energies into the very ground of the Xiao estate. Runes spread like a spider's web, swiftly enveloping the entire clan. A heavenly grade formation? As the realization dawned upon him that the Xiao estate was being sealed, an expression of malevolence and madness contorted Xiao Tian's face. I did not wish to traverse this path, but each of you has betrayed me. Do not blame me for disregarding our kinship. As these final words fell from his lips, Xiao Tian's seemed to make a fateful decision, retrieving a piece of beast skin from his storage ring. Without hesitation, he spat a drop of his essence blood upon it. An eerie and malevolent energy surged forth from the beast's skin like a tsunami. Jia. How many times have I told you? If you are willing to merge with the beast's skin and become my loyal follower, I would grant you the strength to easily surpass even the Sage King realm. This is an evil artifact, a tool of the abyssal demons. Xiao Tianhai exclaimed, suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation. Xiao Tian's, you dare betray humanity and ally with the abyssal fiends. Hearing these words, the eyes of those present widened in shock, nearly bursting from their sockets. The abyssal demons. They are the common enemy of the human race in the eastern region. A race that feeds upon negative energy. It is known that, throughout the eastern region and the entire Cangyuan Realm, while there are practitioners of demonic and devilish arts, they fundamentally cultivate using the natural spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Their methods may be extreme, and they may produce adverse effects. Yet they ultimately draw from the same essence. But the abyssal demons are different. They can taint the very spiritual energies and siphon off the negative energies of living beings. Their sudden emergence over 1,000,000 years ago plunged the eastern region and the Cangyuan Realm into crisis. The human and demon races paid a heavy price to seal the abyssal demons within several forbidden zones. Who could have foreseen this turn of events? On the body of Xiao Tianza, there exists an object of the wicked race. Ha ha ha. I was once hesitant, willingly becoming a pawn of the abyssal evil clan. I had hoped that through my own cultivation and by nurturing a worthy son, I too could ascend to the sacred realm. Yet, in the end, my son turned out to be an ungrateful wretch, and my kin mere opportunists. Why should I cling to my principles? I would rather relinquish the last vestiges of my humanity to become the sovereign among men. Xiao Tianza let out a painful howl, and in that moment, 2 horns sprouted from his head, his aura surging uncontrollably. Quick, stop him. In a state of terror and disbelief, Xiao Tianhai bellowed. His cultivation erupted to its peak, striking towards Xiao Tianza with a fist akin to a blazing sun. But the next moment, a violent surge of evil energy erupted from the beast hide, sending Xiao Tianhai flying like refuse. Before the Xiao family could escape the hall, Xiao Tianza drew forth a jade pendant, infusing it with his true essence. A far grander formation enveloped the Xiao family, severing all communication and ensuring that not even an ant could escape from within. If I do not become a saint, I shall become a demon. But I am too lonely alone, so you all must accompany me. I will transform you all into abyssal demons, and I shall make the Xiao family the first demonic clan of the northern Xinjiang. Ahahaha, this is all you're doing. You have forced my hand. An aura of malevolence permeated the entire Xiao family, plunging all its members into despair. To become a mere servant of the abyssal evil clan is tantamount to waging war against humanity. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, the Xiao family has been renounced by humankind. As for how long they can flounder, it depends on Xiao Tian's next actions. Chapter 52. If he acts in secrecy. What difference does it make from lewdness? At this moment, Xiao Ming was unaware of the events unfolding in the Xiao family. Heavenly flame of true change, born from the chaotic currents of the void. This extraordinary fire enhances the quality of true essence and allows the host to better attune to the laws of space. Observing the attributes of the heavenly flame of true change with his true eye, Xiao Ming's face revealed a look of surprise. He had not anticipated that this phenomenon could enable the host to align more closely with the laws of space. It is indeed a commendable derivative talent. However, regrettably, this fragment of the heavenly flame is not in its complete form, but merely a spark separated from the fire cloud old ghost. The true peak form of the heavenly flame should reside within the fire cloud old ghost. Nevertheless, if he can refine this spark, it would yield substantial benefits. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming swallowed the heavenly flame of true change. The chaotic true fire erupted from within him, voraciously consuming the spark. The heavenly flame of true change surged wildly within Xiao Ming, but ultimately succumbed to the fate of being devoured. As time passed, the heavenly flame was entirely transformed into nourishment for the chaotic true fire, the essence of the flame within used by Xiao Ming to fortify his physical body. This significantly enhanced his physical strength, allowing him to face a fifth-tier Cangyuan Realm expert without any strain. Of course, this refers to ordinary Cangyuan Realm practitioners. Against those with special physiques who cultivate sacred methods, relying solely on physical prowess would not suffice. Both of you, come here. Just as Xiao Ming completed the refinement of the heavenly flame of true change and prepared to seek dual cultivation with Feng Xianwang, the voice of xianxia suddenly rang out. This prompted Xiao Ming to focus, rising to exit the cave abode. Before him stood a massive, desolate cauldron perched on the mountainside, emanating a thick scent of blood and peculiar herbs, which both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang found somewhat surprising. This cauldron was of a quality that reached the sacred level, and the blood was that of a sacred beast. Even the herbs were all rare treasures. Is Master planning to refine pills? Glancing at the cauldron, Xiao Ming felt puzzled. If it was for pill refinement, there should be no need to summon them. Was it for observation, or perhaps to lend a hand? Come inside. This beast blood was freshly taken from a sacred-level demon beast. And the herbs were collected by me from the 10,000 Great Mountains. All are excellent materials for body refinement. The Ghost Fiend's secret realm prohibits entry to those above the Cangyuan Realm. It imposes little restriction on physical strength. If a strong individual seeks to exploit this, there will still be risks involved. However, the process may be somewhat painful, so both of you should prepare yourselves mentally. As Xiao Ming pondered, Jiang Xianying took a sip of spirit wine. Her demeanor relaxed as she spoke. This surprised both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang. They had not expected their master, who appeared somewhat idle, to be so proactive at a critical moment. Yet Xiao Ming was perplexed. Could one truly exploit the Ghost Fiend's secret realm? The entrance to the Ghost Fiend's secret realm only restricts cultivation levels, not physical strength. Thus, each time it opens, several sacred grounds dispatch a group of imposters to enter. For instance, those who have reached the Cangyuan Realm, but have deliberately lowered their cultivation, or strong individuals whose cultivation has been crippled by others. All to sneak past and enter the realm. These individuals often pose the greatest danger. Seemingly sensing Xiao Ming's confusion, Feng Xianwang interjected with an explanation. After hearing her words, Xiao Ming began to understand, but his brows soon furrowed again. If that were the case, what if several sacred grounds sent in individuals with cultivation below the Cangyuan Realm, but whose physical strength had reached the Nirvana Realm, or even the Heavenly Realm? Would they not be able to dominate the secret realm? Do not overthink it. The entrance to the Ghost Fiend's secret realm restricts cultivation levels, and there are limits within the realm itself. Should the energy fluctuations exceed the threshold that heaven and earth can bear, the laws of heaven and earth will retaliate, delivering divine punishment to obliterate that being. This threshold lies between the Cangyuan Realm and the Dharma Aspect Realm. This means that if one's physical strength reaches the Dharma Aspect Realm level, even if they manage to deceive the entrance's laws, their fate within will be nothing but death. Seemingly reading Xiao Ming's thoughts, Feng Xianwang added further clarification, causing Xiao Ming to feel somewhat vexed. Was this woman reading his mind, or were his thoughts simply too transparent? Enough of this delay. Let us proceed. The time is ripe. Shortly after Feng Xianwang's words, Jiang Xianying controlled a wisp of desolate true fire, igniting the potency of the sacred beast's blood and spiritual herbs, urging Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang forward. The two, upon hearing this, ceased their hesitation and leapt into the cauldron. Xianxia immediately expelled a mouthful of spirit wine, and the desolate true fire erupted into a blazing inferno. Inside the cauldron, a terrifying surge of blood energy and herbal potency erupted, making Xiao Ming and Feng feel as though they had plunged into a boiling cauldron. Utilizing the great desolate refining god technique, they absorbed the essence of the herbal potency. How much they could extract from this medicinal bath depended entirely on their own fortunes. Upon hearing Jiang Xianying's words, both Xiao Ming and Feng focused, activating the great desolate refining god technique to begin consuming the essence. As the chaotic true fire and phoenix true fire erupted from their bodies, within the blood pool of the cauldron, two whirlpools formed, voraciously devouring the surrounding blood energy and herbal potency. Truly, the Reincarnated Empress demonstrated an impressive speed in absorbing blood energy and herbal potency, barely keeping pace with mine. As time passed and they adapted to the agony of body refinement, Xiao Ming opened his eyes to gaze at Feng Xianhuang, a look of unexpected admiration crossing his face. It seemed this empress was indeed worthy of her title. Is this the desolate true fire of master? Regardless of the level or intensity, it is vastly superior to that wisp of heavenly fire. If I could merge with such a flame, my chaotic true fire should become even more potent, right? Casting a glance at Feng Xianhuang, Xiao Ming noticed the surging wasteland true fire around him, and a fanciful idea suddenly sprang to mind. What if I could merge my chaotic true fire with the wasteland true fire? After all, this is a rare opportunity. If I could analyze the characteristics of the wasteland true fire through this fusion, even without consuming its original source, my chaotic true fire could acquire some attributes of desolation. This would be a tremendous gain. In the future, when combined with the great wasteland refining divine art, its power would be even more formidable. Yet, would this provoke the ire of my master? As this thought surfaced in his mind, Xiao Ming found himself in a quandary. After all, merging flames is considered an intimate act among fire cultivators. If he were to do this secretly, would it not be akin to an act of impropriety? Although his master appeared somewhat unconventional, he suspected that if he inadvertently angered her, he would likely find himself at her mercy. At that moment, as Xiao Ming wrestled with his dilemma, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 53. The superhero system functions normally. Xiao Ming's malice emerges. Ding. The life choice system has been randomly triggered, and the host can make the following selections. Option 1. Calm your mind, dispel the wicked thoughts, and recite the great compassion mantra 100 times to receive a random cultivation technique as a reward. Option 2. Test your skills in front of Feng Xianhuang. Secretly merge flames with Jiang Xianying to receive a random pill as a reward. Option 3. Stay true to your original intention. Dismiss the thought of merging flames with Jiang Xianying and turn to Feng Xianhuang for flame merging to receive a random formation as a reward. Option 4. Rise as a superhero. Malice arises, and the dead bird flies towards the sky. First merge flames with Jiang Xianying. Then bring Feng Xianhuang into the fray to receive a random divine ability as a reward. The system choices have been triggered? Looking at the options before him, Xiao Ming's eyes brightened slightly, but as he scanned the choices, he couldn't help but smirk. True to its name, the superhero life choice system has indeed conjured some impressive options. Testing skills is clearly an act of boldness, reminiscent of a casual dalliance. Staying true to one's intention is akin to an act of infidelity, again hinting at a casual affair. Lastly, this rise as a superhero undoubtedly amplifies the audacity severalfold. In that case, system, I choose option 4. After glancing over the choices, Xiao Ming issued his command to the system without hesitation. A man should be bold. Death is but a fleeting moment. He initially aimed for a more prudent approach, yet occasionally embracing audacity seemed a commendable choice. After all, merging flames, while defined as dual cultivation, is merely an exchange between fire seeds and has little to do with romantic entanglements. Thus, he felt emboldened. One is his master, the other his junior sister. Neither would hold it against him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have received the reward, True Dragon Technique. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space and can be extracted with one click once the host completes the selection. True Dragon Technique, a combat method founded by the true martial emperor, inspired by the true dragon clan. Upon cultivation, one can transform their vitality into a dragon and wield their physical strength to battle the wild and aberrant creatures. Physical divine abilities? Upon reading the information about this reward, Xiao Ming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Physical divine abilities are far rarer than true essence divine abilities, and few attain a grade above saint. Unexpectedly, this time he has unlocked one created by an emperor-level powerhouse. This could well compensate for his shortcomings in pure physical combat. Master, please forgive your disciple's audacity. With this thought, Xiao Ming whispered inwardly before cautiously controlling his chaotic true fire to gently collide with the wasteland true fire. This action could not escape Jiang Xianying's notice. However, she merely regarded Xiao Ming with mild surprise, thinking he was merely consuming the medicinal power and vitality too aggressively, causing the chaotic true fire to become a bit unruly. But the next moment, as Xiao Ming collided once more, she sensed that the chaotic true fire seemed to emit a message, yearning to merge with the wasteland true fire. This left Jiang Xianying somewhat bewildered. Flame merging. Is this boy intentionally seeking to merge flames with me? Or is it merely an instinct to fire? Although Jiang Xianying was not a pure fire cultivator, she was aware of the nuances of flame merging. Typically, only those with a close bond would dare to attempt such a thing, as an ordinary person risks being backfired or consumed. She was astonished that this little fellow dared to approach her. Did he truly not fear her wrath? Nevertheless, while flame merging may be somewhat audacious, considering he is my disciple, I shall overlook it. This opportunity could serve to deepen my understanding of the chaotic true fire. With this thought, Jiang Xianying refrained from warning Xiao Ming, instead channeling a strand of her consciousness to carefully control the wasteland true fire, preventing any backlash against the chaotic true fire. This took Xiao Ming by surprise, but the next moment, he felt immense joy, since she did not refuse. It meant she was tacitly agreeing. Why should he hold back? With that thought, Xiao Ming began to act with abandon, accelerating the collision of chaotic true fire, eager to merge it deeper into the wasteland true fire. This vigorous assault startled Jiang Xianying, who cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Ming. However, he was now in a meditative state, his eyes closed, seemingly devoid of any distractions, completely immersed in the realm of cultivation. This fellow. After observing him and sensing no malicious intent, Jiang Xianying decided not to dwell on it further. She could only maintain control of the wasteland true fire and initiate the preliminary merging with the chaotic true fire. A wondrous sensation began to flow as the souls attached to the flames simultaneously entered their consciousness. You exist within me, and I within you. At this moment, it felt as though a gateway to a new world had been opened. Xiao Ming could distinctly perceive the internal structure of the wasteland true fire, while Jiang Xianying could similarly sense the intricacies of the chaotic true fire. They laid bare their most authentic and primitive selves, exposing their essence to one another's perception. As time passed, their mastery over flames and understanding of the way of fire surged rapidly. This commotion did not escape Feng Xianhuang's attention. Upon realizing that Xiao Ming and Jiang Xianying were not merely practicing dual cultivation, but were engaging in flame merging, she nearly leapt up to deliver a vehement moral reprimand. One is a master, the other a senior brother. How could they brazenly engage in such intimate practices in front of her, their junior sister? This was utterly outrageous. In the next moment, Feng Xianhuang's eyes snapped open, glaring fiercely at Xiao Ming, a torrent of anger and indignation swelling within her. They had clearly agreed that once he refined the heavenly fire, he would come to her for flame merging, allowing her to comprehend the mysteries of the chaotic true fire. Yet, he had been summoned by Jiang Xianying midway to refine his body, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was engaging with his master first. What was the difference between this and betrayal? No, this cannot continue. I cannot sit idly by while he grows stronger. Why should he have the privilege of flame merging with his master while I am left to watch helplessly? If I do not wish to be outmatched, I must join in. After this thought settled, Feng Xianhuang no longer hesitated and immediately divided a strand of her consciousness. She controlled the true fire of the phoenix to join the exchange. After all, it was merely a conversation through flames, not some clandestine affair. If the two of them dared to act openly, why shouldn't she partake? What of the dignity of an empress? What of her pride? All of that could be set aside. If she allowed Xiao Ming to grow stronger while she lagged behind, wouldn't that be in vain? After a moment of self-encouragement, Feng Xianhuang liberated herself and directly inserted herself between the two. This surprised Xiao Ming and Jiang Xianying, who hadn't expected this junior sister to intrude upon their conversation. He had intended to lure Feng Xianhuang into the discussion, but her initiative saved him considerable effort. He quickly made space for her, inviting her to join in their exchange. Although the three felt a hint of awkwardness, they remained silent. However, neither Feng Xianhuang nor Jiang Xianying realized that the smallest of seeds could germinate within their hearts through this coexistence. Once that seed took root, They might gradually accept even more outrageous circumstances in the future. Chapter 54. The emergence of various powers and the killing intent of Yi's Island. Time slipped away swiftly. As Xiao Ming and the others immersed themselves in their triad, the body-refining training and the melding of flames continued for nearly 12 days. During this period, within the northern Xian realm, many prodigies from various factions experienced profound transformations. In the depths of the Taichi sacred land, Xiaoren suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying pressure erupted from him, causing the entire blood pool cavern to tremble violently. Aha! The supreme body, the spirit-shedding soul-devouring. Who in this world can rival me? Xiao Ming, this time in the ghost fiend's secret realm, I will surely consume you. At that moment, feeling the immense power contained within his physical form, Xiaoren became more confident than ever. With the assistance of the fire cloud old ghost, his broken body was not only completely restored, but the supreme bone also perfectly integrated into his being, transforming his physique entirely into that of a supreme body. His entire being was suffused with supreme runes, and even his innate divine abilities underwent further evolution. Remarkably, without utilizing true essence, the sheer physical strength of the supreme body was sufficient to confront a ninth-tier powerhouse of the cave heaven realm head-on. Not to mention, having absorbed a significant portion of the holy soul power from the fire cloud old ghost, his spiritual strength surged to the level of the cave heaven realm. It is no exaggeration to state that, aside from still being at the ninth tier of the spiritual sea realm, in terms of both physical strength and spiritual power, he far surpassed ordinary cave heaven experts. With such strength, if he were to encounter Xiao Ming again, he genuinely wondered how he could possibly lose. Meanwhile, in the Yaokuan sacred land, as the foremost among the 5 dominant powers of the northern Xian realm, Yaokuan sacred land surpassed the other 4 sacred lands in both the number of strong individuals and their overall foundation. As a beam of golden light soared from within Yaokuan sacred land, a white-clad youth emerged from the altar, resembling a celestial being. Within that golden radiance, a shadow of a Kuan Peng ascended to great heights, at times transforming into a golden-winged great Peng, and at other times into a Baiming Shukuan. The might emanating from him was comparable to that of a saint descending. Aha! Truly, my Yaokuan sacred land boasts this generation's most extraordinary prodigy. Possessing the ancient Kuanping bloodline and the rare dual pupil constitution, even the recently risen young supreme from the Fuyao sacred land could never hope to rival you. Upon this youth's emergence from the forbidden area, the lord of Yaokuan sacred land laughed uproariously in the void. This young man was named Yunfaping. Not only the most gifted disciple of the Kuanping clan in Tianao City, but also the most extraordinary talent in Yaokuan sacred land in a millennium. With his dual pupils and ancient Kuanping bloodline, he could contend with the imperial sons and daughters. It is no exaggeration to assert that while the young supreme from Fuyao's sacred land may possess the potential of an emperor, Yunfaping of Yaokuan sacred land possesses the qualifications of an emperor. The young supreme of Fuyao's sacred land? Merely a stepping stone for my holy son to ascend to supremacy in the eastern region. Hearing the lord of Yaokuan's words, Yunfaping displayed a hint of disdain. Despite hearing rumors of Xiao Ming's achievements in defeating Xiaoren at Fuyao's sacred land, even from a million miles away, he remained unconcerned. For he alone understood just how extraordinary he was at the same level. If encountered within the Ghost Fiend's secret realm, he would make Xiao Ming understand who the true young supreme was. On another front, within the Juyo demon sect, as a wave of terrifying blood energy erupted from the depths of the forbidden area, a gaunt young man crawled out from a blood pool. Each movement caused the bones surrounding him to shatter like dry twigs, creating a horrifying scene. Hik, truly, possessing the blood fiend's sacred body. This prodigy can endure the refining of the underworld blood pool, inheriting a fragment of the Blood-Kill Demon clan's imperial bloodline. With your involvement, the so-called righteous factions of the 4 sacred lands will find no profit in the Ghost Fiend's secret realm. Accompanied by a piercing voice, the gaunt young man raised his head to reveal a sinister smile. His pale face bore no hint of color, and combined with his chiseled features, he resembled a vampire. He was also the most extraordinary individual of the Juyo demon sect in this generation. Haha, that fellow finally inherited a fragment of the Blood-Kill Demon clan's bloodline. During the upcoming expedition into the Ghost Fiend's secret realm, you must closely follow this young man. Once the right opportunity arises, devour him. Should you consume his Blood-Kill Demon clan bloodline and absorb the essence of his Blood Fiend's sacred body, the ancient demon god bloodline within you will awaken. At that time, you shall transform into the new generation of demonesses, instilling fear in the many prodigies of the eastern region. Sensing the commotion from the depths of the Juyo demon sect's forbidden area, on another peak of the sect, a woman with an enchanting visage laughed heartily. If Xiao Ming were present, he would recognize her as Yixilan, the third protector of the Jiuyo demon sect who had sought to force him into apprenticeship. Standing beside Yixilan was a woman clad in black, her face covered by a veil, although her complete appearance remained obscured. Her cold phoenix eyes and prominent nose indicated her striking beauty. This woman was named Yili, the most extraordinary core disciple of the Jiuyo demon sect apart from Xiao Ming. To outsiders, she appeared to be a student of Yixilan. Yet, only she knew that she was, in truth, a puppet of Yixilan, cultivated as a furnace for her master. Once the ancient demon god bloodline within her awakened, she might be seized or refined by Yixilan. Remember, within the ghost fiend's secret realm, should the opportunity present itself, do not hold back. Furthermore, if you encounter that little ghost named Xiao Ming from Fuyao Sacred Land, you may eliminate him within the secret realm, extracting his vital essence for your own use. An object I value, if it cannot be obtained, must be destroyed. Also, my master detests betrayal above all else. Do not be foolish like your senior sister. As Yi Li's gaze flickered, seemingly contemplating something, Yixilan's voice echoed ominously. Disciples shall obey the master's command. Having been ensnared by a soul worm from Yixilan, she knew that her fate lay entirely within her master's hands, even to the extent of being devoured to death by the soul worm. Her senior sister met a tragic fate due to her desire to escape the control of Yixilan. In the Dacian sacred dynasty, none of the current princes and princesses possess exceptional talent. Although the ninth prince wields a pure sword heart and shows promise of becoming the next sacred king, he pales in comparison to figures like Shaoran. Thus, even with the ghost fiend's secret realm about to open, the Dacian sacred dynasty remains eerily quiet, showing no signs of promoting any outstanding junior talents. At the moment when prodigies from various factions emerge, atop Wangyue Peak, as the beast blood and spiritual herbs in the Huang Ding are nearly exhausted, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang simultaneously open their eyes, their energies surging like a dragon and phoenix soaring into the sky. Chapter 55. Under her knowledge, it shouldn't be considered infidelity, right? With a physical body comparable to the ninth layer of the cave heaven realm, feeling the surging power within, a glimmer of brilliance flashes in Xiao Ming's eyes. If it weren't for the overwhelming energy required to strengthen his chaos body, along with Feng Xianwang, the reborn empress, competing for resources, he feared that this batch of refining materials could break his physical shackles, allowing his pure physical strength to rival that of a first-layer law manifestation realm expert. Nevertheless, even so, having absorbed so much refining essence and fused flames with Feng Xianwang and xianxia, his combat prowess has risen significantly. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, he dares to challenge any cave heaven realm expert. Even though his true cultivation level is merely at the ninth layer of the spirit sea realm. Is this the true phoenix body refining technique? Has your physical strength also reached the ninth layer of the cave heaven realm? As Xiao Ming marvels at his own strength, he casts a glance at Feng Xianwang, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. Following his gaze, he notices crimson markings adorning Feng Xianwang's snow-white skin, resembling feathers of a phoenix traced in blood, radiating an incredibly formidable aura of vitality, rivaling his own. Truly, the reborn empress possesses genuine capabilities. The ancient phoenix bloodline flows within me. The true phoenix body refining technique is far more suitable for me compared to the great wilderness divine refining method. Of course, if the two were to be combined, their advantages would become even more pronounced. Seeing the astonishment on Xiao Ming's face, seemingly in awe of her ability to keep pace with his training speed, Feng Xianwang offers a few calm explanations. However, despite this, she feels a tinge of frustration within. If it weren't for the enhancement provided by the true phoenix body refining technique, relying solely on the great wilderness divine refining method to absorb medicinal liquids for body refinement, she would truly struggle to compete with Xiao Ming. Enough of this. Let us clean ourselves up and gather at the square. The Ghost Fiend's secret realm opens in 2 days, and the major sacred lands are preparing to move. Observing the tender exchange between Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang, xianxia takes a sip of wine and reminds them somewhat irritably. It's not easy being a mentor when these two Haven Tea even made a meal for her and are constantly causing trouble. I hope they won't disappoint her as they grow. Thank you, Master, for your generous cultivation. Your disciple shall forever be grateful. Upon hearing Jiang Xinyi's words, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang leap from the Huang Ding, their true essence surging to cleanse the dirt from their bodies, and they bow to Jiang Xinyi in unison, as if sharing a telepathic bond. To say that Jiang Xinyi treats them well would be an understatement. Not only does she freely impart her techniques, but she also generously provides cultivation resources, a rare quality in a mentor. I will not accompany you on this journey, so be careful. These two crafted beast fangs contain a trace of my desolate, true fire sealed within. If you encounter a life-threatening crisis, activating them could save your lives. As she speaks, two exquisite beast fang pendants resembling crescent moons float before the two with a wave of Jiang Xinying's hand. Thank you, master. Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang's eyes light up upon hearing this, not hesitating to accept the gift. Jiang Xinying possesses the cultivation of the 9th layer of the sacred king realm. Even a trace of her desolate true fire, once unleashed, would be formidable. Jiang Xinying dismissively waves her hand, retracting the Huang Ding, and turns to vanish from their sight. Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang, seeing this, waste no time, transforming into streaks of light as they speed away from Wang Wei Peak towards the Sacred Land Square. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Land Square, the crowd is bustling, many eagerly anticipating the events. Look, that senior brotherly Qingyang, ranked 5th among the last generation of disciples. I've heard he has already broken through to the 8th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Unexpectedly, he is descending in rank to participate in this Ghost Fiend secret realm expedition. Not only him, but even senior brother Chen Pingji and Saint Sun Zhonghao are also descending in rank to venture into the Ghost Fiend secret realm. What? Senior brother Chen Pingji is the second-ranked disciple of the previous generation, having reached the 9th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. How could he bear to descend in cultivation? And Zhonghao, a direct disciple of the Sacred Master, has ascended the 856th step of the ascending celestial ladder, being the most dazzling talent of the last generation. Why is he following suit? As that voice resonates, the square erupts in a flurry of murmurs. The Fuyo Sacred Land opens its assessments every 3 years, while the Ghost Fiend secret realm opens but once every decade. Not every generation of disciples will have the chance to encounter it. Although in previous occurrences of the Ghost Fiend secret realm, some disciples have chosen to descend in rank to recultivate the Cave Heaven realm, very few would dare to do so. After all, it takes years of hard work to reach the 8th or 9th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. And just as one is about to prepare for a breakthrough into the Law Manifestation realm, to choose to descend again and recultivate is not only a waste of previous efforts, but could also lead to being surpassed by peers. Therefore, unless one feels their foundational cultivation is shaky, very few prodigies would be foolish enough to take such a step. After all, the quality of the Cave Heaven forged by absorbing the chi of heaven and earth is indeed superior to breaking through with earthly treasures. Yet, for those aspiring to step into the Sacred King realm, finding chi of heaven and earth of 5 colors or more becomes a gamble fraught with peril. Oh, you may not know, but this Ghost Fiend secret realm marks the 3rd millennium opening cycle. The chi of heaven and earth within the secret realm will not only become denser but may also trigger large-scale tides of chi. By then, not to mention 5-colored chi. Even 7-colored chi could emerge. Upon hearing this explanation, the square erupts once more in astonishment. Within the Ghost Fiend secret realm, the chi of heaven and earth is categorized as inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. Inferior is 1 color, medium 3 colors, superior 5 colors, and supreme 7 colors. If one could forge a cave heaven with 5-colored chi, even if their prior foundation was slightly flawed, it would be enough to rectify it, granting them the potential of a sacred king, even the possibility of aspiring to the quasi-emperor realm. If one could obtain 7-colored chi to forge a cave heaven, they would undoubtedly possess the potential for emperor-level capabilities. No wonder the previous generation of disciples exhibited such boldness. They all aim for the 7-colored chi. Junior sister, your little fiancé, hasn't he arrived yet? Could he be sneaking around behind your back? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yunling, standing in the viewing platform, glances down at the square and teasingly jests at Su Qingwei. Brother Xiao Ming would never have the leisure for such frivolities. Su Qingwei retorts with a roll of her eyes, completely unfazed by Yunling's provocation. With the Ghost Fiend's secret realm opening soon, Xiao Ming must be diligently training. How could he possibly have time for such distractions? Even though Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang seem perfectly matched, she is aware that their relationship may be more ambiguous than that of mere siblings. Given her knowledge of the situation, it can hardly be considered infidelity, especially since she no longer regards herself as Xiao Ming's fiancée, thus lacking the authority to define such matters. Sister Yuling, have you truly made up your mind to enter the Ghost Xia secret realm with me? After a moment of internal contemplation, Su Qingwei diverted the topic, her face betraying a hint of concern. Yunling is indeed a paragon among the previous generation of disciples, having already attained the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm. If they fail to find the 5-color Sha for forging cave heaven within the Ghost Sha secret realm, this expedition would be a tremendous loss. Well, I did rush my breakthrough before, and as a result, my cave heaven refinement has some flaws. I suppose this time in the Ghost Sha secret realm will be a test of fortune, she continued. Furthermore, if they manage to hunt enough Ghost Sha spirits, absorbing the Ghost Sha spirit crystals could swiftly restore her cultivation. Yunling waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, a figure appeared in the void like a radiant sun, smiling as he approached Su Qingwei and Yunling. Chapter 56, The Radiant Sun and the Dark Moon. We are a match made in heaven. Wow, it's Saint Sun Zhonghao, he has truly arrived. Born with the Radiant Sun's sacred body. Possessing the potential of a sacred king, his cultivation has now reached the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. To think he would also participate in the Ghost Sha secret realm expedition. What does it matter that he possesses sacred king potential? A prodigy like Zhonghao will undoubtedly strive for the potential of an emperor. Oh, why is Saint Sun Zhong heading that way? Isn't that Su Qingwei from Unipeak? Could the earlier rumors be true? As the extraordinary figure descended onto the square, many disciples erupted in astonishment. Since Su Qingwei joined the Fuyao Sacred Land and became a disciple of Yinu Peak half a year ago, Saint Sun Zhonghao had visited Yinu Peak on numerous occasions. Clearly smitten by Su Qingwei, the epitome of talent. Unfortunately, after joining Yinu Peak, she had secluded herself, leaving Zhonghao repeatedly knocking at closed doors. Rumors soon circulated that Zhonghao held affections for Su Qingwei and intended to propose to her. But due to Yinu Peak's evasions and Zhonghao's own seclusion for body cultivation, the matter had to be postponed. Unexpectedly, after 2 months of seclusion, Zhonghao emerged and came directly to her, evidently unable to forget her. Junior sister Qingwei, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Are you here to participate in the Ghost Sha secret realm? How about we form a team? Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Zhonghao approached Su Qingwei, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. This caused Su Qingwei's brows to furrow slightly. No need. Brother, please find someone else, she replied without hesitation. Zhonghao, however, was not taken aback. He merely smiled and inquired, is it because of Xiao Ming? I have heard that he is not only a recently ascended prodigy in the Fuyao Sacred Land, but also your childhood friend, with a marriage contract between you? At this, Zhonghao's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of reluctance and even a tinge of jealousy. The clash between two powerful sacred king figures within the Sacred Land had been enough to rouse him from his seclusion. Upon exiting, he discovered that 2 prodigies had emerged, surpassing even him, one of whom happened to be the fiancé of the person he admired, leaving him feeling as if he had been dealt a bitter blow. However, mindful of the Fuyao Sacred Lord's admonitions and considering his own status, Zhonghao refrained from seeking trouble with Xiao Ming. After all, Xiao Ming was currently in a position of great prominence, not only favored by his master, the Fuyao Sacred Lord, but also having entered the tutelage of an esteemed figure from Wangwei Peak. Although not a son of Fuyao Sacred Land, his standing was by no means inferior to Zhonghao's. To provoke him now would be to jeopardize his own future, unless a particularly advantageous opportunity arose. Brother Xiao Ming has already distanced himself from the Xiao family, and while our marriage contract has become somewhat meaningless, he will always hold the place of my fiancé in my heart, Su Qingwei affirmed, nodding in response to Zhonghao's remarks. She quickly added a clarification to assert her stance, lest Zhonghao use Xiao Ming's departure from the Xiao family as leverage. What a pity indeed. You possess the innate Dark Moon's sacred vein, while I am endowed with the Radiant Sun's sacred body. The Dark Moon and Radiant Sun are a pair destined by heaven. Yet fate has played such a cruel trick, Zhonghao lamented, his expression one of genuine regret, speaking with a courteous tone reminiscent of a refined gentleman. Destiny is preordained. With Brother Zhonghao's talent and capabilities, I am certain you will find someone more suitable. Yunling, standing nearby, felt she could carve out an entire celestial palace with her toes from the tension in the air. She longed to tell Zhonghao that if he wished to win over someone with such romantic notions, he would do well to refine his skills first. However, respecting Zhonghao's status and wishing to avoid burdening Su Qingwei, she chose to remain silent. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, 2 figures pierced through the air from a distance, igniting a fervor among the disciples in the square. Goodness, it's Xiao Ming and Fengxian Wang. They have finally made their appearance. Zhonghao's interest in Su Qingwei, combined with Xiao Ming's constant companionship with Fengxian Wang, seemed to promise a match made in heaven. What nonsense! You are attempting to pair Su Qingwei with Saint Sun Zhonghao? She is clearly the fiancée of Brother Xiao Ming. If you dare meddle in such affairs, I shall sit upon you. Uncertain of who would prevail between Saint Sun Zhonghao and Xiao Ming, the disciples buzzed with excitement. eager for a spectacle. After all, life within the sacred land was often monotonous, and they relished any opportunity for entertainment. Tales of brothers and sisters, and their romantic entanglements, were a source of amusement. Someone is vying for your fiancée. Shouldn't you keep a close watch? Feng teased Xiao Ming, spotting him standing with Zhang Hao and Su Qingwei. This left Xiao Ming somewhat speechless, surprised that even an empress could possess such a dry sense of humor. That depends on whether he possesses the capability, Xiao Ming nonchalantly replied, landing gracefully before Su Qingwei and the others. Brother Xiao Ming, as we venture into the Ghost Sha secret realm, I hope to rely on your support, Su Qingwei greeted him, unable to resist a playful remark upon seeing him and Feng Xianwang. 9th level of the Spirit Sea. Noticing Su Qingyue's current cultivation, Xiao Ming's face displayed a hint of astonishment. To think that within just a few days, Su Qingyue had reached the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. And with such a formidable aura, it was likely her physical body had also attained the Cave Heaven realm. Though the specifics remained uncertain, her progress was indeed remarkable. It seemed that Ling Ruoxuan had invested significant effort in Su Qingyue's training. The esteemed leader of Yunnan Peak truly had a generous spirit, and he ought to express his gratitude to her when the opportunity arose. You are Xiao Ming? As Xiao Ming reflected on these thoughts, Zhang Hao scrutinized him and spoke with a calm demeanor. No wonder you are the one junior sister Qingwei has taken a liking to. Your presence exudes a dangerous aura. If the opportunity arises, we must engage in a friendly spar. With that, he concluded, returning to the area where the previous generation of disciples resided. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He had anticipated that Zhang Hao, the Holy Sun, would seek to create trouble for him in front of the crowd. To his surprise, the other party displayed a calm demeanor, revealing that he was not an ordinary individual. As they entered the Ghost Fiend's secret realm, caution was paramount. This individual was not as benign as he appeared, having already set his sights on both Xiao Ming and his fiancée, observing Zhang Hao's retreating figure. Feng Xianwang communicated telepathically with Xiao Ming, prompting him to regard her with a solemn expression. Chapter 57. What nonsense? Would he shrink back? Esteemed disciples, in 2 days, the Ghost Fiend's secret realm will open, marking a significant opportunity for most of you. This expedition will be led by myself and the Peak Master of Yunnan Peak. As his words resonated, 2 figures materialized in the void, one being the Grand Elder Su Biqing of the Celestial Guard Pavilion, and the other, Ling Ruoxuan, the Peak Master of Yunnan Peak. The mobilization of 2 Saint Realm experts, including a master from one of the principal peaks, underscored the profound importance that the Fuyo sacred land placed on this trial. After floating in midair and surveying the crowd below, Su Biqing's voice grew somber as he continued. However, the Ghost Fiend's secret realm is fraught with peril, and those who enter may face near certain death. For all those who have qualified for this trial, you have one final opportunity to reconsider. If you feel uncertain about this venture, you may withdraw your qualifications now. Is there anyone who wishes to step back? Yet. Following his declaration, no disciple chose to withdraw, prompting Su Biqing to dispense with further pleasantries. With a wave of his hand, a colossal Xian ship appeared, hovering majestically above the square, resembling a massive beast and exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A sacred grade Xian ship? Upon witnessing the grand vessel, Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened. This ship was not only inscribed with various restrictions, but also crafted from materials of a sacred tier. Although its defensive capabilities remained uncertain, it would be a formidable challenge for even a Saint Realm expert to breach it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a large-scale sacred spiritual treasure, one that could not be acquired even by selling the Xiao family. This is the Heavenly Xian Sacred Spirit Ship, one of the 4 great sacred spirit ships of the Fuyo Sacred Land. While it only reached the lower tier of the Saint Realm, the formations inscribed upon it could withstand the might of late-stage Saint Realm experts if operated by one. Observing Xiao Ming's astonished expression, Feng Xianwang remarked with indifference, "It is indeed an excellent treasure, capable of simultaneously resisting several Saint Realm powerhouses." Xiao Ming could not help but marvel at Feng Xianwang's explanation. It seemed prudent to acquire a Xian ship in the future, allowing for a more impressive journey across the world, perhaps even accompanied by a bevy of beautiful companions. In certain ancient factions, such a vessel hardly held significance. Feng Xianwang, hearing his thoughts, replied coolly, "Such a grade of sacred spirit ship is indeed a remarkable treasure within the sacred lands, yet in her previous life, she regarded them as mere playthings." Xiao Ming's lips twitched at her words. He acknowledged that Feng Xianwang had indeed been impressed, clearly seasoned in the ways of the world. However, should he reveal treasures such as the Emperor's banner or the soul-devouring sword, it was likely that even this empress would be left astounded. Since no one chose to withdraw, let us board and set forth, Su Biqing proclaimed after scanning the crowd. He was the first to step onto the deck of the sacred spirit ship, followed silently by Ling Ruoxuan. Subsequently, figures began to ascend from the square, numbering in the hundreds. Naturally, not all were disciples of the Fuyo sacred land. This occasion marked the third millennium opening cycle of the Ghost Fiend's secret realm, and numerous factions sought to send their junior disciples to seize opportunities. After negotiations and offerings, several factions secured spots. Thus, besides the 30 disciples at the 9th level of the spiritual sea and 88 disguised individuals, over 700 were disciples or protectors from other factions. Let us depart. Briefly surveying the crowd, Xiao Ming paid little heed to the numbers. The group ascended into the air, directly landing on the sacred spirit ship. As they touched down, a figure materialized before them, none other than the proud peak master Ling Ruoxuan, adorned in a blue and white gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Her exquisite visage remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, prompting Xiao Ming to recall the day in the cave when her face, once cold, revealed a fervent and enchanting warmth. Xiao Ming, do you wish to greet the peak master? Su Qingwei whispered. Acutely aware that Ling Ruoxuan had felt somewhat displeased that Xiao Ming had not approached her since entering the Fuyo sacred land. If he could alleviate Ling Ruoxuan's slight discontent, she would undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect him should any danger arise. Greet her? At Su Qingyue's suggestion, a frown creased Xiao Ming's brow. Since that day, he could not deny that thoughts of Ling Ruoxuan had crossed his mind. Especially after entering the Fuyo sacred land, she often occupied his thoughts. Yet, he remained uncertain of her feelings toward him and what stance she held, leading him to hesitate in approaching her. After all, she was a Saint Realm expert. With a mere flick of her finger, she could easily subdue him. If he angered her, even if she did not kill him, a beating would be quite humiliating. I never imagined you, who usually carry yourself with such arrogance, would shrink back in the presence of this peak master. Is there something between you that makes you hesitant to confront her? Noting the conflicted expression on Xiao Ming's face, Feng Xianhuang prodded. Shrink back? Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's words, Xiao Ming, previously torn, suddenly felt a surge of defiance. With a soft chuckle, he strode toward Ling Ruoxuan. What nonsense! Would he ever shrink back? Absolutely not. He merely wished to avoid giving the impression of harassing Ling Ruoxuan in front of others, which might lead to unfounded rumors about the peak master. Yet, if this empress dared to provoke him, he would have no choice but to muster some courage to demonstrate his worth. Is that not Xiao Ming? What is he approaching the peak master of Yunu Peak for? Could it be that he wishes to strike up a rapport? Does he not know that the peak master holds a strong aversion to men? If he were to inadvertently provoke her, it would not be surprising for him to suffer a severe reprimand. You may not be aware, but this young supreme, Xiao Ming, possesses the token of the peak master of Yunu Peak, granting him entry to the trials of the Fuyo sacred land. They may have already been acquainted before. As Xiao Ming entered the unoccupied area within 10 zhang of Ling Ruoxuan, whispers erupted among the trial participants aboard the sacred spirit ship. And many in the square took note of the unfolding scene. Given Ling Ruoxuan's well-known disdain for men and her icy demeanor within the Fuyo sacred land, no disciple dared to approach her. Even core disciples refrained from doing so. Xiao Ming was, after all, the first in years to boldly approach her in such a public setting. What is this fellow up to? The moment Xiao Ming approached, Ling Ruoxuan had already sensed his presence. She merely opened her eyes to glance at him before feigning ignorance, shutting her eyes once more, her expression remaining as cold and aloof as ever. Yet, as he drew nearer, her tension heightened, mingled with a hint of anticipation. It was a most peculiar sensation. The individual before her was someone she could easily subdue, yet he inexplicably instilled within her an overwhelming sense of oppression. In that cavern, pinned beneath him, the scene felt fated. It seemed that after that day, she had unknowingly grown to a point where he could influence her emotions. Across mountains and rivers, affection endures. Can we spark some electricity? To those who support Little Fish, may you find a partner as captivating as the Queen of Medusa. Chapter 58. A forceful kiss with the mistress of Jade Maiden Peak? The crowd was left in utter astonishment. Xiao Ming had met the mistress before. Under the watchful gazes of many, he approached Ling Ruoxuan, performing a formal bow. This prompted Ling Ruoxuan to open her eyes, her voice tinged with coldness as she inquired, "Is there something you need?" Despite her impassive demeanor, a flicker of pleasure danced within her heart. This wicked man, after having taken her innocence, was finally willing to acknowledge her. However, in the presence of so many, and bound by her status, she chose to conceal her feelings, presenting a facade of icy indifference. which only served to heighten Xiao Ming's discomfort. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Ding! The life choice system was randomly triggered, presenting the host with the following options. Option 1. Ignore her, dismiss Ling Ruoxuan's inquiry, and leave with an air of disdain, earning a random cultivation technique as a reward. Option 2. Shine brightly, offer Ling Ruoxuan a charming smile, and publicly tease her with words, earning a random divine ability as a reward. Option 3. Defy her, slap Ling Ruoxuan to leave a lasting impression, earning a random spiritual treasure as a reward. Option 4. Declare boldly, confess to Ling Ruoxuan in front of everyone, and give her a passionate kiss, earning a random item as a reward. As Xiao Ming felt the awkwardness settle in, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, revealing several options that caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The first option appeared to be the most sensible, one that most would likely choose. However, today, I choose option 4. This was not a rebellious act on Xiao Ming's part. Rather, he wished to confront Ling Ruoxuan directly and dissolve the awkwardness between them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, earning the reward, Heritage Crystal. The reward has been automatically placed within the system space and can be extracted once the host completes the choice. Heritage Crystal, a unique treasure containing inherited memories, which encompasses some of the array knowledge from the Elder of Annihilation. Upon refinement, the host can automatically inherit related array knowledge. To discover that it was a memory inheritance crystal, particularly one related to array restrictions, was beyond Xiao Ming's expectations. The memory inheritance crystal was among the most formidable treasures, comparable to some extraordinary bloodline inheritances, allowing one to directly obtain inherited memories. Yet, it bore no bloodline restrictions. Anyone could receive the inheritance. He was astonished that such an impressive treasure could arise from this choice. However, his primary intention was to confront Ling Ruoxuan. The reward was merely a bonus. The true matter of importance was whether he and Ling Ruoxuan could forge a bond. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming lifted his gaze toward Ling Ruoxuan, causing her expression to shift, an unexpected sense of unease flooding her heart. In that moment, she realized that Xiao Ming had changed, as if he had made a pivotal decision, stirring a sense of inexplicable trepidation within her. Ling Peak Master, no, Ruoxuan. There is something I have been holding in for several days. After much contemplation, I have decided to lay my cards on the table. Our encounter in the 10,000 Great Mountains was serendipitous, yet perhaps it was also predestined by the heavens, though I am uncertain of your thoughts and my heart. From that day forth, I have deemed you to be my woman. I understand our differences in status and power are vast. Yet, I vow to you that one day, I will grow to create a world worthy of you. If you are willing to wait for me, I will proclaim to the world that Ling Ruoxuan is my woman. If you are unwilling, then from this day forth, I shall not intrude upon your life. To respect Ling Ruoxuan's feelings, Xiao Ming communicated these words through thought, ensuring that those around them remained unaware of his declarations. Although this might jeopardize his chances of completing the choice, Xiao Ming preferred not to pressure her into making a decision. Regardless of Ling Ruoxuan's future intentions, he would afford her the proper respect. Thus, he refrained from using the system's rewards to coerce her into a confession, especially when he was uncertain of her feelings. As Xiao Ming's deep voice resonated in her ears, a thunderous eruption echoed within Ling Ruoxuan's mind. She stood frozen, her breath momentarily unsteady. She had never anticipated Xiao Ming would be so forthright in revealing his feelings. Even as the mistress of Jade Maiden Peak, revered and formidable in the eyes of the common folk, Ling Ruoxuan's demeanor began to falter, her breath becoming erratic. Could it be that this man had something over her? Something felt amiss. Was the mistress of Jade Maiden Peak being threatened by Xiao Ming? How absurd. A mere spiritual sea cultivator threatening one at the Saint Realm? Surely, it was a figment of my imagination. If Xiao Ming were truly confessing to her, I would be prepared to intervene. As Ling Ruoxuan and Xiao Ming locked eyes, an unspoken narrative unfolded between them, inciting whispers among the onlookers. If you do not flee, do not retaliate, nor speak, I shall take that as your silent affirmation. Noticing Ling Ruoxuan's reaction, a smile crept across Xiao Ming's lips as he began to grasp her heart's inclination. She certainly harbored feelings for him. If not, at the moment of his declaration, she would have either erupted in anger or given him a warning before departing coldly, rather than standing there in a daze like a bewildered child. At this juncture, he resolved to help her break through the final barrier. I, Xiao Ming, today announce a joyful event. The mistress of Jade Maiden Peak, Ling Ruoxuan, and I are deeply in tune with one another, and we shall bind ourselves as partners in this moment, he proclaimed, seeking witnesses among the gathered crowd. Upon finishing, As Ling Ruoxuan stood bewildered, her pupils widening in disbelief, Xiao Ming suddenly embraced her and pressed his lips against hers. In that instant, a thunderous resonance filled Ling Ruoxuan's mind, her pupils constricting violently as she froze in his embrace. Not only did Ling Ruoxuan react this way, but even Feng Xian Wang, Su Qingwei, Yin Ling, Su Biqing, and others stared wide-eyed, resembling startled ducks, unable to produce a sound as they gazed at the absurd scene unfolding before them. The entire sacred land of Fuyou plunged into an eerie silence, as if this kiss had momentarily stilled the very fabric of existence. Chapter 59. Tears soaked in spring noodles. Vowing not to be deceived by men. What on earth is happening? Am I hallucinating, or has the world gone mad? I cannot believe I just witnessed the mistress of Jade Maiden Peak being forcefully kissed. I must express my astonishment. Is it not the case that Xiao Ming is betrothed to Su Qingwei of the Jade Maiden Peak? How is it that he has now turned his affections towards Ling Ruoxuan? This fellow, indeed, demonstrates the characteristics of a true cad. Already engaged to a junior sister while audaciously pursuing the leader of the Jade Maiden Peak. When will we, the sisters, awaken to this stark reality? Let us swiftly administer a few slaps to him. I shall be the one to deliver his comeuppance. Goodness gracious, this is the essence of manliness. To claim the woman one desires with a passionate kiss, unlike the timid women who wallow in indecision, utterly oblivious to what romance truly entails. Sisters, there is a foolish man barking like a dog. I feel a twinge of melancholy. Shall we unite at the law enforcement hall to lodge a complaint against him? After a moment of stunned silence, the atmosphere erupted in uproar, the entire Fuyou Holy Land ablaze with excitement. The intensity of this commotion rivaled that of the earlier duel between Xiao Ming and Xiao Ren. After all, one is a recently ascendant youthful sovereign, while the other is a long-established and frosty peak leader. Had they not witnessed the two sharing a kiss, they would scarcely have believed that such an affair was possible. A complete upheaval of their worldviews. How could this be? Is he not the fiancé of Sister Qingwei? How dare he act in such a manner before her? Observing the couple in the distance, Zhang Hao stood in stunned disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face. Xiao Ming's audacity to declare his feelings for Ling Ruoxuan in front of Su Qingwei clearly indicated that he held her in contempt. The disappointment and heartbreak Su Qingwei would undoubtedly feel in response to this betrayal were palpable. If he were to exhibit the grace of a true man, offering her a shoulder to cry on and uttering sweet nothings to comfort her, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to win her affection? With this thought, Zhang Hao turned his gaze towards Su Qingyue's position, only to be utterly dumbfounded. She was covering her mouth in shock, yet her expression was devoid of despair. Instead, it radiated admiration, affection, envy, surprise, anticipation, and longing. This revelation nearly shattered Zhang Hao's mind. Why would this woman showcase such adoration and desire upon witnessing her fiancé professing his love to her peak leader? Could it be that she harbored no objections to Xiao Ming's liaison with Ling Ruoxuan, even yearning for such a declaration herself? What could possibly justify this? As confusion and humiliation surged within him, Zhang Hao's expression turned grim, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, quickly concealed. At this moment, he found himself unable to confront Xiao Ming, thus he could only endure in silence. Amidst the crowd's uproar, she did not immediately expel Xiao Ming. Instead, she pinched him sharply at the waist before vanishing like a wraith from his embrace. Elder Su, it is time to depart. With a firm stamp of her foot, she activated the mystical vessel. The heavenly mystic spirit boat transformed into a streak of light, warping space as it carried the multitude of trial participants toward the 10,000 great mountains. Once more, the Fuyou Holy Land erupted in astonishment. Who would have thought that after our prolonged pursuit, we would be overshadowed by a mere junior? Truly, fate plays its tricks. As the heavenly mystic spirit boat receded, several figures in the void wore expressions of complexity, each emanating a formidable aura. They were none other than the peak leaders or venerable elders of other major factions. Sister, you have changed. Ling Rui hovered in the air above the Jade Maiden Peak, observing the spirit boat vanish into the distance, her face betraying a myriad of emotions. Yet ultimately, this complexity morphed into a captivating smile. Although Ling Ruoxuan's transformation rendered her somewhat unfamiliar, it was undoubtedly a positive change. At the very least, she would no longer need to worry that her sister would succumb to emotional turmoil and tread the path of indifference. This woman actually spared my dignity? Feeling the sharp pinch at his waist, Xiao Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, his admiration for Ling Ruoxuan growing once more. After boldly kissing her, he had feared she might unleash her fury and cast him aside like refuse. To his surprise, Ling Ruoxuan merely twisted him playfully before retreating to the spirit boat's chamber. She was clearly considering his feelings and maintaining his pride. Indeed, he had not misjudged her character. As Xiao Ming reflected, the cool voice of Feng Xianhuang reached his ears. Turning, he found Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue had approached him. The former wore a frown, her expression tinged with disdain, unmistakably dissatisfied. Are you jealous? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, a hint of bravado in his tone. Huh, why should your flirtations concern me? I merely feel pity for your fiancée, entangled with a cad such as you. What is it that makes you so appealing? Though her haughty demeanor suggested disdain for Xiao Ming. The moment she instinctively began to say this, Emperor, it was evident her composure was somewhat unsettled. In response to Feng Xianhuang's remarks, Su Qingyue interjected, nearly causing Feng Xianhuang and Yun Ling to sputter in disbelief. Incredible, truly unmatched. Despite her fiancé's blatant disrespect, she still seeks to defend him. This is not how one should exhibit infatuation. It is with grave suspicion that I consider the possibility that should Su Qingyue witness any misconduct between Xiao Ming and Ling Ruoxuan, she would not only remain unperturbed but might even lend her support. What has this rogue done to make such a paragon of virtue so infatuated? Ha ha, my dear Qingyue, you truly have won my heart. Hearing Su Qingyue's unwavering support, Xiao Ming was deeply moved. Unable to contain himself, he seized Su Qingyue and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. It is official, I am a rogue. From this moment forth, I shall fully embrace my true nature and become a responsible man. Xiao Ming you. After being kissed passionately, Su Qingyue stood frozen, her cheeks visibly flushed. A delightful, tingling sensation enveloped her, nearly causing her to collapse into his embrace. So this is what it feels like to be loved? Truly blissful. Goodness. Is this the young sovereign? Having just professed his feelings and kissed the peak leader, he now turns his affections toward the most cherished beauty of the Jade Maiden Peak? Is it truly sufficient to be handsome and gifted to act as one pleases? If life could be so, I would have no regrets. Sisters, remember our motto. Tears may dampen our resolve, but we vow not to be deceived by men. That woman is a disgrace to us. We shall establish a society to denounce her behavior and awaken the strong female spirit within us all. For heaven's sake, I am not lacking in allure either. Why does senior brother Xiao not kiss me? What a man of poor taste. I shall join this society. As the intimacy between Xiao Ming and Su Qingyue unfolded, another uproar erupted on the deck of the spirit boat. Zhang Hao's fists were clenched tightly, his visage contorted with rage. The overwhelming jealousy and fury nearly propelled him to confront Xiao Ming. He never anticipated that after boldly declaring his feelings to Ling Ruoxuan, Xiao Ming would brazenly kiss Su Qingyue in broad daylight. What troubled him the most was that Su Qingyue not only exhibited no anger or rejection, but instead wore an expression of sheer happiness and contentment. What could possibly justify this? Once they entered the Ghost Sha's secret realm, he was determined to eliminate Xiao Ming and seize Su Qingyue for himself. Tears dampened his pig's trotter rice as he vowed to earn 1,000,000. Dear esteemed figures, after reading this, please remember to click on a free little gift. Allowing the little fish to savor some pig's trotter rice first, and the lady's attire is presented. Chapter 60, Gathering of Heroes in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Provocation from the 9 Nether Demon Sect. The 10,000 Great Mountains, a colossal range spanning millions of miles in the northern Xian realm, harbors numerous coveted celestial materials and treasures, as well as the relics of many powerful beings from ancient times to the present. Deep within the northeastern part of the 10,000 Great Mountains lies a valley perpetually shrouded in miasma. Even the mightiest beings of the Cangyuan Realm dare not venture lightly into its depths. This location marks the entrance to the Ghost Sha's secret realm. Due to the existence of the Ghost Sha's secret realm, the valley is not only engulfed by sinister energy but also conceals numerous ferocious high-tier demon beasts. Even the strongest of the Holy Realm would hesitate to linger here. However, on this day, as a ripple of spatial waves spread across the valley, a silver-white Xian vessel emerged, resembling a colossal beast. The terrifying pressure was akin to a tsunami, instantly enveloping an area of several hundred miles, causing even the demon beasts to emit low growls as they raised their bloodthirsty heads from their hiding places in the forest. Flee. Driven by their instinct for survival, they hurriedly retreated from the valley's vicinity. This Xian vessel was none other than the heavenly Xian sacred spirit vessel of the Fuyao sacred land. Is this the Ghost Sha's secret realm? Standing on the deck of the sacred spirit vessel, Xiao Ming gazed down into the vast valley, resembling a gaping, terrifying abyss. He immediately utilized his true eye to inspect the area. Ghost Sha's secret realm. a special realm formed from fragments of a continent that drifted from beyond, containing incomplete world origins and unique rules of power. Upon reading the information that appeared before him, Xiao Ming's brow furrowed slightly. This was largely consistent with the descriptions provided by the Fuyao sacred land, revealing no useful information. It seemed that only by entering the depths of the secret realm could he uncover greater mysteries. After a brief examination that yielded little insight, Xiao Ming chose to abandon the inquiry and glanced at Feng Xianwang. This woman was, after all, the Reincarnated Empress. And perhaps she had entered the secret realm in her previous life. Thus, as long as he followed her lead, the situation would become significantly easier. However, this woman had hardly acknowledged him since he kissed Su Qingwei, leaving Xiao Ming feeling somewhat disheartened. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Many techniques were beyond his current capabilities, so he could only select a few useful ones to comprehend. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that you, Fuyao sacred land, would be the first to arrive? Not long after Xiao Ming settled into his meditation, a hearty laugh echoed through the void. Immediately following, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a purplish-red dragon emerged, dragging a magnificent palanquin, twisting through the miasma with great force. The frightening pressure caused many on the deck to turn and gaze in its direction. It was the Deqian Holy Dynasty. To his surprise, they were the second to arrive, their display rivaling that of his own. Observing the grand dragon-drawn palace, many disciples on the deck began to murmur. And Xiao Ming curiously lifted his gaze. Images from the intelligence provided by the Fuyao sacred land surfaced in his mind. The purple flood dragon palanquin. This was one of the 4 sacred palanquins of the Deqian Holy Dynasty, crafted from sacred materials, and the dragon was a guardian beast raised by the royal family, possessing the strength of the 4th level of the Holy Realm. Moreover, leading this expedition was General Meng Zhan, a formidable figure of the Deqian Holy Dynasty who had reached the 7th level of the Holy Realm. Among the intelligence, one individual caught Xiao Ming's attention, the 9th Prince, Yang Yuanqing, who possessed an unparalleled sword heart and was a natural-born king of the sword path. Considered the most monstrous talent of this generation in the Deqian Holy Dynasty. As for the others, Xiao Ming felt little inclination to remember. Giggling, it was said that the master of Unipeak, known as the White Lotus Fairy of the Fuyao sacred land, had not only lost her purity to a boy named Xiao Ming but had also been forcefully kissed by him in front of many not long ago. Was there any truth to this? Amidst a surge of demonic energy, a ghostly white skeletal Xian vessel appeared in the sky like a phantom. The chilling demonic energy surged like waves, sweeping in all directions. The alarming might caused the members of the Fuyao sacred land and the Deqian Holy Dynasty to change their expressions, fearing that the other side intended to instigate conflict upon arrival. Enough. As the demonic energy surged toward the heavenly Xian sacred spirit vessel, a cold voice echoed, and a terrifying pressure erupted from the spirit vessel. This wave of demonic energy was swiftly halted, and a striking figure materialized in the air, none other than Ling Ruoxuan. Haha. You, who have always despised men, have actually relied on a man's essence to break through to the 8th level of the Holy Realm. Not only that, but you even sent him a token to join the Fuyao sacred land, and you did not resist when he kissed you in front of everyone. Ling Ruoxuan. Where has your pride and aloofness gone? As Ling Ruoxuan appeared, a captivating figure emerged atop the skeletal Xian vessel of the 9 Nether Demon sect, none other than Yi Xilan, whom Xiao Ming had encountered before. Her words left many trial participants on the deck of the heavenly Xian sacred spirit vessel in shock. They had thought that Xiao Ming's kiss on Ling Ruoxuan had been explosive enough, but to discover that this peak master had also been intimate with him was simply jaw-dropping. Yet, due to Ling Ruoxuan's status and overwhelming presence, no one dared to speak out on the deck, knowing that to do so would lead to dire consequences. What concern is it of yours? Ling Ruoxuan shot a cold glance at Yi Xilan and then directed her gaze toward the skeletal Xian vessel. Where is the extreme desire demon lord? Let him come out. More than half a month ago, she had fought the blood dragon pattern python for the blood blue lotus. And after slaying the beast, she had been schemed against by the extreme desire demon lord during her moment of weakness, nearly leading her to utter ruin. This debt would not be easily forgotten. Unexpectedly, my dragon lust yin-yang powder would ultimately benefit a mere boy. As Ling Ruoxuan's words fell, the extreme desire demon lord also appeared aboard the skeletal Xian vessel, identifying him as the 7th guardian of the 9 Nether Demon sect. Though his cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Holy Realm, his peculiar and nefarious poison made many Holy Realm cultivators wary. Masterling, please remain calm. It is not wise to provoke them now. As the extreme desire demon lord made his entrance, Su Biqing appeared beside Ling Ruoxuan, speaking gravely. Ling Ruoxuan understood this. Yet her icy gaze remained fixed on the extreme desire demon lord, her eyes betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. She merely wished to ascertain whether this fellow was part of the leadership of the Nine Nether Demon sect and had no intention of taking action at this moment. As she observed the tense standoff between several powerful beings of the Holy Realm, Xiao Ming's expression turned icy. His gaze swept over the skeletal Xian vessel, ultimately settling on two individuals, a gaunt youth clad in a blood-red robe and a cold, masked woman in black. These two were likely among the most monstrous talents within the Nine Nether Demon sect. Should he encounter either these prodigious figures or any other members of the Nine Nether Demon sect within the Ghost Xia secret realm, they would all be dispatched to the Human Emperor's banner. Boom. Just as Xiao Ming's murderous intent flared within him. The void erupted with a thunderous roar as two Xian vessels simultaneously tore through the fabric of space. Before me lies the remaining sacred lands of the five great sanctuaries, the sacred land of Yaokuan and the sacred land of Tai. Chapter 61. The reunion of two brothers, the overwhelming confidence of the younger sibling. To the left, a resplendent golden vessel resembling a colossal golden-winged Kuanping soared through the void. Its scales and feathers intricately carved. The air warped and shattered in its wake, an awe-inspiring spectacle. This was the flying Kuan spirit vessel of the Yao Kuan sacred land. A treasure of remarkable quality, classified as a mid-grade artifact of the saintly tier, enhanced by the engraved formations and restrictions upon it. This vessel could withstand even the might of late-stage saintly realm practitioners, underscoring the profound heritage of the Yao Kuan sacred land compared to its counterparts. On the deck stood a youth, regal as a celestial deity, surveying the world below. His vitality radiated like a vast furnace, almost transforming the void into a blazing sun. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura of invincibility, setting him apart from the numerous challengers around him. This individual was none other than Yunfei, the most extraordinary prodigy of the Yao Kuan sacred land of this generation. To the right, a vessel akin to a towering sword loomed, emanating a terrifying edge. Its body shimmered in silver gray, adorned with numerous formations and restrictions, while 18 massive swords floated nearby, serving as formidable guardians of this vessel. This was the heavenly sword spirit vessel of the Tai sacred land, a treasure rivaling the heavenly Xian spirit vessel. Once activated, the 18 swords could form a lethal sword formation, ensnaring even late-stage saintly realm practitioners, leaving them skinned alive. Upon the heavenly sword spirit vessel stood a youth with a commanding gaze at the bow, radiating an overwhelming presence. His vitality surged like a true dragon, as if he were destined to be the supreme ruler of this realm, compelling all peers to bow before him. This individual was Xiaoren. Could it be that this fellow has recovered? Upon seeing Xiaoren standing atop the heavenly sword spirit vessel, Xiao Ming's face exhibited a flicker of astonishment. That day, Xiaoren had his supreme bone shattered by him. In Xiao Ming's view, with the destruction of the supreme bone, Xiaoren's physical form should have been rendered useless. He had not anticipated that merely a dozen days later, Xiaoren would be restored. It seemed that the old ghost of Huiyun must have paid a devastating price to assist Xiaoren in remaking his body. The purpose behind such an endeavor must be to seize Xiaoren's body. With this realization, the brother before him might not be the genuine article. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ming activated his true sight, casting a glance at Xiaoren. His pupils involuntarily constricted. He had not been seized. Under the scrutiny of the true sight, the mysteries surrounding Xiaoren were laid bare before him. The supreme bone had integrated into his very being, transforming his body into a supreme form. Though a peculiar soul fluctuation emanated from his brow, it was not the holy soul fluctuation of the old ghost of Huiyun. It belonged to Xiaoren himself. So it was. His soul had metamorphosed into a soul devourer. No wonder he had not been seized. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Ming discerned the clues, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The soul devourer was a formidable and fearsome entity, enough to instill dread in countless beings. Yet, in his eyes, it was the perfect material for forging the soul of the Emperor's banner. Clearly, his brother's transformation was aimed directly at the Emperor's banner. Xiao Ming. As Xiao Ming fixed his gaze upon Xiaoren, the latter sensed it, turning his attention toward the heavenly Xian spirit vessel. Upon seeing a familiar face, a terrifying aura erupted from him, an uncontrollable killing intent surging forth. At that moment, his supreme form awakened, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The other prominent figures present could hardly believe their eyes. With even Yunfaping wearing an expression of grave concern and astonishment, clearly taken aback by the explosive vitality and supreme aura emanating from this once-defeated individual. At long last, we meet again. This time, I shall personally shatter every bone in your body, forcing you to kneel before me in a futile plea for life. Recalling the humiliation endured days prior and the looming specter of death, Xiao Ming roared with a fierce countenance. Were it not for the last vestiges of rationality in his mind, he would have charged onto the heavenly Xian spirit vessel to eliminate Xiao Ming. But that is merely the delusion of a defeated foe. If I could defeat you once, I can do so countless times. This time, even if a saintly king were to protect you, I shall ensure your utter demise. Observing Xiao Ming's twisted expression, Xiao Ming remained unfazed, as though he were merely watching a jester. Ha ha ha. You think I shall fall utterly? In our last encounter, you gained the upper hand, but this time, I have undergone an unprecedented transformation, powerful enough to instill despair in you. Once we enter the ghost-killing secret realm, you will grasp the chasm that separates us, as vast as the luminous moon against the night sky. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Ming's expression contorted, and he burst into maniacal laughter. This left Xiao Ming feeling somewhat exasperated. It appeared that this younger brother was so desperate to defeat him that he had become somewhat deranged, deriving ecstasy even from mere verbal sparring. To possess such a brother was indeed a disgrace for him in this lifetime. Feeling a sense of ennui, Xiao Ming chose to disregard his brother, shifting his gaze to Yunfaping, who not only bore the ancient Kuanping bloodline but also possessed a rare dual-pupil physique. This individual's strength was likely on par with Xiao Ming's. How dare he ignore me? Seeing Xiao Ming overlook him in favor of Yunfaping, Xiao Ming's temples throbbed with fury. His gaze turned icy as he directed his murderous intent toward Yunfaping, unabashedly revealing his animosity. How could he disregard me? Turning his attention to another? Does he believe this person to be stronger than me? If so, once we enter the ghost-killing secret realm, I shall eliminate this fellow first, allowing my elder brother to witness that not just anyone can be compared to me. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Ming, Yunfaping's gaze sharpened, unflinchingly meeting Xiao Ming's stare. He recalled that he had not wronged this individual, yet here he was, facing such hostility. Did this man perceive him as a soft target? Regardless, it mattered not. Once he entered the ghost-killing secret realm, he would sweep away all opposition. All present forces, regardless of their standing, would merely serve as stepping stones for him. Little did he expect that he would reappear. Was it fate's design to restore the original course? As Yunfaping and Xiao Ming locked eyes, Feng Xianhuang, with a grave expression, raised her head, her gaze flickering uncertainly toward Xiao Ming. Days prior, Xiao Ming had his supreme bone shattered by Xiao Ming, and she had assumed he would be unable to partake in the trials of the ghost-killing secret realm. Thus, she believed the competition for the seven-colored evil would fall to her and Xiao Ming, both transcendents in their own right. Yet, to her astonishment, Xiao Ming had resurfaced, and he had grown stronger. This led Feng Xianhuang to ponder whether fate was indeed mending the threads of causality. If that were the case, the ghost-killing secret realm might harbor unforeseen changes, and she and Xiao Ming could find themselves in peril. Chapter 62. Should you dare to make any moves, I shall seize the opportunity to punish you. What troubles you? Your countenance appears so grave. Could there be an unforeseen event looming? Perceiving the change in Feng Xianhuang's expression, Xiao Ming immediately associated it with something significant and solemnly inquired, "What troubles you?" "I cannot disclose much," she replied, "but I feel a profound unease in the depths of my being. As for the events of my past life, I am unable to reveal further details. For now, we must take each step as it comes." Xiao Ming, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. After all, being in the company of Feng Xianhuang would allow him to benefit from the intelligence she possessed. Suddenly, as Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang conversed, the valley below trembled violently, releasing a surge of ominous energy. The entire ground quaked, as if some ancient entity were awakening. This sight caused the powerful figures from the 5 great sacred lands to stiffen in alarm. "Ladies and gentlemen, the ghostly fiend's secret realm is about to open. Prepare to activate the formation," proclaimed Yun Haifeng, one of the peak leaders of the Yao Kuan sacred land, whose cultivation had reached the impressive 8th level of the Saint Realm. He was also a central figure in the expedition from Yao Kuan sacred land. As Yun Haifeng finished speaking, Ling Ruoxuan emerged from the heavenly mystical spirit vessel, her own 8th level Saint Realm power surging forth. Shortly thereafter, Mingzhan from the Dacian sacred dynasty, Yi Xilan from the 9 Nether Demon sect, and Zhang Tianhong from the Tai sacred land stepped forward, each displaying similar 8th-level prowess. The terrifying aura they exuded swept across the heavens and earth, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. In the next moment, as the ominous energy erupted once more from the valley below, the 5 powerful figures of the Saint Realm settled into the void, each conjuring a formation plate before them. The power of the sacred yuan surged violently into the plates, creating 5 beams of light that pierced the heavens. Intricate formation patterns spread through the valley like a spider's web, ultimately forming a grand array that sealed off the area. The overwhelming force of the formation sent shivers down the spines of even the Saint Kings. A Saint King-level formation. Xiao Ming's gaze sharpened as he beheld the array before him. This was indeed the formation he had heard about, a Saint King-level array set up by the 5 sacred lands to control the ghostly fiend's secret realm. Once activated, the formation would create a world of its own, making it exceedingly difficult for even Saint Kings to penetrate from the outside. It would not only secure the entrance to the ghostly fiend's secret realm, but also prevent the beast of the 100,000 mountains from causing chaos during its opening. As the formation solidified, the ominous energy within the valley erupted for a 3rd time, and a strange spatial vortex materialized, rapidly expanding to over 100 feet in size. Filled with eerie roars that hinted at unspeakable horrors, heightening the tension among the onlookers. The ghostly fiend's secret realm, while containing opportunities for profound transformation that could lead to the creation of perfect celestial realms, was also rife with peril, boasting a death rate exceeding 70%. In some instances, it had even reached a staggering 90%. Yet, despite these dangers, every opening of the ghostly fiend's secret realm drew throngs of adventurers. For the chance to forge a perfect celestial realm could elevate one to a position of prominence in the Eastern domain. No talented individual could resist such temptation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 5 Saint Realm experts continually shifted their hand seals, channeling the formation to stabilize the newly formed entrance. Meanwhile, the other 5 Saint Realm experts meditated in the void, guarding their peers and guiding the young elites into the vortex. As time passed, the entrance vortex was firmly secured at the valley's mouth through the formation's influence. The expressions of the powerful figures turned grave as they commanded the crowd. Enter the secret realm. Remember to adhere to its rules. You must emerge alive. After these words, numerous individuals surged forth, akin to a swarm of locusts. Plunging into the vortex. Xiao Ming, I will await you within the secret realm. I hope you do not perish too soon. With a chilling glance directed at Xiao Ming, Xiaoren hurled himself into the vortex after speaking. Xiao Ming merely cast a detached glance at Xiaoren, then grasped Su Qingyue's hand and turned to Feng Xianwang. Let us proceed. Upon entering the secret realm's entrance, they would be randomly transported to any location within, but as long as they held hands. No more than 5 individuals would be separated. This was a beneficial rule allowing newcomers to band together initially. Feng Xianhuang glanced at Xiao Ming, then extended her delicate hand. Upon seeing her translucent, jade-like palm, a subtle smile graced Xiao Ming's lips as he interlaced his fingers with hers. In that instant, he distinctly felt the Empress tremble slightly, a flush creeping onto her cheeks, though she quickly suppressed it. If you dare to make any untoward movements, I shall find an opportunity to render you incapable. Feng Xianwang warned coldly, sensing Xiao Ming's fingers twitching, seemingly intending to draw circles on her hand. This elicited a slight twitch from the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth. Such fiery temperament, indeed. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would not hesitate to tease her, compelling her to shed tears and plead against his advances. Let us go. After allowing a moment of mischievous contemplation, Xiao Ming urged Su Qingyue, who then took hold of Yunling's hand. Without hesitation, they followed the throng and plunged into the vortex. The next moment, accompanied by a dizzying spiral, Xiao Ming and the others plummeted from the sky, landing in a forest within the ghostly fiend's secret realm. This place resembles the outside world, Xiao Ming murmured, surveying his surroundings. Yet, he was acutely aware not to underestimate the dangers lurking within the ghostly fiend's secret realm, for it was far more perilous than the outside world. Should one disregard its rules, even those with a chaotic physique and numerous hidden trump cards could meet a grim fate. Hearing Xiao Ming's murmur, Feng Xianwang's expression turned serious as she reminded him, nightfall approaches. We must swiftly locate shelter, otherwise, we shall perish once darkness descends. Casting a glance at the horizon where the sun bled red, signaling the imminent engulfing of the realm by night, Xiao Ming's countenance turned grave. Recalling the rules of the secret realm, the first rule stated that when darkness fell, the fiends within the ghostly fiend's secret realm would become active. Bolstered by the realm's rules, rendering their combat capabilities twice as formidable as during the day. Conversely, the strength of external invaders would be suppressed by 30%. Thus, they had to find shelter, the dwelling of the original inhabitants of this fragmented world, to withstand the onslaught of fiends during the night. However, the effectiveness of such shelter depended on the potency of the inscribed ghostly fiend runes. If they were not sufficiently powerful, even the sanctuary could be breached. As for the rule against clustering, it dictated that if 5 individuals were to exist within a Tinjong radius simultaneously, it would trigger a fluctuation in the realm, releasing a signal that would attract all fiends within 100 miles to hunt them down. Furthermore, if 5 individuals entered a single sanctuary, the inscribed ghostly fiend runes would become ineffective, meaning no sanctuary, regardless of its size or strength, could accommodate 5 external invaders simultaneously. Lastly, it was warned that regardless of location, whether in the wilderness or within a sanctuary, the sound of inexplicable weeping would signify danger. The text refers to a mysterious gray mist that emerges within the devilish secret realm. Upon entering this mist, one's physical body becomes subject to erosion and may even be devoured by the eerie creatures lurking within. Even a sanctuary cannot shield against the corrosion of this mist. Thus, one must flee at the earliest opportunity. It is imperative to avoid entering it. Moreover, this mist will gradually engulf the entire devilish secret realm within a span of 10 days. The exit to the secret realm will only appear amidst the soul patch of pure land when the mist is about to consume everything. Of course, these 4 rules are merely the foundational principles of the devilish secret realm. There are other astonishing elements, such as the ability to extract crystal cores from the demon creatures slain within, which, when consumed, can rapidly restore one's cultivation. Elite demons marked with special runes, when defeated, can bestow the power of the secret realm. Some abilities may double one's combat strength, while others might enhance defense or recovery, each possessing unique and beneficial qualities. Even more intriguingly, these abilities can be inherited. If someone defeats an elite demon marked with special runes and subsequently falls to another intruder, that power will transfer to the latter. Furthermore, apart from abilities of the same type, others can be stacked, remaining effective until the secret realm closes. Thus, many challengers, upon entering the secret realm, seek not only the celestial malevolence but also hunt various elite demons or practitioners adorned with special runes, amassing the power of the secret realm to secure their survival. In summary, the rules and gameplay of this devilish secret realm resemble a survival game akin to a battle royale. As they recollected the rules and survival tactics of the devilish secret realm, Xiao Ming cast a glance around, suggesting in a solemn tone that they should depart from the forest, which likely harbored no sanctuaries. Just as he spoke, a ripple erupted from the void, and several figures materialized before them, mere 10 paces away. An eerie wave radiated from this center, swiftly expanding outward. Ha ha ha, is this indeed the devilish secret realm? This time, I, Zhang shall seize the 5-color malevolence and become a core disciple of the Yaoquan sacred land. One of the figures exclaimed loudly as the ripple spread. Not good, there are people around us. Before Zhang could finish his triumphant laughter, the other 3 noticed Xiao Ming and his companions not far away, their expressions turning pale. Before they could establish a safe distance, a cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted from the mountains, unleashing a wave of terrifying malevolence. In the next moment, tendrils burst forth from the ground like tentacles, surging towards Xiao Ming and his group. Shadows lurking in the forest revealed translucent creatures, emanating an eerie black aura, resembling vengeful spirits as they charged toward them. Moreover, fearsome beings emerged from the underbrush, and monstrous birds swooped down from the sky. In an instant, Xiao Ming and his companions found themselves encircled by a frenzy of demons and spirits. Zhang was soon engulfed by several ethereal creatures, his body impaled by a terrifying beast resembling a porcupine, leaving him suspended on the tusks of a wild boar, emitting a dreadful scream. The phrase falling into a box involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Ming's mind, as Zhang resembled a player in a battle royale game, dropping into the center of the city only to be instantly eliminated. Form a united defense. Witnessing Zhang demise, the other 3 shouted, unleashing their power as they rushed towards Xiao Ming and his companions. They were all disciples of the Yaoquan sacred land, descending into the devilish secret realm in search of the 5-color malevolence to reconstruct the cave heaven, only to find themselves in peril upon entry. It was as if they were fated to miss out on the spoils. Their luck truly turned against them. Get lost, observing their actions in the multitude of demons advancing. Xiao Ming's expression hardened. As his voice fell, chaotic true fire melded with his blood essence, transforming into a blood and chaos dragon that swept through the surroundings. Numerous demons were reduced to ashes upon impact, and even the 3 challengers were sent flying. Breakthrough. Finding sanctuary is paramount, as Xiao Ming unleashed his true dragon technique. Feng Xianwang stepped forward, igniting the phoenix true fire, merging it with her blood essence to form a crimson flame phoenix, engaging fiercely with the demons. The strength of these demons exceeded the realm of cave heaven, and should they become entangled, they risked being overwhelmed. As night fell, the power of these creatures would double, posing a threat even to her and Xiao Ming. As Feng Xianhuang spoke, Su Qingyue and Yunling erupted forth with their own powers, merging their true essence with their blood to create a dazzling sword light, joining the fray with their twin swords. They fought fiercely, rallying around Xiao Ming as they surged in a singular direction. "No, save us!" Seeing Xiao Ming and the others attempt to escape, the 3 disciples from the Yao Kuan sacred land cried out in despair, each unleashing their power in an effort to follow. However, their insufficient strength rendered them helpless against the onslaught of demons that engulfed them. They never anticipated encountering such terrifying creatures upon entering the devilish secret realm, and within mere moments, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Despite being esteemed disciples of the Yao Kuan sacred land, among the elite in the North Xin realm, they were now at the mercy of these monsters. Finally breaking free, Xiao Ming reflected on the malevolent essence of the devilish secret realm, realizing the gravity of their situation. After slaying over 100 demons, he signaled for his companions to take refuge in a rocky outcrop on a cliff, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. These demons were formidable, the weakest among them residing in the 4th or 5th realm of cave heaven, while the strongest reached the 7th or 8th realm. Had it not been for his and Feng Xianhuang's exceptional prowess, escaping such a deadly ambush would have been nearly impossible. How are these demons even stronger than before, and so bloodthirsty and frenzied? As Xiao Ming took a breath, Feng Xianhuang's expression turned grave. The demons she encountered now were far beyond her previous recollections, and their numbers had swelled significantly. Could it be that after her rebirth, the world's trajectory had shifted, altering many circumstances? The devilish secret realm, too, must have undergone significant changes. "Brother Xiao Ming, look over there. Isn't that a sanctuary?" While Feng Xianwang pondered, Su Qingwei suddenly pointed in a direction, her voice filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang were taken aback and turned to follow Su Qingyue's gaze. There, at the foot of the mountain, stood a small wooden cabin, emanating a faint golden glow, inscribed with numerous mysterious runes. Indeed, it is a sanctuary. Upon sighting the cabin, both Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, they rushed towards it. As dusk deepens, the encroaching night prepares to engulf the earth. They can distinctly sense a mysterious force of rules stirring to life, as if they are encumbered by unseen shackles. Whether it be their vitality, true essence, or soul power, all become increasingly heavy and sluggish under this enigmatic influence. By the time night fully descends, this force will awaken entirely, suppressing their overall strength by 30%, while enhancing the prowess of monsters and demons twofold. In such dire circumstances, if they were to encounter another wave of malevolent spirits as before, their survival would be perilous at best. In mere moments, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang rushed to the foot of the mountain. Before them stood a modest wooden cabin, capable of accommodating 4 individuals at most. The peculiar runes etched upon it seemed foreign to the realm of Cangyuan. As he scrutinized the cabin, an incredulous expression crossed Xiao Ming's face. Even the fragments of array inheritance from the Elder of Annihilation he possessed could not decipher the nature of these runes. Either this was a symbol the Elder had never encountered, or the inheritance he received was incomplete, lacking the Elder's insights regarding these runes. "Let us enter," he urged Feng Xianwang and the others, unable to unveil the cabin's mysteries. The runes emanated a mysterious power that appeared innately capable of countering negative forces. If he were to comprehend them, it could provide him with a formidable advantage. However, with nightfall upon them, any further contemplation must wait until daylight. Ha! A sanctuary. Truly. Heaven does not forsake those in need. I, Zhang Hao, am indeed favored by fortune. Just as Xiao Ming and the others were about to enter the cabin, a loud, boisterous laughter echoed from above the cliff, and several figures landed on the opposite side of the cabin. It was none other than Zhang Hao, the saintly heir of the Fuyo Holy Land, accompanied by 3 renowned core disciples, Chen Pingxi, Li Qingyang, and Zhang Tianming, who were formidable presences ranked among the top 10 of the previous generation. Looks like trouble has arrived, Xiao Ming thought, his brow furrowed upon hearing the laughter and spotting the approaching figures. Feng Xianwang and Su Qingwei shared his concern, their expressions equally troubled. Ah, there are people? It's you. As Xiao Ming cast his gaze towards Zhang Hao and his companions, they too recognized him, their faces registering surprise. We found this cabin first. Perhaps you should seek another refuge, Zhang Hao asserted without preamble. Xiao Ming's expression remained indifferent as he appraised them. I have no desire for idle chatter. As fellow disciples of Fuyo, I will permit you to leave in peace to seek another sanctuary. Should you insist on conflict, do not expect me to show mercy. At Xiao Ming's words, Zhang Hao's demeanor darkened. Xiao Ming, Fengxian Wang, and the others from Yuna Peak, so you are the rising stars of this generation. Do you not understand the importance of yielding to your seniors? Yielding? Xiao Ming scoffed. I have no intention of wasting breath on you. You are welcome to leave peacefully. But if you choose to provoke us, do not expect any brotherly compassion. Fengxian Wang stood silently beside Xiao Ming, her gaze icy as she regarded the newcomers. While Su Qingyue and Yun Ling stepped forward, also casting cold looks at Chen Pingji and the others. The cabin was their only refuge. To relinquish it would mean venturing into the perilous night, where survival was far from guaranteed. In the face of death, all are equal. And they were not saints to retreat easily. Ha! Truly the epitome of arrogance for the rising youth of this generation. What an audacious stance you take. Zhang Hao stepped forward, his aura growing increasingly menacing before fixing his gaze upon Su Qingyue. Qingyue, I am devoted to you, yet you remain oblivious to my affections. Instead favoring a scoundrel who brazenly kisses other women before your eyes. I cannot fathom why you are so infatuated with him, even at the cost of your dignity. Mind your own business. What right do you have to speak of my brother Xiao Ming? Su Qingyue retorted fiercely, interrupting Zhang Hao before he could continue. She could tolerate Zhang Hao's insults toward her, but she would not allow him to demean Xiao Ming. Ah, well, I lack the qualifications. Zhang Hao's expression shifted. As if provoked by Su Qingyue's harsh words, his cultivation and vitality surged explosively, transforming him into a being radiating a terrifying heat. I intended to offer you a chance to join me in seeking the seven-colored evil, but since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Kill them. Leave Su Qingyue alive, but deal with the others. With his command, a formidable surge of vitality erupted behind Zhang Hao, manifesting as a golden crow descending from above. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Xiao Ming, an onslaught so fearsome that even those of the cave heaven realm would tremble in fear. Seeking death. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's brazen challenge and witnessing his aggressive advance, Xiao Ming let out a cold snort, summoning his own power. His vitality and chaotic true fire fused into a fiery dragon, surging forth with a mighty punch aimed at Zhang Hao. Boom. As the fiery dragon collided with the golden crow, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted, akin to a tsunami. Zhang Hao was sent flying, his right arm disintegrating as if struck by a watermelon. Chen Pingji and the others stood in stunned disbelief. How could someone as formidable as Zhang Hao be so easily overpowered, reduced to a mere fraction of his strength by Xiao Ming in a single exchange? No, this cannot be. As the pain radiated from his shattered arm, Zhang Hao's face contorted in agony. He could scarcely believe that, despite possessing the Holy Sun physique and practicing a royal-level technique, he would prove so feeble before Xiao Ming. I had considered sparing your lives. But now you shall be the offerings for the human sovereign sword. With a chilling gaze, Xiao Ming summoned a sinister, bone-chilling sword emanating a dark aura, the Soul-Devouring sword. However, he deemed the name unappealing, opting instead for the more imposing title of the human sovereign sword. The dark aura was merely the rich essence of primordial purple energy, not evil magic, albeit with a slightly darker hue. As his thoughts coalesced, Xiao Ming's terrifying vitality, chaotic true fire, and soul power merged into the human sovereign sword, which erupted with a fearsome wave of sword energy. It transformed into a ferocious dragon of demonic energy, charging forth to vanquish Zhang Hao and his companions. This is a righteous artifact, albeit with a somewhat fearsome appearance, Zhang Hao exclaimed. His face twisted with desperation as the dragon of the human sovereign sword bore down upon him. A mirror materialized before him, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy, the great sun heavenly wheel mirror. This royal-level treasure, discovered in an ancient ruin, retained a material strength beyond that of many holy weapons. Despite its fractured state, as the great sun heavenly wheel mirror absorbed his true essence and vitality, it radiated a terrifying power, awakening a remnant of holy king energy within. Yet, before this power could fully manifest, the secret realm trembled violently, and a force of rules descended with overwhelming might. Suppress this mirror with all your might. Boom. Unable to unleash power beyond the limitations of the secret realm, the great sun heavenly wheel mirror ultimately could not withstand the might of the emperor's sword. As the Emperor's sword collided with the Great Sun Heavenly Wheel mirror, the mirror was effortlessly sent flying. No, we are the same sect. You cannot let the Great Sun Heavenly Wheel mirror be struck away. In the face of mortal peril, Zhang Hao attempted to activate his protective talisman. However, under the suppression of the Secret Realm's regulations, these powerful trump cards capable of unleashing the might of the Celestial Realm lost their efficacy at this critical moment. Thus, Zhang Hao could only be pierced through by the Emperor's sword without the option to evade. A bizarre scene unfolded. In the instant the Emperor's sword pierced through him, Zhang Hao's form withered away, his flesh and essence devoured entirely. His body, reduced to a desiccated corpse, exploded into ashes. Even his soul was drawn into the center of Xiao Ming's forehead by an unknown force. Only a storage ring and tattered clothing fell to the ground. Xiao Ming, you actually killed Zhang Hao. The Holy Master will not let you off the hook when he learns of this. Witnessing Zhang Hao perish in mere moments, leaving not even a hair behind, his physical form reduced to mere ashes, and his soul consumed by an unknown power, Chen Pingji and the others cried out in terror. In the wake of their words, without hesitation, they unleashed their powers and rushed into the forest. Yet, before the three could escape, terrifying fluctuations of true essence erupted from three directions, revealing Feng Xianwang, Su Qingwei, and Yun Ling, who had already surrounded them in a triangular formation, ensuring that within a Tinjiang radius, no 5 individuals could be present simultaneously. With a thunderous roar, rest assured, the Holy Master will not know, Xiao Ming said coldly, as he formed seals with his hands to control the Emperor's sword, beginning to harvest Chen Pingji and the others like a hunter. No, Xiao Ming, may you suffer a terrible fate. Amidst their desperate cries, fueled by blood and true essence, even as Chen Pingji and the others unleashed their strongest attacks, they felt as fragile as ants in the face of Xiao Ming's full force wielding the Emperor's sword. In a brief moment, such a terrifying sight left Feng Xianwang and Su Qingwei aghast, completely unprepared for the revelation that Xiao Ming harbored such a dreadful and wicked weapon, an imperial weapon. Staring intently at the soul-devouring sword for quite some time, Feng Xianhuang's breath quickened. She discerned the underlying truth of the sword. After slaying Zhang Hao and the others, the sword indeed emanated fluctuations of loss. There could be no mistake. This was undoubtedly the power of an imperial weapon. Yet, she found it perplexing why this imperial weapon's might was so pitifully weak, failing to unleash power beyond the secret realm. Nevertheless, Xiao Ming managed to annihilate Zhang Hao and the others into ashes, leveraging the material of this imperial weapon and its extraordinarily peculiar devouring ability. Night had fallen. We must enter quickly. Just as Feng Xianwang was about to inquire further, Xiao Ming observed the night had completely engulfed the secret realm. With his strength suppressed by 30%, he promptly addressed Feng Xianwang and the others. After speaking, he gestured to gather the remnants of Zhang Hao and the others before swiftly entering a small wooden cabin. Feng Xianwang, Su Qingwei, and the others followed without hesitation. As the wooden door closed, a series of eerie howls echoed throughout the secret realm. Countless demons and monsters crawled out from the shadows, both above and below. One could witness these fiends, even more bloodthirsty and savage than in daylight. Some outsiders, caught alone and unable to reach the sanctuary in time, could only scream in agony as they fell prey to these creatures. Regardless of their strength, they ultimately met their demise amidst the monstrous tide. Even outside the small wooden cabin, Xiao Ming and the others sensed the presence of lurking monsters, roaring and attempting to break in to tear them apart. However, as the runes inscribed upon the cabin erupted with a dazzling golden light, these monsters were left reeling from a heavy blow, ultimately abandoning their assault to wander around the cabin. The night truly proved to be an insurmountable foe. Sensing the strength of the creatures outside, a grave expression crossed Xiao Ming's face. Although he possessed the Emperor's sword and the Emperor's banner, invoking these treasures would still make survival in the wilderness exceedingly difficult. After all, under the constraints of the secret realm's laws, these two imperial weapons could not unleash power beyond their limits, and his blood and soul force were not infinite. Once exhausted, even the chaos body would perish. This ghostly fiend's secret realm was indeed perilous. As he murmured, Xiao Ming took out a luminous pearl to illuminate the small wooden cabin, only to discover it resembled a miniature tent, containing nothing but a few blood-stained ropes. Feng Xianwang and Su Qingwei exchanged puzzled glances with him. What is it? Is there blood on my face? Noticing the girl's gazes, Xiao Ming touched his face, puzzled. No. It's just that the sword you wielded earlier, brother Xiao Ming, is terrifying, even more so than some dark artifacts. Could it control your mind? Su Qingwei replied. Shaking her head, her tone tinged with anxiety. Generally speaking, the more sinister an object, the easier it is for malevolence to sprout. Once a demonic weapon nurtures its wickedness, it can turn against its host, reducing them to a mere puppet. The sword Xiao Ming had just summoned instilled this very feeling in them. Capable of devouring the flesh and blood of living beings, growing stronger with each kill, such a thing is most prone to nurturing malevolence. Fear not. This is a righteous treasure of the orthodox path. It merely appears frightening and is somewhat intimidating to wield. In reality, it is a sword forged by the ancient emperor. A righteous blade meant to judge the sins of all beings. Hearing Su Qingyue's question, Xiao Ming spoke utter nonsense, causing Feng Xianwang and Yunling to stifle their laughter. While Su Qingyue's expression turned to one of admiration. The emperor's sword. So does this mean that, brother Xiao Ming, you have been chosen by the ancient emperor? And you are likely to become the new emperor of this era? At Su Qingyue's words, Feng Xianwang and Yunling nearly spat out blood. Looking at her in exasperation. Was this girl simply dense, or did she possess unwavering faith in Xiao Ming? Whatever he said, she believed without question. Did she not fear being deceived to the point of losing everything? Chapter 66. Did you hear the sound of a woman's weeping? This girl. Hearing Su Qingyue's innocent remarks, Xiao Ming felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, of course. You, brother Xiao Ming, bear the chaos body. And your understanding is extraordinary. You will inevitably become the emperor of this era. If you wish, you can be my empress. In saying this, Xiao Ming resembled someone soothing a child, but was Su Qingyue truly a mere child? Did she lack the ability to discern right from wrong? Certainly not. She merely cherished him, choosing to accompany him foolishly, unwavering in her belief. Thus, Xiao Ming did not mind teasing her to strengthen their bond. Empress? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Qingyue's face suddenly flushed with a rosy hue, radiating an aura of sheer bliss. The position of empress is far too lofty for her. It seems she would never ascend to such heights. However, both Sister Ruo Xian and Sister Xian Huang possess the potential to become empresses. With an overwhelming sense of fulfillment within, Su Qingyue inadvertently uttered those last words, almost causing Feng Xianhuang, who stood nearby, to blush with embarrassment. What does that mean? She is merely Xiao Ming's junior sister. When did she aspire to become his empress? Could it be that in Su Qingyue's heart, she already sees herself as his destined consort? Humph. If he wants me to be his empress, he must cultivate for another 10,000 years. With a sense of indignation, Feng Xianhuang let out a cold snort. Of course, no matter how much she protested, it would not alter Su Qingyue's perspective, nor did Xiao Ming pay any heed to the matter. Clearing his throat, he took out the storage rings belonging to Zhang Hao and the others. Let us divide the spoils, he declared. As he spoke, Xiao Ming retrieved a dazzling array of treasures from the storage rings, including numerous high-grade spirit crystals and a variety of medicinal pills. Unfortunately, the protective jade pendants were intricately linked to their original owners. Should the owner perish, even if the pendant remains unactivated, its internal seals would be destroyed. Thus, the protective pendants belonging to Zhang Hao and the others, though preserved, had become useless. The only valuables left were the spirit crystals, medicinal pills, some technique jade slips, and spiritual weapons. Brother Xiao Ming, they were slain by you. You should keep the treasures for yourself, Su Qingyue said, eyeing the bounty before her. They had merely assisted in stalling for a moment and had not exerted much effort, as the few of them had been dispatched by Xiao Ming. Therefore, it felt inappropriate to claim the spoils. It's of no concern. We are all comrades here, so there is no need for excessive formality. I shall take this mirror and this jade slip. As for the rest, you can choose as you please, Xiao Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. Though he was not overly generous, he would not be stingy with his own people. Among the treasures, the large sunwheel mirror in Zhang Hao's possession and the sacred king technique he practiced were of particular interest to him. The rest were merely trifles. Of course, for Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue, some items might still hold significance due to their cultivation attributes. Then we shall take this crimson spirit mushroom and the cold jade, Sister Yunling and I, Su Qingyue stated, her gaze flickering as she selected two treasures, thrusting one into Yunling's embrace. This prompted a twitch at the corner of Yunling's mouth. Upon hearing Yunling's remark, Su Qingyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Truthfully, she had contemplated such an idea earlier, but it was somewhat unavoidable. After all, Xiao Ming had just killed Zhang Hao, the son of the sacred land of Fu Yao and a disciple of its master. Although she shared a good relationship with Yunling, she feared the sister might act untrustworthily. It was best to pull her into the fray or have Xiao Ming take advantage of the situation. That would ensure everything was foolproof. I truly overindulged you. I can't believe you genuinely thought that, Yunling exclaimed in exasperation, pinching Su Qingwei in frustration. Over the past 6 months, she had devoted herself to this junior sister, only to find that the girl was worried she might betray Xiao Ming. Indeed, in the face of infatuation, neither the master nor the elder sister could compare to her beloved. Oh dear, sister, I merely had a fleeting thought. I know you are the best to me and would never engage in such trivial antics. I shall give you my share of the treasures. So please do not dwell on this, Su Qingwei replied, adopting a charming tone, which left Yunling feeling quite helpless. After Su Qingwei had taken her share, Feng Xianhuang did not hold back either, selecting 2 fire-attributed treasures for herself. Can we ascertain our current location within the Ghost Fiend's secret realm? After distributing the spoils, Xiao Ming waved his hand, sketching a map in the void, revealing the approximate layout of the Ghost Fiend's secret realm. This map had been drawn by those who had entered the realm and managed to return alive. However, due to the vastness of the Ghost Fiend's secret realm and the few who survived each time, the map could not be precise to within 10 miles. The realm sprawled across 100,000 miles, with each terrain differing from the last, based on the landscape they had observed during the day. We should be in the southern region of the Ghost Head Forest, Feng Xianhuang remarked, pointing to a specific location on the map. If this is indeed the case, then deep within the Ghost Head Forest, there should be a source of malevolent energy. There, we might encounter the 5-colored malevolence, alongside elite monsters bearing unique runes. Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's words, Xiao Ming's eyes brightened. While he held little interest in the 5-colored malevolence, he was highly intrigued by the elite monsters. These entities were akin to the red and blue buffs in a popular game. Acquiring them would significantly amplify one's combat prowess. They were truly coveted treasures. After all, as Han Xin once said, if he began with both the blue and red buffs, achieving a pinnacle would be no trouble at all. If he could stack multiple buffs, it would lead to absolute chaos among adversaries. In that case, let us rest for the night and venture into the depths of the Ghost Head Forest at dawn. Having resolved his thoughts, Xiao Ming addressed the others. However, as soon as he spoke, a frown creased his brow, and he cast a suspicious glance at his companions. At that moment, he heard a faint sound akin to a woman weeping, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, seeing that Feng Xianhuang and the others appeared unaffected by such a sound caused his pupils to constrict. He immediately recalled a rule mentioned in the intelligence provided by the Fuyao Sacred Land. Could it be that he had encountered this peculiar phenomenon by sheer misfortune? Feeling a surge of dread, Xiao Ming uttered a low exclamation, startling Feng Xianhuang and the others, who turned their gazes toward him with confusion. Did you hear the sound of a woman crying? As Feng Xianhuang and the others looked his way, Xiao Ming took a deep breath, his tone grave as he inquired. Upon hearing this, Feng Xianhuang's complexion changed dramatically. Su Qingwei and Yunling also felt a wave of horror wash over them, their faces displaying shock and disbelief. They had never anticipated that Xiao Ming would encounter this deathly law. Chapter 67. An eerie figure and a bloodstained cabin. This phenomenon could be regarded as one of the most enigmatic occurrences within the Ghost Fiend's secret realm. Furthermore, it involved blood flowing from the 7 orifices, with expressions of sheer terror, as if they had witnessed some unspeakable horror. No one knew what these individuals had encountered, as bystanders could not perceive any anomalies unless they also heard the weeping. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xianhuang spoke with profound gravity. In her previous life, she had witnessed a prodigy who claimed to have heard ominous cries, only to subsequently scream in terror, instinctively attempting to flee. However, at the moment he turned to escape, he bled from all 7 orifices and perished on the spot. In this life, although she had been reborn, she still did not comprehend the true nature of this enigma. Yet, in her view, it must be a great terror hidden within the Ghost Fiend's secret realm, possessing the power to manipulate the realm's rules, thus allowing it to indiscriminately kill within the sanctuary. Fear not, whatever it may be, I believe it cannot kill me, as long as you are not targeted. All will be well, Xiao Ming said with a slight smile, reassuring Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingwei not to worry too much. He was protected by the Emperor's banner and possessed various life-preserving artifacts. Even if he were to attract the attention of some eerie entity, he would still possess the strength to resist. As the words of Xiao Ming faded into the air, the sound of weeping intensified, resonating in his ears with a deafening quality, reminiscent of a woman sobbing uncontrollably against his shoulder. A chill ran down his spine. At that moment, Su Qingwei, who had been seated beside him, suddenly grasped his hand tightly, startling Xiao Ming. He turned his head slightly to meet her gaze. Brother Xiao Ming, I too hear the eerie cries of a woman. Now we can face life and death together, she declared, her expression devoid of terror. instead radiating a sense of happiness and contentment. For an ordinary person, such a sound would induce paralyzing fear, a constant worry of imminent demise. Yet, Su Qingyue perceived this shared experience as a divine affirmation of their bond, a sign that they were destined to face life and death together. Hence, she felt no fear, only relief and fulfillment. Upon hearing her words, the initial chill that gripped Xiao Ming dissipated, leaving him uncertain of what to fear. With a companion as infatuated as her, what specters could he not confront? Enough of your romantic musings. We are in a life and death situation, Feng Xianhuang interjected, annoyance coloring her tone as she observed the pair. The pale visage of Yunling, seated opposite Xiao Ming, hinted at her own discomfort, leading Feng Xianhuang to deduce that she too had heard the haunting cries. Someone is there. Yunling suddenly shrieked, her face a mask of terror as she pointed behind Xiao Ming. The cramped confines of the wooden cabin allowed the four of them to sit face to face, Feng Xianhuang to Xiao Ming's left, Su Qingyue to his right, and Yunling directly across from him, affording her a clear view of what lay behind him. Although Xiao Ming felt an urge to glance back, he suppressed it, opting instead to extend his spiritual awareness toward the source of the sound. Yet, to his dismay, his perception revealed a window devoid of any presence, save for the flickering ghostly runes. This revelation sent a wave of unease through him. Was Yunling merely hallucinating, or was there something unseen lurking beyond his reach? As Xiao Ming focused, Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue, sensing the dread, turned their heads slightly, casting furtive glances at the window. In the next instant, their pupils constricted in alarm, for they beheld a vague figure, shrouded in eerie black mist, peering through the window like a specter. This apparition was visible, yet imperceptible to their spiritual senses. Even Feng Xianhuang, a reborn empress with an extraordinary soul, could not discern this entity. What manner of being was this? In that moment, even the formidable Feng Xianhuang felt a chill creep into her heart. True horror manifests in entities that surpass one's comprehension, possessing the capability to extinguish lives effortlessly, defying all definitions known to humanity. Is there truly something behind me? The realization struck Xiao Ming as he observed the reactions of Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue. It was clear that Yunling's vision was not a mere delusion. Something was indeed perched upon the wooden window behind him. However, the protective runes should have warded off any malevolent spirits. The fact that this entity could linger there implied a disregard for the protective symbols. If that were the case, why did it not simply enter and obliterate them? In an instant, he dismissed the thought, knowing the rules of the secret realm were terrifyingly unpredictable. It's gone, Yunling exclaimed in fright, prompting the others to instinctively search for the elusive figure. Just then, Xiao Ming issued a sharp command, snapping them back to focus, their bodies breaking into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a series of unnerving knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a sorrowful wailing, as if a forsaken child sought warmth and shelter from the cold. Ignore it. As long as it does not attack us, let us pretend nothing has transpired, Xiao Ming urged. Noticing the pallor on Yunling's face as Su Qingyue and Feng Xianhuang gripped his hands anxiously. At that moment, the walls of the small cabin began to decay, oozing dark red liquid reminiscent of blood, and the luminous pearl flickered ominously. Yunling's eyes widened in horror as she pointed at Xiao Ming's back. For it seemed as though a head was emerging from behind him, a faceless figure slowly revealing itself. Its pale hands, adorned with dark nails like venomous fangs, slithered from his shoulder as if intent on strangling him. This sight sent shivers down the spines of Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue. Enough of this charade. Begone! Xiao Ming shouted, realizing that an unknown entity loomed behind him. He swiftly formed a series of hand seals, unleashing his blood vitality and chaotic flames in a fierce eruption, determined to incinerate any malevolent presence into ash. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. No matter how violent his chaotic flames and blood vitality were, the apparition remained unaffected, as though it existed in a different realm entirely. What kind of entity could disregard the might of chaotic fire? Such an intriguing play, a voice, ethereal and chilling, whispered in his ear. As these words echoed, the small cabin trembled violently. In the gaze of all present, red threads tethered to the beams of the cabin ensnared Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue around their necks, lifting them off the ground. How is this possible? The realization struck as they found themselves unable to evade the red threads, their blood vitality and true essence completely suppressed. Feng Xianhuang's eyes widened in terror as a profound sense of life-threatening danger surged within her. She sensed that if they could not break free within 3 breaths, they would be hanged here. Amidst her growing dread, A flicker of golden-red flame ignited within her gaze, a terrifying imperial might beginning to awaken within her consciousness. No matter what you are, if you dare to lay a finger on them, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. From the Emperor's banner, a strange black smoke emerged, transforming into flames that fell upon the red cord, which emitted a piercing shriek. Even the arms that embraced Xiao Ming from behind crackled with a sizzling sound upon contact with the eerie black flames of the Emperor's banner, compelling that shadowy figure to release Xiao Ming and dissolve into a wisp of black smoke, retreating into the shadows of the small wooden cabin. Hee. The soul-restraining banner is amusing. Amidst a tinkling laughter, the door of the cabin was forcefully flung open. The black smoke coalesced into a figure at the edge of the wooden bar, its gaze intensely peculiar as it fixated on Xiao Ming and the others. Its eyes were of two different hues, one blue and one red, with a bizarre rune engraved on its forehead resembling a blood-red spider. The exquisite features bore an otherworldly charm, the skin akin to bloodless jade, complemented by blood-red lips, lending the woman an unsettling beauty that was equally terrifying. This caused Xiao Ming's pupils to involuntarily constrict, as fragments of her identity surfaced in his mind. A creature of illusions, a ghostly progeny, endowed with a hint of deranged charm. The revelation sent shivers down Xiao Ming's spine. Could it be true? A being of such terrifying strength, surpassing the Holy Realm, had emerged within the ghostly secret realm? Even under the constraints of the realm's laws, the entity's true power could be at the peak of the Emperor's realm. However, a sigh of relief washed over Xiao Ming. Despite the terrifying visage of this girl, as long as she possessed intelligence, there remained a possibility for negotiation. Moreover, she seemed to harbor no true intent to attack, her earlier actions appearing more as a means of intimidation. What do you intend to do? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming demanded. The Emperor's banner hovered above, enveloping the three women in a protective shroud of black smoke. Should this ghostly progeny dare to make any move, he would have no choice but to compel the Emperor's banner to engage in a fierce confrontation. Hee. Amusing. The creature appeared almost dim-witted, prompting Xiao Ming to furrow his brow. Next time, I shall come to play with you. Hee. The soul-restraining banner is delightful. Just as Xiao Ming was about to speak again, the creature's laughter echoed, and her form vanished like a specter. The once decaying cabin, which had bled dark red liquid, reverted to its prior state, as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion. This left Xiao Ming's lips twitching in disbelief. Next time, she intends to play with them again? How absurd. Who is she really? After the creature's disappearance, Fengxian Wang, still shaken, remarked. For the first time since her rebirth, she had been driven to such an extent that she almost unleashed the Emperor's consciousness sealed within her mind. Xiao Ming, are you all right? Su Qingwei, with a worried expression, crawled over to check if Xiao Ming had sustained any injuries. I am fine. You should check on your senior sister. She seems quite frightened, Xiao Ming replied, gesturing dismissively while retracting the Emperor's banner. Meanwhile, Yunling's complexion had turned an ashen pale, as she appeared still in shock. After all, she had narrowly avoided being choked to death moments ago. The shadow of death was vividly clear. Willow Qingwei, senior sister, almost died just now. And you didn't even check on me first. Upon seeing Su Qingwei turn to her, Yunling could no longer hold back her emotions, immediately embracing Su Qingwei like a child. Senior sister, it's all right. Why are you so scared? You were never this timid before. Seeing Yunling in tears, Su Qingwei hurriedly consoled her. Timid? I've always been afraid of ghosts, especially one as vicious as this female specter, more terrifying than any monster outside. Upon hearing Su Qingwei's words, Yunling immediately retorted. Don't worry, Xiao Ming will protect us. That female ghost has already been driven away. We can just hold him while we sleep tonight. He is your Xiao Ming. He is not mine. You are my senior sister. And as long as Xiao Ming does not mind, I can share his sense of security with you. We can all cuddle with him tonight. What nonsense are you talking about? How outrageous. Senior sister, you are blushing. It seems you also have feelings for Xiao Ming. Listening to Su Qingwei and Yunling's conversation, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a vain throb on his forehead. What virtue or capability did he possess that warranted such attention from these young women? Previously, they had urged him to pursue Ling Ruoxuan, and now they were suggesting sharing his bed with her senior sister. Would they also want to invite their master in the future? At this rate, he would not need to chase after flowers. A harem would simply fall into his lap. You possess 2 emperor weapons? What is your true origin? As Su Qingwei and Yunling deliberated on how to sleep with Xiao Ming that night, Fengxian Wang lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intensely on Xiao Ming, as if seeking to unravel his secrets. Chapter 69. How could she be foolish? She was quite astute. Every individual harbors secrets, and you are no exception. You exude an aura even more enigmatic than that of my master. As for me, as your senior brother and the future emperor, it is only natural to have two emperor weapons at my disposal, is it not? With a slight smile gracing his lips, Xiao Ming continued in a tone of playful bravado. If you insist on prying, once you become my woman, I shall disclose everything to you. At the conclusion of his statement, Feng Xianhuang's face flushed crimson, and phoenix flames flickered to life. She had never anticipated Xiao Ming would be so bold as to propose making her his woman. Xiao Ming, do not assume that just because you are my senior brother and have resolved the crisis, you can tease me so freely. I am not your naive childhood friend and will not easily conform to your desires. In a fit of anger, Feng Xianhuang warned. Not realizing her words carried a hint of ambiguity, Su Qingyue looked over in confusion, her expression displaying disbelief. How could she be foolish? She was quite clever. Whatever Xiao Ming adored, she would strive to acquire for him. This way, Xiao Ming would not be swayed by others and would grow to appreciate her even more. Perhaps even feeling a twinge of guilt. Feng Xianhuang clearly did not comprehend love. I never suggested turning you into my form. If you possess the skill, you could transform me into yours instead. Shameless rogue. Feng Xianhuang gritted her teeth in frustration, and with a huff, she chose to ignore Xiao Ming, settling down to meditate. Yet within, a tempest of thoughts surged. This shameless senior brother not only possessed an extraordinary lineage, but also potentially unraveled her origins. How could he utter such words? Could it be that he truly inherited the legacy of the ancient emperors? She recalled that within the Xianyuan clan, there had been an ancient emperor who, in order to combat the Soul clan, forged a soul-restraining banner of unparalleled quality. Once unfurled, it could refine the souls of all beings, transforming them into demonic entities ensnared within the banner. It had instigated a harrowing catastrophe in ancient times, one that even the Soul clan dared not confront. However, in the end, this emperor had become too powerful, incurring the wrath of numerous foreign strongmen, ultimately falling into a trap set by the Soul clan and vanishing into the abyss, never to be heard from again. Xiao Ming's soul banner might very well be this object. Nonetheless, the immediate priority is to locate the seven-colored malevolence and forge the perfect cave abode. With merely 10 days remaining until the first comparison, I cannot afford to be outdone by this shameless individual. Shaking his head, Feng Xianhuang ceased further contemplation and began to focus her mind. After deliberation, Su Qingyue and Yunling decided that Su Qingyue would hold Xiao Ming, while Yunling would embrace Su Qingyue from the side. This arrangement would indirectly provide Xiao Ming with a sense of security. Such childlike behavior left Xiao Ming feeling somewhat helpless, yet he did not protest. He allowed Su Qingyue to wrap her arms around his, burying them in her snowy peaks. After all, such a Na'vi childhood companion was rare, and he could not neglect her affection. The night passed without incident. Upon the dawn's first light gracing the earth, countless demons retreated into the shadows. After adjusting their states, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang dashed out of the wooden cabin and ventured deep into the ghost-head forest. Was that mist? Shortly after exiting the cabin, Xiao Ming noticed a grayish fog emerging behind them, slowly engulfing their previous location. It would not be long before their small wooden cabin was swallowed by this mist. It seemed they would have to seek refuge anew tonight. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Xiao Ming felt no regret and dashed into the depths of the ghost-head forest. As they entered, the demons concealed within the shadows of the forest surged forward, drawn to them like sharks sensing blood. The strength of these demons varied, but most were at least at the first level of the cave abode realm, with some reaching the 6th or 7th levels. Moreover, as they ventured deeper into the forest, the demon strength continued to escalate. Nevertheless, facing the combined might of Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang, these creatures were somewhat lacking. They dispatched one with each encounter, and two would fall to their combined efforts. Su Qingyue and Yunling merely assisted in delivering finishing blows or eliminating weaker foes. Wherever the four traversed, demons fell in droves. In the end, Xiao Ming, engulfed in a frenzy, summoned the Emperor's banner and the Emperor's sword, becoming a harbinger of death. The blood of demons nourished the Emperor's sword, while the remnants of their souls refined the Emperor's banner. The two imperial weapons grew increasingly formidable along their path, a dark aura swirling ominously. It seemed they were indeed becoming more sinister, instilling fear in Feng Xianhuang and the others, who worried that Xiao Ming might, in a moment of impulse, sacrifice them to enhance the two imperial weapons. Rest assured, I am perfectly lucid. There is no need for alarm, Xiao Ming reassured them. Gripping the Emperor's sword and raising the Emperor's banner above his head, wearing a devilish smile that made Feng Xianhuang and Yunling twitch their lips in apprehension, By this point, the number of demons slain by Xiao Ming had reached nearly 1,000, and he was growing ever more exhilarated. His companions feared he might succumb to madness. Ahead lay the depths of the Ghost Head Forest. They should prepare for a fierce battle. After glancing at the map and the path ahead, Feng Xianhuang spoke gravely. The Ghost Malevolent's secret realm housed elite creatures imbued with special runes, generally at the 9th level of the Cave Abode realm or higher, bolstered by the realm's power. Thus, their combat strength was significantly greater than typical 9th level Cave Abode beings, with some even rivaling the level of Dharma manifestations. Therefore, even she and Xiao Ming would find them challenging to confront. After all, both were merely at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. And surpassing so many levels would be quite strenuous. You two focus on protecting yourselves. Let us handle the fighting. Xiao Ming instructed Su Qingwei and Yun Ling before charging forward with Feng Xianhuang, ready to unleash their wrath. As they plunged into the depths of the Ghost Head Forest, an unusual pool came into view. This pool was approximately 10 zhang in size, pulsating with a terrifying malevolent aura, radiating vibrant colors that appeared strikingly beautiful. It was indeed the 5-colored malevolence. Seeing the dazzling hues emanating from the malevolence, Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang's eyes sparkled. Although neither of them held particular interest in it. It would be perfect for Yunling to forge a cave abode, should she succeed in crafting a sacred great abode and restore her cultivation to the cave abode realm. They would gain an additional formidable ally. As for Su Qingwei, if circumstances permitted, Xiao Ming wished for her to utilize the 7-colored malevolence to establish her own cave abode foundation. Suddenly, as they approached, a monstrous figure leapt from the source of the malevolence, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The terrifying aura emanating from it was reminiscent of a tsunami, causing the expressions of Xiao Ming and his companions to darken. This creature was a crimson stone demon. Not only was it a formidable being at the half-step Dharma manifestation level, but its crimson power could double its attack and speed. In this state, the creature possessed the strength of a first-level Dharma manifestation. While it would be somewhat troublesome, if it were the only one, they could manage it together. Assessing the crimson stone demon, Xiao Ming spoke in a low tone to Feng Xianhuang. Yet, just as he finished speaking, another roar echoed, and another figure sprang forth from the source of the malevolence. This one was enveloped in blue light. Chapter 70. Oh, you think you can steal my kill? Do you truly believe I am a mere NPC? The Azure Stone Demon, another variant of the Stone Demon, possessed the unique ability to enhance its recovery and accelerate the release of its abilities. Both its soul power and malevolence recovery capabilities were doubled. Even the speed at which it unleashed its skills was twice as fast as normal. This meant that the Azure Stone Demon could release its ultimate abilities rapidly without any period of weakness. What was most alarming was that the Azure Stone Demon was even stronger than the Crimson Stone Demon. Its malevolent aura surged like smoke, an oppressive force rivaling that of a Dharma manifestation cultivator. Observing these two stone demons, Xiao Ming felt a rush of excitement. In his previous life, he had dominated the rankings for several seasons, and now, having traversed to this otherworldly realm, he would undoubtedly reclaim his title as the unrivaled Wild King. I'll take the red one. You handle the blue. Su Qingwei and Yun Ling focus on fending off the smaller demons. As Xiao Ming reveled in his exhilaration, Feng Xianhuang fixed her gaze on the Crimson Stone Demon, her voice icy as she addressed her companions. At that moment, her cultivation erupted violently, merging her blood vitality with the true fire of the phoenix, manifesting a phoenix silhouette behind her. In her hand, a phoenix feather transformed into a resplendent sword. This treasure, discovered in her family's ancestral shrine, was an ancient phoenix-s feather that she had refined into her personal weapon. Although its current grade was not high, its potential was limitless. With continued integration of fiery materials and her phoenix bloodline nurturing it, this feather could evolve into an imperial weapon. With Feng Xianhuang's power surging, the Crimson and Azure Stone demons roared in response, causing the malevolence within dozens of miles to fluctuate violently. Demons surged from the shadows, attacking Xiao Ming and his companions like wolves and tigers. Hold them off. You appear to be looking down upon your senior brother. I have no issue taking on two opponents at once. Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's words, Xiao Ming felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, out of consideration for his junior sister, he refrained from contesting the monster with her. Instead, he unleashed his cultivation, stepping forward. Wielding the Human Emperor's sword in one hand and the Human Emperor's banner in the other, charging towards the Azure Stone Statue Demon. Under the suppression of the Human Emperor's banner and sword, even though this Azure Stone Statue Demon possessed the strength of the first realm of the Dharma aspect, it was still firmly subdued by Xiao Ming's unparalleled prowess. Yet, the demon's recovery and offensive capabilities were exceptionally formidable, making it difficult for Xiao Ming to vanquish it swiftly. Nevertheless, as time wore on, this azure stone statue demon would ultimately succumb to his relentless assault. After all, he practiced a supreme cultivation method and possessed the top-tier chaotic physique, granting him an output and recovery capability that was nothing short of extraordinary in the eyes of ordinary beings. Moreover, he wielded two devastating weapons, making the prospect of single-handedly defeating a first-realm Dharma aspect creature a trivial matter. Witnessing Xiao Ming's fierce display, Feng Xianhuang felt a surge of motivation. With the Phoenix True Fire combined with the Phoenix Feather Sword, she forcefully subdued the Scarlet Stone Statue Demon. Even when this massive creature entered a berserk state, doubling its attack speed and power, it was still no match for the Reincarnated Empress. In a mere moment, Feng Xianhuang inflicted numerous wounds upon the Scarlet Stone Statue Demon. It was only a matter of time before she would slay it. As for Su Qingwei and Yun Ling, although they did not face such terrifying elite monsters, they were besieged by a multitude of demons and monsters, making it challenging for them to cope. However, as Xiao Ming activated the group intimidation ability of the Human Emperor's banner, the strength of these demons and monsters was significantly suppressed. With their mutual cooperation, Su Qingwei and Yun Ling swiftly dispatched a considerable number of demons and monsters, leading to an immediate improvement in their situation. As time continued to pass, after a fierce struggle lasting a quarter of an hour, both the Scarlet and Azure Stone Statue demons were left in a severely injured state. Two elite monsters. A source of malevolent energy, Yun Feikuan, shall claim them. A terrifying wave of vitality and true essence erupted from the void, and a divine phantom, akin to a celestial creature, descended with a destructive force aimed at the two stone statue demons. This caused the expressions of Feng Xianhuang and Xiao Ming to darken. Are you trying to snatch my kill? Do you think I am an AI? Just as that divine attack was about to strike down upon the two stone statue demons, Xiao Ming swiftly formed a seal, causing the Human Emperor's banner to swell dramatically. Countless demonic spirits surged forth from the banner, clashing against the incoming attack. These spirits were those Xiao Ming had refined over the past 2 days from slaying demons and monsters. Although their quality was subpar, mostly being ordinary spirits, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With a thunderous explosion, many spirits were obliterated in the collision, but the divine attack was successfully repelled. Furthermore, due to the terrifying might of the Human Emperor's banner's counterattack, both stone statue demons were blasted away, their bodies shattering under the impact. With one red and one blue light racing towards Xiao Ming, causing Feng Xianhuang's lips to twitch involuntarily. Did Xiao Ming's strike truly slay the Scarlet Stone Statue Demon, which she had painstakingly reduced to its last breath? In the Secret Realm, the one who lands the final blow on an elite monster can obtain the Secret Realm power from that creature. Thus, Feng Xianhuang felt she had effectively been working for Xiao Ming. Is this the Secret Realm power? So wondrous. As the red and blue lights entered his body, Xiao Ming instantly felt the enhancement from the Secret Realm, doubling not only his attack and attack speed, but also his recovery and output rates. This bore some resemblance to the activation of his god-slaying talent. The only difference was that this power was bestowed by the rules of the Secret Realm, having no negative impact on his physical body whatsoever. I got a bit too excited earlier. I didn't mean to snatch it. Next time we encounter an elite monster, I'll leave it for you, Xiao Ming said, clearing his throat and thickening his skin upon sensing Feng Xianhuang's resentful gaze. He swore he had genuinely lost control in that moment. It was certainly not intentional. Feng Xianhuang's lips twitched at his words. She wanted to commend him for his impressive feat, but ultimately decided against quarreling with Xiao Ming. After all, this fellow's combat prowess was extraordinary, and possessing the power of the Scarlet Stone Statue would benefit the entire team. Let's resolve the current predicament first, she reassured herself internally before calmly addressing the situation, her gaze shifting to the source of the recent attack. Xiao Ming, hearing her comment, also refrained from lingering on the topic and directed his attention to the void ahead. Upon recognizing the newcomers, his expression turned serious. This time, it was not just one individual but a total of 15. They were organized into groups of 3, maintaining a distance of several dozen feet apart, effectively encircling this area. To Xiao Ming's astonishment, many among them had reached the Cave Heaven realm, with the strongest boasting a 7th-level Cave Heaven cultivation. It was evident that these individuals were masqueraders who had descended into the Secret Realm, having found the essence of malevolence to reconstruct their Cave Heaven powers on the very first day of their entry. and they were hunting demons and monsters en masse to restore their strength, presumably to assist their faction's prodigies in seizing the 5-color or 7-color malevolence. Chapter 71. This sword shall condemn the gods, this sword shall behead the hordes of demons. Heh, to think you could withstand my full-force strike. You truly are the strongest prodigy of the Fuyao Holy Land, deserving of a battle with me. Yunfei sneered as he stepped forward, looking at Xiao Ming. You think you have the qualifications to fight me? Who do you think you are? Xiao Ming's brow furrowed at the sight of the young man in white before him. This individual was not the one he had seen earlier at the entrance of the secret realm, standing on the celestial Kuan's sacred vessel. He truly could not fathom the source of this fellow's confidence to speak so boldly. You do not recognize me, the Holy Sun. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Yunfei's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. He was the most prodigious genius of the Yaokuan Holy Land and the Holy Son of that generation. A figure of great renown in the North Xian realm. He never expected this fellow before him would not recognize him. It was a blatant insult. Fool. Xiao Ming scoffed coldly, unwilling to waste further words on this individual. He immediately formed a seal with both hands, transforming the human emperor's sword into a flying blade and unleashing a massacre. The human emperor's banner erupted with overwhelming black flames, conjuring soul locks that shot forth. At that moment, as he inherited the powers of the 2 stone statue demons, the surrounding demons and monsters seemed to go berserk, relentlessly charging towards him. This was because if a demon or monster were to slay a cultivator possessing secret realm power, they could inherit that power and evolve into an elite monster. Thus, at this moment, Xiao Ming was undoubtedly a coveted target in the eyes of the myriad demons and monsters. However, with the dual secret realm auras enveloping him, his combat prowess surged to unprecedented heights. Merely activating the human emperor's banner was sufficient to annihilate countless demons and monsters, while the human emperor's sword, imbued with a destructive aura, surged towards Yunfei, the Holy Sun. To be targeted by the demons, yet still dare to focus on me? You are seeking death. Seeing the human emperor's sword manifest a shadow of a black dragon and rush towards him, Yunfei's fury erupted. A terrifying surge of vitality erupted from him, and a fearsome Kuanping phantom appeared behind him, alternately transforming into a golden-winged Great Ping and the North Sea Kuan. He is not only a prodigious figure in the sacred land of Yaokuan, but also the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Yun family in Tianao City, possessing an astonishing purity of the Kuanping bloodline within him. Although he has not yet reached the level of ancestral awakening, he remains one of the most distinguished members of the Yun family, were it not for his cousin Yunfeiping's overwhelming brilliance. His fame in the North Xian realm would have been even more pronounced. When the Kuanping bloodline within him activated, a bone spear materialized before his eyes, and immediately thereafter, a terrifying force of wind and thunder erupted from his body. In addition to the Kuanping bloodline, he also possessed the rare wind-thunder sacred body. As the forces of wind, thunder, and vitality surged into the bone spear, it collided violently with the Emperor's sword. The sound of the clash was akin to a thunderstorm, with destructive power erupting in the void. The bone spear summoned by Yunfei was instantly sent flying by the Emperor's sword, with cracks appearing upon it. This backlash caused Yunfei to be sent reeling, akin to a marionette, as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Impossible. Form the formation. Let this Holy Sun eliminate him. In a shock, Yunfei shouted to the others while stabilizing his tumbling form. He had never anticipated that. Bolstered by the powers of the 2 stone gargoyles, Xiao Ming's combat prowess could be so terrifying. It must be noted that even his cousin could not easily inflict such grievous injury upon him at the same level. Could it be that the prodigy from the sacred land of Fuyao is even more formidable than his cousin? After Yunfei's words, numerous other prodigies stepped forward, their vitality and true essence erupting simultaneously as they distributed themselves throughout the forest. Each of them conjured an array plate before them, swiftly coalescing a formation. The Wind Thunder Howling Sun formation. This was a formidable killing formation prepared by Yunfei specifically for the secret realm. He had previously gathered 24 prodigies to cultivate this formation and provided them with positioning compasses before entering the secret realm, all to ensure that they could swiftly assemble and activate the formation once inside. Although they were currently only gathering as a group of a dozen, their combined power could indeed challenge a cultivator at the second level of the law manifestation realm. As the formation solidified, Yunfei steadied himself and took control, unleashing a devastating force that swept across the heavens and the earth. Yet, at the moment this power erupted, the very ground trembled violently, and a terrifying force of rules began to awaken. It seemed that the power summoned by Yunfei and his companions was nearing the limits the secret realm could withstand. Should they overstep, the realm would retaliate, unleashing divine retribution to obliterate them. Just as this ominous force was about to descend, an eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the void, causing the tremors to gradually subside. I shall assist you. Observing the offensive from Yun Feiquan's group, Feng Xianwang leaped into the air, unleashing her power to aid Xiao Ming. However, before she could fully act, Xiao Ming halted her. No need. They are but a swarm of ants, bold enough to act recklessly before me. Xiao Ming admonished Feng Xianwang, then raised his hand to summon the Emperor's sword. Come. The Emperor's sword, which had been soaring through the void, mysteriously pierced through space, appearing directly in Xiao Ming's grasp. An aura of terror erupted from him, and a chaotic divine shadow materialized behind him. In the next moment, he swung the sword towards Yun Feiquan and his group. This sword demands the god's apology. This sword shall sever the heads of the demons. As the sword light clashed with the formation, the wind thunder howling sun formation shattered explosively, and the sword light cleaved through Yun Feiquan and his companions. Even deep within the ghost head forest, it left behind a terrifying sword scar, unfathomably deep and stretching 1,000 feet. In that instant, the entire secret realm fell into a deathly silence. Feng Xianwang and Su Qingwei gazed at Xiao Ming, their eyes trembling in disbelief, unable to fathom that he could slay a dozen prodigies with a single strike. Such power was utterly terrifying, surpassing the realm of the cave heaven and rivaling that of some law manifestation realm experts. Trash? Is this all? Observing the lifeless Yun Feiquan, Xiao Ming uttered a disdainful chuckle, finding the formation's might to be merely superficial. In a moment of utter boredom, he released the Emperor's sword, allowing it to consume the flesh and blood of these individuals, and drew their souls into the Emperor's banner. Yunling. Within this source of malevolent energy lies the 5-colored malevolence, sufficient to forge a supreme cave heaven of the holy tier. Do you wish to forge a supreme cave heaven here, or shall we continue our quest for the 7-colored malevolence? After orchestrating the funeral procession for Yun Feiquan and the others, Xiao Ming waved his hand to collect their storage rings, then turned to the stunned Yunling nearby. Chapter 72. Yunling achieves the qualities of a sacred king, the new sanctuary of the remnant village. I choose to forge the cave heaven here. After Xiao Ming's words, Yunling's gaze flickered, and she immediately made her decision. Her initial intention in entering the ghost malevolence secret realm was to seek the 5-colored malevolence. Now that the opportunity lay before her, relinquishing it would be sheer folly. After all, she practiced an incomplete sacred king technique, and her innate talent could not compare to that of Xiao Ming and the others, making the pursuit of the 7-colored malevolence unnecessary. Very well. Hasten to reforge the cave heaven, and we shall guard you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded, a smile gracing his face. It seemed that this sister Yunling was not one to be overly greedy, which endeared her to him slightly. Yunling nodded, shedding any pretense, and plunged into the source of malevolent energy, commencing her absorption of the 5-colored malevolence to forge the foundation of her cave heaven. Brother Xiao Ming, how about I also absorb the 5-colored malevolence to forge the foundation of my cave heaven? Watching Yunling enter the source of malevolent energy to establish her cave heaven foundation, Su Qingwei approached Xiao Ming after slaying the last demon, her eyes wide with eagerness. Of course, her desire was not driven by mere greed for treasures, but rather a wish not to burden Xiao Ming and the others any longer. Although she was the most exceptional prodigy of this generation on the Jade Maiden Peak, there remained a significant gap between her and Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang. Even with Ling Ruoxuan aiding her in developing her lunar sacred vein and expending various rare herbs to strengthen her physique, her physical strength had only reached the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm. If she could break through to the Cave Heaven realm sooner, her combat prowess would ascend several tiers, enabling her to protect Xiao Ming and the others in return. Silly girl, why the rush? If you cannot find the 7-colored malevolence later, you can forge the foundation with the 5-colored malevolence. Furthermore, the 5-colored malevolence in this source of malevolent energy is not abundant enough to allow more than one person to forge a perfect holy tier cave heaven. If you involve yourself, it will only waste your potential. Hearing Su Qingyue's words, Xiao Ming affectionately ruffled her hair, decisively dismissing her notion as his little childhood sweetheart. Even if they failed to find the 7-colored malevolence to forge her an imperial tier cave heaven, she must at least forge a perfect holy tier cave heaven. How could he allow her to settle for less? I will listen to brother Xiao Ming. Feeling the warmth of Xiao Ming's affection, Su Qingwen nodded earnestly, appearing obedient. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged beside the source of malevolent energy, focusing on guarding Yunling. Why are you staring at me so intently? Turning around, Xiao Ming noticed Feng Xianwang gazing at him intently, which struck him as perplexing. He initially thought she might be feeling jealous. Could it be that she also desired a moment of affection? The reason you were able to unleash that sword strike earlier must be due to the enhancement of the secret realm's power, and certainly not because of your own strength. It cannot be. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's inquiry, Feng Xianwang muttered to herself. Indeed, this empress had suffered yet another setback. Xiao Ming's previous strike had completely exceeded her expectations. Even she, without invoking her past life's comprehension of swordsmanship, would find it exceedingly difficult to execute a blow of such elegance, even with the amplification of secret realm powers. Yet, Xiao Ming had accomplished it effortlessly. His progress was truly terrifying, surpassing all her anticipations. Given a few more days to grow, she would undoubtedly find herself beneath his heel. How infuriating! Nervously glancing at Feng Xianwang, Xiao Ming continued to meditate in the void, engaging in combat with the monstrous entities that dared approach, sending them all into the Emperor's banner. As time passed, the quintessence of the five-colored malevolence was nearly consumed, and a resounding roar reverberated through the heavens like thunder. Yunling soared into the sky with a piercing cry, a celestial realm manifesting behind her. Its internal expanse rapidly expanding. 1,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang, 15,000 zhang. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of her celestial realm surged from 1,000 to 15,000 zhang, an overwhelming wave of cultivation energy erupting from Yunling. She had achieved the first level of the celestial realm. Of course, this was merely the fleeting period following her breakthrough. As she absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens to transform into true essence, her cultivation would experience explosive growth in a short time. After all, a celestial realm of 15,000 zhang surpassed the pinnacle of the saintly tier, marking her initial step into the imperial tier. In other words, Yunling not only possessed the qualifications of a saint king, but also harbored the potential to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm in the future. Congratulations, senior sister, on achieving a supreme celestial realm. No, wait, it's an initial imperial tier celestial realm. Seeing Yunling frozen in disbelief, Su Qingwei quickly offered her congratulations. Within the Cangyuan Realm, the size of the celestial realm dictated its foundation and quality, as well as the limitations on future cultivation heights. A realm under 1,000 zhang was deemed heavenly tier, inevitably capping at the heavenly peak. A realm under 10,000 zhang was considered saintly tier, with prospects of achieving Saint King. If one could attain 99,999 zhang, they would achieve a perfect celestial realm, with hopes of proving themselves as a great emperor in the future. Before Yunling entered the secret realm, her celestial foundation had only reached 5,800 zhang. Though she held promise to attain the saintly realm, reaching the Saint King was a formidable challenge. Unexpectedly, upon entering the Ghost Malevolent secret realm, she had reconstructed her celestial foundation with the five-colored malevolence, granting her the qualifications of a Saint King, and even the hope of approaching the quasi-emperor realm. This was akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. I owe all of this to you. Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have achieved my current success. Yunling expressed her gratitude, her eyes glistening with emotion as she looked at Su Qingwei and the others, especially Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang. Without the efforts of these two prodigies, how could she have so easily acquired such abundant five-colored malevolence to forge her celestial foundation? If senior sister Yun feels indebted, why not pledge yourself to become one of Xiao Ming's women alongside me? Su Qingwei teased, approaching Yunling with a mischievous grin. This made Yunling's face flush instantly. You little scoundrel, what are you saying? Beware, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of Xiao Ming's wrath. After playfully pinching Su Qingwei, she cast a somewhat shy glance at Xiao Ming. She suddenly realized that Su Qingwei's suggestion might not be entirely unappealing. Having such an exceptional prodigy as her partner would surely bring fulfillment to any woman. Yet, Xiao Ming was already engaged to Su Qingwei and had a formidable little lover in Ling Ruoxuan, not to mention a prodigious junior like Feng Xianwang. She felt somewhat ordinary in comparison. Would a prodigy of his caliber truly desire her? This is not a place to linger. We have already delayed here for too long. We must swiftly locate the next sanctuary. As Yunling conversed with Su Qingwei, Xiao Ming cast a glance toward the distant horizon. A veil of mist was advancing toward them, and with much of the day already past, he spoke gravely to the group. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, their laughter faded, and they collectively harnessed their powers as they departed the Ghost Head Forest. Yunling continuously drew forth spiritual crystals and cores, fervently absorbing their energy to fill her celestial realm. This propelled her cultivation to ascend rapidly as they journeyed. After 2 hours of arduous travel, The group finally broke free from the confines of the Ghost Head Forest, pressing onward toward the heart of the secret realm. Ahead lay an abandoned village, replete with numerous sanctuaries. However, this area was fraught with danger, as it was likely to harbor ambushing cultivators. According to the map, this village is marked as a potential refuge. Feng Xianwang spoke with a serious tone. As she spoke, a dilapidated village came into view, resembling a forsaken mountain hamlet, with various wooden and earthen structures crumbling in neglect. The landscape was desolate, save for a few houses adorned with intact, ghostly ruins flickering ominously. This place was known as the Remnant Elder Village, seemingly a habitation for the frail and elderly within the original world of this secret realm. Chapter 73. The Boundary Stone Tablet? The Remnant Corpse of a Demon Emperor? Remnant Elder Village, a concentrated sanctuary in the southern part of the Ghost Malevolence secret realm, concealed the ancient legacies of its former residents. However, with the repeated openings of the Ghost Malevolence secret realm, many of these legacies had long been excavated. Notably, while Remnant Elder Village was a gathering place for sanctuaries, its rear mountain was a chaotic burial ground, a nexus of malevolent energy. This location not only birthed the essence of the heavens and earth's malevolence, but also spawned elite monsters, and even higher-tier special elite monsters. As the group approached Remnant Elder Village, Feng Xianhuang spoke in a low voice. Her words caused Xiao Ming and Su Qingwei to pause, their expressions reflecting a mixture of surprise. Elite monsters? There are even special variants? The Ghost Malevolence secret realm is steeped in mystery, governed by formidable rules. Depending on their bestowed abilities, these elite monsters can vary significantly in strength. The Crimson Stone Golem and the Azure Stone Golem you defeated were merely ordinary elite monsters within the Ghost Malevolence secret realm. Above them exist tyrants, rulers, and monarchs. These high-tier elite monsters not only boast terrifying power, but are also granted exceedingly bizarre abilities by the realm's rules, such as damage immunity, berserk states, and invincibility. At this juncture, Feng Xianhuang's pupils involuntarily contracted, as if recalling some horrifying experience. In her previous life, she had encountered a high-tier elite monster that possessed damage immunity and berserk abilities, truly exemplifying what it meant to be monstrous. Numerous prodigious talents appeared like infants before it, utterly unable to vanquish their foe. Ultimately, it was Xiao Ming's brother, who bore the supreme bone, who, at the expense of severe injury, unleashed a supreme divine ability, fortuitously slaying that elite monster. That being had begun to dominate the Ghost Malevolence secret realm, claiming the seven-colored malevolence to forge a perfect celestial realm. Damage immunity, berserk, invincibility? Upon hearing Feng Xianwang's words, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with speculations. Yet he found it hard to believe that such terrifying abilities could exist within the Ghost Malevolence secret realm. Damage immunity meant that under the influence of the realm's power, no matter how formidable your strength or the might of your techniques, it could mitigate a portion of your attack damage, sometimes as little as 10%, but often much more. Berserk, on the other hand, indicated that when the elite monster's life force was severely compromised, it would enter a terrifying state of rage, able to ignore various divine seals while simultaneously amplifying its own damage severfold. Invincibility occurs when the life state of an elite monster suffers severe damage, leading it to enter a unique condition that renders it impervious to any attack for a duration of up to 15 minutes. Observing the perplexity of Xiao Ming and Su Qingwei, Feng Xianwang paused momentarily before elaborating. This revelation left Xiao Ming and Su Qingwei utterly dumbfounded. Is the Ghost Fiend secret realm truly so abstract that such abilities can be bestowed? The Ghost Fiend secret realm is an independent microcosm, where all manner of peculiarities may arise. Noticing their astonishment, Feng Xianwang spoke gravely, however. Such special elite monsters are rather rare. Their appearance signifies the presence of advanced sources of malevolence, and encountering one could indeed be fortuitous. Intrigued by her words, Xiao Ming felt a surge of excitement. The Crimson Stone Gargoyle and Azure Stone Gargoyle were not particularly formidable. He had barely engaged in a satisfying battle in Ghost Head Forest. If he could confront these unique elite monsters, he would have ample opportunity to vent his frustrations. Let us first enter the Village of the Aged and find a sanctuary to serve as our base before we venture to the back mountain of the mass grave for further exploration, he declared, suppressing his battle fervor as he addressed the group. Upon entering the village, they arrived at a desolate entrance marked only by a stone tablet inscribed with strange characters and a withered, charred wooden post standing nearby. What curious runes, Xiao Ming mused, noting their resemblance to the Ghost Fiend runes, albeit with subtle differences. Most striking was the sense of familiarity evoked by the stone tablet. As he gazed at the fractured monument, a serious expression crossed his face, and an unsettling thought stirred within him. Why does this remind me of the stone tablet xianxia presented to aid us in comprehending the great wilderness refining God technique? As uncertainty washed over him, Xiao Ming activated his true eye, a boundary stone tablet inscribed with ancient divine script, within which is sealed a fragment of the malevolent will of the ghost mother heavenly sovereign. If awakened, it could upheave the ghost fiend's secret realm. The information that manifested before him caused Xiao Ming's pupils to constrict. A boundary stone tablet? The ghost mother heavenly sovereign? Was she not the mother of that dark, lowly figure he had previously encountered? The fact that this stone tablet contained a shard of her malevolence sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from it. If the malevolence contained within were to be unleashed, even with the protection of the Emperor's banner, escaping unscathed would be a formidable challenge. What's wrong? Is there something amiss with the stone tablet? Feng Xianwang inquired. Noticing Xiao Ming's sudden halt and his intense focus on the tablet, even retreating several steps. Nothing, I merely find this stone tablet exceedingly strange. Do not touch it. Xiao Ming warned gravely, shaking his head. This matter is extraordinary. He refrained from sharing his concerns with Feng Xianwang and the others, not wishing to incite unnecessary anxiety unless a significant development occurred. Suppressing his shock, Xiao Ming attempted to step further into the village. But as his gaze fell upon the charred wooden post, his pupils once again dilated. The remnant form of a demon emperor, left behind after encountering a great calamity, contains a flicker of life. If infused with vital essence, it may yet sprout anew in a second life. The remnants of a demon emperor? This darkened, seemingly charred post was indeed a remnant of a demon emperor? What manner of place is this ghost fiend's secret realm, harboring not only the ghost mother heavenly sovereign but also a demon emperor? What is it now? Feng Xianwang observed Xiao Ming's reaction, sensing something unusual. Her gaze fixed on the wooden post. However, due to her imperial consciousness being sealed deep within her mind, she could not discern any anomalies, despite her formidable perception. After all, this wooden post had belonged to a great emperor, more powerful than Feng Xianhuang at her peak in her previous life, making it understandable that she could not perceive its true nature. Nothing. I merely find this wooden post's presence here exceedingly peculiar. It is best if you do not approach it, nor touch it directly, Xiao Ming cautioned, his voice laden with gravity. The remnant of a demon emperor, possessing even a trace of life, is a perilous existence. Our strength is insufficient. If we recklessly touch it, it may trigger a catastrophic event. Just as Xiao Ming finished speaking, a prompt from the system echoed in his ears. It should not be difficult to guess which demon emperor this is a manifestation of, indeed, one of the beloved goddesses of national comics. Chapter 74, Do you truly harbor intentions towards this demon emperor? Ding. The selection system has been randomly triggered, allowing the host to make the following choices. Choice 1. Turn and leave, treating the situation as if nothing has occurred, ignoring the remnants of the demon emperor, in exchange for a random martial art as a reward. Choice 2. Reduce to ashes, excavate the demon emperor's remnants on the spot, and use every means to refine it, in exchange for a random formation as a reward. Choice 3. Provide timely assistance. Infuse the remnants of the demon emperor with vital essence, aiding the demon emperor in awakening a flicker of life, in exchange for a random spiritual treasure as a reward. As Xiao Ming gazed at the options before him, a look of seriousness crossed his face. Among the three choices, the first and third appeared relatively reasonable, while he dismissed the second outright. Was he mad? Even in its half-dead state, the demon emperor still held a thread of life. It was still an emperor. With his current cultivation level, even with 2 imperial weapons at his side, he would merely be courting death. The third option also carried risks, as one could never know whether this demon emperor would be benevolent or malevolent. Awakening a flicker of life could result in ingratitude and danger. Considering the 3 options, the first appeared to be the most prudent. As this thought settled in his mind, Xiao Ming did not immediately make a choice. Instead, he cautiously approached the wooden post. He knelt down to observe it closely. Although burnt to a crisp, it was likely once a willow post. Identifying the essence of this demon emperor, he suddenly rose and, in a low voice, asked Feng Xianwang, "Xianwang, do you know which demon emperor among the demon race is associated with the willow wood?" Emperors are nearly legends within the North Xian realm. Even among the strongest and sacred lands, few know which emperors exist in the Cangyuan Realm, Feng Xianwang replied. Having once achieved the 7th level of the Emperor realm in her past life, she undoubtedly possessed knowledge of many hidden truths. Why do you ask? Feng Xianwang eyed him suspiciously upon hearing his question. Then, as if realizing something, her gaze fixed on the willow post. You cannot possibly think this wooden post is the remnant of some demon emperor, can you? It appears nothing more than a charred piece of wood, devoid of any fluctuation of laws, and completely lacking in imperial might. Which demon emperor would leave behind such a thing? Upon a fleeting moment of inspiration, I felt compelled to test your vast knowledge. If you are unaware, simply disregard my inquiry. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Ming was taken aback. Casting a surprised glance at Feng Xianhuang, her intuition proved remarkably keen, nearly leading her to the truth. The demon clan boasts numerous emperors. Yet only one could ascend as the Emperor of Willowwood, that singular woman. In response to Xiao Ming's remarks, Feng Xianhuang let out a cold snort, her tone tinged with pride. This revelation sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Xiao Ming's eyes. You truly possess this knowledge? He exclaimed. Of course. I have been well-read since childhood, deeply immersed in the ancient texts of humanity, far beyond your comprehension. Seeing Xiao Ming's astonishment, Feng Xianhuang lifted her head with a sense of satisfaction. After enduring numerous setbacks imposed by her formidable senior, witnessing his shock brought her a sense of fulfillment. Enough of your pride. Speak of this demon emperor. What is her character like? I find myself suddenly interested. Noticing Feng Xianhuang's air of pride, Xiao Ming urged her to continue. Are you perhaps hoping to encounter this demon empress one day, seeking an opportunity to bring her into your harem? Feng Xianhuang laughed derisively at Xiao Ming's excitement, her disdain palpable. This nearly caused Xiao Ming to choke on his words. Fortunately, Feng Xianhuang did not dwell on the implication. She continued. This demon emperor is named Lu Yunyan. Once an ordinary willow tree in the Cangyuan Realm's Mount Luo, she awakened her intelligence after surviving a lightning strike. Within a century, she achieved nirvana. And after a millennium, she transformed into human form. Despite her slow progress in the early stages, her profound understanding of the Tao allowed her to master every realm to its fullest, rendering her invincible amongst her peers. After her transformation, she finally unleashed her potential, attaining emperorhood within a century and becoming the monarch of the demon clan. Over the subsequent 3 millennia, she led her kin in fierce battles against the abyss and vanquished multiple kings of the malevolent abyssal races single-handedly, solidifying her status as one of the 4 mightiest emperors of the demon clan. However, over 3,800 years ago, she vanished into the abyss, seeking enlightenment beyond the emperor's realm and unraveling the mysteries behind the abyssal being's emergence in the Cangyuan world. Her immense power has rendered her a deity in the eyes of many demon warriors who dare not utter her true name, referring to her instead as the Willow Goddess. At this juncture, a note of reverence graced Feng Xianhuang's expression, stemming from her respect for the strong. In her past life, as an empress herself, she had reached the 7th stage of emperorhood and held Lu Yunyan in high esteem upon hearing of her exploits, even considering her a target to aspire toward. Tragically, her journey was cut short when she was betrayed by those closest to her. The Willow Goddess? Xiao Ming mused, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. I never imagined she had such a remarkable history. Yet, you have yet to reveal her character and temperament. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly inquired further, as this was the aspect that concerned him most. Ah, so you wish to probe into her personality and morals? Do you truly harbor feelings for this demon emperor? Feng Xianhuang scoffed, casting Xiao Ming a disdainful glance. As if having several women by your side is insufficient, now you yearn for a demon empress as well. Perhaps seeking to experience her allure one day? Though she belongs to the demon clan, the Willow Goddess is known for her gentle demeanor. She never instigates conflict unless provoked. Moreover, she values loyalty and righteousness. Anyone who dares to harm those close to her will face her wrath. Despite her earlier scorn, Feng Xianhuang dutifully shared all she knew about the Willow Goddess, reasoning that the Empress had long been missing, existing in a realm entirely separate from Xiao Ming's own. Even if he were to develop admiration for her, their paths would likely never cross. A gentle nature and a strong sense of loyalty? How splendid! Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's words, Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly addressed the system. System, I choose option 3. What is the most crucial aspect when saving a life? It must be the individual's character. If they are powerful yet lack integrity, they will not feel gratitude or repay kindness. They may even seek revenge. However, if they are loyal and compassionate, they will undoubtedly be grateful and seek to repay me in the future. Thus, Xiao Ming sought to gather as much information as possible to make the most informed decision. Chapter 75. Is this a contest to see who resembles a demon lord more? Ding. Congratulations, the host has made a choice, earning the reward, Holy Source Ring. The reward has been automatically placed in the system space and can be extracted upon completion of the selection. Holy Source Ring capable of devouring the cultivation of others, converting it into holy source power stored within the ring. Once activated, it can be infused into the host, elevating their cultivation to the holy realm. The greater the stored holy source power, the more substantial the cultivation boost, potentially reaching the 9th stage of the Holy King realm. Caution: each activation of the Holy Source Ring imposes significant strain on the host's physical body and soul. Overloading the cultivation enhancement may result in severe injury to both. Is it truly this formidable? Upon reviewing the reward from this choice, Xiao Ming could scarcely believe his eyes, questioning whether he had misread. To consume another's cultivation, transforming it into holy source power to augment his own? This was utterly extraordinary. If he could capture a Holy King realm powerhouse to devour their cultivation, he could subsequently activate the Holy Source Ring to attain that level of power. While it may not be permanent, it would still render him nearly invincible. Of course, given his current physical and spiritual strength, he likely could not withstand the enhancement of Holy King realm cultivation without risking collapse. Yet, even so, this ring was exceptionally potent, poised to serve as a trump card in critical moments. Considering his current capabilities, he could likely manage the enhancement of a single stage in the Holy Realm. The Human Emperor flag devours souls, the Human Emperor sword consumes flesh, and the Holy Source Ring absorbs cultivation. I truly possess the makings of a human emperor. Reflecting upon his collection of treasures, Xiao Ming could not help but feel a surge of pride. In the next moment, his gaze settled upon the willowwood stump, and with decisive intent, he pointed at his chest. A drop of vibrant blood, rich with life force, was unleashed upon the stump, causing Feng Xianhuang's pupils to contract in shock. Su Qingyu and Yunling exchanged worried glances, utterly bewildered by Xiao Ming's actions. Are you mad? Are you truly pouring your blood so casually? Do you think this wooden stump is the willow goddess I just mentioned? Feng Xianhuang exclaimed, her voice laced with alarm. Blood essence. This is the essence of one's flesh and vitality. If one loses too much, it could jeopardize their foundation. As the blood splashed onto the willow stump, it astonishingly vanished, as if absorbed in an instant. This sight caused Feng Xianhuang's eyes to widen in disbelief. How is this possible? Could it truly be that this stump is the willow goddess herself? Faced with this bizarre scene and Xiao Ming's reckless behavior, even Feng Xianhuang, despite her skepticism, found herself compelled to entertain the notion. However, did not that esteemed deity, the willow spirit, descend into the abyssal expanse over 3 millennia ago? How could she possibly manifest within the ghostly fiend secret realm? Could it be that the ghostly fiend secret realm has ties to the abyssal races? In but a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts erupted in Feng Xianhuang's mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. She sensed that they had inadvertently stumbled upon something profoundly significant. Hurry, little pot, awaken her. Once this realm suppresses her with all its might, I shall be free to frolic, she thought amidst her astonishment. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the dilapidated village, a sinister figure chuckled ominously. Is it not sufficient yet? After expending a drop of my vital essence, this wooden stake remains unresponsive, though the vitality contained within has slightly intensified. This caused Xiao Ming's brow to furrow in concern. He feared that even a complete blood sacrifice might fail to rouse Lu Yunyun. Why not you give it a try? He suggested, noticing Feng Xianhuang's skepticism. Can you truly ascertain that it is the willow spirit? Feng Xianhuang questioned sharply, her beautiful eyes narrowing. It should be, Xiao Ming replied vaguely. He was uncertain of the cost required to awaken the willow spirit and refrained from making absolute claims to Feng Xianhuang. Her lips twitched in frustration, a desire to strike Xiao Ming surging within her. With her phoenix blood coursing through her veins, simply expelling a drop of vital essence would do her great harm. Even if this wooden stake were indeed the willow spirit, she was reluctant to risk her essence for awakening. It was too damaging to her lineage. Brother Xiao Ming, allow me. Su Qingwei interjected eagerly, stepping forward, intent on offering her own blood to the wooden stake. Foolish girl, what trouble are you stirring? Xiao Ming swiftly restrained her. Let us find shelter in the village first. The most prudent course of action now is to utilize the Emperor's sword to hunt down demons or hostile cultivators within the secret realm. By refining their blood and flesh, we may awaken this willow spirit. As his words fell, they entered the dilapidated village. The houses at the entrance were in ruins, the inscribed ghostly fiend runes damaged, compelling them to venture deeper into the village. Yet, as they approached the village's heart, an undercurrent of murderous intent enveloped them, causing Xiao Ming's eyes to narrow instinctively. An ambush is at hand. Prepare for slaughter. Almost as soon as he uttered these words, a surge of ominous auras erupted from the surrounding houses, and a bizarre formation enveloped the skies. Hee, finally, prey has arrived. We have truly waited long for this, a voice sneered, revealing approximately 30 figures. By their attire and demeanor, Xiao Ming immediately recognized them as cultivators of the Nine Nether Demon sect. Xiao Ming, it's you? The newly risen young supreme from the sacred land of Fuyo that the third protector commanded us to eliminate. One of them exclaimed. Look at him. He possesses the power of the secret realm, and it seems he bears not one but two auras. Shocked gazes turned towards Xiao Ming, whose body shimmered with red and blue light. The demon cultivators' faces twisted with greed, should they succeed in killing Xiao Ming. They would not only gain his secret realm power, but also earn accolades from Yi's Island. It was truly a twofold benefit. Form the array. First, eliminate Xiao Ming. Then deal with those three girls. With a thunderous order from their leader, the array's ominous energy surged forth. Grinning skulls materialized within the formation, charging towards Xiao Ming and his companions with terrifying ferocity. Several dark-clad cultivators unleashed their cultivation at the cave heaven level, bearing down on Xiao Ming with dreadful intent. Ah, they wish to compete with me in malevolence? Xiao Ming scoffed, his lip curling into a cold smile as he summoned the Emperor's banner and the Emperor's sword. A terrifying black mist erupted like a tsunami, and numerous demons charged forth from the Emperor's banner. The Emperor's sword coalesced into an ethereal black dragon, weaving through the crowd like a serpent. At that moment, the demon cultivators of the Nine Nether Demon sect were left dumbfounded. Akin to small spirits encountering the king of hell. Were they the demons, or was he the true harbinger of doom? How could one so sinister emerge from their ranks? Block it, the leading figure shouted, feeling the oppressive aura of the Emperor's banner and sword. A dark flame erupted from him, revealing his seventh layer of cave heaven cultivation. He conjured a flag, and without hesitation expelled a drop of his vital essence. In an instant, a formidable blood-poison wolf spider erupted from the flag, crashing against the black dragon with devastating force. The explosion resonated like thunder, sending shockwaves that turned the air to storm. The blood-poison wolf spider was torn asunder by the black dragon, yet the Emperor's sword continued its relentless advance towards the black-clad man. Meanwhile, the skeletal figures conjured by the dark-clad cultivators were mercilessly shredded by the demonic remnants forged from the Emperor's banner. The formation trembled violently, and many dark-clad figures coughed blood, suffering a horrific backlash. Impossible. You haven't even broken through to cave heaven. How can your strength be so formidable? The leading figure's face twisted in disbelief as he witnessed his life's talisman being obliterated and the formation teetering on collapse. In a desperate retreat, he shouted in horror. Yet, the Emperor's sword showed no signs of halting, swiftly closing the distance. In a life-or-death moment, the black-clad man hurled a jade pendant, unleashing a catastrophic sword light capable of severely wounding a ninth-layer cave heaven expert. This was his last resort, acquired at great cost before entering the ghostly fiend's secret realm. However, even with this trump card, he could not stave off the Emperor's sword's relentless pursuit. The sword light was obliterated by the black dragon's manifestation, and the Emperor's sword, concealed within, continued its lethal advance. The black-clad man's pupils constricted to pinpoints, the imminent threat of death nearly overwhelming him. Blood, save me. The thunderous explosion sent the black-clad man flying, shattering the formation enveloping the realm like a bubble. Interesting. You managed to withstand my strike. No wonder you are a prodigy of the Nine Nether Demon sect, Xiao Ming remarked, his expression revealing surprise as he beheld the frail figure before him, pale with blood-red hair. This was none other than Xiao Ming, a formidable entity possessing the blood fiend's sacred body and inheriting a sliver of imperial bloodline from the blood-killing demon clan, rendering him a true prodigy within the northern Xin realm. What astonished Xiao Ming further was the glimmer of red and blue light dancing around Xiao Ming, indicating he had slain two elite foes and possessed two secret realm powers, likely akin to his own. You are indeed powerful, but this is where your journey ends. As Xiao Ming assessed Xiao Ming, the latter raised his head, rasping, "The others will handle it. Remember to return for the finishing blow." Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Ming, Xiao Ming turned to Feng Xianhuang beside him. The power of the secret realm possessed by Xiao Ming was of the same type as his own, and defeating him would yield little benefit. Instead, it would be more advantageous to severely injure this adversary and allow Feng Xianhuang to deliver the final blow. In doing so, Feng Xianhuang would acquire two powers from the secret realm, thereby enhancing the strength of their team. Kill. Feng Xianhuang nodded in agreement. With a sharp command directed at Yunling and Su Qingwei, she unleashed her cultivation to begin eliminating the surrounding black-clad figures. The three of them faced 30 opponents, an evident numerical disadvantage. Yet, as Feng Xianhuang and her companions engaged, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor, resembling three tigers plunging into a pack of wolves. This scene rendered Xiao Ming's expression icy as he stepped forward, launching a ferocious assault toward Xiao Ming. The two prodigies collided in an instant, unleashing a devastating force capable of instilling terror even in the hearts of any who had reached the Cangyuan Realm. The clash of their fists and feet erupted into a thunderous roar akin to a storm. Interesting, he possesses a physical combat technique, and its rank has reached the Holy King level? Surprised by the violent surge of energy emanating from Xiao Ming, Xiao Ming noticed a spectral figure of a bloodthirsty demon emerging behind him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Ming's face. If this individual were to fully exert his strength, even Feng Xianhuang might find it challenging to subdue him effortlessly. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Xiao Ming. With this thought, Xiao Ming did not wish to prolong the confrontation. He unleashed his entire energy, manifesting a terrifying dragon claw imbued with chaotic true fire, which struck the bloodthirsty demon figure. The spectral form was severely wounded, causing Xiao Ming to involuntarily spit blood, his expression one of shock and disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Ming. He had never anticipated that Xiao Ming's physical combat prowess would be so formidable, shattering his energy technique within mere exchanges. Burning blood, blood soul guide. Overcome with humiliation, Xiao Ming summoned a blood-colored rune that appeared on his forehead, as each drop of his blood seemed to ignite. A more terrifying aura of vitality erupted from him. Even a blood-colored skeletal figure howled forth from his brow, charging toward Xiao Ming with a fearsome soul force. This was a soul attack. Once it infiltrated the opponent's consciousness, it could obliterate the souls of most Cangyuan Realm experts. Such trifling skills, daring to show off here. Observing Xiao Ming burning his blood to amplify his strength and unleashing such a formidable soul attack, Xiao Ming merely scoffed with disdain. At that moment, he lost interest in continuing the fight. His innate ability, God-slaying, erupted, and his momentum surged dramatically, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power from his forehead. A mass of soul fire transformed into a resplendent fire lotus, colliding with the blood-colored skeleton. This was the soul lotus secret technique. However, one must not forget that as the fire lotus and blood-colored skeleton collided, the latter was shattered, causing Xiao Ming's soul to suffer immediate backlash. He let out a wretched scream as his vitality began to collapse. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes as he struck down upon Xiao Ming. The true dragon technique instantly shattered every bone in Xiao Ming's body, sending him crashing into the depths of the remnant elder village like refuse. Had it not been for his intention to allow Feng Xianhuang the final blow, this strike would have claimed Xiao Ming's life on the spot. Finish him. As these three words reached Feng Xianhuang's ears, she, after dispatching a black-clad adversary, directed her Feng Ling sword into the deep pit, swiftly eliminating Xiao Ming. The two powers from the secret realm transformed into a stream of light and entered Feng Xianhuang's body. Observing this, Xiao Ming reached toward the pit, intending to refine Xiao Ming's corpse to extract the essence of his flesh and blood. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure clad in black appeared like a specter, swiftly grasping Xiao Ming's corpse before Xiao Ming's eyes. Attempting to snatch from my grasp. Noticing the black-clad figure, a cold light flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his power. The Emperor's sword transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the figure. However, it seemed that the figure had anticipated this. Upon seizing Xiao Ming's corpse, they shattered a jade pendant in their hand. A small formation sprang into existence beneath them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the space rippled, and both figures vanished without a trace. The Emperor's sword pierced the air where the black-clad figure had stood, embedding itself into the pit as if it were a dagger plunging into soft tofu. A space transmission jade pendant? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ming's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that someone would employ a space transmission jade pendant merely to seize a corpse. This individual was none other than Yi Li, another prodigy from the Nine Nether Demon sect, whom Xiao Ming had glimpsed aboard the Demon Bone sacred spirit vessel. Was he coveting the trace of the bloodthirsty demon bloodline within Xiao Ming, as well as the potent essence contained in the corpse? Recalling that he had previously discerned a hint of demonic bloodline within Yi Li using his true eye, and connecting it to Xiao Ming's physique and bloodline, Xiao Ming began to suspect that the individual was another prodigy from the Nine Nether Demon sect. As Xiao Ming pondered over the pit, Feng Xianhuang approached him, her face displaying a serious expression. If her memory served her correctly, this prodigy from the Nine Nether Demon sect was named Yi Li. Although he had not exhibited remarkable prowess within the Ghost Fiend's secret realm and had not competed against the likes of Xiao Ren or Yunfaping, he had severed ties with his master after exiting the realm and joined the ranks of the Demon Clan, becoming a figure feared by many young talents. Well, she has gained an advantage this time. However, no matter how she attempts to teleport, she remains within the Ghost Fiend's secret realm. Should we encounter her again, I shall ensure she pays her dues. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, a faint smile gracing his lips. This woman had piqued his interest, and he hoped she would not disappoint him in the future. You must not underestimate her. This woman is formidable. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Feng Xianhuang issued a warning. To become a witch feared by the prodigies of the Eastern Domain, Yili must possess extraordinary abilities. Should Xiao Ming dare to underestimate her, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my capabilities. Xiao Ming replied with a slight smile, then turned to Feng Xianhuang, a playful glint in his eyes. You seem quite concerned for me. Upon hearing this, Feng Xianhuang's expression stiffened, followed by a hint of warmth on her cheeks. Do not get carried away. I merely wish to remind you out of kindness for the secret realm power you granted me. Who would worry about you? With a cold snort, she adopted an aloof demeanor, choosing to ignore Xiao Ming. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the remaining black-clad figures were thoroughly vanquished by Su Qingyue and Yunling brother Xiao Ming. We've finished them all. Su Qingyue approached Xiao Ming, her face alight with excitement, seemingly seeking his approval and praise. Well done. Let me reward you. Noticing Su Qingyue's enthusiasm, Xiao Ming was not oblivious to her intentions. He reached out to pat her head and then kissed her passionately, nearly causing her to swoon with happiness. This display drew an involuntary twitch from Feng Xianhuang's mouth, while Yunling could not help but reveal a hint of envy. Brother Xiao Ming is truly wonderful. Observing the envy in Yunling's eyes, Su Qingyue, with a twinkle in her eye, turned to Xiao Ming and said, Brother Xiao Ming, my senior sister contributed significantly this time. Why not reward her as well? Upon hearing Su Qingyue's candid words, Xiao Ming nearly lost his composure, while Yunling's face flushed crimson. She had never anticipated such boldness from Su Qingyue, leaving her in utter embarrassment. What are you saying, you mischievous girl? In her shock and panic, Yunling rushed to Su Qingyue's side and playfully smacked her pert backside, casting furtive glances at Xiao Ming afterward. Ahem. You all should seek refuge with Xianhuang while I take care of these corpses, Xiao Ming said, sensing the awkward atmosphere. With that, he began to dispose of the bodies around him, using the human emperor's sword to devour the blood and essence of these individuals, transforming it into vitality to replenish his own losses. This would enable him to once again gather essence to nurture Lu Yunyan. Such was the peculiar nature of the human emperor's sword. It not only consumed the flesh and blood of others to enhance its own foundational power, but also converted that essence back into life force for its host. Once again capable of condensing essence, he moved to provide Lucian with a taste. After forcing out a drop of essence, he let it fall upon the wooden stake. However, as this essence was absorbed, the wooden stake showed no significant change, only a slight increase in the vitality contained within. Still not enough. Truly, the might of an emperor is formidable. Awakening even a wisp of life proves to be exceedingly difficult. It seems I must continue to consume more blood and essence. Xiao Ming reflected, a sense of helplessness in his gaze as he looked at the wooden stake. Muttering to himself, he was acutely aware that night was approaching, and the ghostly fiend's secret realm was about to be besieged by another wave of monstrous entities. Upon returning to the village of the remnants, Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue had already secured a refuge, a spacious timber house that far surpassed the previous small cabin. Inside, they had arranged a large bed, ample enough for four to sleep comfortably. Even the ghostly runes inscribed upon it appeared more enigmatic than those of the small cabin. This shelter is quite satisfactory, and it is in close proximity to the back mountain. We shall rest well tonight and venture to the back mountain at dawn, Xiao Ming remarked, his voice tinged with anticipation as he gazed at the marked location of the mass grave on the map. Regrettably, despite 2 days in the secret realm, he had yet to encounter his brother. He wondered where that rascal had wandered off to. If they could meet, it would be an opportune moment to eliminate him. Otherwise, should he slay some unique elite monster or discover the 7-color fiend and successfully break through, it would complicate matters considerably. I remember this location. Feng Xianhuang suddenly fixated on a specific point on the map, as if a memory had resurfaced. That location was marked as the Bone Pit. If her recollection served her correctly, this was indeed the site where Xiao Ren and Yunfaping had contended for the 7-color fiend in her past life. Boom. Just as Feng Xianhuang's brow furrowed and she prepared to share this revelation with Xiao Ming, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. A black pillar of light shot into the sky from the direction of the back mountain, its terrifying might causing the malevolent energy within a radius of several dozen miles to tremble violently. This commotion prompted Xiao Ming, Feng Xianwang, and the others to abruptly raise their heads, their gazes instinctively directed toward the back mountain. The Dark Tyrant has descended. Chapter 78, Xiaoren's Arrogance, Yi Li's Scheming. What? The Dark Tyrant has arrived? Upon hearing Feng Xianhuang's words, Xiao Ming nearly spat blood in disbelief. The statement itself seemed innocuous, yet it felt profoundly disconcerting. This sensation was unmistakable. It mirrored the presence of that individual from his past life. Ignoring Xiao Ming's astonishment and banter, Feng Xianwang quietly mused to herself, Sister Xianwang. What is the Dark Tyrant? Is it a formidable creature? Su Qingwei inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. The information provided by the Fuyao sacred land merely mentioned the stone gargoyles, elite monsters imbued with secret realm powers, but the terms tyrant, sovereign, and king, these advanced special elite monsters, were said to emerge only during the secret realm's millennial activation cycle. In the prior 2 millennial cycles, few prodigies had survived to recount their experiences, resulting in scant documentation on these elite monsters. Thus, Su Qingwei and Yunling found themselves momentarily bewildered. The Dark Tyrant is merely a collective term for a being birthed from the ghostly fiend's secret realm, a corpse howler resembling a dark qilin and akin to a Pishio and true dragon. Not only does it possess terrifying dark abilities, but its power also reaches the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm, with a physique comparable to some savage aberrations. Most alarmingly, this entity wields secret realm powers that can mitigate damage received by 30% and possesses an extraordinary recovery capability. When critically injured, it enters a berserk state, instantly tripling its combat prowess, making it a true tyrant among the myriad monsters, Feng Xianhuang explained. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's question, Feng Xianwang instinctively shared all she knew but soon realized she had divulged too much information, details not mentioned in the Fuyao sacred land's intelligence. Sister Xianwang, you are remarkable for knowing so much, Su Qingwei remarked with admiration. However, Yunling regarded Feng Xianwang with an odd expression, pondering how this prodigy had access to information even beyond the Fuyao sacred land's records. Was it possible that her family had ancestors who survived the previous 2 millennial cycles? That sounded incredibly impressive. If only she could inherit the secret realm powers from Feng Xianwang, she would be a veritable goddess of slaughter within this realm. As Feng Xianwang disclosed the information regarding the Dark Tyrant, a spark of excitement ignited within Xiao Ming. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to recall something. His tone turning grave as he inquired, earlier, when you mentioned special elite monsters, aside from the Tyrant, what abilities do the Sovereign and King possess? In addition to the Dark Tyrant, there is also the Shadow Sovereign and the Storm King. The Shadow Sovereign possesses the same damage mitigation ability, immune to 30% of damage, and likewise boasts a formidable life recovery capability, with strength also at the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm. However, when its life is critically threatened, it unleashes a signature attack on its foes, rapidly recovering from its injuries. The Storm King combines the abilities of both the Dark Tyrant and the Shadow Sovereign, utilizing secret realm powers to summon heavenly tribulation thunder to strike surrounding enemies, while its own power reaches the 5th level of the law manifestation realm. Feng Xianwang elaborated gravely. This revelation left Xiao Ming gasping in shock. While both Su Qingwei and Yunling were equally stunned, damage mitigation, berserk states, life recovery, and the ability to summon heavenly tribulation thunder, what kind of monsters were these? It was all too abstract. Xiao Ming couldn't help but wonder if the creator of this secret realm was also a traveler from another world. The similarities in many aspects were uncanny, almost identical. You all stay in the refuge. I intend to investigate, Xiao Ming resolved, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind as he addressed Feng Xianwang and the others. With that, he prepared to venture alone to the back mountain of the village of remnants to probe the situation. Let us accompany you. Our combined combat strength is considerable. We can assist if any trouble arises, Feng Xianwang stated solemnly just as Xiao Ming was about to step outside. Su Qingwei and Yunling wore expressions of eager anticipation, clearly reluctant to remain alone in the shelter. Then let us proceed together, Xiao Ming replied with a nod. He then led Feng Xianwang and the others toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, over 10,000 miles away, in a murky swamp, a terrifying roar shattered the heavens as a dark pillar of light erupted. From the depths of the swamp surged a bizarre creature, exuding a menacing aura, resembling neither a snake nor a dragon, nor a flood dragon. The surrounding demons and monsters trembled in fear, and many cultivators abruptly lifted their heads. Is that the Shadow Sovereign, a special elite monster? Upon recognizing the figure from a distance, numerous cultivators were struck with astonishment. Capturing such a creature would significantly enhance their own combat prowess. Furthermore, its lair was likely the source of high-grade malevolence, even if it had not birthed the 7-colored malevolence. The 5-colored malevolence would undoubtedly be within reach. As this thought settled in, many cultivators hastily communicated with one another, intending to rally their companions to slay the beast. Haha. At last, I found it, the high-tier special elite monster. This time, I will utilize its power to crush my dear brother beneath my feet and seize the 7-colored malevolence to forge the perfect realm. Amidst the gathering of cultivators, a booming laughter echoed as a figure descended with the might of a divine king, charging straight for the Shadow Sovereign. This individual was none other than Xiao Ren. Is that Xiao Ren from the Tai Sacred Land? Does he intend to take on the Shadow Sovereign alone? How audacious! The level of this elite monster's threat was such that its lair must contain either the 5-colored or 7-colored malevolence. This was an opportunity that could not be allowed to slip away. Brothers, keep a close watch on him. We must seize the Shadow Sovereign at the right moment. As Xiao Ren charged toward the Shadow Sovereign, many cultivators around the swamp whispered their warnings. With the gathering of so many cultivators, a unique energy surged through the air. Demons and monsters within 100 miles flocked toward this location, transforming the area into a terrifying battlefield. Is this the Misty Swamp? Amidst a ripple of spatial waves, Yili emerged from a low-lying area, carrying the corpse of Xiao Ming. Observing the dark malevolent energy enveloping the surroundings, the fierce battles between cultivators and monsters, as well as Xiao Ren's reckless charge toward the Shadow Sovereign, her eyes flickered with intrigue. She swiftly formed hand seals to begin absorbing the bloodline of the blood demon from Xiao Ming's body, along with the immense energy contained within the blood saint body. Awakening the ancient demon god bloodline within herself was imperative for her to achieve a significant enhancement in strength. Only then would she be qualified to vie for the Shadow Sovereign or emerge victorious and reap the rewards. She sought an opportunity to seize the special soul banners from Xiao Ming. She had an instinct that acquiring the soul banner from Xiao Ming would effortlessly dispel the soul insect left by Yi Xilan in her consciousness. Hee. This is the ancient demon god bloodline from my mother's memories. How delightful. With the little pot and this woman of phantoms, we shall finally be able to venture forth. As Yili began to awaken her ancient demon god bloodline, in a certain void within the misty swamp, a dark little girl with heterochromatic eyes wore an expression of excitement. However, her existence went unnoticed by the cultivators and monsters present. Chapter 79, The Clash of the Kuanping and the Sacred Dragon, two monstrous titans face off. The turmoil in the misty swamp was unknown to Xiao Ming and his companions. After departing from the remnant village, they made their way toward the chaotic burial grounds of the back mountain. Before they could approach, they beheld a mountain range shrouded in ominous energy, with numerous demons and monsters roaring from the shadows, seemingly heralding the arrival of their king. At the center of the burial grounds, through layers of sinister mist, a massive and menacing beast silhouette could be discerned, though its exact appearance was obscured. Its towering Tinjiang height and the pair of horns on its head radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. To the astonishment of Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang, several glimmers of light flickered from the deep pit behind the dark tyrant. Clearly, this was the source of high-grade malevolence. From the variety of colors observed, the lowest grade was the 5-colored malevolence, with a strong possibility of the 7-colored malevolence. However, with the emergence of this dark tyrant, the area within 100 miles was thoroughly stirred. Numerous cultivators from various factions rushed toward this scene. In mere moments, many figures concealed within the back mountains woods emerged, each radiating a formidable aura. As cultivators gathered, numerous demons and monsters launched attacks, transforming the area behind the remnant village into a chaotic battleground. Observing the fray, Xiao Ming advised Feng Xianwang and the others to remain in a relatively concealed position, under the protective aura of the Emperor's banner. As long as Xiao Ming and his companions did not initiate an attack or encounter any unwary foes, the surrounding demons and monsters would typically overlook them. Of course, as night fell and the laws of the secret realm amplified, the demons and monsters would become even more fearsome, making concealment increasingly precarious. Haha. To think a special elite monster and a source of high-grade malevolence would manifest here, this back mountain is ours to claim. A sinister laughter echoed through the air. Indeed. Such bold claims. This elite monster exudes a dark aura, clearly connected to our Juyo demon sect. Those who dare to contest shall face death. Opportunities belong to the capable. This dark corpse how is not your mother? How dare you boast so brazenly here? The sacred dragon guards of the Deqian dynasty. Form up and clear the area. As laughter filled the air, golden-armored warriors formed a protective array, resembling guardians. The shadow of the sacred dragon loomed in the void. And as it passed, demons and monsters exploded in its wake, an overwhelming display of might that sent chills down the spine. This individual was none other than Yang Yuanqing, the ninth prince of the Deqian sacred dynasty, possessing the unblemished sword heart and a unique bloodline of the sacred dragon. He was the most prodigious talent of his generation. Should he succeed in forging a supreme holy realm, he would undoubtedly be named the crown prince by the Deqian sacred emperor. Thus, the dark tyrant and the source of malevolence were treasures he must claim for himself. Merely a waste with the qualifications of a holy king dares to speak of clearing the area? Have you consulted with me, Yunfaping? Just as Yang Yuanqing summoned the sacred dragon guards to begin their sweep, a voice resonated through the void, and a figure clad in white descended like a celestial being. The aura radiating from him was terrifying, embodying the essence of supremacy. Most notably, he shimmered with 3 distinct colors, one red, one blue, and one yellow. This indicated that he had slain at least 3 elite monsters and possessed 3 different powers of the secret realm. The red and blue were likely the scarlet statue power and the azure statue power that Xiao Ming had encountered, while the yellow, though unfamiliar to Xiao Ming, appeared to be a defensive power capable of doubling one's defensive capabilities. For certain prodigies, a 2-fold increase in defense was a formidable enhancement. Yunfaping. Upon seeing this figure, Yang Yuanqing's expression changed dramatically. Even the cultivators engaged in battle against the demons and monsters on the back mountain wore expressions of astonishment. Behold, the most extraordinary prodigy of the Yao Kuan sacred land. Not only does he possess the ancient Kuanping bloodline, but he also harbors the rare dual-eyed constitution, rendering him even more formidable than Xiao Run of the Tai Yi sacred land. Who would have thought this individual would manifest here? It appears that this dark tyrant and the source of malevolence have found their rightful owner. Even though you are the young supreme of the Yao Kuan sacred land, I, Yang Yuanqing, shall not yield. Let me witness whether this prodigy lives up to his reputation. A terrifying surge of vital energy erupted like a tsunami. At that moment, as the numerous sacred dragon guards sat cross-legged around, streams of dragon energy emanated from these warriors, coalescing around Yang Yuanqing like smoke signals. This is the art of breath fusion. As long as practitioners share similar cultivation methods, they can utilize this technique to merge their strengths against foes. Essentially, one individual can harness the power of many, making it a dreadfully potent fusion technique. However, mastering this art requires profound trust and relentless practice between the participants. It is a feat difficult for ordinary individuals to achieve. To my surprise, this ninth prince of the Deqian has successfully cultivated it with his subordinates. It seems he intends to unleash his might within the ghostly malevolent secret realm. The breath fusion technique? Yunfaping's dual eyes flashed with disdain as he stepped forward like an emperor. How dare a mere parasite, drawing upon the strength of others, presume to contend with me, the Holy Sun? As those words echoed, the ancient Kuanping bloodline within Yunfaping was activated, and a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, manifesting a colossal Kuanping illusion behind him. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Yunfaping grasped at Yang Yuanqing, and the Kuanping illusion soared into the skies with the might of a celestial battle, crashing down with devastating force. Kuanping technique. This technique, born from the ancestral bloodline as combat wisdom, while incomplete, still embodies the ancient Kuanping's legacy. Once unleashed, its power is beyond compare. Moreover, with the addition of 3 secret realm powers, its might is undoubtedly magnified 2- or 3-fold. How dare you belittle me? I am the Deqian sacred dragon, far beyond your contemptible grasp. Hearing Yunfaping's words, Yang Yuanqing roared and unleashed a punch, a dragon's roar reverberating through the heavens. The sacred dragon illusion erupted with horrifying destructive power, charging toward the Kuanping illusion. Chapter 80. If Xiao Ming is fearful of battle, he shall meet his demise. Boom. As the Kuanping illusion collided with the sacred dragon illusion, a cataclysmic shockwave swept through the battlefield like a tidal wave. Creatures attempting to rush into the fray were instantly torn to shreds. The sacred dragon illusion, conjured by Yang Yuanqing, barely held for 2 breaths before being obliterated by the Kuanping illusion, causing Yang Yuanqing and the sacred dragon guards to suffer a backlash, spitting blood in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief at Yunfaping. They had never anticipated that with Yang Yuanqing as the core of the formation, bolstered by 36 dragon guards, they would be unable to withstand a single Yunfaping. Just how terrifying is this young supreme from the Yaokuan sacred land? Even as you rely on the strength of others, I remain unrivaled in this world. With a single hand, Yun-Faping shattered the sacred dragon illusion, nonchalantly placing his other hand behind his back, his demeanor utterly indifferent. Having spoken, he reversed his hand, pressing toward Yang Yuanqing and the others. The Kuanping illusion transformed into a golden-winged roc, unfurling its wings to unleash a terrifying brilliance, descending upon Yang Yuanqing and his companions with an indomitable presence. How dare you belittle me? Provoked by Yun-Faping's scorn, Yang Yuanqing was utterly infuriated, with the sound of dragon roars once more shaking the heavens. The sacred dragon bloodline within him surged to its zenith, amplifying his vital energy. Yet this was not the end. As the sacred dragon bloodline reached its peak, Yang Yuanqing's dustless sword heart erupted, unleashing a terrifying sword aura from his being. With a grasp of his right hand, a dragon-patterned bone sword materialized, and the sacred dragon illusion re-emerged. Yang Yuanqing raised his hand, slashing through the void with the sword. The sacred dragon illusion fused with the sword light, its terrifying radiance resembling an enraged ancestral dragon, as if the divine dragon's tail sought to tear apart the very heavens, colliding directly with the golden-winged roc. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the rear mountain of the old village was swept by a tempest akin to an 80-level typhoon, as the destructive impact morphed into a storm, ravaging the surrounding forests for miles. Numerous demons and cultivators roared, unleashing their prowess to barely stabilize themselves against the storm's onslaught. The dark tyrant in the dragon pit of the graveyard emitted a furious roar, his surrounding dark power instantly suppressing the area. However, to guard the source of malevolence, this tyrant refrained from charging into battle, fixating his gaze upon Yun-Faping and the others. Meanwhile, in the void above, after Yang Yuanqing unleashed the sword with his sacred dragon bloodline and dustless sword heart, the golden-winged roc conjured by Yun-Faping was finally obliterated in that instant. Golden feathers scattered in the void, inflicting a degree of backlash upon Yun-Faping. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet in the next moment, as if invigorated, Yun-Faping erupted with an overwhelming aura, his hair thrashing like tendrils. Ha ha ha, to think this holy son would experience some backlash. You can take pride in your impending demise. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Yun-Faping gazed at Yang Yuanqing. His hands swiftly formed seals, the Kuanping bloodline within him boiling over as the Kuanping technique transformed once more. Kuanping technique, roc descending from the 9 heavens. Following this, he let out a piercing cry to the heavens. The golden-winged roc instantly soared to great heights, its wings twisting as it spiraled down like a golden shuttle, unleashing a cataclysmic tornado toward Yang Yuanqing and his companions. Block this. Witnessing the impending devastation, Yang Yuanqing could not help but shout vehemently, his exposed dragon scales trembling in fear. As his roar echoed, he joined forces with the 36 dragon guards to form seals. And the sacred dragon illusion transformed into a sacred dragon bell, enveloping them all within. However, as the golden-winged roc collided with the sacred dragon bell, the terrifying impact shattered the bell, sound waves morphing into a storm that obliterated many cultivators and demons within a 10-mile radius. Even more terrifying was the fact that amid this dreadful collision, the golden-winged roc rammed the sacred dragon bell into the rear mountain of the old village. The majority of the mountain crumbled under the force of this divine technique, forcing Xiao Ming, Feng Xianwang, and others to reveal themselves from the aftermath of battle. The sacred dragon bell lay in ruins, 36 dragon guards perished in this assault, and only Yang Yuanqing managed to preserve a sliver of life, albeit gravely wounded and on the brink of death. This scene sent shivers down the spines of cultivators within a 10-mile radius. Their gazes filled with terror and dread as they beheld this prodigy, Yun-Faping. While they had known of his strength, none could have anticipated it to be so overwhelming. Such power surely rivaled that of even some Dharma manifestation realm cultivators. With the emergence of this dark tyrant and the source of malevolence, it is evident that they belong to Yun-Faping. Hiss, look over there. That is Xiao Ming of the Fuyo sacred land. He has managed to remain hidden here, plotting to ambush Yun-Faping? Just as Xiao Ming and Feng Xianwang's group were forced to reveal themselves in the void when their mountain peak was obliterated by Yun-Faping's divine technique. A sharp cry erupted from the cultivators. Such words startled many surrounding cultivators and caught Yun-Faping's attention. How truly noisy. Casting a glance at the speaker, a member of the Jiuyo demon sect, a glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. The Emperor's sword transformed instantaneously into a streak of flowing light, immediately launching itself toward the cultivator with deadly intent. What did it mean for him to linger here merely to ambush Yunfaping? Clearly, it was an attempt to draw aggro, provoking Yunfaping to come forth and slay him. While he bore no fear of Yunfaping, he would not tolerate anyone's disdain. No, help me block this. Witnessing the imminent assault of the Emperor's sword, the cultivator was so frightened that his soul nearly fled, desperately attempting to hide behind other cultivators. Alas, once the Emperor's sword was unsheathed, blood was destined to be spilled. A fleeting shadow pierced through the void, despite the cultivator unleashing all his strength to resist. He was nonetheless pierced through by the Emperor's sword. His flesh and essence were devoured entirely, reducing him to a mere lifeless husk that fell to the ground, subsequently shredded into pieces by a horde of demons and monsters. This scene left many of the surviving cultivators around them in a state of shock. It should be noted that the cultivator who had just spoken had utilized the three-color fiend to reconstruct his foundation, restoring his cultivation to the 6th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Yet, this formidable individual was slain in an instant by Xiao Ming, and he had not even broken through to the Cave Heaven realm. How terrifying was the power of this young supreme from the Fuyao sacred land. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Yunfaping cast a glance at the nearly lifeless young Yuanqing, then turned his gaze towards Xiao Ming and his companions. A terrifying battle intent surged upward in an instant, and he strode through the air like a divine king in white. I have heard of you. Cast aside by your family as a discarded child, yet I do not understand how you have risen. Not only did you break records during the entrance examination of the Fuyao sacred land, but you also defeated your brother, who possesses the supreme bone, with astonishing talent. Many powerful figures in the North Xian realm regard you as the young supreme, and should you not perish, you may yet attain the path of the Emperor. I have long wished to engage you in combat, and I did not expect to encounter you here. It seems this is the will of heaven, to allow us to duel and see who truly deserves the title of Young Supreme. With these words spoken, regardless of whether Xiao Ming agreed, Yunfaping unleashed his cultivation, raising his hand to grasp at the void. The power of blood and essence merged with the force of true energy, transforming in the air into a colossal claw of the Kuanping, descending as if to tear apart the heavens and the earth. To him, engaging in a duel was an honor. Should Xiao Ming show any signs of cowardice, death would be his only fate. Chapter 81. To compel me to use my heavy pupils, you may die without regrets. What an arrogant fellow. Does he truly believe himself invincible? After Yunfaping finished speaking, he did not care whether Xiao Ming wished to duel. He initiated the attack first. A glimmer of murderous intent surfaced on Xiao Ming's face, and at that moment, his cultivation erupted explosively. The power of blood merged with the chaotic true fire, transforming into a massive claw of a true dragon in the void, boldly meeting the assault head-on. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Kuanping's claw and the true dragon's claw collided and annihilated each other, the devastating shockwave creating a tempest that forced many surrounding cultivators to retreat in haste. However, Xiao Ming and his companions remained unmoved, merely hovering in place, watching Yunfaping. Step back. Leave the other insignificant foes to you. Once I have slain this man, I will deal with the Dark Tyrant. After fending off Yunfaping's strike, Xiao Ming instructed Feng Xianhuang and the others. At this moment, the setting sun appeared blood-red, and the night was about to descend. Should they not resolve this swiftly, it would become exceedingly difficult to eliminate the Dark Tyrant once darkness enveloped them. Be cautious. This man not only possesses the ancient Kuanping bloodline, but also wields terrifying innate divine abilities with his heavy pupils. Feng Xianhuang responded gravely upon hearing Xiao Ming's words. In terms of physique, this man before them was even superior to her. Even the earlier Yang Ren could not compare. After all, with heavy pupils coupled with the ancient Kuanping bloodline, even the prodigies of imperial-level forces might not have such a solid foundation. Fear not, he is not my equal. Xiao Ming replied with a calm smile, signaling Feng Xianhuang not to worry excessively. He bore the chaotic body and practiced supreme techniques alongside various imperial tier divine abilities. If he could not surpass this man, he would indeed have no choice but to take his own life. Seeing Xiao Ming so confident, Feng Xianhuang refrained from further comment, retreating alongside Su Qingwei and Yunling to deal with some ill-intentioned cultivators and reckless demons and monsters. He to withstand a strike from this holy sun. You truly possess some merit, far surpassing this worthless one lying on the ground, Yunfaping remarked, not bothering to obstruct Xiao Ming as he let the words flow indifferently. It seemed his sole interest lay with Xiao Ming. Though Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingwei were strikingly beautiful, to him, they were mere ephemeral skeletons. Even his junior sister and 2 master mothers were but mounts to be toyed with at will. Only powerful contemporaries could incite his bloodlust for battle. You are quite arrogant. But your hubris shall end here. Once you enter the Emperor's banner, do not regret your actions today. Xiao Ming responded with a detached smile. After his cold words, he took a step forward, heading straight for Yunfaping. The power of blood and the chaotic true fire erupted once more. And behind him materialized a terrifying chaotic true dragon, which lunged toward his opponent with a fist. Ha ha ha. If you possess such strength, I, Yunfaping, would beg for death. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's declaration and seeing him charge, Yunfaping burst into wild laughter. The Kuanping technique was employed once more. The phantom of the Kuanping transformed into a golden-winged rock, radiating a destructive aura as it clashed with the chaotic true dragon conjured by Xiao Ming. Wherever they collided, the mountains crumbled, demons and monsters exploded, and numerous cultivators fled in panic. Hardly anyone dared approach within 100 feet of Xiao Ming and Yunfaping. The dark tyrant roared incessantly within the source of the murderous aura, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the two before it. These two humans posed a tremendous threat. And if it were not bound to the source of the murderous aura, it would have lunged forward to eliminate them. How dare they fight at its doorstep? Was this not a humiliation? True Dragon Technique. You actually possessed the ancient True Dragon Technique. As the clash with Xiao Ming unfolded, Yunfaping's face turned to one of shock. He realized that the martial arts Xiao Ming employed were far more terrifying than those of Yang Yuanqing. Each move surpassed the sacred dragon formed by Yang Yuanqing. This left Yunfaping aghast. In a furious roar, Yunfaping managed to push Xiao Ming back, his hands rapidly changing seals as he unleashed the 9 heavens of the rock's descent. The golden-winged rock ascended to unimaginable heights before spiraling downward with a terrifying might, even more fearsome than before. Regrettably, Xiao Ming was no Yang Yuanqing. Faced with Yunfaping's dreadful strike, Xiao Ming merely chuckled coldly as he formed a seal. The chaotic true dragon executed a sweeping tail strike, gathering terrifying power and swinging out as if drawing a colossal sword. As it collided with the diving golden-winged rock, a thunderous explosion resonated, and the golden-winged rock emitted a mournful cry as its massive body was cleaved in two by the chaotic true dragon's tail. Yunfaping spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Impossible. How could this Holy Sun's Kuanping technique be inferior to your True Dragon technique? This is absolutely impossible. A fierce glint appeared in Yunfaping's eyes as he once more summoned the power of his Kuanping bloodline, altering his seals. Kuanping technique, shattering heaven. His body transformed into black and white, resembling a monstrous fish. With a flick of his tail, he unleashed the might to sink continents with a gaping maw. He wielded the power to devour sun and moon. This was the North Ming Void Kuan, another form of the ancient Kuanping, with physical strength comparable to that of aberrant beings from the wilderness. With Yunfaping's thunderous shout, the North Ming Void Kuan emerged, exuding an unassailable presence, swinging its tail to strike at the chaotic true dragon. This technique had been cultivated for 2.5 years. The might of the attack was akin to a comet colliding with the earth. Even a celestial pillar could be shattered by such force. It was merely a trivial skill. As Yunfaping unleashed this move, Xiao Ming merely chuckled coldly and formed a seal with his hands. The Chaos True Dragon let out a furious roar. Its twin horns erupted with destructive waves, and the Chaos True Fire swirled around like a tempest, propelling the dragon forward. The dragon technique, Toxic Dragon Drill. No, it was the dragon technique, Emerging Dragon from the Abyss. This maneuver could pierce through layers of defenses, embodying an unimaginable terror. As the two formidable techniques collided, a catastrophic shockwave caused the mountains behind the ruined village to collapse, creating a deep pit stretching over 1,000 zhang. The northern underworld's phantom was instantly pierced by the assault, disintegrating into countless specks of light. Yunfaping was hurled away like refuse, blood gushing from his mouth. He suffered a grievous blow, crashing through several peaks of the ruined village, carving a trench thousands of zhang long into the ground. At that moment, the world fell into a profound silence. Just how terrifying was this young supreme who had risen from the sacred land of Fuyao? Ah, the complete dragon technique. How remarkable. Haha. My defeat is truly not unjust. Yet, just when everyone believed the battle had reached its conclusion, Yunfaping, the child of destiny, would not succumb so easily. You are indeed a worthy opponent, capable of forcing me to wield the power of the heavy eye. Now you may die without regrets. The heavy eyes in Yunfaping's gaze intermingled, exuding an incomprehensible aura that erupted like a volcanic explosion. Chapter 82. What of the heavy eye technique? Let me show you the chaos technique. The earth continued to crumble, and the void trembled violently. The terrifying momentum and oppressive force left all present trembling in fear. Numerous demons and monsters fled in panic. Even the dark tyrant roared in distress. At that moment, a dreadful force of rules began to awaken. as if Yun Feiping's power had transcended the confines of the secret realm. The very fabric of the void was disrupted, and the rules of the secret realm could not impose their sanctions. Of course, few cultivators noticed these subtle changes. The heavy eye, this is troublesome. Gazing upon Yun Feiping, who soared like a demon god, Feng Xianhuang's expression grew grave. The fluctuations and pressure were so intense that even she felt a profound threat. Uncertain whether Xiao Ming could continue to suppress him. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Feng Xianhuang turned to look at Xiao Ming, only to find him remarkably calm. It was as if even the Yun Feiping, wielding the power of the heavy eye, was insignificant in his eyes, causing her heart to tremble. This man is not flustered. Could it be he possesses the confidence to subdue him? I hope you can hold on until this holy sun employs the heavy eye technique. Otherwise, this battle will lose its thrill. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Yun Feiping's gaze locked onto Xiao Ming, a chilling, sinister smile appearing on his face. As he spoke, he raised his hand and grasped the void, summoning a terrifying surge of blood and energy that transformed into a kunpeng, roaring as it charged toward Xiao Ming. This attack, enhanced by the power of the heavy eye, was several times stronger than before. Even some cultivators at the third level of the Dharma aspect dared not confront it head-on. Is the heavy eye so formidable? Hearing Yun Feiping's audacious words and witnessing his attack, Xiao Ming merely raised his head with an indifferent expression. In that instant, the talent of Godslayer surged forth. Xiao Ming entered a state of fury. Whether it was the surge of blood energy, the fluctuations of true essence, or the strength of his soul, all experienced several-fold enhancement. The devastating aura caused the heavens and earth to tremble, leaving many cultivators and demons quaking in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at Xiao Ming. If Yun Feiping, harnessing the power of the heavy eye, transformed from a minor enemy into a lord, then Xiao Ming's surge elevated him from a minor foe to a king. After entering the five-fold rampage with the Godslayer talent, Xiao Ming simply hurled a punch into the void ahead, his blood energy merging with the chaos true fire, creating a shadow of a fist that struck the kunpeng illusion. With a thunderous roar, the kunpeng illusion was obliterated. Yun Feiping couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he stared at Xiao Ming. No, it's impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Ming, Yun Feiping's resolve nearly shattered. He had expected to easily suppress his opponent with the heavy eye's power. Yet what he received was a far more merciless crushing. Is this the chaos body? This holy sun cannot believe you are truly invincible. Reeling from this internal blow, Yun Feiping completely lost his sanity. An even more terrifying aura erupted from him, his eyes transforming into one black and one white. The winds and clouds over the mountains behind the ruined village changed dramatically, and the void crackled with thunder. The once crimson skies now turned black and white, causing many cultivators and demons to kneel in terror. An overwhelming sense of humility surged from their hearts, as if Yun Feiping had become the sovereign of heaven and earth at that moment. This is the heavy eye technique. In a moment of instability, Yun Feiping finally unleashed the heavy eye technique. No matter how strong your chaos body is, I shall bury you here. Heavy eye technique. The sun and moon dimmed, chaos reigned. As the extraordinary event shook the heavens and earth, Yun Feiping formed another seal. The once dim void revealed a pair of icy cold eyes, reminiscent of Xiao Ming's supreme technique. Yet, these eyes were eerily a black and white heavy eye. The moment they appeared, the entire void transformed into a vast starry expanse, the sun, moon, and stars dimming significantly. Only a black and white aurora remained, as if it sought to invert the cosmos and reverse yin and yang, descending upon Xiao Ming with a destructive force. Xiao Ming, brother Xiao Ming. Witnessing such a terrifying heavy eye technique, Yunling and Su Qingwei couldn't help but exclaim. Only Feng Xianhuang gazed at Xiao Ming with trembling eyes, her delicate face revealing shock and disbelief. For in that moment, she felt a shift in Xiao Ming's aura, akin to an ancient demon god awakening from slumber. Even she, the Reincarnated Empress, could not help but feel her soul quiver. What of the heavy eye technique? Let me show you the chaos technique. The starry sky, now transformed into black and white, emitted an inexplicable roar. The entire expanse trembled and suddenly shattered, as a colossal foot imbued with chaotic energy descended from the broken sky. It was as if an otherworldly chaos demon sought to enter this cosmos and crush an ant beneath its heel. The demon's foot bore a destructive might, colliding with the black and white aurora. The aurora shattered on the spot. The entire starry sky trembled and collapsed, as that foot directly landed on the heavy eyes, exploding them like two stars. The heavy eye technique was shattered. Unwavering spat out another mouthful of reverse blood, 2 terrifying tears of blood streaming from his eyes. He was crushed beneath the chaotic giant's foot into the mountains behind the ruined village. That mountain range was flattened, leaving behind a terrifying footprint over 1,000 zhang in size, unfathomably deep. At that moment, the world fell into a profound silence, and the surviving cultivators stared blankly at Xiao Ming. They could hardly believe that this young supreme, who had risen from the sacred land of Fuyao, had obliterated Unwavering heavy eye technique with a single step. It is utterly terrifying. The dual pupils are nothing compared to this. Observing the nearly lifeless Unwavering in the deep pit, Xiao Ming spoke with a tone of indifference, as if he had anticipated this outcome. This move is derived from the Chaos Dao's demonic scripture. Previously, his strength was too feeble to unleash the techniques encapsulated within the Chaos Dao, relying solely on his innate chaos body to augment his power. However, now, with his strength having evolved and bolstered by the chaos body, he could barely execute the chaotic arts. As his thoughts settled, sensing that Unwavering had not yet succumbed entirely, Xiao Ming was not inclined to show mercy. With a swift motion of his fingers, he directed the Emperor's sword towards the deep pit, transforming it into a streak of radiant light that surged towards Unwavering. Young man, you have already defeated Faping. Why persist in seeking his total annihilation? Spare an old man's face and withdraw. The Yaoquan sacred land will be your ally henceforth. Chapter 83. Unwavering's complete demise, the menace from Yaoquan sacred land. The thought of a sacred king's intent? Upon sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the pit, reminiscent of the time when the fire cloud old ghost materialized, Xiao Ming's expression remained icy. He summoned the Emperor banner with a flick of his hand. To the victor go the spoils, the living prevail, while the vanquished perish. You, old man, are unworthy of any favor. What a jest! Had I been defeated earlier, would Unwavering have shown me any mercy? Certainly not. Thus, I shall fight to the bitter end. What of the sacred king's might? He had allies of his own. As his words fell, the Emperor banner erupted with overwhelming black energy as countless demonic entities surged into the pit. The Emperor's sword, too, radiated a majestic power, conjuring the phantom of a black dragon to obliterate Unwavering. He dared not believe that in this isolated secret realm, a sacred king would dare unleash their full power. You seek death. Seeing that Xiao Ming was utterly unyielding, the sacred king bellowed angrily, taking command of Unwavering's severely injured body. A devastating force erupted from Unwavering, akin to a tsunami, easily countering Xiao Ming's 2 assaults. Yet, at that moment, the entire secret realm trembled violently, and a strange mist materialized within the pit. Delicious food. I must consume you. What is this ghastly thing? Begone, I mean no disturbance. Please, spare me, senior. No. Amidst these chilling cries, the gray mist writhed violently, and the sacred king's intent struggled against it. Regardless of the resistance, any attack against the gray mist was as ineffective as striking cotton candy. There was no ripple of energy, only an eerie sound of tearing and chewing. The entire realm plunged into an oppressive silence. Not only the numerous cultivators but even the demons and monsters, alongside the dark tyrant in the dragon pit, trembled in place, paralyzed by an overwhelming terror. It's her. Gazing at the swirling gray mist, Xiao Ming's pupils involuntarily constricted. He had not anticipated that the dark little girl, who had nearly brought them to ruin earlier, would appear here and seek to consume that sacred king's intent. As time passed, the anguished cries of the sacred king faded away, even the eerie chewing sound ceased. Only the gray mist lingered in the pit, as if the previous events had been naught but an illusion. Brother Xiao Ming, has that ghost departed? In this profound silence, Su Qingwei grasped Xiao Ming's clothing, her expression cautious. The horror brought upon them by the specters the previous night was too overwhelming. She should have left. Utilizing his true sight, he discerned that the mist no longer concealed the specter, revealing only a desiccated corpse, its eyes wide open in a visage of terror. The dark little girl had not only consumed the sacred king's intent, but had also devoured Unwavering's soul and essence entirely, leaving Xiao Ming feeling somewhat vexed. He had intended to refine Unwavering's soul into a demonic entity, to absorb his essence to replenish his losses, and even hope to craft treasures from those dual pupils. Yet, the appearance of the specter had claimed his spoils. Nevertheless, had the dark little girl not manifested, that sacred king's intent would likely have compelled him to employ the trump card bestowed by Jiang. Overall, he did not consider himself at a loss. Did that person die? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Qingwei sighed with relief but could not help but voice another question. Having been consumed along with his essence and soul, he was utterly beyond salvation. With that, Xiao Ming directed the Emperor's sword into the gray mist. Retrieving Yunfeiping's storage ring. As the strongest prodigy of the Yaokuan sacred land, it should contain a wealth of treasures. Having completed this task, Xiao Ming's gaze fell upon the dark tyrant not far away. In a low voice, he instructed Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue, "Join me. Let us swiftly eliminate this tyrant." Upon finishing, Xiao Ming disregarded the surviving cultivators and the remnants of demons, unleashing his power as he charged at the dark tyrant. Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingyue did not hesitate, unleashing their strength alongside Xiao Ming. A more intense battle erupted in the back mountains. Meanwhile, within the Yaokuan sacred land, as the sacred king's intent was consumed, a figure seated deep within the forbidden grounds could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The destruction of the sacred king's intent meant that even a cultivator at the 9th level of the sacred king realm would suffer damage to their soul's essence. What on earth is that? Such a terrifying presence exists within the ghost Sha's secret realm. At that moment, witnessing the soul token hovering before him shatter, a terrifying aura erupted from his being. The token belonged to Yunfeiping. Although he had anticipated Yunfeiping's demise, the shattering of the token ignited a tempest of fury within him. "Yunhai, send someone to the ghost Sha's secret realm. If that disciple named Xiao Ming from the Fuyao sacred land emerges alive, ensure he is ground to dust." As this command reached the ears of the Yaokuan sacred lord, the leaders of the several peaks were left aghast, utterly shocked. They had not expected that their once promising young supreme would meet such a tragic end in the ghost Sha's secret realm, and even more so, that it would be due to the actions of a genius from the Fuyao sacred land. This debt must be settled with the Fuyao sacred land. Upon learning the circumstances, several peak leaders stepped forth and immediately boarded the Holy Spirit vessel bound for the 10,000 Great Mountains. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ming and the others, they were entirely unaware of the movements from the Yaokuan sacred land. After unleashing their full power, they directed their assaults on the dark tyrant. Xiao Ming, having revealed the chaotic arts, did not conceal his combat prowess. In a mere moment, under the dual onslaught of the Emperor's sword and true dragon art, he thoroughly suppressed the dark tyrant. Feng Xianhuang, seemingly spurred by Xiao Ming, unleashed the full extent of her ancient phoenix bloodline, wielding the phoenix feather sword to unleash a barrage of sword light. Each beam of light was imbued with formidable intent, its power rivaling that of Xiao Ming's strikes. Such a terrifying offensive caused Xiao Ming's pupils to involuntarily constrict. This is indeed one of the essential prerequisites for ascending to the realm of the sacred. Many prodigies have yet to grasp it even in the law manifestation stage. Unexpectedly, Feng Xianhuang has already integrated the essence of flame into her divine abilities for offensive purposes. Truly, she is deserving of the title of the reborn empress, leveraging the accumulations from her previous life. Even though her physique is merely a remnant of the ancestral phoenix bloodline, she can unleash a force more formidable than Yunfeiping. Chapter 84. A forceful decimation of the dark tyrant. The vitality of Lucian begins to revive. Under the relentless assault of Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang, the dark tyrant is left battered and bruised. Despite possessing formidable regenerative capabilities, he cannot withstand the furious onslaught from the two prodigies. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue and Yunling are eliminating the approaching demons to prevent any interference with Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. As night falls, the dark tyrant, severely injured in his life essence by Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang, emits a scarlet glow amidst his furious roars. His momentum surges threefold, and a terrifying aura of darkness sweeps through the heavens and earth like a tsunami. In his howls, the dark tyrant reaches out toward Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. Within the dark maelstrom, a horrific vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood manifests as his claws strike like sword lights, targeting the two. This scene causes Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang's expressions to harden. Xiao Ming activates his god-slaying talent, entering a state of rage where his power amplifies fivefold. He summons the chaotic laws, and the Emperor's banner erupts with a soul-shattering impact, a force even more terrifying than when he subdued Yunfeiping. At that moment, Feng Xianhuang holds nothing back. A fearsome phoenix apparition materializes behind her as the essence of flames sweeps across the void. She then strikes with her phoenix feather sword. The sword light, resembling a phoenix's fallen plume, carries destructive power as it descends upon the dark tyrant. In the blink of an eye, despite the dark tyrant's formidable nature, which includes a 30% damage mitigation ability and the capacity to enter a berserk state after sustaining heavy injury, he is still no match for the two prodigies. In their combined might, the dark tyrant's attacks utterly collapse, and a significant portion of his flesh is cleaved apart, as the Emperor's sword finally pierces through the dark tyrant. This tyrannical specter is vanquished by their combined efforts. A jet-black light enters Xiao Ming's body, causing his already formidable aura to swell further. This is the augmentation of the Dark Tyrant's power. From this moment forth, as long as Xiao Ming remains within the ghostly fiend's secret realm, he not only possesses a 30% damage mitigation ability, but can also enter a threefold berserk state after suffering heavy injuries. This ability can synergize with his god-slaying talent and gargoyle power, elevating Xiao Ming's strength to an unfathomable level. Remarkably, this ability can be shared between two individuals. Upon acquiring the Dark Tyrant's power, a unique expression crosses Xiao Ming's face. In a previous life, within a certain game, the Dark Tyrant's power could be shared among 5 individuals, but within the ghostly fiend's secret realm, it is somewhat diminished, allowing only 2 to share. If he so desires, he can condense a drop of blood to form the Dark Tyrant's runes, imprinting them upon another person, granting them the Dark Tyrant's power. However, should he unfortunately perish, that individual would lose this enhancement. Brother Xiao Ming, look, that seems to be the 7-colored fiend. After slaying the Dark Tyrant, Su Qingwei gazes at the deep pit once guarded by the Dark Tyrant, her face lighting up with sheer joy. The 7-colored fiend is the pinnacle of earthly malevolence, capable of crafting a perfect cave of heaven, and it holds the potential for one to ascend to the status of an emperor in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Ming turns to look, his expression sharpening before revealing disappointment. This is not the 7-colored fiend. To be precise, it is a 5-colored fiend currently metamorphosing into a 7-colored fiend, which, in terms of quality, is not the genuine article. In the deep pit before them, although the earthly malevolence flickers with 7 hues, 2 of the colors appear rather ethereal, indicating that they have not fully stabilized. Thus, this malevolent energy does not constitute true 7-colored fiend. It is merely a more advanced semblance of the 5-colored fiend. It seems that the Dark Tyrant's prolonged presence here was intended to catalyze this earthly malevolence, facilitating its transformation into genuine 7-colored fiend. Alas, before this malevolence could fully evolve, the Dark Tyrant was slain. Do you wish to use this to forge a cave of heaven? Looking at the source of malevolence, Xiao Ming inquires of Feng Xianhuang. The pseudo-7-colored fiend, while inferior to the true variant, can still be utilized to create an imperial-grade cave of heaven. I pursue perfection, Feng Xianhuang replies succinctly, clearly unimpressed by the pseudo-7-colored fiend. Brother Xiao Ming, allow me to forge the cave of heaven. This source of malevolence is suitable for me. Hearing Feng Xianhuang's refusal, Su Qingwei eagerly interjects. Her physique is merely of the sacred king level, and her cultivation method aligns with that rank. Should she utilize the pseudo-7-colored fiend to forge a cave of heaven, it would represent a significant qualitative transformation for her. As for the 7-colored fiend, she refrains from aspiring to it. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare, and if found later, it would hardly suffice for a few individuals. Better to reserve it for Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. If she can forge a cave of heaven now, she will be of great assistance in future battles. Very well. You may use this source of malevolence to forge your cave of heaven. Take advantage of the remaining daylight to absorb it swiftly. Xiao Ming agrees with a nod. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei excitedly plunges into the source of malevolence, beginning to devour the pseudo-7-colored fiend to forge her cave of heaven. The surrounding surviving cultivators, though envious, lack the courage to rush forward and contest for it. After all, the prodigy who could slay Yun Feiping and another equally terrifying genius are present. Even gathering a multitude would merely be a death wish. You two guard Qingwei. I will head to the entrance of the elderly village. As Su Qingwei commences her cave of heaven forging, Xiao Ming instructs Feng Xianhuang and Yunling. As he speaks, Xiao Ming condenses the Dark Tyrant's runes from his blood and infuses them into Feng Xianhuang, allowing her to also gain the enhancement of the Tyrant's power. After completing this, Xiao Ming heads directly to the entrance of the elderly village with the Dark Tyrant's corpse in tow, having slain numerous demons and some unwise cultivators. The Emperor's sword has absorbed considerable vitality. He hopes that this time he can successfully awaken the trace of life within Lucian. As this thought crosses his mind, Xiao Ming hastens to the village entrance. That fellow Feng Xianhuang watches Xiao Ming's retreating figure, feeling an impulse to follow. However, observing the predatory gazes of surrounding cultivators and the approaching demons, she ultimately dispels the notion. Should that wooden stump indeed belong to the demon race's great emperor? If Xiao Ming manages to awaken even a trace of vitality, it would surely be an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, this secret realm is fraught with danger. If Xiao Ming truly awakens an emperor, would it not lead to unforeseen changes in the world? Amidst her concerns, Xiao Ming arrives at the village entrance in a mere moment. Gazing at the charred wooden stump, he hesitates not for an instant. He discards the dark tyrant's corpse and sprays a mouthful of essence blood upon it. In the next moment, the chaotic essence blood is absorbed once more. Yet the wooden stump shows no significant change, merely indicating that the vitality contained within has grown slightly stronger. This deepens Xiao Ming's frown. As the saying goes, things do not happen thrice, and this is the third attempt to nurture this demon race emperor, yet he remains unawakened. Observing the wooden stump, Xiao Ming cannot help but grumble. He wielded the human emperor's sword, consuming the flesh and essence of the dark tyrant, transforming the absorbed vitality into life force that nourished him. After replenishing some of the internal depletion, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and once again refined his blood essence, channeling it into the willow stake. His complexion turned somewhat pale as the stake quickly absorbed this essence. Yet, there remained no sign of response, which elicited a trace of disappointment and frustration on Xiao Ming's face. Very well, you would have to seek another opportunity tomorrow. But just at that moment. Chapter 85. Once this holy sun eliminates Xiao Ming, I shall find the chance to slowly deal with you. Is the resurrection imminent? Sensing a surge of vitality and violent fluctuation, Xiao Ming fixed his gaze intently upon the willow stake. However, with the tremor of life force, the entire secret realm quaked slightly, an invisible force of law descending upon the village entrance, seemingly intent on suppressing the resurrection of this demonic emperor. This situation caused Xiao Ming's expression to darken. Beside him, the boundary stone also trembled upon the arrival of the secret realm's power, as if resisting it. Nevertheless, the strand of vitality within the willow stake was still interfered with. After a violent fluctuation, it gradually calmed down. Is this secret realm preventing the resurrection of the Willow Deity? Realizing all of this, Xiao Ming's expression grew exceedingly grave. Was he worried that the resurrection could not be borne by this realm? Or that once Lu Yunyan revived, it would disrupt a certain balance within the secret realm? Contemplating this, Xiao Ming's gaze flickered uncertainly. However, he was already at a critical juncture and could only choose to continue aiding the Willow Deity's revival. Otherwise, he would have to forsake the system reward. But how could he abandon the feast laid before him? As this thought settled, Xiao Ming turned and departed from the village entrance, soaring towards the back mountain. This time, the interruption of the Willow Deity's resurrection was merely due to insufficient life force. As long as he hunted enough demons and beasts and sacrificed a few drops of blood essence to the Willow Deity, the next attempt would surely succeed. Thus, tonight, he would unleash a massacre within the remnants of the old village, utilizing the night's tide of monsters to catalyze vitality. On another front, in the Misty Swamp, after Xiaoren had severely weakened the Shadow Sovereign with his divine powers, the Shadow Sovereign unleashed his own innate divine power, summoning 3 of his progeny avatars, each possessing 70% of his strength, which immediately charged at Xiaoren with a roar. After repelling Xiaoren, a wave of green light flashed from him, restoring all of the Shadow Sovereign's injuries and returning his life state to its peak. This caused Xiaoren's expression to darken to an extreme. Yet in the next moment, a more brutal and terrifying aura erupted from Xiaoren. The skies above the swamp began to shift ominously, and 2 chilling eyes emerged in the void, each exuding an incredibly terrifying pressure. These were the supreme bone divine powers that Xiaoren had previously mastered. The Annihilation Catastrophe Light. Following the transformation of the supreme bone into the supreme body, this divine power had also undergone a metamorphosis, evolving into a new supreme divine power based on its original form. However, at this moment, dealing with the Shadow Sovereign did not require the supreme body divine power. The original supreme bone divine power sufficed. As the Annihilation Catastrophe Light descended, its destructive force swept across the land, instantly reducing the 3 shadow progeny to ashes. And the Shadow Sovereign was once again heavily injured. At that very moment, accompanied by a burst of dark red light shooting skyward, a terrifying pressure swept through the swamp. A veiled woman in black, akin to a dark enchantress, rose into the air, her aura rivaling that of Xiaoren. In the next instant, a shadowy figure of a demon god materialized behind her, unleashing a horrifying divine power at the Shadow Sovereign. This individual was none other than Yi Li, who had just awakened a strand of ancient demon god bloodline. Who is this impudent wretch, daring to intercept this holy sun? Upon witnessing that divine power strike at the Shadow Sovereign, Xiaoren let out an enraged roar, forming a seal with his hands. He detonated the residual power of the Annihilation Catastrophe Light that had entered the Shadow Sovereign's body, accompanied by a piercing scream. The Shadow Sovereign was utterly vanquished by these 2 attacks, and a beam of light fused into Xiaoren's body. Clearly, in this contest, It was Xiao Ren's strength that had slain the Shadow Sovereign, allowing him to successfully gain the augment of sovereign power. Heh. I never expected the 9 Nether Demon sect to be so deeply concealed this time, harboring a prodigious talent capable of threatening this Holy Sun. They almost seized this Holy Sun's sovereign power. What should this Holy Sun do to deal with you next? Sensing the terrifying power surging within him, Xiao Ren grinned wickedly as he turned to face Yili. As his words fell, a wave of destructive force erupted in the void, the heavenly flame transforming into chains that shot towards Yili. Xiao Ren, even if you have seized the power of the Shadow Sovereign, you ultimately cannot surpass your elder brother. Upon seeing the fiery chain shooting towards her, Yili coolly remarked, and then an eerie black aura erupted from her, making her vanish as if she were a ghost, causing Xiao Ren's divine power to miss entirely. The chain slammed into the surrounding swamp, annihilating the nearby demons and monsters. Ha ha, this Holy Sun cannot compare to my dead dog of an elder brother. That truly is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You, vile creature of the 9 Nether Demon sect, just wait until I eliminate Xiao Ming, and then I will slowly deal with you. Scanning the swamp's surroundings, Xiao Ren's thoughts lingered on Yi Li's figure. No matter how she hides, she remains within the secret realm. As the gray mist continued to search, they would eventually meet again. The immediate priority was to locate his good brother Xiao Ming, trample him mercilessly, and then cruelly toy with his woman. Thoughts of Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang flickered a vicious glint in Xiao Ren's eyes as he transformed into a streak of light and departed from the swamp. He had no interest in the pseudo-septenary color calamity here. After all, only a true septenary color calamity was worthy of someone of his caliber. What an arrogant fellow. Shortly after Xiao Ren left the swamp, Yi Li's figure re-emerged. She had not departed. Rather, she had utilized the ancient demon god bloodline within her to conceal herself nearby with the ghost concealment technique. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Watching Xiao Ren vanish into the horizon, Yi Li's gaze flickered slightly. Both Xiao Ren and Xiao Ming possessed tremendous strength. If they were to clash, one would surely fall while the other would be injured, allowing her to reap the benefits. With this thought in mind, Yi Li turned her attention to the source of the calamity before her, retrieving a vial to begin collecting the calamity energy. Although the pseudo-septenary color calamity was not the true heavenly calamity she sought, gathering this energy would provide her with a foundation should she fail to acquire the septenary calamity later on. After collecting the pseudo-septenary color calamity, Yi Li vanished from the swamp like a specter. Chapter 86. Su Qingwei breaks through to the cave heaven realm. Xiao Ming's backup plan. In the remnant old village. Back mountain. As night fell, a mysterious force of law enveloped the entire expanse, causing all demons and monsters to emit chilling howls, their strength enhanced by the secret realm's loss. Meanwhile, the numerous cultivators who had entered the Ghost Calamity secret realm found their powers suppressed by 30% due to the realm's loss. The entire back mountain became a chaotic scene of demons dancing wildly, and the cultivators previously lingering there had already taken refuge. Those who could not escape in time were torn to shreds by the monstrous tide. The former location of the Dark Tyrant has now descended into a brutal melee. Numerous demons and monsters frantically charged at Feng Xianhuang and Yunling, but before they could approach, both women swiftly dispatched them with their combined might. After all, one was already capable of wielding the power of intent, bolstered by the might of the tyrant, while the other had restored her cultivation to the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm and had forged a quasi-emperor level Cave Heaven. Even under the suppression of the secret realm's laws, their strength remained astonishingly formidable. In mere moments, a multitude of demon corpses accumulated around the source of malevolence. "We cannot linger here," Feng Xianhuang remarked to Yunling after effortlessly slaying 2 monsters. "I wonder how Xiao Ming is faring." However, given the lack of commotion at the entrance of the village of the elderly, it seems he has not yet awakened that ancient demon emperor. Boom. Just as Feng Xianhuang finished speaking, a resounding roar echoed through the air. A colossal beam of light erupted from behind the 2 women, revealing Su Qingwei, who floated like a goddess, with an enormous cave heaven manifesting behind her, its inner world expanding wildly. 1,000 zhong, 5,000 zhong, 10,000 zhong, 66,000 zhong. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingwei's inner cave heaven world expanded from 1,000 to 66,000 zhong. A terrifying aura emanated from her. And although her cultivation level was only at the 1st stage of the Cave Heaven realm, the pressure she exuded could rival that of Yunling at the 5th stage. This was the immense augmentation brought about by a powerful foundation, with the inner Cave Heaven reaching 66,000 zhong. If no unforeseen circumstances arose and her techniques and resources kept pace, she would likely break into the Emperor realm with great success. Sister, your strength is astounding. Achieving a 66,000 zhang cave heaven is a feat that makes me feel utterly insignificant by comparison, Yunling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she approached Su Qingwei, who appeared transformed, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Do not say such things, sister. If it weren't for your assistance along the way, and if brother Xiao Ming and sister Xianhuang hadn't graciously yielded this source of malevolence, I would never have attained my current achievements. It is all but a stroke of luck, Su Qingwei humbly replied, shaking her head. Since entering the ghostly malevolent secret realm, she had merely aided in slaying minor foes and had not made any significant contributions. Her accomplishments were solely due to Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang. To be brief, we must find Xiao Ming and regroup. This place is unsuitable for prolonged stay. As Feng Xianhuang observed Su Qingwei and Yunling exchanging pleasantries, she unleashed a formidable attack and urged them to escape with her full strength. Just as they were about to break through the back mountain, a deafening roar resonated from ahead. Xiao Ming emerged like a demon god from the abyss, the Emperor's banner suspended above him, the Emperor's sword dancing around him. Wherever he passed, all demons and monsters within 10 zhang were torn to shreds before they could even approach. The sheer might was utterly terrifying. Brother Xiao Ming, Su Qingwei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, nearly leaping into his embrace. Indeed, with the inner cave heaven reaching 66,000 zhang, you possess the qualifications of an emperor. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction at the sight of Su Qingwei's cave heaven before addressing the group. Our journey thus far has been commendable, yet it is far from sufficient. I require more vitality to condense additional essence blood, enough to provide several hundred milliliters to the Willow Deity. You intend to unleash a massacre here? Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingwei gasped at his words, realizing the madness of such an action. After all, no one knew what great terrors lurked in the darkness of the ghostly malevolent secret realm. Recklessly engaging in combat during the night was exceedingly unwise. I will stay with brother Xiao Ming, Su Qingwei declared immediately. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Even if the situation is perilous, I can contribute in some way. Yunling also chimed in. I shall join as well. Having an extra person is always beneficial. Seeing their determination, Xiao Ming did not refuse. Once consensus was reached, they plunged into the darkness to engage in combat. This time, due to the need for vast amounts of vitality to replenish his own losses, Xiao Ming refrained from allowing the Emperor's sword to consume blood and essence for evolution. Instead, he transformed it into vitality stored within the sword's body, ready for later use in condensing essence blood. After 2 full hours of battle, it was evident that Feng Xianhuang and the others were significantly drained. Xiao Ming led them to the entrance of the village of the elderly. A peculiar scene unfolded, within a 3 zhang radius of a stone tablet and a willow stake. Not a single demon dared to approach, creating a natural sanctuary. Unfortunately, as most cultivators had gathered in the back mountain, no one was aware of this anomaly. As the group stepped into this safe zone, they observed the demons and monsters surrounding them shrieking but not daring to attack. A look of bewilderment crossed their faces. Turning around, Feng Xianhuang's expression turned grave as she gazed at the charred willow stake. With the bizarre scene and Xiao Ming's earlier actions in mind, she was convinced that this stake was the remnant transformation of the ancient demon emperor. Xiao Ming, do you truly intend to awaken her? Feng Xianhuang asked solemnly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a living emperor, even severely wounded, represented an unimaginable terror. Should she awaken with hostile intent towards them, it could spell disaster. Do not worry, I understand your concerns, but I have contingencies in place. Xiao Ming replied with a calm smile, recognizing Feng Xianhuang's apprehension. He had carefully considered this matter. To prevent any unforeseen events, he had reserved essence blood. If this ancient demon were to awaken with malicious intent, he would utilize the chaos laws to trigger the absorbed essence blood, unleashing a terrifying backlash against her. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ming unhesitatingly summoned the essence blood to nourish the Willow Deity, then absorbed vitality from the Emperor's sword to recover his losses. After repeating this process 5 times, the vitality within the Willow Deity surged with intense vigor, rapidly enveloping the entire willow stake. Despite the interference from the secret realm's power, this vitality surged forth, causing new shoots to sprout from the stake. With a shimmering willow branch sprouting leaves, a terrifying will began to awaken within the stake. The entire ghostly malevolent secret realm trembled violently, as countless demons and monsters howled in madness, instinctively kneeling in submission. It was as if a presence capable of disrupting the very fabric of the secret realm had opened its eyes. Chapter 87. From this day forth, I shall guard your path. Boom. As this will awakened, the void of the night erupted with a deafening roar, akin to the heavens unleashing a frenzied bellow. The skies above the village of the elderly swirled with ominous clouds, and bolts of lightning raced through the air, each carrying a destructive aura. The surrounding demons and monsters emitted sharp, explosive cries, each fleeing in terror as Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang's expressions shifted dramatically. The energy waves contained within each bolt of lightning felt as though they could effortlessly annihilate several sovereign-level powerhouses. Cackling with delight, the woman has finally awakened, allowing this child to venture forth at last, gazing upon the ominous storm clouds gathering above the decaying village. The primal will of the secret realm has focused its attention on her, significantly alleviating the constraints she had been under. In the depths of the void, a sinister smile spread across the face of the malevolent entity. Of course, at this moment, apart from the god of Willow, no one else could sense her presence. This has escalated to something significant. At the village entrance, Xiao Ming stared apprehensively at the swirling storm clouds overhead, his scalp prickling with unease. Although he had anticipated that awakening the god of Willow would provoke a considerable reaction from this secret realm, he never expected it to be quite so intense. The primal forces of the realm were directly mobilizing to impose divine retribution. Had this demon emperor truly transgressed the heavenly laws? We must flee, otherwise we shall perish here, shouted Feng Xianhuang urgently, and Xiao Ming wasted no time in attempting to lead the others away. However, at that moment, a willow branch sprouting from a wooden post surged forth, piercing the storm clouds like a tentacle. The very fabric of the secret realm trembled violently. Countless bolts of lightning surged towards the willow branch, yet the amassed power vanished upon striking it, as if swallowed whole. This spectacle left Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang in stunned silence, unable to retreat. It appeared as though the emperor was absorbing the force of divine retribution. No. It seemed more accurate to say she was consuming the primal power of this secret realm. Was this demon emperor truly so formidable? Such terrifying strength, did she already reach that pinnacle? In the depths of the void, upon witnessing the actions of the god of Willow, the malevolent entity gaped in disbelief. Although she had anticipated that the god of Willow's revival would incite turmoil within the secret realm, she never expected such overwhelming power to emerge. This realization extinguished her previous ambitions. She had contemplated the possibility of finding an opportunity to consume the god of Willow, but now she deemed it unwise to court death. In the next moment, as the willow branch voraciously consumed the divine thunder, the storm clouds above began to dissipate inexplicably amidst their furious roiling. This left Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang in profound silence. Clearly, in an effort to prevent the god of Willow from continuing to absorb energy, the secret realm had withdrawn its divine punishment. However, subtle changes in the atmosphere indicated that the realm intended to trap the god of Willow here, gradually eroding and refining her through the established rules. At that moment, a gray mist began to emerge in the void, slowly engulfing the decaying village. This mist functioned as the digestive system of the secret realm, capable of consuming any living being with a detectable life force. And the malevolent entity, having control over certain rules of the secret realm, could manipulate this gray fog. Did you awaken me? As the gray mist surged forth, an ethereal voice resonated, and the willow branch erupted in a brilliant light. A spectral figure materialized, adorned with a golden crown and exuding an air of elegance and grace. Her exquisite features resembled a divine masterpiece, captivating in their portrayal of human aesthetics while emanating a dreamlike aura. Clad in silver-green robes that embraced her perfect form, she displayed curves that stirred one's very blood. Beneath her robes, a pair of jade-like feet shimmered with a delicate beauty, ensconced by slender willow branches, enough to drive those with a foot fetish into a frenzy. In essence, she was the epitome of feminine perfection, even in terms of appearance and demeanor. Not even the enchanting Feng Xianhuang or Su Qinghua dared to claim any comparison. This figure was none other than Lu Yunyao, revered among the demon clan as the god of Willow. Yet, she was not in her true form, merely a temporary manifestation of her spiritual essence. Nevertheless, the regal aura she exuded and the palpable pressure she exerted left Xiao Ming and his companions in awe. Hiki, a depiction of the god of Willow from now on. Let us refer to her as Lu Yunyao, as she is one of the predetermined beauties and cannot always be called the god of Willow. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming steadied his nerves and gazed intently at the emperor. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unperturbed. After all, this was a living emperor, the the highest known combatant in the Cangyuan Realm, even though she bore grave injuries and her demon form was on the brink of annihilation. A mere flick of her wrist could obliterate a multitude of Saint Kings. The Chaos Body, the Banished Soul Banner, the Slaughtering Sword, truly a prodigy capable of awakening me. Your foundation and depth are remarkably profound. As Xiao Ming's words fell, Liu Yao cast a glance at him, perceiving his foundation and depth, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Could an emperor truly be so terrifying as to see through him with a mere glance? By your grace, I have awakened early. Though I, Liu Yunyan, have transformed from decayed wood into spirit, I understand the principles of benevolence among living beings. Henceforth, I shall stand by your side as your protector. Should you encounter any insurmountable adversaries, you can summon me with this willow leaf. If I am aware, I shall surely arrive to clear your path of all obstacles. As these words were spoken, Liu Yunyan gently raised her right hand, and a willow leaf detached from her true form, quietly hovering before Xiao Ming. This revelation sent a shockwave through Feng Xianwang. Such a declaration was a heartfelt promise, an unimaginable cause and effect. This demon emperor was willing to become Xiao Ming's protector? Thank you, God of Willow. Xiao Ming inhaled deeply, without hesitation accepting the willow leaf. To have an emperor as his guardian was a reward beyond measure. Every drop of his blood had been worth it. Moreover, with the revival of the God of Willow, he had also acquired the sacred source ring. Significantly boosting his foundation, he was practically soaring. This place is no longer safe. You must have come here for the seven-colored fiend. Allow me to escort you a short distance. With your combined strength, slaying that creature to obtain the seven-colored fiend should pose little difficulty. Additionally, the willow leaf contains a secret technique I created, should you comprehend it. It will greatly aid you. With that, before Xiao Ming and the others could respond, Liu Yao lightly waved her hand. The space around them twisted, and they were instantly transported to the entrance of the decaying village. The surrounding gray mist completely engulfed the village, and Liu Yunya's spiritual essence dissipated like smoke. Only the willow branch and the stone tablet glimmered faintly amidst the mist, as if to combat the encroaching invasion of this realm. Chapter 88. This thing is a matter of existence or non-existence. In the Ghost Fiend's secret realm, at the Bone Pit, as ripples spread across the space, Xiao Ming and his companions appeared. Looking around, illuminated by the dim starlight of the night, they beheld a vast, deep pit, filled with grotesque rocks devoid of life. The ground was littered with skeletal remains, forming mountains of bones that stretched for miles. At the moment they materialized, ghostly flames erupted from the countless bones, and spectral figures surged forth, carrying terrifying spiritual fluctuations, charging towards Xiao Ming and the others like a swarm of locusts. However, as the willow leaf floated in Xiao Ming's grasp, it emitted a vibrant green glow. The phantoms, as if confronted by an unspeakable terror, halted abruptly, remaining 3 zhang away, none daring to strike at Xiao Ming and his companions. This place was the Bone Pit, the lair of the Storm King, also the cradle of the seven-colored malevolence. As Xiao Ming and Su Qingwei surveyed their surroundings, Feng Xianwang cast a grave glance and spoke. In her past life, it was here that she witnessed the fierce battle between Xiao Ren and Yun Faping. Ultimately, neither could best the other, forcing them to join forces to slay the Storm King and absorb the seven-colored malevolence to forge their own realms. Yet in this life, Yun Faping had already fallen to Xiao Ming's hand. Now, it was time for the two brothers to settle their grievances and determine the rightful owner of the seven-colored malevolence. The lair of the Storm King? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming glanced around, focusing on the deep pit ahead. Through the insight granted by his true eye, he indeed discerned a colossal creature slumbering at the pit's bottom, amidst flickering lights that were the genuine seven-colored malevolence. Unlike the false semblance they had encountered before, this was a true treasure birthed from the very essence of the secret realm. Its capacity was sufficient for 2 unparalleled prodigies to forge an imperial-grade realm. At that moment, the dormant Dark Storm King seemed to sense the arrival of Xiao Ming and his group, abruptly opening its tightly shut eyes. A terrifying aura of darkness erupted from the pit, the Dark Storm King roaring as it broke free from its earthen prison, unleashing destructive force that stirred a tempest in the void. The skies above the Bone Pit darkened, lightning flashing ominously. The oppressive fear was palpable. Even the strongest of those at the 7th or 8th level of the Law Manifestation Realm dared not provoke this king. Withdraw and wait for dawn. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Dark Storm King, Xiao Ming issued orders to Feng Xianwang and the others without hesitation. Normally possessing the strength of the 5th level of the Law Manifestation Realm, along with the ability to draw upon the powers of the secret realm for combat. Even with Feng Xianwang's aid, they would find the confrontation daunting, especially under the cover of night. With the enhancement of the secret realm's power, the Storm King's strength was effectively doubled. To engage now would be tantamount to offering their lives. As Xiao Ming's words fell, Feng Xianwang and Su Qingwei voiced no objections, promptly retreating 10 miles alongside him. The Dark Storm King, witnessing their hasty withdrawal, did not pursue them from the pit, but instead commanded the lesser spirits surrounding it, which immediately howled and surged after the retreating figures. However, under the protection of the Willow Deity, these phantoms ultimately did not dare to attack, merely seething impotently a few zhang away. Consequently, Xiao Ming was compelled to unleash the human sovereign banner, slaughtering these phantoms to restore its essence. Simultaneously, it seemed the revival of the Willow Deity triggered astonishing changes within this secret realm. The gray mist that had pervaded the ghost malevolence realm, advancing at a slow pace, suddenly began to spread at an alarming rate, as if stimulated. Terrified, numerous cultivators fled their shelters, risking exposure in the night to relocate, while countless demons and monsters ran amok. Horrific battles erupted throughout the secret realm. Within just a few hours, over 80 to 90% of the cultivators who had entered the ghost malevolence realm met with death or injury. Strangely enough, the contraction of the gray mist centered around the bone pit, prompting many surviving cultivators to hasten toward it, including the prodigious talents Xiao Ren and Yi Li. There are far too many of these wraiths. After annihilating tens of thousands of phantoms, Xiao Ming felt disenchanted and chose to cease his efforts. Although he had successfully restored a measure of the human sovereign banner's essence, the dark purple primordial energy had grown denser, yet his own expenditure was considerable. Better to conserve strength for the dawn and deal with the Dark Storm King then. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged on the spot, casually extracting the rewards from this encounter. He refined a holy source ring and donned it on the index finger of his right hand. Henceforth, when he took lives, he could no longer do so with a single strike. He must first incapacitate and subdue them, then utilize the holy source ring to absorb their cultivation before eradicating their essence and refining their souls. Although the method of killing had become quite intricate, the prospect of attaining the holy realm in the future made the cumbersome steps acceptable. After effortlessly refining the holy source ring and noticing that the skies remained dark, Xiao Ming focused his attention on a cluster of willow leaves, subsequently closing his eyes to establish a connection. He wondered what secret arts the great emperor, the Willow Deity, might impart to him. As his consciousness intertwined, an immense willow tree materialized before him, its trunk soaring into the heavens, reminiscent of a world tree. Even the branches shimmered with divine runes, and the leaves sparkled with divine radiance, as if this divine willow could reshape the cosmos with a mere thought. Its overwhelming presence causing Xiao Ming's heart to tremble. This was the true visage of the Willow Deity, a majesty that inspired profound humility, surely surpassing that of an emperor. Sensing the Willow Deity's might, Xiao Ming could not help but exclaim in awe. At that very moment, the divine willow began to vibrate, revealing intricate patterns and images. This technique is named the undying art of the divine wood. It is my comprehension of the path of wood, amalgamated with my own characteristics, to create this secret method. Cultivating this art allows one to condense a life mark within their body, integrating it into their flesh and blood. With a corporeal form, one may master the path of wood, thereby generating various botanical divine abilities. Moreover, the life mark is indestructible, allowing for infinite regeneration of flesh and blood. If cultivated to its zenith, one may attain immortality. Xiao Ming felt an overwhelming resonance in his mind, entering a state of enlightenment, his body radiating a faint green glow. Is he truly comprehending it? Feng Xianwang, witnessing Xiao Ming enter a state of enlightenment following the inheritance, was momentarily dumbfounded, her expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. In less than a month, she had gone from being confident that she surpassed him to feeling a sense of despair. Not only was he a prodigy, but he was also incredibly fortunate. Now gaining the inheritance of the Willow Deity was his foundation and battle prowess destined to soar? If he continued on this path, their first comparison would be rendered moot. She might as well concede and let him squander her efforts. No, he had yet to grasp the concept of intent. As long as she forged a perfect realm, her advantage would still prevail. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xianwang steadied her resolve, reassuring herself. Intent. This concept represented two entirely different realities. Not to mention, in her previous life, she had reached the 7th level of the Emperor's realm, mastering the essence of flame to a terrifying degree, even deeply versed in the laws of fire. Regardless of how profound Xiao Ming's foundation might be, without having comprehended intent, he would ultimately fall short of her prowess as a female emperor. Yet, Just as this thought settled, as Xiao Ming's green glow deepened, Feng Xianhuang's pupils involuntarily constricted. Chapter 89. The Supreme Body faces the chaotic body. The brothers clash once more. Is this the essence of the word intent? Ceaseless and eternal. This fellow has actually comprehended a form of intent. Sensing the unique fluctuations radiating from Xiao Ming, Feng Xianhuang felt her defenses crumble. Receiving the emperor's inheritance was one thing, but she had not anticipated that he would grasp a form of intent so quickly. As if even an emperor reborn could not rival such abnormality. Intent. At the sound of Feng Xianhuang's exclamation, Su Qingwei and Yunling stared at Xiao Ming in astonishment, never expecting that he would grasp the concept of intent at the Spirit Sea realm. Historically, no prodigy in the sacred land of Fuyao had ever comprehended intent at such an early stage, with the fastest only achieving the Dharma manifestation realm. It was truly astonishing that Xiao Ming had reached this level of understanding so swiftly. Such a monstrous man. They would willingly endure the trials of nightly tribulations if it meant providing him warmth. Just as Su Qingwei and Yunling began to indulge in their infatuation. Another wave of fluctuation emanated from Xiao Ming, enveloping the atmosphere with a sense of desolation and death. Hiss, is that the intent of desolation? No. It is the intent of death. To derive the intent of death from the cycle of life? What monstrous level of comprehension does this individual possess? At that moment, Feng Xianhuang was utterly shaken. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such a prodigy, leaving her profoundly impacted. Her confidence in easily defeating Xiao Ming wavered as she contemplated what demands he might make if she were to be bested by him. Would they be unreasonable? Such as requiring her assistance in a feast or requesting her to share his bed. Would she resist to the death or submit in humiliation? As time passed, the fog shrouding the ghostly death-secret realm had shrunk to a radius of 100 miles around the bone pit, with the number of entrants dwindling from thousands to barely 100. Among these survivors, many were gravely injured, yet they pressed on toward the bone pit, driven by the instinct to survive. Within this group were members of the Tai sacred land, led by Xiaoren, and members of the 9 nether demonic sect, headed by Yili. Under the protection of these 2 prodigies, the survivors from these 2 factions were the most numerous, while the other 3 sacred lands suffered heavy casualties, scattered and struggling to survive. Look, there are people over there, they exclaimed. How are they able to avoid the attacks of these specters? Could they possess some kind of talisman against evil? Among them, several appeared to be Xiao Ming and Feng Xianhuang from the sacred land of Fuyao. As the group approached within 10 miles of the bone pit, the first rays of dawn illuminated the scene, allowing many to recognize Xiao Ming and his companions. This revelation incited a terrifying aura from Xiaoren. Ahahaha, Xiao Ming, I never expected you to still be alive. It seems fate desires you to perish at my hands, allowing you, this worthless fool, to linger until now. With a booming voice, Xiaoren advanced toward Xiao Ming, his aura rising with each step. As he drew near, his presence loomed like a mountain, causing the very ground beneath to tremble and collapse. The might of the supreme body was unmistakable. How tiresome, Xiao Ming mused. Feeling the noxious essence emanating from Xiaoren, he detached himself from his moment of enlightenment, unleashing an even more terrifying aura. His cold gaze fell upon his oblivious brother as if he were merely a corpse. Though his moment of enlightenment was interrupted, he had successfully comprehended the eternal would immortal technique and grasped 2 rare intents. While his cultivation level remained unchanged, his combat prowess surged to new heights. This time, if he did not send his brother into the Emperor's banner, all his learning would be for naught. Not only did he possess the power of the Shadow Sovereign, but his physique had also undergone a new transformation. Did he truly believe he could bark like a dog before me again? Casting a glance at Xiaoren and discerning his capabilities, Xiao Ming spoke icily. Last time, my supreme bone had just matured, and I had yet to temper and refine it. Do you really think you could defeat me? This time, I shall trample you underfoot, so you can witness how I play with your women. Hearing Xiao Ming's derision, Xiaoren's laughter turned sinister, his malice intensifying. As he spoke, he unleashed the full potential of his supreme body, summoning an ancient spectral figure behind him, which he hurled towards Xiao Ming with a powerful punch. Do you think the skies have cleared and you can prevail? Xiao Ming merely chuckled coldly as he rose to his feet. He then unleashed his blood vitality and chaotic true fire, pressing forward. A terrifying hand coalesced in the void, colliding violently with Xiaoren's punch. The ensuing roar resonated like thunder, a cataclysmic shockwave erupting like a tsunami, transforming into a storm that swept across the heavens and earth. The surrounding prodigies were filled with dread, hastily retreating in shock. How could he withstand a punch from the Holy Sun? Seeing Xiao Ming counter his attack, Xiao Ren's expression darkened, realizing he had underestimated his opponent's strength. I wish I could tell you to practice more, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance this time. As Xiaoran stood in shock, Xiao Ming ascended into the air. As he spoke, intricate divine patterns emerged around him, and a profound aura of life and death enveloped the surroundings. Let me show you the divine ability I recently comprehended. With those words, the divine patterns erupted with radiant light, causing the ground within a 10-mile radius to tremble violently. Vines surged from the earth like abyssal tendrils, reeking of death as they ensnared Xiaoran. At the same time, the sky above churned with green mist, and a flurry of leaves, imbued with lethal intent, formed a storm that sought to shred Xiaoran to pieces. The overwhelming force sent shivers down the spines of all present. This was not the power of the Spirit Sea realm, nor could it be wielded by mere cave heaven cultivators. Even some Dharma manifestation experts would tremble before it. Is this intent? Impossible. How could you possibly comprehend intent? As Xiaoran felt the world transform into a wooden prison, every flower and blade of grass radiated terrifying murderous energy. He let out a frantic scream. His supreme body was pushed to its limits, manifesting a horrific vision of a human supreme bathed in the blood of immortals. Blades of light clashed with the descending vines, creating destructive shockwaves that caused the ground to crumble, fissures spreading like spider webs. The Darkstorm Monarch, sensing the disturbance, roared thunderously from within the bone pit. In the confines of the wooden prison, Xiaoran had nearly lost his sanity, desperately casting spells to fend off the onslaught. Yet, even with the power of the supreme body, which was deemed monstrous by ordinary standards, he still suffered injuries from the relentless assault. Bound by the wooden tendrils, his body bore the marks of cruel lashes, and under the erosion of the intent of death, even his recovery abilities were rendered ineffective. He appeared utterly disheveled. I have merely exerted a fraction of my strength, and this is already your limit. How do you dare confront me and speak of killing me and playing with my women? Observing Xiaoran's frantic struggles within the wooden prison, Xiao Ming's gaze remained icy as he questioned with a tone of indifference. Hearing his words, Feng Xianhuang and Su Qingwei could not help but feel a flush of warmth. The former was somewhat irritated, while the latter was blissfully shy, witnessing Xiao Ming's cold and domineering demeanor, who even claimed that they were his women. Su Qingwei and Yun Ling had already contemplated their future postures. However, Feng Xianhuang found it more difficult to accept. Xiao Ming had become so formidable without her awareness, and she was unwilling to be subdued beneath him. At the very least, she must be the one to dominate him the first time. Xiao Ming, I shall end your life. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's unabashed insult, Xiaoran was utterly consumed by rage. Regardless of your comprehension of the realm's power, I have undergone a transformation and refined my supreme body, achieving an ultimate awakening of my divine abilities. I refuse to believe I cannot break your divine prowess. In a frenzy of fury, mysterious runes emerged on Xiaoran's body, exuding an aura of supremacy that swept across the heavens. The skies were suddenly engulfed in tumult, and the world, once illuminated by dawn, plunged into an oppressive darkness. Yet, this time, the familiar cold gaze was absent. Instead, a blood-red thundercloud gathered, revealing countless figures wailing within. It was as if all beings were enduring the torment of 1,000 thunders in hellish purgatory. Supreme technique, buried life. Thunder strikes the 9 heavens. As the roar resonated, crimson bolts of lightning, accompanied by numerous phantoms, surged towards Xiao Ming and this wooden realm prison with devastating ferocity. Each bolt contained enough power to annihilate most 4th-tier practitioners, sending chills through Su Qingwei and the others. The Darkstorm Monarch roared from afar, even bursting forth from its deep lair, sensing the imminent threat of death, compelling it to abandon its post at the 7-colored evil and extinguish the crisis. What of the second transformation of the supreme technique? Observing Xiaoran desperately employing an enhanced version of the supreme technique, Xiao Ming's expression remained unperturbed as an even more terrifying power erupted from him. In that moment, he activated his god-slaying talent, his strength entering a 5-fold berserk state. As the wooden realm prison shattered, he raised a finger towards Xiaoran. The essence of life and death erupted once more. The terrifying force of blood and chaotic true essence transformed behind him into a vast expanse of chaotic void. An ancient finger, akin to that of a demonic god, pointed with a destructive force toward Xiaoran. Wherever it passed, crimson lightning shattered and exploded, while many vengeful spirits perished in the onslaught. Though the colossal finger bore the marks of impacts, under the influence of the inexhaustible essence of life, it appeared to self-repair, continuing its devastating trajectory toward Xiaoran. The supreme technique was instantly dismantled. Xiaoran was pressed into the ground like an ant. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body severely injured, multiple bones shattered. But in that moment, the power of domination activated. Xiao split into 3 avatars, each possessing 70% of his strength. Furthermore, all injuries healed in an instant, restoring him to peak condition. Yet, before he could revel in his recovery, the colossal finger erupted with an even more terrifying force, mercilessly crushing all 3 avatars. The destructive power inflicted severe harm upon Xiao once more, creating a vast pit in the earth below. In terror, he could only watch as his once mighty supreme body was grounded to flesh and bone. A fierce resentment and unwillingness surged violently within him. Ah. I was born a supreme being, yet I have fallen to such depths. Since heaven allowed my birth, why must you exist? What aspect of me is inferior to you, that I must endure this torment of dismemberment and heartbreak? Feeling the collapse of his supreme body and the trauma of his spirit, Xiao expression twisted into a ghastly smile, soon morphing into one of madness and ferocity. I shall not be defeated. I am a man who has stood atop the mountain since birth. My destiny is to become the supreme being of all realms. This world exists to welcome my arrival. I cannot fall here. As these words fell, crimson patterns emerged upon Xiao body, a brutal aura exploding from his brow. Blood sacrifice, soul mourning, devour souls. With these incantations, Xiao supreme body fractured entirely. A torrent of sanguine light surged alongside immense supreme power into his consciousness. An evil and terrifying wave of soul energy erupted like a tempest from within him. At that moment, a terrified, ancient voice echoed from his consciousness. Chapter 91. I shall create a lineage for you within the Emperor's flag. You wretched being, what do you intend to do? Within his consciousness, witnessing Xiao sacrifice himself to unleash the ultimate devouring talent, a frenzied expression crossed the face of the fire cloud old ghost as it lunged toward him. The remnants of the soul emitted a shrill explosion. Unlike the Holy King's intention, which is forged from a fusion of fragments of the soul, special earthly spiritual objects, and infused with a touch of the laws of power and various restrictions, the remnants of a soul are different. Herein lies the fatal flaw. Though this fragment of the soul possesses 1/5 of the strength of its original spirit, it was affected by the backlash from the destruction of the Holy King's intention when it attempted to seize Xiao. This compounded its woes. When the Holy Land of Tai attempted to seize Xiao, it had been partially devoured by him. Now, with Xiao sacrificing his body to elevate the devour soul to its most terrifying state, it was beyond the capacity of this fragment to withstand. In fear and horror, the fire cloud old ghost's remnant soul unleashed a dreadful soul attack, yet it could not obliterate Xiao spirit, only watching helplessly as it lunged toward him. Like a lonely old man being ravaged by a group of village children, he could only scream in despair as he was devoured. Xiao Ming. You still don't know I am the devourer, do you? You can destroy my body, but you cannot extinguish my soul. Next, let us become one. Truly blood brothers, inseparable. Having consumed the remnant soul of the fire cloud old ghost, Xiao transformed into a wisp of black smoke, rushing toward Xiao Ming. Despite the terrifying might of the colossal finger, at that moment, it could not inflict any substantive harm upon Xiao soul body. Instead, it propelled him into Xiao Ming's consciousness. Xiao Ming, brother? Witnessing this scene, Su Qingyue turned pale with fear, and even Yunling beside her displayed signs of panic. The Devour Soul is a terrifying soul entity, comparable to certain royal demonic souls within the Soul Clan. If Xiao Ming were to be possessed, their world would collapse. What are you worried about? Have you forgotten he possesses the Forbidden Soul Flag? Noticing Su Qingyue and Yunling's fright, Feng Xianwang calmly reminded them, allowing both to regain their composure. Indeed, Xiao Ming wields a Forbidden Soul Flag. While they were unaware of the exact caliber of this treasure, even the ghost that had devoured the Holy King's intention feared it. This artifact must be extraordinary and should be able to protect Xiao Ming. Devourer, I have been waiting for you. As Xiao surged into his consciousness, a smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth. Prior to entering the secret realm, having utilized the true eye to investigate Xiao background, he knew the other would attempt to possess him when cornered. Yet, this also presented him with an opportune moment to refine his opponent into the sovereign spirit of the Emperor's banner. After all, if this individual attempted to flee in the outside world, it would require considerable effort to intercept him. However, once ensnared within the sea of consciousness, it would be akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. As his thoughts settled, Xiao Ming closed his eyes, allowing his awareness to plunge into the sea of consciousness. Preparing to meticulously refine this dear brother of his. Is this the sea of consciousness of that fellow? The instant Xiao Ren surged into Xiao Ming's sea of consciousness and glimpsed its entirety, he was nearly rendered speechless by shock. This was no mere sea. It was an expansive cosmos, filled with twinkling stars and suffused with a chaotic aura. An inexplicable sense of trepidation surged within him. Something was amiss. This individual's sea of consciousness harbored a profound terror. In an instant, Xiao Ren recognized the impending crisis and sought to escape the confines of the sea of consciousness. Yet, before he could tear through its barriers, the entire starry expanse trembled violently, as runes surged forth to seal off the boundaries of the sea, transforming it into a prison of sorts. Xiao Ming's voice rang out coldly. Did you not wish to usurp my form and merge our souls? Why then? Do you seek to flee upon entering? From the depths of the sea of consciousness emerged a figure exuding a terrifying presence, its aura rivaling that of Xiao Ren himself. This figure was none other than Xiao Ming's true soul. Having inherited the Soul Emperor's divine scripture and possessing the Emperor's banner, a treasure of the soul, Xiao Ming's spiritual essence was steadily growing more formidable. Even he was unaware of the full extent of his own power, yet subduing his brother was undoubtedly within his grasp. How dare you reveal yourself so brazenly? Do you take me for a fool? Once I invade your sea of consciousness and ruthlessly shatter your soul, I shall leave you with but a fragment of your essence, forced to linger beneath my feet, unable to live or die. Observing Xiao Ren's audacity to confront him directly, Xiao Ming's expression turned frigid. With a swift hand gesture, he commanded, "Enter the Emperor's banner and undergo transformation." As the command fell, the Emperor's banner manifested upon Xiao Ming's spiritual essence, and the sea of consciousness transformed into a nightmarish inferno. Chains entwined around the sinister soul flames and shot forth towards Xiao Ren in an instant. What in the world is this? Upon witnessing the chains erupting around him, Xiao Ren's soul bore a look of sheer horror. At that moment, he felt a tremor deep within his very essence, something he could hardly comprehend. Even in the face of formidable foes, his soul-devouring nature would typically invigorate him. Yet, confronted with this soul banner, he felt a primal fear, as if this banner was the nemesis of all soul entities. In the depths of his terror, Xiao Ren emitted a piercing shriek, transforming his soul-devouring power into monstrous apparitions that lunged wildly at the encroaching chains, while he himself charged towards the barriers of the sea of consciousness. Still wishing to escape? This is your destined end. Seeing his brother utterly paralyzed by fear, Xiao Ming clenched his fist, and the chains instantly shattered the monstrous manifestations. With an invincible demeanor, they pierced through the void, ensnaring Xiao Ren like refuse and drawing him before Xiao Ming. The Emperor's banner unleashed a fearsome suppressive force, firmly restraining Xiao Ren's soul-devouring essence. Xiao Ming raised a hand, gripping Xiao Ren's neck, a cold smile gracing his lips. In our youth, I cared for you deeply, sharing everything and ensuring you never went hungry. I taught you to remember your debts of gratitude and to refrain from reckless behavior. Yet, you have always been rebellious. Even more so upon your return. You even sought to end my life, proving yourself to be my own blood, yet nothing but a source of shame. This irony weighed heavily upon Xiao Ming. Brother, I was wrong. Xiao Ren cried out, his voice trembling with desperation. I truly realize my mistakes now. From this day forth, I shall be a good brother, honoring your teachings from our youth. Please forgive my ignorance and rebellion. Feeling the oppressive force of the Emperor's banner and hearing the echoes of their shared past, Xiao Ren's gaze became clear, filled with a profound desire for life. With nothing left but his soul, he understood that true death would mean the disintegration of his very being. In the next life, I intend to erase your self-awareness and refine you into the primary spirit of the Emperor's banner, so that we may fight side by side as brothers. As for your parents and the rest of the Xiao family, I shall ensure you are reunited with them. I will create a separate lineage for you within the Emperor's banner. Upon hearing Xiao Ren's pleas, Xiao Ming merely smiled softly, his words devoid of mercy, causing Xiao Ren's pupils to constrict in terror as he screamed in horror.